Su Hua opened the door to a woman in a courier uniform. She deliberately tugged at her collar, 3 buttons undone, and smiled in a soft, teasing way. "Handsome, my coworker ran to the restroom. This fridge you ordered is really heavy. Can you help me move it in?" Su Hua took a slow drag of his cigarette. He stared a beat too long, then swallowed without meaning to. She clearly knew the effect she was having. Without waiting for permission, she bent and rolled the dolly inside. Once the fridge was off the dolly, she made herself at home on the small 2-seater sofa, legs relaxed like she belonged there. Su Hua stubbed out his cigarette, poured her a glass of water, and set it down. "Hot day. Must be rough work." On the coffee table, his tablet glowed with loud red headlines. Newlyweds vanish in mountain area. Reclusive mother suspected. Moral decay or human depravity. Village's 50 sows scream nightly. The shocking culprit is, even tigers don't eat their cubs. Why did a 60-year-old smother her 7-year-old grandson? He tapped the screen. It went dark. The woman lifted her eyes to him. Her cheeks were flushed. Her breathing was quick, shallow, excited. And then he noticed it. Not the perfume, not sweat. Something warmer. Thicker. Her heartbeat seemed almost audible, pumping blood so aggressively it felt like it was leaking into the air, turning into a rich, meaty scent that made the back of his throat tighten. "Let's watch TV," Su Hua said, looking away as if the idea had just occurred to him. He clicked the television on. A female anchor read the news in a flat, practiced tone. Recent nationwide temperature fluctuations. Hail and snowfall reported in multiple cities where the temperature exceeded 30 degrees. Su Hua changed the channel. Hiker encounters tornado in remote mountains. Live footage captures the final moments before disappearance. Another channel. Black cloud vortex appears above coastal city. Reverse airflow observed. Experts attribute the phenomenon to storm pressure. Again. Over a dozen child disappearances in Bin City this month. Again. Crime wave reaches new peak. Dismemberment killer strikes again in Ting City. Victims recovered incomplete. Authorities advise citizens to avoid going out alone after dark. Boom. Outside, the sky that had been clear minutes ago suddenly sank into darkness. Heavy clouds rolled in like a lid. The one-bedroom apartment dimmed until corners blurred. With the light fading, Su Hua's senses sharpened in the wrong direction. The scent from the woman beside him surged. He couldn't ignore it now. It clung to his nose, sweet and raw and hungry. Gulp. The swallow was loud in the quiet room. It wasn't Su Hua. He turned. The woman had leaned close, face almost pressed to his. Her mouth hung open far wider than it should, nothing like the coy smile from earlier. Something dark red was caught between her teeth. Her eyes were wide, fever-bright, burning with the kind of hunger that didn't belong to people. She snapped forward, aiming straight for his face. Su Hua twisted his head aside and sprang back. He grabbed the standing fan and brought it down like a club. Crash. The fan's casing dented in from the impact. The woman flew back onto the sofa, but she wasn't hurt. She landed in a low crouch, limbs folded under her like a frog ready to launch. Drool slipped down her chin. "You smell delicious," she said. Su Hua set the ruined fan down as if he'd only moved it out of the way. Then he calmly lit another cigarette. "Smells good," he said, exhaling, "tastes bad." The woman's expression shifted. Confusion, then suspicion. "You've been on that train too?" A flicker crossed Su Hua's eyes. It lasted less than a second, but she caught it. Her face warped with rage. "You're lying to me." She moved. Not fast like an athlete. Fast like something that never learned to be human in the first place. She launched off the sofa so hard the old frame screeched across the tile and slid 3 meters back. Su Hua snatched up a can of insecticide from the side table and sprayed wildly. He ducked a grabbing hand, kicked her hard enough to knock her offline, and bolted toward the bedroom. Her roar merged with the thunder outside. Su Hua could feel her behind him, the way you feel heat at your back. He slammed the bedroom door at the last possible moment. Bang! The inch-thick door shuddered. The lock tore off like it was made of tin. The woman kicked the broken door aside and charged in. Su Hua was waiting. A fruit knife. Point first. Straight into her chest. For all her speed and strength, she was still flesh. She staggered, hands flying to the wound, blood spilling between her fingers. She collapsed onto the floor. Ha ha. The blade had punctured a lung. Her murderous glare loosened into panic, then pleading. Save me, she wheezed. You're an evolver too. You haven't gone through initial screening. I can help you survive. The bedroom stank of blood, sharp and metallic, a smell that made the room spin for a moment. Suhua took a deep breath. His brain tried to label the scent the way it wanted to, mellow, fragrant. He ignored it. He sat on the bed instead, lit another cigarette, and watched her bleed and struggle. Even as her color drained, she held on, eyes fixed on him like she was still bargaining. You're hungry, she whispered. She wiped blood from her lips and held out her hand as if offering him a gift. Smell it. Isn't it wonderful? Evolver blood is better than normal humans. Sweeter. Stronger. More nourishing than mother's milk. Suhua's throat tightened again. She noticed. A crooked smile pulled at her mouth. One bite and you'll understand. Evolvers like me are the strongest. Highest survival rate on the train. Suhua didn't answer. Desperation crawled into her voice. Aren't you hungry? Don't you want to eat me? She tried to push more words out between ragged breaths. You don't understand initial screening. More than half die, you. Suhua exhaled smoke, then crushed the cigarette out with slow, careful pressure. You're looking lively, he said. Her expression froze. He stood and stepped closer. Fear flashed in her eyes. What are you doing? You were tempting me, Suhua said. Her face twitched, forcing a smile that didn't fit on her skin. She raised a pale arm, offering it like bait. Suhua caught her wrist, casual as if they were negotiating a price at a market stall. That dismemberment killer in Ting City, he said. One of your kind, right? Her eyes narrowed. You dare offer yourself because a little blood is enough, he continued, voice even. Or because you can regrow what you lose. He tilted his head, thinking. Probably the first. He didn't loosen his grip. Highest survival rate means there are evolvers who don't make it, he went on. And the way you tried to pull me in, drag me down with you, tells me there's a cost to drinking human blood. Her breathing hitched. You didn't know at first, Suhua said. You only found out after initial screening. Shock. Then anger. Then something bitter and ugly, like hatred curdling in her throat. You evolvers, she rasped. I'll kill you. She lunged. Another fruit knife flashed. It went cleanly into her throat. Blood bubbled up with a wet, choking sound as she convulsed on her back. And even as she died, the wound in her chest was already tightening, knitting, trying to heal. If he'd waited, she would have turned it around in minutes. Suhua searched her clothing. No medicine. No tools. Only a red tattooed code on her shoulder. E33586. He stared at it for a long second, then said quietly, almost to himself, with your brain, you probably don't even know where to find the initial screening train. Her eyes stayed wide, full of hate even as life drained out of them. Then they went dull. Suhua swallowed, once hard. He stepped over the body and went to the kitchen. Passing the new fridge, he tore off the remaining packaging. He pulled the door open. A head lolled forward inside, loose and heavy. Suhua let out a tired breath. As expected, he raised his phone. The rundown apartment building was soon ringed by police cars, the street below sealed off end to end. Yet on Suhua's floor, every door stayed shut, dead silent. Man, I don't know what kind of bad luck you've got. Third time this month. Veteran Detective Zhao Biao took the cigarette Suhua offered and sighed, half sympathetic, half amazed. He tipped his chin toward a black limousine idling behind the squad cars. Special investigators came today. Just tell them what you know. You'll be fine. Suhua glanced over. A sharply dressed young man stepped out, leather shoes gleaming like he was headed to a formal dinner. In this neighborhood, he looked like he'd been dropped from another world. The man's eyes found Suhua. Then he walked straight over. You're Suhua, he asked, already assuming the answer. Talk to me in the car. He flicked a glance at Zhao Biao, not bothering to ask Suhua's permission. I'm done here, Zhao Biao said, waving them off. Suhua followed. Inside the limousine, they sat facing each other. A secretary-looking aide sat to the side and opened a recorder on his phone. New interviewer today? Suhua asked first. The aide instinctively looked to his companion. The well-dressed young man took over smoothly. I'll be asking you a few questions. Answer truthfully. Suhua nodded. This car had come twice before, but it had always been the same setup. the aide and a seasoned middle-aged investigator. Today was different. Start from the beginning, the young man said. Soo-hwa gave a clean, factual summary. When he finished, the interrogation began, oddly mundane at first. Why did you buy a refrigerator? The old one broke. Any food preferences? Not picky. I eat anything. Any changes in appetite recently? It's been hot. I've been eating more vegetables. Any physical changes when you made contact with the deceased? Hunger, thirst, increased strength. None. The young man's tone stayed steady, but the questions tightened like a net. Records show you graduated from a top domestic university. Your family is well off. Why work as an extra in Ting City? Family issues, Soo-hwa said. Didn't want to rely on them. You did 2 years as a stunt double and 4 years as an extra. Several directors offered you proper roles. Why refuse? Personal preference. The young man studied Soo-hwa's face for 2 full seconds, then continued. Why do you think criminals have targeted you 3 times? Soo-hwa's voice flattened into something sharper. We doing victim blaming now? The aide jumped in quickly. Mr. Soo, we're trying to identify selection criteria for... Soo-hwa didn't look at him. He kept his gaze on the young man. After a deliberate pause, he said, First 2, I'm not sure. Today's woman said I smelled delicious. Maybe she thought I was handsome. The young man's mouth quirked. What was different about her? Pretty unhinged. Flirted while breaking in. Unusually strong, Soo-hwa said. Maybe she did stunt work before. What did she say? Not much. Said she was an evolver. Offered money if I saved her. The person in the fridge? Local delivery guy. The questioning dragged on for nearly 2 hours before they finally let him out. As Soo-hwa stepped down from the car, the young man handed him a business card. If you notice any changes, contact me. It's the wisest option. Soo-hwa rolled the card between 2 fingers. Niaxian. Ting City First Research Institute. He lifted his eyes. You're not planning to slice evolvers open for experiments, are you? Rumors spread fast online, Niaxian said calmly. But without management, you get things like the woman who attacked you. He didn't say more. Instead, he took a fresh pack of cigarettes from the car and tucked it into Soo-hwa's shirt pocket with a light pat, as if it were a friendly gesture. Then he left. Soo-hwa watched the limousine disappear, put the card away, and lit a cigarette before heading back upstairs. Police were still working the scene. Zhao Biao offered to arrange a nearby guest house for him, but Soo-hwa refused, saying he'd stay with friends. He packed only the essentials and checked into a cheap motel nearby. The second the door clicked shut behind him, the hunger hit like a punch. Soo-hwa's hands shook as he took a desperate drag. He stuffed compressed biscuits into his mouth one after another, but it barely took the edge off. Even when he covered his nose, he could still smell blood on a skin that should have been clean. The scent clung to him anyway, sweet and maddening. After several minutes, he scrubbed at his pant legs with rough, impatient motions and opened his tablet. A month ago, strange phenomena had erupted across the world. Along with the anomalies came a wave of people developing abnormal hunger, first turning on livestock and pets. 2 weeks later, crime exploded nationwide, assaults, disappearances, murders. In the middle of that chaos, someone coined the evolver theory. The claim was simple. The hunger came with physical enhancement, heightened senses, something like an evolutionary jump. Overnight, talk of Earth's transformation and survival of the fittest flooded the internet. Radical forums even called on evolvers to follow your instincts. Authorities shut those platforms down fast, but the real danger wasn't the slogans. It was the hunger. Soo-hwa had met his first evolver 2 weeks ago. The second one 10 days back. Today's woman made 3. The first had been raw instinct, almost feral, no plan beyond feeding. The second had already learned restraint. He'd spent an entire day on set acting friendly, then invented a reason to crash at Soo-hwa's place. Today's woman had tried to disguise herself too, but it was sloppy. Not because she couldn't do better. More like she didn't think she needed to against a normal man. In 1 month, evolvers had adapted at a terrifying pace. Soo-hwa stubbed out his cigarette and checked his pulse. 227 beats per minute. Absurd. Dangerous on paper. Yet he wasn't dizzy. He wasn't gasping. Ever since his heartbeat first went insane a month ago, he'd adapted within 10 days, surviving peaks near 300 and drops below 40 like his body had rewritten its own rules. And it wasn't just his heart. His strength had improved. His sense of smell sharpened. Even his mild nearsightedness had corrected itself. Still, none of it matched the woman from today. She'd been small, petite, a frame that should have been weaker than an adult man's. Yet her enhancement was beyond beyond the previous two evolvers. Because she passed initial screening? Suhua muttered. He sat on the edge of the bed and flicked his lighter again and again, watching the flame flare and shrink. How do I get onto that research vehicle? He whispered. The motel room dimmed. Not from clouds or a power cut. His vision simply darkened as if someone had lowered a curtain over his eyes. And then a translucent screen slid into view, floating in the air like a projection only he could see. Player attributes detected. Please select one of 3 career options ***. A. Gambler. B. Adventurer. C. Extra.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The system has detected the player's attributes and provides the following 3 career options. A. Gambler. B. Adventurer. C. Extra. Please choose carefully. The countdown on the screen began ticking, starting from 60 to 59. 1 minute to choose. Suhua selected C and entered a nickname. The screen displayed. Congratulations, Extra, for becoming a reserve player of the Dimensional Rift game. Player nickname, Extra. Career, Extra. Note, as someone always on the road, his chance to become the protagonist is only 1 in 10,000. Player level, E. Evolution, 7%. Assets, 200 white bills. Note, the chairman of Stellar Corporation is undoubtedly the most popular man. Note 2. Initial assets are converted based on a certain proportion of the player's accumulated wealth. Main trait, legs that never tire. Note 1. How could an extra who's always on the move not have a good pair of legs? Items, empty. The personal information soon switched. Player Extra will board the preliminary trial train 301, which departs at 8 a.m. train time and arrives at the terminal station 3 days later at 8 a.m. Based on Player Extra's asset status, your seat is in second class. We wish you a pleasant journey. When the countdown on the screen reached 0, the surroundings brightened again. Suhua, who had just been in a hotel, was now seated in a train booth, the flame on his lighter still flickering. The moving train emitted a faint mechanical hum. Bright sunlight illuminated both the interior and exterior. With just a glance, one could see the scenery outside through the 3 transparent walls of the carriage. Under the azure sky, the train moving in a straight line split the space into 2 sections. On the left was a forest, while the right was a snowy ice plain. One side was lush with flowers and greenery, the other covered in drifting ice and snow, all appearing strikingly realistic. The panoramic carriage exuded a futuristic vibe. The drastically different yet bizarrely coexisting scenery in the same scene left the 12 people who appeared simultaneously in the carriage with varying degrees of astonishment, which soon turned into wariness toward each other. As fellow evolvers, the overwhelming scent filling the carriage was downright dizzying. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Suhua immediately reached for the folding knife in his pocket. Ding dong. At that moment, an electronic announcement sounded. Welcome all evolvers aboard the preliminary trial train 301. This train departs from 3-dimensional point, passes through the dimensional rift, and arrives at the terminal station 5-dimensional station at 8 a.m. train time 3 days later. There may be turbulence during the journey. Please remain calm. As reserve players of the dimensional rift, the train will classify and rate evolvers based on their performance during the trip. Please mind your words and actions. Now broadcasting the ride rules. 1. Consumption is mandatory. 2. Do not enter other carriages without permission. 3. Lights out at 8 p.m. 4. Conductors have the right to expel reserve players. All reserve players must strictly abide by the above rules. We wish everyone a pleasant journey. After the electronic announcement ended, the carriage fell silent. After a while, someone spoke up. Where is this place? Can we get off? The speaker was a ponytailed girl, gripping the sleeve of a young man in a shirt beside her. "Get off." A man who looked like an executive tapped the transparent glass. "I was just working from home when I was suddenly brought onto this train. Judging by everyone's appearance, we're all from different places. This area definitely isn't any city we know. Getting off might not get us back. Besides, everyone saw that game screen, right? The announcement said this is a game, and we're all players. There shouldn't be any danger," a man in pajamas clutching an electric toothbrush said nervously. "Games are virtual. It's likely we're still in our original locations, just with our consciousness inside the game. Do you think current technology can do that?" A fashionable woman in a tank top waved her phone. "I'm more inclined to believe the online theories about spiritual energy resurgence." "What's spiritual energy resurgence?" "Girl, can you show me?" A middle-aged woman in an apron and sleeves reached out. The tank top woman subconsciously stepped back upon seeing bloodstains on her. The middle-aged woman quickly removed her sleeves. "I was slaughtering chickens and didn't have my phone on me." The tank top woman smirked. "No signal anyway." "Mine neither," the executive said. "Are we not going back?" "Professor Han?" The ponytailed girl clung to the young man beside her. Professor Han looked grave. The announcement said the train is traveling from three-dimensional point to five-dimensional station. Actually, besides evolvers, many other anomalies have appeared on Earth. Some can't be explained with current scientific knowledge anymore. Perhaps it's a more advanced civilization invading Earth. The others in the carriage clearly weren't familiar with this topic and couldn't respond. The tank top woman, who seemed well-read in fiction, retorted, "Invading Earth this way? Making a game to be cryptic?" Professor Han had no rebuttal. The situation with evolvers alone was baffling enough. How could they possibly get to the bottom of it? While they were talking, Su Hua had already checked his belongings. Everything he had on him was still there: phone, cigarette case, and folding knife. Additionally, there were two thin pieces of paper resembling ordinary bills, each side printed with a black silhouette of a head and the words Stellar Corporation Virtual Currency in the corner. Stellar Corporation was likely the developer of this dimensional rift game. He pocketed the slightly warm lighter and checked the time. The electronic clock in the carriage showed 8 a.m., while his phone displayed exactly 10 p.m. The carriage had 3 transparent walls, but metal doors at both ends with glass windows, allowing a view of the adjacent carriages, both of which were occupied. A second-class plaque hung on the right side of the front door, next to a light switch. Inside the carriage were 6 square tables arranged in 2 rows, each paired with facing seats. Seats in the same row were connected but separate from the tables. The tank-top woman sat alone in the first left row, while the executive and pajama man occupied the first right row. Professor Han and the ponytailed student were in the second left row. Suwa sat in the second right row beside a girl in patchwork clothing, facing a heavily made-up woman with a large build. Behind him sat an elderly man. At the next table was the middle-aged woman who had spoken earlier, seated across from a man and a woman. 12 people in total. "Anyway, since we're on this train, it's best to follow its rules," the executive said. "A train that can bring us here can surely make us disappear without a trace. Are we really supposed to play this dimensional rift game as instructed?" The ponytailed girl said tearfully. "I don't like games. It's all right. I believe as long as we follow the announcement, nothing will happen," Professor Han comforted her. "Then what are we supposed to do?" the middle-aged woman asked anxiously. "I've never played games before." Everyone exchanged glances. The announcement only told them to ride for 3 days and follow the rules, no other hints. "Maybe the goal is just to survive these 3 days," the tank-top woman shrugged. Her words brought another wave of silence as everyone returned to their seats. "Let's not panic. I think the current situation isn't hard to figure out. The preliminary trial train must be a test for us evolvers. There might be prompts in the next 3 days. Let's work together to get through this first," Professor Han said. The executive man voluntarily took out his ID card. "My name is Li Fei. I'm the general manager of Leap Group. I've noticed people in both the front and rear carriages. Those of us in the same carriage should stick together first, lest something happens and we can't react in time." A month after evolvers appeared, many people had encountered their kind. The executive man's words made some sense. They were all grasshoppers tied to the same string. Compared to fellow passengers in their own carriage, they needed to be more wary of the evolvers in adjacent carriages. Everyone returned to their seats. The pajama-wearing man and the tank-top woman each gave their names. My name is Chen Yi, but I didn't bring my ID. Hyang. Suhua. After giving his name simply, Suhua lit a cigarette. My name is Yen Jiayu. I just returned to secular life. The young girl next to him scratched her unevenly cropped short hair and said shyly, could you smoke outside? Secondhand smoke is harmful. Suhua paused mid-motion, couldn't help giving her another look, then nodded. Pfft. The heavily made-up woman across from them sneered. These days, even nuns are returning to secular life. Yen Jiayu's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head to fiddle with the small cloth bags on her patched robe. Amit, my master said my worldly ties aren't severed yet. But the heavy makeup woman didn't press her, instead turning cold. Play your nicey-nice games if you want, just leave me out of it. Li Fei tried to persuade, this is for everyone's benefit. Knowing each other's names and identities means no one dares act recklessly. Everyone knows the government is investigating evolvers who've eaten people, right? To put it bluntly, if someone has eaten a person, as long as anyone gets off this train after 3 days, no one can escape. His righteous words didn't cow the heavy makeup woman. The nearly 6-foot-tall woman rose like a drill, strode over and grabbed Li Fei. Stop pretending to be a good guy. Didn't you see the plaque at the front of the carriage? Second class. Special class, first class, second class, third class. The more assets you have, the further forward your carriage. Compared to those debt-ridden punks in third class, everyone in this carriage is broke. You're an executive at Leap Group, not some small company. You must make at least hundreds of thousands a year. Care to explain how you ended up here? So this is what the game meant by asset-based seating. Professor Han murmured, the conversion ratio is roughly 100 to 1 to cash. Li Fei's face turned pale, lost some money in stocks. That's not illegal, is it? I just want us all to get through these 3 days peacefully. No ill intentions here. Clearly unconvinced, the heavy makeup woman shoved him away and scanned the others in the carriage, emphasizing, I advise you not to trust people too much these days. Fake IDs are easy to come by. Don't be stupid and spill everything about yourself. Even if you survive to get off this train, can you guarantee you'll live long enough to report to the police? Sharing identities might seem like added security, but if there were man-eating evolvers in this carriage, the risks were obvious. No one was that stupid. Amidst mutual wariness, Li Fei received extra suspicion. Do you know about the preliminary trial train situation? Suhua paused while shaking his cigarette. Not much. Once you're on this train, there's only one rule: survive until you get off. The heavy makeup woman snorted. I know some here must have eaten people. I'm warning you all, better not come after me or else. She punched the table, leaving a deep fist imprint in the metal surface, an impressive show of force. Ordinary evolvers couldn't yet match steel barehanded. Suhua lifted his heel slightly, but felt no changes. Apparently professional distinctions gave different characteristics. Big sister, is there anything else? The ponytailed girl asked timidly, how exactly does this game work? Didn't I say survive until departure? Stop asking stupid questions. The heavy makeup woman sat back down impatiently, glaring at those opposite. Suhua cooperatively took his cigarette toward the front door. Just as he grasped the handle, Li Fei stopped him. The announcement said not to go to other carriages randomly. If you open that door and trigger something dangerous, won't you endanger us all? Suhua pointed to the bathroom outside. Can't go to other carriages doesn't mean can't go out at all. Li Fei, having his authority challenged twice, stared at him unhappily. Suhua pulled open the carriage door and stepped out. The intermediate carriage was half as long as the second-class one, with a bathroom and emergency supplies on the left, boarding doors on the right. He tried but couldn't open the exterior doors. The train kept speeding straight ahead with unchanging scenery on both sides. The carriage walls weren't soundproof. Seeing movement in the forward carriage, Suhua lit another cigarette and tried the next carriage's door, switching to the call button after 2 seconds. The door soon opened, revealing a tattooed bruiser from first class who growled, "What do you want?" Spotting a familiar face inside, Suhua casually offered a cigarette. Got a light. Though visibly annoyed, the tattooed man tossed him a solid copper lighter with a "Don't wander around" before quickly shutting the door. Through the glass, Suhua saw Nie Xian, whom he'd met before, nod at him before heading to the bathroom. Returning to second class, he found Li Fei and others studying the train rules. The mandatory spending makes sense, but why turn off lights? The oval-faced woman who'd been sitting with the middle-aged woman had joined Li Fei's group, complaining, "This dump doesn't even have beds. Can't even nap properly. You want to sleep?" The square-faced man retorted, "Might not wake up at all. There's a switch over there if you want light." Li Fei said, "Why argue over something so trivial? Don't let this affect our unity. Remember, we've got carriages fore and aft." "Brotherly is right." The oval-faced woman agreed. "Homewrecker." The middle-aged woman muttered angrily under her breath. "Professor Han, I'm scared." The ponytailed student next to Suhua clutched the professor's arm tightly. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Sweat beaded on Professor Han's forehead, his pale face belying his confident words. "What's there to fear?" He Yang's fingers flew across her phone as she said, "If someone messes with you, mess back. We're all evolvers here. The younger you are, the faster you evolve. Right now I could easily take 2 or 3 grown men." Suhua noted that the 12 passengers had already formed small factions. Executive Li Fei, pajama-clad Chen Yi, the oval-faced woman and square-faced man formed one group at a table. Tank Top He Yang and the student shared a summer camp keychain on their bags, making them and Professor Han a tentative second group. The remaining middle-aged woman, heavy makeup woman, Suhua with Yan Jiayu beside him, and the elderly man sitting alone in the back row remained unaffiliated. "If they're teaming up, so should we." The middle-aged woman approached the heavy makeup woman. "They've got 4 and 3 respectively. Being alone puts you at a disadvantage." She then looked at Suhua. "Young man, among the rest you seem the most capable. You should step up." Suhua smiled. "Auntie, have you eaten anyone?" The woman's face stiffened. "What nonsense. How could I have eaten people?" Suhua's stomach growled loudly. He ignored her. The middle-aged woman huffed and returned to her original seat. "Never eaten anyone?" Since boarding, Suhua felt his gluttonous urges had doubled. While he'd maintained control with the delivery woman, now he had to resist even looking at nearby players. Conversation, movement, arguments, everything amplified the hunger. Yet Li Fei and others appeared completely at ease, clearly not boarding on empty stomachs. The middle-aged woman even had energy to curse the oval-faced woman, showing none of the tension from hunger nearing its limit. Normal food couldn't satisfy this gluttony. The likelihood that Li Fei's group hadn't tasted human blood was slim. Li Fei and the others seemed to realize something too. After whispering among themselves, they returned to their seats. Gurgle. Gurgle. Stomach growls came one after another. The longer they stayed on the train, the stronger their hunger became. The rich aroma emanating from human bodies flooded in from all directions, making people dizzy. Bang! A loud noise from the third-class compartment snapped everyone out of their daze. A blood-covered man rushed out from third class, his hand barely touching the glass before being dragged back by pursuers. Then came the muffled sounds of tearing and swallowing. The heavily made-up woman immediately rushed to barricade the door while others hurried to help. Through the window, Suhua only saw pools of blood and some splattered fragments before the opposite compartment door closed. Shadows moved rapidly behind the frosted glass. Clearly the situation wasn't over yet. Several minutes later, the third-class compartment fell silent. "Did someone die?" the female student asked tremulously. Professor Han said grimly, "It seems we'll need to take turns guarding the door. Evolvers who've eaten humans become stronger than ordinary ones," the heavily made-up woman said with a pale face. "The train rules say not to enter other compartments casually, but don't forbid it entirely. I'm afraid those in third class will eventually attack us when they can't hold back." "How could this happen?" The oval-faced woman looked shocked. "Didn't they say performance on the train affects classification ratings? Aren't they afraid of dangers if they get eliminated?" Suhua tapped the bloody handprint on the glass. "They've already started eating people. People driven mad by hunger lose all reason, especially when they're fellow evolvers. The attraction of flesh and blood is even stronger." The peaceful equilibrium had been broken. Someone would surely violate the train rules soon. For players, this train was truly lawless territory. The other players, realizing they too were participants in this brutal survival game, looked grim. Simply surviving 3 days to disembark safely had become the game's most difficult challenge. The female student sobbed twice before suddenly tugging Professor Han's sleeve. "Professor, I'm hungry. Everyone near the rear compartment door quickly scattered, eyeing each other warily. Ding dong. Welcome aboard Preliminary Trial Train 301. This train departs from three-dimensional point, traverses the dimensional rift, and will arrive at five-dimensional station in 3 days at 8 o'clock train time. Please remain calm during any turbulence. A meal service will be available daily around 11 o'clock train time. Players may order freely. Conductors reserve the right to banish players. Please observe train rules when ordering. Having food means not needing to eat people, Suhwa murmured to himself, leaning against the door before returning to his seat to wait for the meal service. The others exchanged glances before gradually returning to their original seats. Soon a conductor arrived from the front compartment with only one menu. Li Fei, who ordered first, looked horrified. Why so expensive? A glass of water costs 100 white bills. A bowl of noodles costs 300. With only 700 white bills on him, he couldn't even afford one meal a day for 3 days. The conductor answered expressionlessly, "You don't have to eat." Li Fei ultimately ordered a bowl of noodles through gritted teeth. The announcement specifically mentioned ordering. It was likely key to ratings. And spending was a train rule, mandatory even if just for a glass of water. Everyone in the compartment reluctantly ordered noodles. When it was Suhwa's turn, he only had 200 white bills, not enough for noodles, so he ordered water and slipped his remaining bill into the menu when returning it to the conductor. The conductor smiled slightly before leaving the compartment after everyone finished ordering. 5 minutes later, the meal cart arrived. The aroma of food lifted spirits. Train food could curb gluttonous urges. Those who got food began devouring it ravenously. Suhwa drained his water in one go, his hunger vanishing instantly. He smiled at the conductor in acknowledgement. Cheap price, perfect effect. The middle-aged woman suddenly pointed at Suhwa. I saw him secretly take the coaster. There's writing on it. Li Fei and the others darkened their expressions, quickly stopping the woman while apologizing profusely to the conductor. The conductor's ordinary face turned stern as he glared coldly. Conductors only provide ordering and delivery services. Passengers must not disrupt train order, or conductors reserve the right to banish you. The woman shrank back but retorted, "The train's moving, how can you throw me off?" The conductor gave a sinister smile without answering. Not daring to push further, the woman lowered her head resentfully. Li Fei approached the conductor with a smile, trying to slip him some white bills, but the conductor brushed him off. Conductors may not solicit tips. Please return to your seat. Glaring at the middle-aged woman, but not daring to harass the conductor further, Li Fei could only watch as he headed to third class. Turning back, he approached Suhwa's table. I'll buy that information. Smart. Suhwa nodded approvingly. 50 white bills per person. Brother, that's a bit harsh, the square-faced man said. At that price, might as well buy from the conductor. If you can, Suhwa gestured invitingly. Realizing he couldn't get information from the conductor, Li Fei quickly weighed the pros and cons. This was still much cheaper. Per person is too expensive, Li Fei said. Even if I tell one of you, can you trust what others say? Suhwa countered. I'll buy, Professor Han offered a bill, indicating himself and the ponytailed student. For us too. Suhwa led them to the rear of the compartment, back against the wall as he produced the note. Both looked surprised after reading but said nothing. Brotherly, take me with you. The oval-faced woman pressed close to Li Fei. Trusting her more than Chen Yi or the square-faced man, Li Fei paid 100. Eventually Chen Yi and the square-faced man also bought the information. These few looked indignant after reading. Who'd have thought it'd be such inside information? Not worth 100 at all. But the deal was done. Same compartment. If there's a pit, everyone jumps together. He Yang learned from Professor Han via phone, while Yan Jiayu offered 100 to view it with the elderly man in the last seat. You know each other? Suhwa asked. Yan Jiayu shook her head, smiling brightly. This benefactor is a good person. Her words earned several cold stares. Suhwa made no comment, showing them the note. Later, the old man gave Yan Jiayu his last 50 white bills. Being poor herself, Yan Jiayu took out small sealed bags of compressed crackers from her patched robe's pockets, mixed them with her purchased water into paste, and shared a portion with the old man. Only the middle-aged woman and heavily made-up woman remained. Mutual dislike meant neither would pay for the other. The middle-aged woman set her sights on Yan Jiayu. Little girl, you're kind-hearted. Tell me what's on that note. Yan Jiayu ate her paste. Why should I? Aren't Buddhists compassionate? You'd watch me die. My master said to be good to good people, bad to bad people. Yan Jiayu met her gaze directly. Auntie, bad people get retribution. The woman choked back her anger, about to unleash her shrewish nature when the rear door opened. The conductor returned from third class, looking exceedingly pleased. Just as he was about to open the door, Su was suddenly asked, "Can I get credit if I don't have white bills?" The attendant replied amiably, "Of course, credit is welcome." Su Hua pocketed the 300 white bills and, under everyone's gaze, went to press the first-class cabin's doorbell. This time, it was Nia Xian who opened the door. He had anticipated Su Hua's return to the first-class cabin and had been waiting by the door. Seeing the identical coaster note, he smiled and said, "Selling information?" Unfortunately, there were quite a few wealthy and clever people in the first-class cabin, many of whom had already obtained the attendant's insider tips. 200 white bills for the information in my hand, or you can exchange it with your own. 300 white bills for a hidden rule, or you can trade with another hidden rule. Nia Xian wasn't particularly interested in the message on the note. Earlier, he had also received the attendant's napkin, but it only contained a trivial piece of information. Nia Xian quickly made his decision, closing the cabin door to speak privately with Su Hua in the connecting area. "How many hidden rules have you found?" "2. They exchanged and read each other's papers. Su Hua raised an eyebrow and asked, "How much did you pay for this one?" 300 white bills. Nia Xian folded Su Hua's note that read, "Stay awake at night," and returned it. "How much was yours?" 100. Su Hua also handed over the note that said, "Don't turn on the lights." Nia Xian paid him 500 white bills. A discount for buying both pieces of information. Su Hua readily accepted the money. Using the act of smoking to cover his mouth and nose, he lowered his voice and said, "Lower-class cabins can't enter higher-class ones unless someone opens the door." Nia Xian immediately understood. In this connecting area, the second-class cabin door had no bell, but the first-class one did. Su Hua had rung the bell earlier. "Are you sure?" "The third-class cabin has no doorbell, but the second-class rear door does." Su Hua raised his cigarette again. "Second rule, you can get credit for ordering food in the cabin." First-class players weren't short on white bills and could easily last 3 days. But if second- and third-class passengers took credit, meaning they had no white bills, how would they settle after 3 days? The announcement had mentioned that players would be rated and classified based on their performance. Credit was likely deducted from this aspect, making it a last resort. Moreover, most people had boarded the train on an empty stomach. If everyone ate their fill, what would be the rating standard? What was the point of the preliminary trial? This information was crucial, hinting at other potential rules. Nia Zhen also grasped the implications and glanced at Su Hua, who remained composed. He reminded him, the train is relatively safe for players. Su Hua turned his head to look at the scenery outside, his wariness rising again at the seemingly unobstructed view. The attendant had the authority to expel players. Did this mean death awaited anyone who left the train? "Don't sell the first piece of information to anyone else," Nia Xian added. Higher-class cabins could enter lower-class ones without restriction. Did this mean first-class passengers could freely attack second-class ones? Su Hua didn't respond. Players were assigned cabins based on assets. Higher class didn't necessarily mean stronger abilities. Strength might not be greater, but penalties could exist. Rational people would hesitate, while fools would act on instinct regardless of what they knew. After their exchange, Su Hua didn't leave. Soon, another person emerged from the first-class cabin. "I want to buy the information you have." Though first-class passengers had more money, few came out to buy information. Still, it was enough. When he returned to the second-class cabin, he had 2,700 white bills in his pocket. Since the ordering period wasn't over, he called the attendant and added 2 bowls of noodles, one for himself and one for the old man. The old man hesitated before thanking him and invited Yan Jiayu to share the meal. "Good deeds bring good rewards," Yan Jiayu said between mouthfuls of noodles. "Benefactor, you're also a good person." Su Hua quickly finished his noodles and leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest while slowly organizing the information he'd gathered. 100 white bills had bought the reminder to stay awake at night, while 300 had revealed don't turn on the lights. The rule, lights out at 8 p.m., was written in the passenger rules, indicating that turning on the lights at night was at least more severe than falling asleep. The cabin's light switch was a trap. First-class players generally had greater purchasing power than second-class ones. The heavily made-up woman's words were likely true. Players were assigned cabins based on assets, but she probably didn't have much more information. Her indifference to the attendant's messages could be a bluff or confidence in her position. But the preliminary trial train was clearly a survival game full of traps. More security meant less risk. With bloody players on board and so many uncertainties, the latter possibility seemed unlikely. During the third-class cabin disturbance, she was the first to barricade the door. Was she unaware of the rules or acting deliberately? Suhwa paused briefly before moving on to the next piece of information. The seemingly hidden, but actually obvious rule that higher-class cabins could enter lower-class ones was also a trap. The passenger rules stated that entering other cabins wasn't allowed, superficially implying that higher-class players were stronger than lower-class ones. But in reality, the power gap wasn't that clear. Under these circumstances, entering another cabin was unwise unless all players in one's own cabin were dead or only bloody players remained. Bloody players were the known threat. Based on what the delivery woman had revealed, the preliminary trial train would definitely separate bloody players. But ordinary players weren't immune to temptation. If they couldn't get food on the train, those who hadn't eaten before might also fall. However, players could get credit. If no one went hungry, how could players be rated and classified? So the food's effect probably wouldn't last 24 hours. The question was whether the food affected ordinary players the same way it did bloody ones. Thus, the first major incident would likely occur after lights out. Suhwa half closed his eyes, observing everyone in the cabin. Freed from the torment of gluttony, the atmosphere was less tense. The oval-faced woman flirted with Li Fei, Chinny fiddled with his toothbrush, and the square-faced man kept his hands in his pockets. He-young played a mobile game with the ponytailed student. Professor Han typed constantly on his phone. The middle-aged woman sat with her hands folded over her stomach. The heavily made-up woman rested with her eyes closed, and Yan Jiayu chatted with the old man. Until 3 p.m., there were no announcements on the train. After some whispering, the four at Li Fei's table had him stand up. He cleared his throat and addressed the group. We're all in the same boat now. Whether you believe me or not, infighting will only get us killed faster. Tonight, we'll take turns guarding the door. Any objections? With gluttony no longer an issue, it was time to think practically. Seeing no opposition, he continued, most of us don't know much about the preliminary trial train. I suggest we share information to better handle emergencies. Several glances turned toward the heavily made-up woman and Suhwa. The heavily made-up woman crossed her arms. I've told you everything I know. Her words sharply contrasted with her defiant posture. Li Fei gritted his teeth before turning his glare towards Suhwa. Suhwa remained silent. Brother Li is asking you a question. The oval-faced woman snapped impatiently. Do I owe you answers? Suhwa tapped the table. Did you pay for this information? The oval-faced woman choked on her words. Li Fei blocked her, realizing his usual tactics wouldn't work here. You know something but won't share? The middle-aged woman accused. Don't be so selfish. Exactly, the square-faced man added. Since you knew about this train beforehand, sharing would help everyone. More survivors benefit you too. Though others remained silent, their expressions showed agreement. The made-up woman retorted, I've said all I can. Don't believe me? Fine. Who's to say others don't know about the preliminary trial train? Why don't they speak up? So you'd rather watch people die? The oval-faced woman said with disgust. How selfish. People who use moral blackmail are worse, the made-up woman shot back. As their argument escalated, Professor Han stood and raised his voice. Everyone, stop fighting. He addressed the group. This is called the preliminary trial train. Evolvers have only appeared in society for less than a month. Even if some have experience, information is scarce. Knowing bits and pieces isn't unusual. What about him? The middle-aged woman pointed at Suhwa. I saw him whispering with someone from another carriage. Is he selling us out? Suhwa ignored her hostility. Wasn't the note I showed you clear enough? Even purchased information from attendants just repeats the train's official rules. Correct, Professor Han agreed. Following the train's requirements minimizes danger. Moreover, since human players design this game, it must follow human ethics and values. Corruption will affect our ratings. The food here satisfies hunger. With supplies available, no one needs to resort to corruption. We're only trial players now. Becoming official players happens after this train journey. The initial classification likely considers assets, traits, and evolution level. Our 3-day performance determines future gameplay. Following both explicit rules and implicit anti-corruption standards will earn higher ratings. Professor Han paused meaningfully. I advise everyone to follow the rules. This game might just be the beginning. His logical arguments resonated. Players couldn't opt out, and higher starting points meant greater safety. I'll follow the professor, said the female student. We'll face unknown dangers later. Falling behind now could cost lives. After consideration, others agreed. Forcing information from the made-up woman or Suhua seemed impractical, and Professor Han addressed their concerns. Professor Han produced a small notebook, tearing pages into numbered slips for drawing lots. 6 people per shift, divided between first and second watch. No one objected as they took turns drawing. Aren't you joining? Yan Jiayu asked Suhua as she stood. Suhua flicked open his lighter, reaching into his pocket. You draw first. I'll take whatever's left. Professor Han glanced at him before looking away as smoke curled upward. Suhua drew number 5, grouped with Chen Yi and the female student for first watch. The square-faced man, oval-faced woman, and elderly man also took first watch, leaving 6 for second watch. The train has lights out. For safety, avoid phones and lighters after dark. Power off devices completely. The front watch guards the light switch. Suhua's group would guard the front. Understood, he acknowledged. What if a bloody player is among us? The made-up woman challenged. Darkness helps them kill. Think bloody players are stupid? The oval-faced woman snapped. The made-up woman fell silent as arrangements finalized. Approaching 8 p.m., everyone took turns using the restroom before returning to seats, except the watch groups. Ding dong. Lights out imminent. Expect minor turbulence when crossing the dimensional rift. Return to seats and remain calm. After 3 announcements, lights extinguished as outside darkness deepened rapidly, plunging into blackness within minutes. Suhua stood by the light switch, folding knife ready. Absolute darkness enveloped the train, no instrument lights inside, no stars or moon outside, as if racing through a void. Gradually, breathing patterns steadied, tension easing as some apparently slept. Counting heartbeats to track time, Suhua noted approaching midnight when violent turbulence hit. The carriage rocked wildly for 3 minutes before stabilizing. Everyone okay? Professor Han called out. I'm fine, HHH. The female student's reply became a scream. Suhua moved forward but sensed air movement beside his head. Blocking instinctively, a thin rod pierced his hand, slamming his head toward the door. Bracing against the door with his elbow, he kicked the attacker's shin, hearing bone crack before stabbing with his knife. Chen Yi screamed, stumbling back. Simultaneously, commotion erupted at the rear door as the square-faced man shouted, "Someone's entering from outside. Don't turn lights on." Professor Han warned as others panicked, unsure whether to guard front or rear, until Chen Yi cried, "Suhua attacked me. He's the bloody player." Mid-sentence, a powerful kick sent him flying into overturned seats. Before he could rise, a thin blade entered his ear. Meanwhile, the rear door slammed shut amid chaotic footsteps. No phones. Stay put, any movement means bloody player. Professor Han ordered. Silence fell. Only after confirming Chen Yi's death did Suhua rise by the window. Front secure. Chen Yi was the bloody player. After pause, the square-faced man said, "Rear doors closed." Just now. Casualties. Suhua interrupted. "I smell blood," the old man said. A head count revealed the oval-faced woman dead at the rear. Gone, the square-faced man reported after examining her. Broken neck with wounds. Is the third-class player still here? He Yang asked. I heard someone leave, came the quick reply. Tension eased slightly until Li Fei challenged Suhua, proved Chen Yi was the bloody player. I can prove it, the female student sobbed. Chen Yi attacked me first, then changed targets. Suhua tilted his head thoughtfully. Or maybe you're both bloody players, Li Fei sneered. I trust my student, Professor Han declared. Arguing helps nobody. With no outsiders present, remain in position until morning. Do you want suspicion to get everyone killed? Silence signaled agreement. Though second watch was scheduled, no one dared sleep. All remained alert in their seats until dawn. At 4 a.m., more turbulence struck. By 8 a.m., daylight returned as announcements played. Ding! Welcome aboard Preliminary Trial Train 301, departing three-dimensional point through the dimensional rift. Arrival at five-dimensional station in 2 days at 8 a.m. Expect turbulence, remain calm. Players will be classified based on journey performance. Monitor your conduct. Now broadcasting writing rules. Rules remained unchanged, except duration shortened to 2 days. Blinking against sudden light, Su Hua adjusted his vision. Look outside. Yan Jiayu gasped. Everyone turned their heads to see the snowy plains and forests on both sides had vanished, replaced by steep cliffs and precipices. The train was now traveling along a narrow mountain-hugging track with no visible path ahead or behind, creating an extremely perilous situation. Stop worrying about outside, Professor Han said gravely as he examined the 2 corpses in the carriage. Chen-Yi lay against the wall with a bloodied toothbrush, missing its head pressed under his foot. Aside from the stab wound on his chest and bloodstains on his cheek, there were no other injuries. The oval-faced woman's condition was far worse. Her neck had been twisted, leaving her head tilted at an unnatural angle. Bloodshot eyes bulged grotesquely from their sockets, presenting a horrifying death mask. 3 bite marks of varying sizes marred her shoulders and arms, the flesh torn away unevenly. Blood had soaked through her entire clothing. Why are people still degenerating? The female student hid behind Professor Han, tears streaming down her face. Professor Han sighed, already understanding the answer. Reserve players trying to avoid violating game taboos should minimize their actions. Yet some still resorted to cannibalism, proof that his earlier warnings weren't ineffective, but that this outcome was inevitable. The train's food might be useless for evolvers who've already tasted human flesh. They'll still get hungry at night. Su Hua wiped dried blood from his hand and leisurely lit a cigarette, his gaze sweeping over the square-faced man, Li Fei, and the middle-aged woman. Professor Han was right. Evolvers who'd eaten humans would experience gluttonous urges at night, aligning with the train's hidden rules. Anyone who consumed human flesh, whether before or after boarding, would be categorized the same. The train's provisions couldn't fully satisfy this hunger. By now, all bloody players aboard must realize this, meaning they'd have to kill ordinary players to survive. There must be bloody players among us, the heavily made-up woman said suspiciously, eyeing the square-faced man. I'm injured, and everyone in our carriage has clean hands, the square-faced man argued, pointing to scratch marks on his arm. I heard someone run out earlier. It might not be our carriage's players. The blood on his hands came from examining corpses yesterday. Before he could finish speaking, Su Hua flicked his cigarette, but directly at the man's face from several meters away. What the hell? The square-faced man's angry shout died as Su Hua appeared before him in an instant. Before he could react, Su Hua grabbed his throat, slammed him against the wall, and ran him through with a knife. The carriage erupted in horrified shouts. What are you doing? The square-faced man stared wide-eyed, utterly confused by Su Hua's sudden attack. As he tried to speak, Su Hua kicked him into the corner to join the oval-faced woman without another word. Su Hua, explain yourself. Li Fei grabbed Su Hua's shoulder. The square-faced man had been his ally. Was this attack meant for him? He was a bloody player, Su Hua said calmly, shaking off Li Fei's grip. He retrieved his knife, wiping it clean on the dead man's shoulder as if he hadn't just committed murder. The carriage fell silent until the heavily made-up woman demanded, "Where's your proof?" Third-class players can't open rear doors, Su Hua explained. Didn't you notice the doorbell outside? Unless second-class players open it from inside, third-class players can't enter. Of course. Professor Han was first to understand. We can't open first class's rear door either. He noticed the door differences during yesterday's bathroom trip, but had been too focused on preventing invaders to consider the doorbell's function. You're just making claims without proof. Li Fei scoffed. Third-class players can't corroborate your story. Try opening first class then, Su Hua retorted. Li Fei hesitated, Who would risk going out and getting attacked? But that doesn't prove he was a bloody player, the heavily made-up woman argued. There were two others guarding the door. Maybe he was fooled too. He was the only one claiming someone entered and hearing footsteps, Suhua countered. Highly suspicious. Evolvers hearing far surpassed ordinary humans. It was unlikely others could approach the door undetected, making the three door guards most suspect. The square-faced man's insistence about hearing exiting footsteps after raising false alarms was practically a confession. Of course, he'd missed the doorbell's purpose, a fatal oversight for such an obvious mistake. That said, the other two weren't above suspicion either. Easy to say whatever you want after killing him, Li Fei accused. Executing someone without questioning proves you're no saint either. The dimensional rift is ultimately a game with rewards. You've been moving between carriages like you know insider information. Does killing other players help you win? Is that why you're so eager to murder? Positioning himself among the players, Li Fei declared passionately, "Listen, everyone. He killed without evidence. If those two weren't bloody players, we're being deceived. What if he kills more tonight? We can't just wait to die." You also lack proof they were ordinary players, Professor Han said with mixed feelings. While Suhua's reasoning held merit, killing on mere suspicion revealed a frightening ruthlessness. Still, he recognized this as the swiftest way to eliminate threats. The female student stepped forward. "I trust Suhua. He saved me yesterday, otherwise Chen Yi would have killed me too. The benefactor speaks truth." "Mr. Su is virtuous," Yan Jiayu spoke up unexpectedly. "He shares food with the weak, surely kind-hearted." Such simple logic infuriated Li Fei. "That's because he's rich enough. He bought insider information. With his wealth, I wouldn't care either." The woman had 3 wounds, He Yang pointed out. Evolvers only need a little flesh, why take 3 bites? Who took the rest? Chen Yi's corpse is intact, but you. Weren't you by the door during roll call? Li Fei's face darkened. "I helped because I heard intruders. Don't slander me if you don't believe it. Besides, her wounds are bites. I've got no blood on me." Indeed, the oval-faced woman only had bite marks. Though injured, the square-faced man's mouth had been clean. No evidence connected them. Maybe the game helps them. The female student whispered. Maybe it assists bloody players against us ordinary players. Multiple gazes snapped toward her. Even the middle-aged woman who'd been cowering in a corner looked up, frightening the girl back behind Professor Han. "Believe what you want," Li Fei said irritably, unwilling to escalate further. "Don't forget, there's still one more door guard. Honored Elder, did you hear anything?" Yan Jiayu asked the old man resting by the door. The old man shook his head. "No footsteps, but someone bit me." He indicated teeth marks on his shoulder. His uniform's shoulder insignia had been deformed by the bite, though it had thankfully prevented serious injury. "So, you're military," Professor Han said respectfully, moving to assist him. The old man waved him off. "Just an ordinary old man." Suhua examined the marks. "Nearly bit through the stars. Must have shattered their teeth." Yan Jiayu muttered quietly, "Evil begets evil." The heavily made-up woman examined the teeth of the 2 bodies on the floor. "Their teeth are completely intact." She then pretended she would check others' teeth as well. "Enough already, it was just talk, not serious," He Yang said with a curl of her lips to the middle-aged woman who had already stood up ready to show her teeth, then glared at Li Fei. Satisfied, Li Fei snorted coldly and began searching the corpses, finding nothing useful before cursing and retreating to a corner. This was normal. Most players were transported onto the train unknowingly, carrying few or no personal items. "The dead are gone. Let's focus on resting while we can," Professor Han said. Arguing over whether the dead players were bloody players held no meaning since they couldn't possibly kill Suhua or Li Fei. First, success was unlikely, and second, no one could guarantee the remaining players weren't bloody players. Fewer people meant higher risks. Suhua took Li Fei's former spot near the light switch. The heavily made-up woman sat opposite him. "I believe you. What else do you know? Tell me, and we can cooperate." "Information for information," Suhua replied. She typed a line on her phone, shielding the screen, then showed it to him. Bloody players enhance their physical abilities by eating humans. The more they eat, the greater their appetite. This aligned with Suhua's speculation bloody players would maintain their predatory instincts. After a moment's thought, he powered on his own phone, which he'd turned off last night to conserve battery, and typed, "Bloody players have limited trait growth." This was also his hypothesis. During his fight with Chen Yi, he'd noticed his speed had improved dramatically, far surpassing his pre-boarding capabilities, likely due to his trait, legs that never tire. If bloody players could rapidly gain physical prowess, they must lack in other areas. Otherwise, Dimensional Rift might as well be renamed Corruption Game. Professor Han was insightful. Games meant for humans needed mainstream values that aligned with human ethics and morals. As for whether traits were truly limited, he wasn't certain. The woman's expression darkened briefly after reading his message before she asked whom he suspected of being bloody players. Li Fei and the middle-aged woman were prime suspects, as was the elderly man. Among the others, Su Hua hadn't spotted Yan Jiayu during last night's chaos. Now he noticed her breathing and footsteps were unusually light. Perhaps a trait, perhaps evolution. She couldn't be ruled out as a bloody player. More puzzling was the ponytailed student who'd testified for him. Chen Yi had actually been standing beside him yesterday, while she'd been on the opposite side of the door, yet she'd unhesitatingly supported his account. Moreover, she'd shouted right before Chen Yi attacked and emerged unscathed afterward, an oddity. Meanwhile, the female student tremblingly showed her phone to Professor Han and He Yang, both of whom grew grim after reading. Finding little substantive progress in their exchange, Su Hua concluded the woman knew little about the train's inner workings and lost interest in further conversation. Soon, lunchtime arrived. The attendant, indifferent to the corpses and bloodstains, handed menus to those in the first row. The situation mirrored yesterday's. Players had to purchase at least one drink. Professor Han bought the elderly man a glass of water, which he again shared with Yan Jiayu, both mixing it with biscuits. As the wealthiest in second class, Su Hua ordered a meat dish and rice for 800 white bills, then handed the attendant 1,200 split into 1,200. The head chef's skills are exceptional. This small token conveys my appreciation. Please deliver it for me. The attendant's previously stiff expression brightened as he pocketed the 200. Your sentiments will be conveyed. Yesterday, this same attendant had refused Li Fei's group, yet now accepted tips for the chef. The system worked. Who knew what benefits might follow? Enough to spark envy. For a fleeting moment, Li Fei even considered detaining the attendant for interrogation. But he quickly abandoned the idea when commotion erupted from third class. A player was hurled from the train over the cliff edge. Before his screams faded, the announcement blared. Third-class player number 1 under heaven has been ejected for attacking an attendant. After 3 repetitions, the unharmed attendant returned to second class with clear displeasure. Li Fei didn't dare meet his gaze. The middle-aged woman looked equally cowed. Fortunately, the attendant left without further incident. They really will throw you off, Yan Jiayu murmured. Others stared silently at the bottomless scenery beyond the windows. After becoming evolvers, their enhanced physical abilities inevitably inflated egos. Yesterday, most might have treated this as a game. Even the nighttime bloodshed was somewhat expected, since evolvers fighting wasn't new. But the attendant's intervention delivered a harsh truth. Despite their newfound strength, they remained powerless against game entities. This meant game rules were absolute and deadly. Someone's money just went down the drain, Li Fei sneered, motives unclear. Su Hua ignored him, watching the front door instead. Professor Han and He Yang moved to relocate the corpses. Separate them, Su Hua suggested. 2 near the back door, 1 at the front. Professor Han immediately understood and sighed, but complied. Post-lunch fatigue set in, everyone resting with closed eyes. A knock came, a player from the forward carriage. Li Fei's group tensed while Su Hua calmly opened the door. Yes! A weary Niaxian jerked his chin. Come talk. Su Hua stepped out, closing the door behind him, and offered a cigarette. Niaxian declined. 6 dead in first class, he stated bluntly. Bloody players and ordinary players are probably 1-to-1. Su Hua nodded slightly, unsurprised. 3 dead here, 2 bloody players. Also, their appetites grow progressively. He lit the cigarette himself before adding, bloody players gain physical abilities and healing quickly, but likely have trait limitations. Niaxian shook his head. Bad luck, for ordinary players died on my side. After a pause, he produced a gold business card. Contact me after disembarking if interested. Good salary? Su Hua asked randomly. Nia Xian flashed a figure. 10,000. No wonder you use gold cards. Su Hua pocketed it casually. Why not move to second class? Nia Xian gave him an appraising look. Players only board the preliminary trial train once, but not all who disembark receive tickets for the next station. Tickets. Su Hua's eyes sharpened. Nia Xian left it at that and returned to his carriage. Su Hua leaned against the door, finishing his cigarette before re-entering. Just as he stepped inside, the rear doorbell rang. A sinister-looking man with vicious eyes stood outside. If we don't open it, he can't enter, the frightened middle-aged woman near the door stammered. Professor Han looked and exclaimed, there's a disabled player. Open it and ask, Su Hua said, moving toward them. No. Li Fei grabbed the handle first. Third class was a bloodbath yesterday. How did a disabled person survive? They might be stronger than us. What if they force their way in? There are 9 of us, Su Hua said dismissively. I want to see if entering another carriage triggers penalties. Li Fei stared incredulously. Are you insane? Survival was paramount. Why care about rule-breaking consequences as long as they stayed safe? Let's vote, Su Hua said. I say open it. I agree, Yan Jiayu chimed in immediately. They might genuinely need help. One should be kind-hearted. Even if they're bloody players, we outnumber them. Did being a nun make you stupid? Li Fei looked at Yan Jiayu as if she were insane, a kind heart? But the elderly man and He Yang quickly agreed. The female student followed Professor Han's lead, and once Professor Han nodded, the remaining passengers were outvoted. You can't fight the majority. Professor Han and Li Fei stood on either side of the door while Su Hua opened it. Pushing the wheelchair was a tall man who remained outside, merely shoving the wheelchair forward. She has limited mobility and won't last the night in third class. Can you take her in? The young woman in the wheelchair was pale and frail, her expression timid, clearly still shaken from the horrors of the past day and night. Her eyes held nothing but fear as she looked at Su Hua and the others. Are you siblings? Su Hua bent down and lifted the hem of her nightgown, just as he suspected. Her legs were slightly deformed. No, the man said, not stopping him. Absolutely not. Li Fei objected immediately. Even if the woman in the wheelchair looked fragile, he couldn't take the risk. What if she's a bloody player? The young woman reacted, I'm not a bloody player. The mere memory of what she'd seen made her gag before she could finish. Su Hua stepped aside. Come in. The man didn't enter the carriage, only pushed the wheelchair inside. The young woman turned to look at him, but the man said nothing, didn't even glance at her before returning to third class. You let her in without everyone's agreement. Do you own this carriage? Li Fei fumed. Another person means more danger. Before he could finish, Su Hua yanked the wheelchair aside, grabbed Li Fei by the collar, and shoved him out the door, slamming it shut. Now the numbers are even. Li Fei's face twisted with rage as he yanked at the door, cursing nonstop. But Su Hua simply held the handle, staring at him impassively. Professor Han frowned at the situation and was about to intervene when Yan Jiayu rushed over and braced against the door, declaring sternly, We're reasonable people. Agree and we'll let you in. Su Hua tested the door and found her grip astonishingly strong, so he stepped back. Li Fei's face contorted with resentment, but the glares from third class made his skin crawl. With no other choice, he spat, fine. I agree. Let the damn woman in. The door behind him creaked open, and Li Fei's anger vanished, replaced by terror as he shrieked, I was wrong, Auntie. Please open the door. Just as a bloody player lunged from third class, Yan Jiayu loosened her grip, yanked Li Fei through the gap, and slammed the door shut, locking the bloody player outside. Enraged at losing his prey, the bloody player pounded and kicked the metal door, but the reinforced glass didn't even scratch under his assault. After a dozen futile strikes, he finally retreated with a snarl. Collapsed on the carriage floor, Li Fei gasped for breath, his face a mix of fear and fury as he glared at Su Hua and Yan Jiayu. Yan Jiayu widened her eyes. Are you going back on your word? Li Fei opened his mouth to retort, but a cold glance from Su Hua beside her made him swallow his words. He turned away, muttering, if she really is a bloody player, don't say I didn't warn you. Having witnessed Li Fei's ordeal, the middle-aged woman kept her mouth shut and quietly took a seat. Su Hua waited a moment. When no rule violation announcement came, he wheeled the chair to the window and asked, "What's your name?" "When shall we?" she whispered, fists clenched on her knees. "I'm not a bloody player." "I know," Su Hua said. "I'm not your bodyguard. There are bloody players here too. Watch yourself. By the way, how many passengers are left in third class?" Wang Xiaohui quickly answered, "Including me 7. Su Hua nodded. Yan Jiayu handed her a pack of reconstituted compressed biscuits. "Hungry?" These were soaked in purchased water. Wang Xiaohui teared up as she stuffed them into her mouth. "You're all so kind." Time passed quickly after that. Once night watch shifts were assigned and everyone had used the restroom, they returned to the carriage. This time, Professor Han and the female student guarded the front door, while Yan Jiayu and Li Fei watched the rear. The back door wasn't a major concern, so Professor Han barricaded the front with chairs and tables, warning the others, "No matter what happens, don't turn on the lights, not even your phones. Keep them powered off tonight. Breaking the rules doesn't seem to have consequences. Why be so paranoid?" The heavily made-up woman glanced at Wang Xiaohui. "What if it affects the game's final rewards?" Professor Han said sternly. "No penalty now doesn't mean none later. Tonight, I'm guarding the light switch. Lu Jia, stand nearby." The female student, Lu Jia, nervously backed away from the switch after sharing a look with him. Su Hua noted her movement and frowned at the window again. "Can everyone except the door guards sit in the middle seats?" Professor Han scanned the group. "That way, there's buffer space between us." Maintaining distance was really about preventing bloody players from attacking others. "Aren't there 3 corpses in this carriage?" He Yang said coldly. "Wouldn't those be more convenient targets?" The unspoken thought had crossed every player's mind. Using the dead to ensure everyone survived until disembarking would be the ideal outcome. The heavily made-up woman took a seat, while Su Hua chose a spot diagonally across from her. The middle-aged woman and elderly man sat at the next table. Unsure who to trust, Wang Xiaohui instinctively wheeled herself closer to Su Hua. "Mr. Su." Just before lights out, Lu Jia suddenly spoke up, "Be careful." She glanced meaningfully at the heavily made-up woman. Given the incident with Chen Yi, others assumed she was just worried about her savior and paid no mind. But Su Hua now had confirmation last night. The female student must have seen something. Initially, he thought Chen Yi was also a bloody player, but the fact that Chen Yi had attacked him first suggested otherwise. Lu Jia would have been an easier target. The elderly man and the oval-faced woman, both seemingly weaker, had been attacked too. Chen Yi's attempt on his life was likely just for the game's high-score rewards. Lu Jia's scream hadn't been due to an attack. Now, her warning implied the heavily made-up woman was a bloody player. The heavily made-up woman hadn't acted like one, she'd even reminded others about secrecy earlier, earning Lu Jia's initial goodwill. But since daybreak, Lu Jia had kept her distance. The oval-faced woman bore 3 wounds of varying sizes. Aside from the square-faced man and Li Fei, the elderly man by the door, the heavily made-up woman nearby, and Yan Jiayu, who'd moved silently in the dark, were prime suspects. These 3 were highly suspicious, but Lu Jia's hint might not be reliable. Setting aside the bloody player issue for now, Su Hua studied the 2 guarding the light switch. They were too tense. Professor Han had stressed rule compliance yesterday too, but not with this level of urgency. This change came after today's information exchange. "Did you see something outside the window too?" he asked abruptly. Lu Jia stared at Su Hua in shock, while even Professor Han frowned at him. Those who understood knew immediately, while those who didn't looked out the window, asking, "What's out there?" "I must have been mistaken." Su Hua withdrew his gaze, having already gotten the answer he wanted. Lu Jia trembled with unease, and Professor Han patted her shoulder reassuringly. The suffocating night descended once more. This time, darkness came faster than before, almost instantly transitioning from day to night. The train was submerged in silence, all sounds muted. Yet the peace lasted only minutes before the train violently shook for over 10 seconds. Fierce fighting erupted simultaneously in both the front and rear carriages, accompanied by beast-like roars from the third-class section. "They're inside!" Lu Jia cried out in panic. "Stay calm, those are human voices." Professor Han raised his voice. "Everyone stay put. Block the doors first." Professor Han and Lu Jia barricaded the front door with tables and chairs, while Yan Jiayu dragged a table toward the rear door. Amidst the scrambling footsteps, the sickening sounds of flesh tearing and swallowing echoed through the carriage. Su Hua instinctively froze before charging toward the noise. But someone moved faster. Yan Jiayu swept past him like wind, followed immediately by Li Fei's agonized scream. Li Fei wasn't dead yet. In his desperate struggle, he kicked Yan Jiayu away, but the table leg she'd broken off remained embedded in his abdomen, having torn a gaping hole. Feeling something spill from his gut, he staggered and collapsed to his knees. At the same moment, Su Hua caught the recoiling Yan Jiayu. Before he could speak, the third-class carriage's lights abruptly flared on. Bang! 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 The shattering of glass came in rapid succession, then darkness returned in the blink of an eye. But that brief illumination was enough for Su Hua to see the monsters pressed against the windows. Now he understood the nighttime turbulence was these creatures boarding the train. Countless grotesque, distorted faces now leered against the glass, their pale, elongated limbs intertwined as they swarmed over the carriage like locusts. Sunken, oversized eyes stared blankly yet intently inward, drool hanging from their jaws as they waited for some signal to strike. And the signal had come. Bang! That fleeting light awakened the monsters outside. Glass exploded inward, but instead of rushing wind from the train's speed, several creatures came pouring through. Thuds echoed from different directions alongside screams. With an evolver's sharp hearing, Su Hua discerned dragging and tearing sounds. Beside him, Li Fei was yanked away before he could even cry out, the horrific noises now utterly different from the bloody players' attacks earlier. What the hell are these things? Panicked shrieks filled the carriage as chaos erupted. The stench of blood and rot rapidly saturated the air. Su Hua retreated to the rear door, grabbing a table to block an incoming lunge. The impact sent him and the table crashing against the wall. As foul-smelling wind whipped toward his face, he ducked. Monstrous claws screeched against metal where his head had been. Seizing the moment, he shoved the table forward, knocking his attacker away. Yan Jiayu, fighting beside him, accurately impaled the creature through with a broken table leg based on sound alone. A wet crunch, whether she'd hit a vital spot or not, the thing emitted an eerie, high-pitched shriek before dragging the embedded leg clattering toward the window. As Su Hua moved to intercept, the carriage ceiling boomed, something whipped past his shoulder. An evolver's speed surpassed ordinary humans. Reacting instantly, Su Hua spun and grabbed, actually catching the creature's ankle. But the next instant, freakish strength kicked him flying. Sensing pursuit, he rolled upon landing and kicked over nearby furniture. The monster impaled itself on a table leg, howling as it writhed on the floor. Though light had provoked these creatures, there was no guarantee they wouldn't keep entering, drawn by blood. "Help me block the windows," Su Hua shouted to Yan Jiayu. Already nearby, she immediately helped him lift a table, monster still stuck to it, and shove it against the shattered window, using the surface to seal the breach. The moment steel pressed against the opening, their burden abruptly increased. Outside came sounds of frenzied tearing and swallowing, while overwhelming stench seeped through the gaps. The monsters grew visibly more agitated. Su Hua and Yan Jiayu couldn't let go, nor did they know how many creatures remained inside. "Lu Jia, how many are still in here?" Professor Han's voice rang out. The terrified Lu Jia finally snapped back to awareness. In mere moments, all corpses had vanished, only bloody drag marks remained everywhere. The worm-like monsters hadn't just taken the dead, they devoured even wounded kin. Blood and viscera now smeared the windows. Lu Jia nearly vomited, instinctively turning to Professor Han, just as a monster lunged at his back. "Professor, behind you." The humanoid creature's jaw stretched unnaturally wide, entire gums protruding as it dripped viscous fluid, aiming for Professor Han's neck. Though warned, the professor only managed to twist aside partially, the thing clamped onto his shoulder instead. Agony and crushing weight forced him to his knees. Realizing escape was impossible, he deliberately crashed backward toward the window, intending to take the monster with him. Miscalculating, he began scrambling forward, when suddenly a hand gripped his shoulder, then forced itself between the monster's teeth to pry them apart. Others couldn't see clearly, but Lu Jia witnessed the elderly soldier saving Professor Han, eyes bloodshot, drool dripping, his ferocious expression nearly identical to the monster he restrained. Lu Jia stifled a gasp as the old man turned to her, mumbling something indistinct before leaping out the window with the creature. Blood sprayed everywhere. Quick! Seal the window. Lu Jia trembled. The old man, he took the monster with him. Professor Han, nearest the breach, shoved a table against it and braced with his full weight until the turbulence passed. Are they all gone? He panted. Why yes. Lu Jia scanned the carriage, then choked. Professor. He Yang's missing. And Li Fei. Li Fei was a bloody player, Su Hua interjected. Current headcount? Yan Jiayu and I are unharmed. Me too, came the middle-aged woman's shaky voice from a corner, followed by the heavily made-up woman and Wang Xiaowei, all three badly shaken. He Yang's unexplained disappearance disturbed Lu Jia most. Maybe she turned into one of them, like the old man did. Turned? Su Hua pressed urgently. Explain. He'd pieced together parts of what happened, having heard the old man's final words. I wanted to see my granddaughter one last time, assuming it was a sacrificial act. It's just, when he saved you, Professor, he started looking like those monsters. Lu Jia trailed off, then gasped in horror. Are we all going to become those things? Keep your voice down. What if you attract those monsters again? The middle-aged woman scolded anxiously. Those things don't seem to react to sound, Yan Jiayu said. There were noises in every carriage yesterday and they didn't respond. It was only when third class turned on their lights that. So this was the meaning behind the train rule about keeping lights off. Just some residual light from second class had attracted several monsters. Third class must have been completely wiped out. This is such a scam, the middle-aged woman complained. What kind of crappy train is this? If they're going to make rules, they should explain them clearly. They're basically sending us to our deaths. Who would dare go to the bathroom in complete darkness at night? Of course people would turn on lights. Are those monsters really transformed players? The heavily made-up woman asked, ignoring her. How could normal people suddenly turn into monsters? The terrifying swallowing sounds outside the carriage hadn't stopped yet. First they had to fight for their lives against cannibal players when boarding, nearly became monster food, and now they might transform into those completely irrational, grotesque monsters themselves? No one could accept this. The carriage fell deathly silent until Su Hua finally spoke up after a while. Lu Jia, my arm is injured. Come help me. Lu Jia hurried over, but as soon as she touched the table, her hand was grabbed. Su Hua traced words on her palm while speaking aloud. Most of those things outside are probably mutated players, but that doesn't mean every player will turn into one. Even without Lu Jia's input, based on what he'd seen earlier, he could guess the true identity of those monsters. Their forms resembled humans, but their arms and legs seemed to have undergone abnormal secondary growth, becoming extremely long. Though their bodies appeared withered, their speed and strength were astonishing, essentially resembling evolved humans. I suspect only cannibal players who haven't eaten since boarding will mutate. They had all eaten food from the train, so that wasn't the issue. It must be related to the special nature of cannibal players. After the oval-faced woman died, 3 people had eaten. If the elderly man wasn't among them, then that was likely the key to the mutation. The old man was a cannibal player? How did you know? How do you know he didn't eat? Yan Jiayu and the heavily made-up woman asked almost simultaneously. The orientation of the bite wound on his shoulder. If someone had attacked him from the front, it would have left different marks. It wasn't just the wound. Scent, clothing fabric, even hair length could provide clues. But the old man had only mentioned being bitten once without providing other details, so those tooth marks were likely self-inflicted to suppress his urge to feed. Maybe he was among those who bit that woman last night, and the bite wound has another explanation, the heavily made-up woman said skeptically. If eating could also cause mutation, there should be more than just him in our carriage tonight, Su Hua said coldly. He saved my life even while mutating. I believe in that elder's character, Professor Han said. The heavily made-up woman sneered. He was a cannibal player. He saved a person, Wang Xiaowei spoke up this time. Regardless, he's dead now. Arguing about it is pointless, the middle-aged woman said. Now that she knew those monsters were once human and that she wasn't at risk of mutating, her courage returned. She clicked her tongue regretfully. What a shame about that young girl He Yang though. So young and pretty, gone just like that. Li Fei was killed by Yan Jiayu. The old man turned into a monster, but He Yang had disappeared without a trace. No one knew whether she was killed by monsters or murdered by cannibal players in the chaos. Rather than worrying about the dead, we should focus on the monsters outside, the heavily made-up woman said. Who knows if they'll come back in? There were so many of them. She suddenly turned the topic to Lu Jia. Have the monsters decreased at all? I don't. Lu Jia began instinctively before catching herself. No, they're all still lying there motionless. After a 2-second pause, the heavily made-up woman said with amusement in her voice, That's quite an ability you have, night vision. Lu Jia's heart leapt into her throat. Yesterday she'd been too terrified by the things outside the window. She only saw Chenyi attack Su Hua, and by the time she regained her senses, the oval-faced woman was already dead. She barely caught sight of the heavily made-up woman retreating from the scene, wiping something against her mouth that made all traces of blood disappear instantly. Not daring to speak carelessly, she'd only told Professor Han about this. Now that the heavily made-up woman knew about her night vision and was testing her, she must have guessed Lu Jia's ability had time limits. To protect herself, she would definitely target Lu Jia. Terrified but forcing herself to stay calm, Lu Jia traced out what she knew about the heavily made-up woman to Su Hua, also mentioning how Wang Xiaowei seemed surrounded by a protective film that repelled attacks. A monster had actually collided with her earlier but was bounced away. This surprised Su Hua. Whether it was a special trait or an item, this was far more powerful than ordinary physical enhancement. Given Wang Xiaowei's physical condition, mere strength wouldn't be enough for survival. This ability suited her well. The train rules prohibited randomly entering other carriages. Wang Xiaowei had violated this. Who knew what consequences she might face? But since she could still protect herself, the penalty probably wasn't life-threatening. How many cannibal players are there in one carriage anyway? Lu Jia couldn't help asking. She didn't dare trust anyone easily now, even regretting her soft-hearted decision to let Wang Xiaowei in. Probably half and half, Su Hua said. 6 cannibal players, 6 normal players. Then how many are left in our carriage? The middle-aged woman chimed in. Likely 2 more, Yan Jiayu said. The 2 who died last night, plus Li Fei and the old man. They were all cannibal players. That woman who was killed might have been one too, the heavily made-up woman added. Hard to say, since she was murdered. Lu Jia, did you see anything last night? The heavily made-up woman tossed the question at her. Lu Jia tensed up, but following Su Hua's silent cue, replied, I didn't see anything. I was too scared at the time, and with Mr. Su and Chenyi right there, I was focused on watching them. The heavily made-up woman fell silent. Su Hua quickly continued, I tend to think that woman was a cannibal player too. When she boarded, she carried a strong scent of blood. But our carriage has 1 extra person, the middle-aged woman pointed out. I'm not a cannibal player, Wang Xiaowei explained. I can't even stand or walk. How could I eat people? The faint sound of fabric rustling came through the darkness. After a few seconds, Professor Han said, There's only 1 cannibal player left. No need to worry too much, there are 6 of us. Though he spoke reassuringly, Professor Han remained concerned. He'd stopped Lu Jia from talking about the monsters precisely because he feared players might act recklessly in extreme situations, third-class self-destruction being a prime example. Knowing the heavily made-up woman was a cannibal player and that the carriage's corpses had been taken by monsters, he wasn't sure if she'd eaten before. Right now, his greatest worry was for Lu Jia. There was still some time before dawn. They needed to block the windows and guard both doors, so after discussion, they decided to take shifts. But what if the cannibal player among us? Lu Jia whispered nervously. If we let whatever's outside through the windows, everyone will be in danger. Nobody would be that stupid, Su Hua reassured her. Professor Han found this reasoning sound, but remained wary of unforeseen circumstances, so he volunteered to guard the windows with the heavily made-up woman. The heavily made-up woman raised no objections. Wang Xiaowei and the middle-aged woman would guard the doors, while Su Hua, injured, took temporary rest. Lu Jia and Yan Jiayu would take the first shift, with Su Hua replacing them in 2 hours. He specifically asked Yan Jiayu if she needed rest. Yan Jiayu replied, I used to fetch water and chop firewood often, so my stamina is good. Let Lu Jia go guard the front door. Those guarding the doors could rest intermittently. The carriage fell silent again. To test whether Lu Jia was truly blind, The heavily made-up woman deliberately held her breath in the darkness and approached Professor Han, mimicking a biting motion. No reaction came from the other side. 3 minutes later, she struck. The sudden movement of the table alerted Professor Han, but he didn't dare drop it. Turning his back to shield himself, he shouted, "Lu Jia, watch out." The heavily made-up woman sneered. So the little girl had been lying, pretending to be blind just to lull her into complacency. By daybreak, she'd undoubtedly become everyone's target. They had to die. First Lu Jia, then Professor Han. She had memorized Lu Jia's position earlier. A simple motion would eliminate the threat. But instead of the soft flesh of Lu Jia's neck, her hand met the cold, unyielding surface of a thick metal table. BM. The table smashed squarely into her face. Stars exploded in her vision, her skull ringing as she staggered back several steps. Before she could steady herself, another gust of wind came from her right. She barely raised her arms in defense before the table, solid as an immovable stone wall, slammed into her shoulder, snapping the bone with a sickening crack. She shrieked in agony, only to be struck again from behind. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she roared, "The cannibal player is attacking me." No one answered. The relentless pounding continued, each blow feeling like it was shattering every bone in her body. "Who are you?" "Suhua." She couldn't hear any movement, no footsteps, no breathing, making it impossible to pinpoint her attacker. "It's me," Yan Jiayu's voice suddenly sounded behind her. The heavily made-up woman whirled around, but the metal table was already descending toward her skull. This time, she heard the unmistakable crack of her own neck breaking. A heavy thud followed. Seconds later, Yan Jiayu announced, "Amitba. This benefactor has departed to hell to atone for her sins." The nauseating sounds of bones breaking and flesh being pummeled still echoed in their ears. From the corner, the middle-aged woman stammered, "Why did you kill her?" "She was a cannibal player," Yan Jiayu said. Su Hua confirmed she was the last one. "And she just tried to kill Lu Jia." "Oh." The middle-aged woman's voice brightened. "Mr. Su is truly remarkable. Now we can spend the last day peacefully." Su's voice drifted calmly from the darkness. Indeed. By the time 8 a.m. approached, the train shuddered slightly, as if relieved of a burden, and its movement stabilized. Dawn arrived. Ding dong. "Welcome aboard." The announcement played on schedule, and everyone in the carriage exhaled in relief. After 2 days and nights, the train felt eerily empty. No sounds came from either direction, and a quick glance confirmed no other passengers remained. Professor Han and the others sat down to rest. Even Suhua felt drained from the night's tension. Rubbing his sore arm, he dragged the heavily made-up woman's corpse to a corner before surveying the third-class carriage. The door was a mangled, blood-smeared wreck, claw marks warping the metal, some nearly piercing through. The force required defied human limits. Through the twisted gaps, he saw that every window in third class had shattered. Only a single metal sheet, dangling from the train's rear, remained, crusted with dried blood and debris that rattled ominously with the train's motion. The complete annihilation of third class caught him off guard. He'd assumed the 6 survivors there could hold out until the 3rd day. But the cannibal players who failed to feed had mutated on the 2nd night, dooming the entire carriage. Last night's monsters, though vaguely humanoid, had shed all humanity. Mindless, driven solely by hunger, they emerged at night, roused by light, and moved within a limited time frame, seemingly indifferent to sound and scent. These creatures were far more dangerous than cannibal players. Though irrational, they aligned with the heavily made-up woman's claim: the more they ate, the stronger they became. But their numbers. Could all those monsters really be failed cannibal players? How long had evolvers even existed? Wang Xiaowei approached. Su Hua glanced at her. "Don't look." Her eyes reddened. "If he'd come here yesterday, maybe?" Su Hua's expression didn't change. "Don't be naive. He couldn't have entered." Under her stunned gaze, he added, "You were only allowed in because you're disabled." An extra player meant extra risk. Even if Su Hua could fend off the others, he wouldn't recklessly introduce an unknown variable. But Wang Xiaowei's physical condition had mitigated concerns, minimizing objections. Wang Xiaowei seemed to struggle with this. After a pause, she murmured, "I violated train rules. My trait duration was reduced by 1/3. If I stay in 2nd class until the end point, the game will permanently deduct that time." She wheeled away without another word. Su Hua didn't respond. This had been his intention all along. The world had few truly selfless people. A suicide note in the pocket. Yan Jiayu righted the overturned furniture and retrieved the old man's coat. Likely fearing the letter wouldn't be delivered, he'd written an address on it. It's in the capital. My grandmother lives there, I'll take it, Wang Xiaohui said. Lu Jia lifted He Yang's small backpack. I'll deliver this one. One had saved her. The other was technically her student. Professor Han's eyes reddened, his breathing ragged. Su Hua, having found nothing in the heavily made-up woman's clothes, suddenly looked up at him. Your wound might be infected. An evolver's recovery is strong. It should be fine. Professor Han trailed off as he pulled his collar aside. The flesh near his shoulder had been mangled into something resembling minced meat, now purplish-black with dark brown pus oozing out. He's turning into a monster too, the middle-aged woman screeched, scrambling back. Zombie movies always show this. Bite victims become zombies. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Jia said angrily. The professor is just injured. Am I not making sense? The middle-aged woman argued forcefully. There are no cannibal players left in our carriage. We can safely get through the last night. If he turns into a monster, won't he kill us all? What do you want to do then? Su Hua asked her. The middle-aged woman hesitated before saying, how about we kick him out? Outside at night is full of cannibal monsters. Kicking him out means sending the professor to his death. Lu Jia shouted furiously. The professor has been protecting us all along. If not for him, you might have turned on the lights yourself like those in third class and gone to your death. The first night was understandable, but when the elderly man suddenly mutated last night, anyone unaware might have recklessly turned on the lights. Before the third-class passengers self-destructed, there had been beast-like roars. The middle-aged woman's face twisted as she spat. How dare you criticize me? If you saw people eating others earlier, why didn't you say anything? Were you waiting for others to die to show how capable you are? Lu Jia's eyes reddened with anger. Wang Xiaohui wanted to mediate but couldn't get a word in as the woman kept shouting, I refuse to stay with this dangerous person. Su Hua suddenly spoke up, then you can go to another carriage. The middle-aged woman was stunned, staring at his calm face before finally swallowing her curses. Su Hua's previous actions carried weight. Professor Han said bitterly, I'll go to third class then. The connecting carriage is still usable. If you close the door at night, I won't be able to open it. Let's treat your wound first. Su Hua used a small knife to scrape away the rotting flesh from the wound, squeezing out pus until clean blood flowed. Go to the hospital immediately after getting off. Don't die from infection. Professor Han thanked him but still wanted to leave. But the door to third class is broken. What if those monsters come in? Lu Jia was the first to object. I can watch over Professor Han, Yan Jiayu suggested. Are you capable? Su Hua looked at her. Professor Han's condition differed from cannibal players, so no one knew what might happen. No problem. Yan Jiayu patted the table. If I pin him against the rear door, he definitely won't get out. Her combat ability was evident. Unlike Su Hua, who was halfway across the threshold, Yan Jiayu had solid martial arts foundations enhanced by freakish strength. Among all players present, none were her match. All right. With this insurance, Su Hua dropped the matter and went to check the front door. First-class windows were covered. Faint bloody footprints marked the floor beneath the door. His hand hovered over the handle. Thank you earlier, Professor Han approached. And thank you for saving Lu Jia. She said you had Yan Jiayu replace her at the front door. Yan Jiayu did the work. I didn't help much, Su Hua said modestly. Professor Han kept thanking him, then sighed, I've met some evolvers who eventually became inhuman. But I still believe in human goodness. If not for that old man, I'd be dead. He was beyond saving. However, the old man proved one thing, players who ate humans had no way back. Resisting consumption only led to becoming a monster devoid of humanity. Su would turn to observe the others in the carriage. You're amazing. Without you, I'd definitely be dead yesterday. Lu Jia was thanking Yan Jiayu. Yan Jiayu scratched her head. I grew up in a temple. Fetching water and chopping wood were daily chores, so I developed unusual strength. The two girls looked at her with admiration. Do you think we'll return to normal after getting off? Lu Jia asked. What if the hunger returns? They could endure temporarily, but prolonged hunger might eventually turn them into cannibal players. I don't think so, Wang Xiaowei shook her head. Didn't the announcement say this trip classifies players? We're not cannibal players and haven't eaten anyone on board. We're different. We don't need to survive by eating others. If I had to keep eating people, I'd rather die, Lu Jia said. Are you hungry? I have food. The middle-aged woman, who had been keeping to the corner, suddenly approached smiling and produced several transparent wrapped meat sausages from under her apron. Given their earlier argument, the three girls ignored her. But the woman familiarly took Lu Jia's hand. Don't hold a grudge, girl. I misspoke earlier. Professor Han and Mr. Su are injured. We need to keep watch tonight. Seeing reason in this, Lu Jia and Wang Xiaowei each took one. Lu Jia turned back. Professor, Mr. Su, do you want some? Plump, springy sausages sat vacuum-sealed, their color enticing. Su Hua walked over and took one under the woman's nervous gaze. He sniffed it, then looked up at her. Just because the girl said some unpleasant words, was it necessary to go this far? The others froze. Professor Han reacted first, immediately pulling the three girls back. What do you mean? The woman's face stiffened. Su Hua opened his hand, letting the sausage drop before crushing it underfoot. An unnatural red meat oozed from the torn packaging, emitting a bloody scent. What kind of meat is this? Lu Jia stared horrified at the woman. Pork, of course. Over 30 yuan per gene. If you don't want it, fine, but don't waste food. Young people these days. You're the last cannibal player, Su Hua cut through her rambling. What cannibal player? Didn't you say there were only 6 yesterday? The woman's smile twisted. Why accuse me without reason? I haven't attacked anyone. You didn't attack, but you've eaten. Su Hua already held a chair. As the woman grew wary, she yelled at the others. First he says 6, now 7. He's the real cannibal player, don't be fooled. She did eat something, Lu Jia turned pale. The night before last I saw her, but I thought it was snacks. Ugh. Stay back. Professor Han blocked the woman's approach, his voice stern. Come closer and I won't hold back. The woman's expression turned vicious as she suddenly drew a fruit knife from her apron, slashing at Su Hua. You forced this. Despite Su Hua dodging quickly, the blade still grazed his waist. Seeing her dash for the front door, he stepped aside. Unexpectedly, she suddenly veered toward Lu Jia, determined to take her down too. Die. Watch out. Just as Wang Xiaowei beside Lu Jia pushed her aside, she propelled her wheelchair forward to collide with the middle-aged woman. The moment they made contact, a translucent light pillar erupted around Wang Xiaowei. The woman's knife struck as if hitting a spring, not only failing to penetrate, but the tremendous rebound force sent both woman and knife flying backward. The middle-aged woman crashed against the window, her face a mix of shock and fury, yet she dared not continue the fight. Scrambling up, she rushed toward the front door, but as she pulled it open, a dark figure materialized before her like a projectile. A hand flashed across her throat. Bright red liquid sprayed out as the figure shoved the middle-aged woman back into the carriage before stepping in himself. This was an exceptionally tall man. He wiped his bloodied hand across his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the remaining passengers. Su Hua stood closest to him, but after a quick glance, the man's attention skipped over him entirely, locking onto Yan Jiayu standing 2 meters away. After 2 days on the train, all players had developed basic survival instincts. When the middle-aged woman was killed, Lu Jia's group of 3 immediately retreated. Wang Xiaowei's special ability wouldn't last long. Neither Lu Jia nor Professor Han were combat-capable, especially with the professor injured. That left only Su Hua and Yan Jiayu to fight. Meeting Su Hua's eyes, the targeted Yan Jiayu retreated slightly toward the broken window, kicking aside the table beneath it with 1 foot. The cannibal player from first class barely glanced at the movement before refocusing on her face, attacking without hesitation. Though injured in his left arm and forced to flee first class, with second-class passengers either crippled or wounded, dealing with a young girl should have been simple despite his injury. Holding a razor blade between his fingers, he aimed to dispatch Yan Jiayu the same way he had others. Pinned against the window with seemingly no retreat, Yan Jiayu remained remarkably calm. She slid her right foot back into a bow stance, lowering her center of gravity just enough to evade the attack. As the blade whistled over her head, her tensed fist, veins bulging, drove straight into the man's chest. Huh. The force behind that single punch produced 3 distinct cracking sounds as ribs shattered. The man spewed blood, doubling over as he staggered back, only to meet Yan Jiayu's rising knee slamming into his chin. When he hit the floor, his head twisted at an impossible angle, life instantly extinguished. Yan Jiayu exhaled, running fingers through her hair while murmuring, "Amitabha." As she moved to drag the corpse aside, the supposedly dead man's eyes abruptly rolled toward her. Like a horror movie monster, he lunged up, teeth aiming for her throat. Suhua, positioned behind Yan Jiayu, yanked her back while driving his knife toward the male player. With a metallic screech, the man actually caught the blade between his teeth, biting down hard. Feeling resistance, Suhua grabbed his own wrist with his free hand and twisted horizontally. The blade sliced through the man's cheek as Suhua followed through with a crushing elbow strike to the temple. Even for a hardened cannibal player, the temple remained vulnerable. Though the man instinctively turned his head, the blow still made his eyes roll back. Yan Jiayu seized the moment to deliver a powerful kick, sending him crashing against the window where he slumped, eyes closing with a grunt. "He's still alive." Lu Jia pointed at the man's twitching fingers. She and Professor Han grabbed chairs and tables, frantically beating the body until it became a bloody pulp before cautiously lifting and tossing it out the window. Only after watching the man disappear over the cliff did Professor Han relax. First-class cannibal players are terrifying. To fake death like that, if not for Suhua's quick reflexes, Yan Jiayu might have paid with her life. "It's not that first-class players are stronger," Suhua corrected. "There's no clear hierarchy among players. We just happen to encounter novices." In second class, only the heavily made-up woman showed real capability. The others lacked both physical prowess and experience, making them easy targets. Had he been in charge, half the ordinary second-class players would have died the first night. Third-class self-destructed, but given that level of carnage, some players must have escaped. If any were those who transformed into monsters, whether the metal doors could hold remained questionable. As for the middle-aged woman, she was simply unlucky. Yan Jiayu rubbed her arms, still shaken. "I'll barricade the front door later." Lu Jia examined the middle-aged woman's corpse, puzzled. Weren't there only 6? Where did the extra one come from? I get it now, the woman killed the night before last wasn't a cannibal player. Not her. It was Chen-Yi. Suhua crouched to search the middle-aged woman's belongings, finding a family photo where 2 elderly people and a middle-aged man had their faces scratched out, leaving only the middle-aged woman and a young girl. Covering the corpse's face with her bloodied apron, he briefly explained about Chen-Yi. If Chen-Yi had simply wanted to feed, Lu Jia would have been the logical target, close proximity, and subduing a female college student easier than an adult man. Perhaps he sought white bills or potential game rewards when choosing Suhua. Of course, he might have wanted both, though for a cannibal player driven by hunger, that made little sense. Also, whether you boarded the train starving makes a huge difference. The others fell silent. None had noticed. When boarding, their empty stomachs made them ravenous. The carriage reeked of others' scents. Suppressing the urge to attack already took immense effort, let alone observing others. "You didn't seem to board hungry either," Yan Jiayu suddenly remarked. Lu Jia's group, emotionally drained, regarded them uneasily, eyes darting between the two. Suhua leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke unabashedly amidst the wreckage. "What do you think?" "I think you're a good person." Yan Jiayu emptied dried fruits from her patched robe's pockets. "Let's crack walnuts." The following hours passed peacefully. Using their scant white bills for minimal food and water, supplemented by snacks, their ravenous urges seemed to vanish entirely. After lunch, they even took turns napping. As lights out approached, Professor Han voluntarily moved a table to guard the rear door. Though in better condition than morning, uncertainty about the night's events meant sticking to their plan. Yan Jiayu would watch his back. This left the remaining 3 to guard the broken side windows and front door respectively. "I think I should be the one to go out," Professor Han said. "We're already short-handed, and now we're dividing our numbers further to watch me." "One more or less person makes little difference," Suhua replied. "If those monsters only move under light conditions, one person can hold the line. If not, having more people won't help either." Professor Han remained worried about his potential mutation. Wang Xiaohui mustered her courage and said, I'll guard Professor Han. You've all seen my special ability. Though I have limited mobility, I can seal off a corner. Even if something happens to Professor Han, you'll have time to react. While the connecting carriage wasn't safe, Professor Han might not mutate. They couldn't just send him out to die because of that possibility. Suhua had no objections and stood by the window, quietly waiting for darkness to fall. Several minutes later, the light around the train gradually disappeared. After running through such darkness for about an hour, the train suddenly began shaking violently, this time much longer and more intense than the previous 2 nights. Feeling the tremendous weight pressing against the window, Suhua couldn't help but frown. But before the storm passed, a tremendous crash came from behind them, as if something massive had landed on the carriage. The entire train jerked momentarily, while the pressure against the table abruptly receded like an ebbing tide. Something had boarded the train. Everyone in the carriage held their breath simultaneously, their attention fixed on the ear-piercing sound of twisting metal coming from behind. The connecting carriage seemed to be dismembered. The rear of the third-class carriage sank slightly, followed by something slamming against the back door. Amid the creaking sounds, wind seeped through the door cracks before being abruptly blocked again. After a brief pause in the carriage's air, a warm, fishy breeze slowly seeped in from behind. Lu Jia let out a faint whimper through her fingers. That tiny sound caused the massive object clinging to the back door to shift upward rapidly, scaling the carriage wall to the roof. Sharp scratching sounds rang out against the glass before it shattered, accompanied by dripping liquid sounds. A powerful gust of wind poured in from above as something swayed inside the carriage. Neither the front nor back doors were transparent, so despite the back door being deformed by the creature's grip, Lu Jia couldn't see what had chased down the train. But the claw marks far exceeding ordinary beast size and the fishy wind made her instinctively terrified. She reflexively covered her mouth and shut her eyes. Yet the creature was still drawn by the faint sound. Hearing the glass break, her mind went blank with panic. Unable to resist, she opened her eyes, just in time to see an enormous tongue lashing toward her. Lu Jia was petrified with terror. A hand suddenly clamped over her mouth from behind, stifling her scream. A shard of glass flew out of the carriage and struck the stone wall alongside the tracks. The tongue that had nearly licked Lu Jia's face abruptly retracted, followed immediately by the sound of shattering rocks, but the noise was left far behind by the speeding train in an instant. Suhua gently pressed Lu Jia's shoulder and made a silencing gesture. Whether he could see it or not, Lu Jia covered her mouth with both hands and nodded frantically. Suhua withdrew from her side. Just as he returned to his position, an intense light suddenly flashed ahead of the train, though brief. In this ink-black darkness, it stood out more glaringly than a spotlight. In that instant, the train that had stabilized was thrown into turmoil again, its exterior roaring as if trampled by 1,000 horses. The enormous shadow caught up with the train again, sweeping over the second-class carriage. Faint screams and cries for help were drowned out by roars and tearing sounds. The entire train swayed violently as if about to fall apart, but after mere minutes, it calmed again, continuing its breakneck speed in eerie silence. Ding dong! Congratulations to all preliminary players for completing the preliminary trial train dungeon and becoming official players of Dimensional Rift. Due to staff error, the train encountered a D-level incident. As compensation, each player will receive 1 complimentary ticket. Please check your inventory. Train 301 will arrive at the station in 10 seconds. Please prepare to disembark. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When his vision brightened again, Suhua found himself alone in a pure white space. The train and other passengers had all disappeared. Firework effects burst around him as his personal panel popped up. Congratulations, Player Extra. During this journey, you did not consume any players but killed 1 cannibal player and 1 ordinary player, officially becoming a black player. Note, the preliminary trial train does not have dungeon functionality, so you cannot obtain the killed player's items. Your performance during the trip has been rated C-level excellent, the highest comprehensive index among surviving players on Train 301. You will receive new trait Informer's Perspective, item, Super Running Shoes, C-level Dungeon Clearance Bonus, Arsonist's Tools, plus 2,000 white bills, 8 potions, and a complimentary gift package from Chef Yongxing. Updated data follows. Player nickname, Extra. Player type, Black player. Occupation, Extra. Remarks: as someone always on the move, his chance to become the protagonist is only 1 in 10,000. Player level, E. ID, 556,688. Evolution rate, 7%. Assets, 2,000 white bills. Remarks: a player who can both earn and spend money, how could the game not reward that? Primary traits: never tiring legs, Informer's perspective. Remark 1, congratulations on developing a new trait. An extra who subconsciously gathers intel can't lack keen observational skills. Items: super running shoes. Remarks: not fast enough? Shoes can help. 10 minutes of work, 1 full day of charging. Double tap heals for plus 30% speed boost. Arsonist's tools. Remarks: good for lighting cigarettes or people. Open the lighter and say burn to make target's clothes combust. Nudists excluded. Potions: 3 bottles of P0 Evolution Serum. Remarks: the lowest grade Evolution Serum only allows slow physical improvement. Players below 10% evolution rate must consume at least 1 bottle monthly. Obtainable via dungeon clears, or perhaps hidden in unexpected places. Oh, there's also a P1 version. 2 bottles of E-grade healing potion. Remarks: outdated product, only relieves pain. 2 bottles of E-grade cleaner. Remarks: highly efficient trace remover, long-lasting. Most common game reward. To increase difficulty, it's even given free to cannibal players, utterly undignified. 1 bottle of D-grade hair growth serum. Remarks: just 1 application grants silky, dream-worthy hair. The middle-aged professor who developed it gladly gifts it to all balding risk players. Note: creating hair from nothing is harder. Effects last only 1 week. Gift package: 1 Yongxing restaurant membership card, 1 10% off coupon. Remarks: a gift from the head chef. Those who respect food deserve respect. Ticket folder: Clown City Station, Hot Springs Mountain City Station, Garden Castle Station. Remarks: one-way tickets only. Return tickets require dungeon clearance. Note: players must board a train with tickets at least once per calendar month. Failure to enter the game within the time frame will result in forced teleportation to the station 3 hours before the deadline. Next game countdown: 12 days. After compiling all the information, he now had an official player ID, gained 1 trait, 2 items, 4 types of potions, 1 gift pack, 3 train tickets, and an additional 2,000 bonus points. Flipping up his collar, he confirmed a string of numbers similar to the delivery woman's had appeared on his shoulder, though with different colors and digits. Every official player who passed the preliminary trial should have such markings. Cannibal players had red numbers, while killer players had black ones. This didn't seem like an ordinary tattoo. Whether it could be damaged or altered remained uncertain. He examined his items first. The super running shoes looked no different from regular footwear and felt lightweight when worn. His base speed already exceeded twice that of an average person, so the additional 30% boost was quite substantial. His old shoes couldn't be stored in the item inventory, so he discarded them on the spot. The arsonist's tools appeared as a plain brass lighter, less distinctive than the one given by the tattooed gangster. However, according to its description, this was actually an interesting item with ranged attack capabilities, extremely convenient and guaranteed to hit unless someone wasn't wearing clothes. Of course, this assumed no other defensive items were in play. Pocketing the lighter, Suwa moved on to examine his trait. Informer's perspective enhanced his vision. After activation, his eyes felt like they were covered with magnifying glasses, amplifying minute details to achieve true microscopic observation. Similar to legs that never tire, this represented physical evolution, just framed through unconventional professional angles. This indicated that profession selection in the game wasn't meaningless. The traits players developed were somewhat connected to their professions. The higher their professional role completion in game instances, the more traits they might unlock. While ordinary players clearly had greater long-term potential than cannibal players, the latter held an immediate advantage for newcomers since they could gain power through consumption, particularly in terms of vitality. The delivery woman's powerful regeneration and the first-class passenger's ability to play dead both demonstrated enhanced vitality. In contrast, the wound on his palm still throbbed painfully, no different from before his evolution. To bridge this gap, Suhua turned his attention to the evolution potions. He chugged one bottle, pleasantly strawberry-flavored. After 30 seconds without noticeable physical changes, his evolution percentage jumped to 9%. Downing 2 more bottles raised it to 10%, accompanied by a new note. Congratulations to Player Extra for reaching 10% evolution. Note: P0 potion effectiveness will progressively decrease beyond this point. Search for P1 potions within the game. He flexed his fingers and threw a punch through the air, producing a distinct sonic boom. Both his strength and speed now far surpassed his capabilities from just 2 minutes ago. However, if potion efficacy diminished with evolution, their usefulness would become increasingly limited. Beyond P0 and P1, there might be P2 and P3, but physical capabilities couldn't improve indefinitely. So the key lies in trait development. Rubbing the stubble on his chin, Suhua took out his 3 train tickets. Unlike real-world paper tickets, these were rectangular glass blocks, 3 fingers wide and half a finger thick, resembling transparent smartphones. The front displayed station names while the back listed departure times in both game and real-world time, with swipe to select functionality. The soonest upcoming instance departure was in just 30 minutes. Player has selected train 134 departing in 29 minutes. Players must arrive at the station 5 minutes before departure. Teleport now. Suhua didn't confirm immediately, first testing the remaining potions. The healing potion perfectly demonstrated why it was discontinued. When applied to his wound, it barely dulled the pain, making negligible difference. The cleaning solution worked remarkably well, though. A dab on his clothes instantly erased dried bloodstains. Apart from the torn areas, they looked freshly laundered, explaining why cannibal players showed no traces on the train. Ordinary players might board with 1 or 2 traits/items, but on the preliminary trial train, this offered no advantage. Cannibal players possessed terrifying stamina and tools for disposing evidence. The game clearly favored them. After applying some hair growth solution to his scalp with no visible effect, he finally selected yes. Seconds later, he stood inside a glass-constructed station. The so-called station contained nothing but wind-blocking glass walls and a floating projection screen at its center. The empty glass cube seemed suspended midair, neither grounded nor skybound, sandwiched between 2 mirrors of blue skies and white clouds stretching endlessly, completely lacking physical presence. 5 strangers occupied the station, including 2 suited men who fixed their gaze on him the moment he appeared. Where station attendants checking tickets, the taller, thinner one approached. Suhua glanced at them, leisurely lighting a cigarette with his lighter before exhaling smoke. The attendant expected compliance, but found Suhua ignoring him entirely, even daring to provoke them. His face darkened. Refusing inspection means exile. That what you want? Of course not. Suhua flicked the lighter's brass lid open and shut, its flame dancing. But I don't have a ticket. Do you? Mind lending me one? Exchanging looks, the thin attendant pressed. Show your ticket. Everyone here has been checked already. Suhua observed the 3 silent players watching nearby before smiling. Like I said, no ticket. How? The shorter one snapped. Your train appeared on the screen. Suhua had noticed only 1 train displayed. Nodding, he said, so trains only appear when ticketed players arrive. Meaning none of you have tickets. How pitiful. In about 10 minutes without tickets, I wonder what happens? Can't board, can't leave, might starve to death here. Cannibal players could last days waiting for ticketed players. But the game never said ticketless players can stay indefinitely. Maybe when time's up, you'll get cleaned out like trash, dumped in wastelands, fed to monsters, or worst, teleported into high-risk instances. Know what that means? What will happen? The 2 men's teeth chattered as they asked, unable to resist pressing for answers. Surviving the preliminary trial train depended on either strength or luck, but any player who made it through wouldn't dare take missing a dungeon lightly. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Suhua flicked his cigarette and grinned. I have no idea either. The 2 players impersonating station attendants finally realized they'd been tricked. Furious, they lunged forward. We were going to spare your life, but you're digging your own grave. Ding. Keeping the brass lighter ignited, Suhua quickly retreated several steps while raising his hand and shouting, burn, twice in succession. Almost simultaneously, blue flames erupted on the two players' clothing. The ordinary fabric caught fire like paper, instantly engulfing them in flames. The previously menacing pair immediately began screaming and tearing at their burning clothes. The three other waiting players were stunned by this move and instinctively backed away. "He's using a game item." The lanky man threw off his burning clothes, glaring at Su Hua with a mix of anger and fear. Spotting the lighter, greed flashed in his eyes as he yelled at the others, "You idiots! Help us already!" He must have more than one train ticket on him. "Without tickets to the next dungeon, you'll starve to death here." But before the three could react, a series of burn shouts echoed through the station hall. Players' clothes began igniting one after another, including the two fake attendants who'd just removed their shirts. As the group rolled on the ground howling, Su Hua stood aside, emotionlessly watching their frantic undressing, using the opportunity to test the limits of the arsonist's tools. He determined it could only ignite clothing currently being worn. Discarded garments wouldn't burn. The flames behaved like normal fire without any special properties like being unquenchable or metal melting. Two necessary conditions for ignition emerged. First, there must be a clear line between the lighter and target. Keeping it behind his back didn't work. Second, the target must audibly hear him say, "Burn." Just mouthing it wasn't enough. Of course, Evolver's enhanced hearing significantly increased the effective range. Satisfied, he checked his phone's time display before vanishing from the station hall. Asterisk. The train raced through a mist-shrouded forest as visible light faded outside. Comparing his phone again, Su Hua realized the timeline had become completely disordered after 3 consecutive scenery changes. Though it appeared to be nighttime, only 2 hours had passed since boarding. The game world operated on its own time. As he set his phone down, the game interface suddenly popped up. Player Extra has entered Hot Springs Mountain territory, automatically participating in E-Rank Dungeon, the Headhunter Demon. Note: this lower-level dungeon prohibits non-game items. Background: Hot Springs Villa, renowned for its natural springs, was once popular among players and non-players alike. However, over the past 3 years, guests have mysteriously lost their heads without any trace of the perpetrator. After several private investigators and police officers disappeared, the villa owner posted a substantial bounty to solve these bizarre deaths, to no avail. Now the villa has become a gathering place for detectives, journalists, and horror enthusiasts. Another group of guests will arrive before midnight tonight. Dungeon mission: protect your head. Note: keep an eye on your head or it might wander off. Dungeon duration: 5 days. Players must check into Hot Springs Villa before in-game midnight to complete the mission. Failure means no return ticket. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. When the countdown ended, Su Hua stood on a fog-obscured path. Dense forests swam in thick mist with visibility under 5 meters. A dim streetlight illuminated a sign reading Hot Springs Station and Hot Springs Villa, 500 m straight ahead. Moving sideways didn't improve visibility. The unnatural fog blocked everything beyond immediate surroundings in utter blackness. Clearly, only dungeon-relevant areas were accessible. Without extra tickets, failed players could become trapped here. "Miss, wait." A voice called from behind as he started forward. Hand resting near his waist, Su Hua turned to see a bespectacled, scrawny man emerging from bushes. Upon seeing Su Hua's face, the man froze in shock. Understandable. Who'd expect that waist-length hair belonged to a 6-foot-tall man? "Hi, you're a player too?" The man awkwardly scratched his head. Couldn't see clearly in this light. Su Hua touched the hair at his nape. He'd already cut it once during the journey, but it had regrown. Since it would fall out again in a week anyway, he didn't particularly care. "Heading to the villa?" He offered a cigarette. The man eagerly accepted. "Yes. How should I address you, bro? Maybe we could go together." Su Hua nodded, and they proceeded single file with deliberate distance between them. En route, the man introduced himself as Yuan Yao, a programmer who'd survived the preliminary trial by luck and boarded at the last possible moment. He'd arrived that morning and hidden in roadside bushes, watching 8 players pass by. With time running out, he guessed Su Hua was the last arrival and hurried to join him. After hearing this, Su Hua asked thoughtfully, "Do players arrive at different times?" Yuan Yao patted his chest. "Don't worry, Suji. I know games. The midnight deadline means the dungeon won't start until after that time. Those who went ahead probably couldn't even get in. That wasn't Suhua's concern, but he kept it to himself. Yuan Yao had hidden barely 3 meters away without being detected by him or the 8 previous players. Studying the man, a slow smile spread across Suhua's face. "Hey, we're here." Yuan Yao pointed ahead. Suhua looked ahead to see an old Chinese-style mountain villa standing at the end of the path. There were no streetlights outside, with the only illumination coming from white lanterns stuffed into the mouths of the stone lions at the entrance. The dim light barely illuminated a few square meters in front of the gate, just enough to clearly see the several people standing there. A tall foreign youth with blonde hair and blue eyes stood pressed against the gate, talking to a young man beside him who was carrying a denim jacket. To the left of the young man squatted a muscular guy smoking a cigarette. A few steps away near the stone lion stood a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, the picture of a successful businessman. He had 2 female players flanking him, one with long hair, the other short. Though standing close to him, both women's gazes were fixed on a balding, greasy middle-aged man opposite them, their expressions full of disgust. Behind the balding man stood a man and woman. The man wore designer clothes with an arrogant expression, while the woman had heavy smoky eye makeup and clung to him intimately. A young man who looked like a college student stood alone nearby. 10 people in total. The impatient group turned unfriendly expressions towards Suhua and Yuan Yao as they arrived late. The muscular man sprang up. "Why don't you wait until dawn to show up? If you're this scared, go home and suck your mama's milk instead of playing dungeons." Suhua's cigarette trembled as Yuan Yao bumped into him while shrinking back. Smiling, he offered a cigarette. "Easy there, brother. The car only arrived now, nothing I could do." The muscular man snorted coldly and knocked his hand away. The denim-jacketed young man said mildly, "We're all in the same boat here, no need for hostility." Whether we're in the same boat remains to be seen. The balding man leered at the 2 female players. "We need to see under their clothes to know." The long-haired player had thick black hair reaching her waist and looked pure and innocent. Though clearly disgusted by the man's malice, she only frowned without speaking. The short-haired player appeared more lively and capable, also more fiery. She retorted bluntly, "See a woman and immediately want her to strip? Why don't you ask your mom to strip for you? Oh wait, for an ugly, balding creep like you. If I were your mom, I'd wish I'd never given birth to you." The balding man's face flushed purple with rage as he charged to hit her, but the suited man intercepted, blocking his slap. What kind of man picks on women? The foreign youth also came to restrain him, saying in broken Mandarin, "Juan, be gentleman." Though physically stronger, the balding man called Juan by the foreigner found himself immobilized between the 2. Seeing everyone watching his humiliation, he turned his anger on Suhua and Yuan Yao. "What the hell are you looking at?" Suhua smiled without responding. These people seemed to have already met each other, though not pleasantly. "What's all this pointless bickering?" The rich kid with the smoky-eyed girl complained. "The fog's getting thicker out here. How much longer are we going to stand around in this wind?" He'd arrived early thinking to gain an advantage, only to find they couldn't enter the villa until everyone was present. The suited man checked his watch. "The fog-covered area probably isn't part of the dungeon. We all know the scenario. A headhunter demon roams this villa. If we stay out here, we might encounter danger. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in." The muscular man charged ahead to bang on the gate. "Anyone alive in there? Open up." The wooden door shook under his pounding, but elicited no response. "Maybe it won't open until midnight," Suhua remarked from behind. The muscular man scowled. "I don't believe that crap." He kicked at the door, but before his foot connected, the gate creaked open on its own. Losing his balance, he tumbled inside with a heavy thud. Chuckles rose from the group outside. The rich kid followed in gleefully. "Should have checked your watch. It's exactly 12. The remaining 11 entered the villa. The interior was no better than outside. They faced an overgrown garden where only a pebble path offered passage through the dense vegetation that crowded everywhere else. Further down the path stood a few lampposts with signs pointing toward registration. "Why is everything so overgrown here?" the smoky-eyed girl complained. "No one trims anything?" "Not surprising if no one lives here anymore," the rich kid said. "Someone must live here," countered the suited man. The stone path is clean, no fallen leaves or dust. Definitely maintained regularly. This remote mountain location would be hard to commute from. Living here makes more sense. Damn it. Then where's that NPC bastard hiding? The muscular man rolled up his sleeves. Hey, where the hell are you? Gulp. The long-haired player pointed trembling at the bushes, her voice quivering. Is that a person over there? Everyone turned to see an exceptionally tall tree in the dark woods, its branches holding two dark shapes with a heavy object dangling beneath, swaying. Murdered? Quick, check it out. The group searched through the woods before discovering a narrow path along the wall leading toward the tree. But they were too late. The body hung silently from the tree, tongue protruding grotesquely, drool dripping down. Ugh. The long-haired girl collapsed to her knees. Other players also looked ill. This was likely a villa resident who might have known important information. The timing, dying right as they arrived, felt deliberate, as if someone had timed the murder for them to discover. Though unsure if this was the headhunter demon from the scenario, having a murderer watching them was chilling enough. I think he might have killed himself, Sue was said after circling the area. The situation was obvious. Beneath the hanging corpse stood a small wooden shed containing only a bed and lumber tools. Behind the shed were several graves, one freshly dug with paper money not yet decomposed. He patted the tall stack of firewood by the corpse's feet. This height would be just right for someone to climb up and hang themselves. Or someone could have hung him alive, the balding man said. He wasn't alone here. But according to the dungeon, doesn't the headhunter demon decapitate people? The foreign youth asked, confused. The suited man briefly examined the corpse with a complicated expression. He might really have hanged himself. He must have been sick for a long time, covered in pustules. Suwa lifted the corpse's shoulder to reveal a back completely covered in green pustules, no normal skin visible. Yuanyo approached. Brother Su, find anything? Nothing. Suwa shifted his gaze from the corpse to the excessively tall stack of firewood and the recently sharpened axe nearby, then stood up to survey the surroundings. I've got it. The short-haired female player excitedly held up two pairs of rubber boots, one large, one small, found in the cabin. There should have been two people living here originally, probably a couple. The woman died first, then this man became seriously ill. After burying her, he lost all hope and committed suicide. Had to die right when we arrived, the smoky-eyed girl muttered disdainfully. After searching inside and outside the cabin without finding useful clues, Muscular Guy and the others placed the corpse back inside, planning to bury it after daybreak. The group returned to the main path, passing through the woods to reach the resort's main hall. The courtyard had a square layout. The main entrance led to the central hall, with corridors on both sides connecting to guest rooms. Each of the three wings had 2 rooms, all featuring private hot springs. 2 paths at the rear corners led outside, one to the dining hall, the other to storage. At first glance, the compound appeared interconnected without much privacy. Though deserted, the resort remained relatively clean with functioning electricity. However, the damp environment and all-wood construction left a pervasive musty odor. 6 rooms, how should we divide them? The rich kid asked. 2 per room would work, Muscular Guy said, slapping his biceps. But I'm fine alone too. I think staying together would be better, the long-haired female player suggested. We can watch each other's backs and handle emergencies more easily. Have you forgotten something? Balding middle-aged man suddenly interjected. There might be cannibal players among us. Who wants to share a room with one? Identifying cannibal players is simple. Their codes are unique. Denim Jacket's words were cut off by the short-haired player. Wang Wei, don't talk so lightly. White players are vulnerable here. Check codes? Who knows who might kill us first? White players, Su Hua had noticed back at the station that besides red and black, there was a third category, white players who'd neither eaten nor killed humans. Compared to the other 2 types, white players were indeed at a disadvantage. Wang Wei shrugged. Suit yourself. Separate rooms might be better. Of course we'll separate. The short-haired player grabbed the long-haired one. You're with me. The long-haired player hesitated briefly before agreeing. Let's all take separate rooms, suited man declared, scanning the group. In this game, everyone fends for themselves. It's only 5 days anyway. Coming from different backgrounds, the players neither knew nor trusted each other. Every man for himself mentality was only natural. Moreover, this was a survival scenario, lasting 5 days would suffice. Brother Su, can I room with you? With no other players offering partnership, Yuan Yao trailed after Su Hua. Fine. Su Hua chose the first room on the right. Before entering, he gestured with his chin. Understanding, Yuan Yao pretended to seek other companions before returning after scouting the room assignments. The long-haired beauty is Du Lanlan, quite friendly. The short-haired one is Xiaogua. They're across from us. The girl with the rich kid is a streamer named Lu Yuan, mediocre looks, not sure if it's her real name. They're next to Huang Junjie and Zhang Xiong. Huang Junjie is that suited middle-aged man. The balding guy is Wan Jikong. He tried hitting on Du Lanlan and Xiaogua when they arrived, then held a grudge after being rejected. He's sharing with that foreigner Abel in the room directly opposite ours. Wang Wei took the adjacent room. That college student had nowhere else to go. I saw Wang Wei let him in. Su Hua nodded. Which two players hadn't you met before? Wang Wei and Huang Junjie. Yuan Yao shared everything learned from Du Lanlan. Huang Junjie's impressive. When Wan Jikong harassed them, he immediately exposed the bald guy's secrets. Turns out his umbrella couldn't shield him from his wife's infidelity, then his mistress cleaned him out, leaving him bitter toward women. They know each other? Nope, that's what makes it impressive. Huang Junjie pieced it together from clues. Yuan Yao sounded envious. Wish I had that kind of ability. Having finished inspecting the room, Su withdrew the curtains. Get some rest. Yuan Yao grew uneasy, eyeing the expressionless man. Brother Su, aren't you worried I might be a cannibal player? Su will lay down on the bed. Relax. I'm not a cannibal player. Yuan Yao chuckled awkwardly before settling on the other bed. In the dim room, the rhythmic sound of flowing hot spring water outside filled the air. Feeling the phone in his pocket, Su Hua mentally reviewed the players' information. He'd observed everyone. They'd arrived empty-handed except for basic items like lighters or earrings. Phones, watches, and weapons were absent. The game seemed to restrict items based on technological complexity. But having come directly from the station, his phone and dagger remained. The game's mention of lower-level dungeons restricting non-game items, plus the resort's former popularity among players and non-players, hinted this wasn't a fully isolated space. While external items couldn't be brought in, anything already within the game world, whether game items or not, could enter dungeons. Similarly, anyone could access dungeon locations regardless of participation status. Moreover, the game never specified participant numbers. Su Hua turned over, locking eyes with the figure silently appearing beside his bed. What are you doing? Yuan Yao nearly screamed, hastily explaining, I wasn't trying to hurt you. I just wanted to check the code on your back. To prove his innocence, he lifted his own shirt first. Really, I'm a white player. Sitting up, Su Hua lit a cigarette and studied the nervous Yuan Yao. If you're so afraid, why room with me? Relieved at the non-threatening response, Yuan Yao relaxed slightly. I'm just a nerdy guy, can't even lift a finger normally. You won't believe this, but on the preliminary trial train, a 15-year-old girl nearly beat me to death. You're different, Brother Su, calm, collected, with that long hair. You look like some reclusive master. I just wanted protection. Su Hua raised a hand, listening intently. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. Intermittent knocking sounds came through the fog, amplified endlessly in these deep mountains, piercing clearly into their ears. The cabin door was latched, Su Hua said. The small cabin used an old-fashioned latch lock. After carrying the body inside, the players had secured it on their way out, showing respect for the dead by preventing wild animals from disturbing the corpse. But now someone was banging on the door. GG ghost. Yuan Yao stammered. Would a ghost need to knock? Su was circled to the door. As he pulled it open, a crashing sound came from inside along with Zhang Xiong's roar. Several players had already emerged upon hearing the noise. They rushed to Zhang Xiong's room, where the rich kid kicked the door open without hesitation. The lit room revealed shattered glass everywhere. Huang Junjie leaned against the wall, sweating profusely as he pressed his left hand against his right shoulder. Blood gushed continuously through his fingers, forming a small pool on the floor. Zhang Xiong supported him while pouring healing potion into his mouth. What happened? Wang Wei pushed past Su Hua to help. Huang Junjie freed a hand, his face deathly pale. It's the headhunter demon. Everyone's expressions changed. You were attacked by the headhunter demon? Su Hua asked. Did you see him? Huang Junjie shook his head. I just finished checking the outer wall and was returning to my room when an axe flew at me from outside the courtyard. I dodged just in time, otherwise my head would have been chopped off. When I turned to look, I only saw a black shadow running past outside the wall. Su Hua glanced at the courtyard. The hot spring resort had open-air baths separated from rooms only by floor-to-ceiling windows, surrounded by green plant walls standing over 2 meters tall. Even if Huang Junjie only saw a head, the headhunter demon must be at least 2 meters tall. Bullshit, the rich kid said. The outer wall is 2 meters high. How could you see anyone? At least 2.3 to 2.4 meters, Huang Junjie added. I saw clearly, he wore a black mask. Could it have been your imagination? Du Lanlan asked. It's so dark out. No mistake, Huang Junjie said firmly. Where's the axe? Su Hua scanned the stone ground for blade marks. If you were attacked with an axe, it should be in the courtyard. That's what puzzles me. The axe flew back out, Huang Junjie said, as if sucked away. Flew back out? It's true, I saw it, Zhang Xiang quickly added. Impossible. Yuan Yao cried. You're saying there's a 2.5-meter-tall maniac wielding a flying axe wandering the resort? Su Hua's gaze shifted from the wall to the mess on the ground. This crude method didn't quite match the game's description. Maybe not human. Wang Wei looked up. This is a game world, ghosts wouldn't be strange. Did we enter a ghost dungeon? Xia Guo rubbed her arms. And that knocking earlier definitely came from the cabin. We checked, no one was there. If not a ghost, was it the corpse coming back to life? Abel clutched the cross around his neck. My first dungeon. Is this normal? Who the hell knows? The balding middle-aged man Wan Jikong snapped. We're all first-timers. The game prompt hadn't mentioned ghosts. They'd assumed the headhunter demon was a human murderer hiding in the resort. Humans could be dealt with, but how to fight ghosts? What knocking sound? Zhang Xiang asked. Du Lanlan quickly explained. They'd come so fast precisely because of the noise, they'd already been planning to investigate. It seems to have stopped now. She looked hopefully at Huang Junjie. Probably a wild boar or similar beast, Huang Junjie said weakly. You're scaring yourselves, Lu Yuanyuan said while reapplying lipstick with a compact mirror. Ghosts and monsters? More likely the headhunter demon trying to scare us. As for height, platform shoes with lifts could make me nearly 2 meters tall. It's pitch black out there. You wouldn't see a wire attached to the axe either. Put that way, it made some sense. Should we go check? Yuan Yao looked at Su Hua. Too dark and the resort has no lights. We'll look tomorrow, Su Hua said. Right. The rich kid gave him an approving glance. No use crowding here panicking. Tomorrow we'll turn this place upside down, can't possibly miss one headhunter demon. He left with Lu Yuanyu arm in arm. The other players exchanged glances, too afraid to venture out and return to their rooms. Stay with us tonight, Su Hua suggested. In case the headhunter demon circles back? Good idea. Zhang Xiang helped Huang Junjie up while Yuan Yao assisted. The four relocated to one room. Su Hua gave the bed to Huang Junjie and took the small sofa. Thank you, Huang Junjie said sincerely. Su Hua nodded with a smile and slept against the sofa. The night passed peacefully. Near dawn, Su Hua woke to a crack-crack sound. He sat up and went outside, following the noise. Coincidentally, the cabin again. What's that sound? Huang Junjie had woken too. Was this what you heard yesterday? No. Su Hua wiped his face and headed to the lobby. Wan Jikong and Abel were already there. Abel clutched his cross, muttering, Amitabha, Hallelujah, Amen. Your foreign gods can't handle our local ghosts, the rich kid said, emerging. Listening carefully, he added, doesn't sound like knocking. Chopping wood, Su Hua said. There's an axe among the logging tools by the cabin. Would the headhunter demon come out in daylight to chop wood instead of hiding? Lu Yuanyuan asked. Only one way to find out, Wang Wei said. After Du Lanlan and Xia Guo joined them, the group headed toward the cabin. Dawn hadn't fully broken, or perhaps the thick fog limited daylight. Taking a forest path around the main entrance, they spotted a figure by a stump, raising an axe to split a log. That clothing looks familiar. Du Lanlan shivered. Hearing them, the figure turned, revealing the face of the man who'd hanged himself before them yesterday. The hunched figure appeared much shorter than yesterday's hanging corpse, but the face was unmistakably the same one with the tongue stuffed back into its mouth, The once bluish complexion now looked completely normal. He had a pulse and was breathing, definitely alive. The hanging rope lay discarded nearby, and the lock on the wooden door was broken. Even Suhua found it hard to believe. He had personally confirmed the man's death yesterday, yet here he was revived after one night. The woodchopper ignored them completely, turning back to continue splitting logs. Is he human or ghost? Abel raised his crucifix high. Must be human. He's got a shadow, Wan Jikong said hesitantly. I say he's the headhunter demon from last night, damn it. Still putting on this charade. Zhang Xiang clenched his fists and moved to charge forward, but Huang Junjie stopped him with a frown, studying the woodchopper carefully. The rich kid sneered, picked up a piece of firewood to test its weight, then exchanged a look with Lu Yuanyuan as they approached the woodchopper's back. Old-timer, how long have you lived here? Su was suddenly cut in from the side, intercepting them as he addressed the woodchopper. The man turned and accepted the offered cigarette after some hesitation. Lighting it with Su's lighter, he sat on a tree stump and took 2 puffs before answering. Many years. Since the mountain villa was built. The villa looks quite old. Su sat down beside him. With no one living there now, doesn't it get lonely staying here alone? Ever thought of leaving? What for? Never left even when my family was alive. Now that I'm sick and dying, no strength for that. Su glanced at his neck. Medical technologies advance these days. Even terminal illnesses can be cured. The woodchopper pointed at a fresh grave nearby. My daughter tried that. Still died. Whole family's buried here. I'll join them soon enough. Keeping the family together is what matters, Suhua nodded. I'll be staying a few days. If you die during that time, I'll bury you. The woodchopper stared at him expressionlessly for 2 seconds before continuing. You're here for adventure too, aren't you? Best leave quickly. Old sir, do you know the legends about this villa? Xiagua moved closer. They say there's a headhunter demon here. Aren't you afraid? Nothing frightens a dying man. The woodchopper shook his head. It's you reckless youngsters who take risks for thrills. This villa is cursed. Everyone who comes seeking the headhunter demon dies. Some young folks came not long ago. In the end, the crematorium collected their bodies. Audible gulps sounded in the group. Xiagua pressed. No investigation? Just straight to cremation. The woodchopper's eyelids drooped. Couldn't find their heads. Where else would they go? You've lived here long enough to know the headhunter demon stories, right? Tell us some. Suhua beckoned Yuan Yao over and handed the woodchopper his half-empty cigarette pack. Reluctantly accepting it, the woodchopper ignored the players' wary gazes and slowly recounted the legends. 50 years ago, before development, several families lived here. The mountain had already been bought by the villa's previous owner to build a resort. When those families refused to leave, conflicts arose with the logging workers. Somehow during one altercation, a man fell onto an axe, his head and neck severed clean off. After compensation was settled, the stalled project resumed. But strange occurrences followed. Over a dozen people involved, from workers and designers to cooks and delivery drivers, reportedly saw a headless figure carrying an axe haunting the area. The former owner hired a mystic to perform rituals, spending heavily to erect a stone statue as protection. Yet on the very day of the ceremony, one worker died, coincidentally one who'd quarreled with the original victim. The body was found on a tree stump, head mysteriously missing. Then came the second and third victims. Same method, bodies left behind, heads vanished. During the official search, investigators reportedly saw a dark figure placing rotting heads onto its shoulders before disappearing into the mountain fog. Only a few heads were ever recovered. Rumors of the villa's headhunter demon curse spread. With the investigation inconclusive, the mystic suggested the spirit kept killing because it couldn't find a satisfactory replacement head. In desperation, the owner had a faceless mask carved for the statue, and the killings actually stopped. Later, when the owner went bankrupt, he sold the villa to the current proprietor. During renovations, the new owner accidentally broke the statue's head. Soon after, a tourist died in the hot springs, blood filling the pool, head missing. Learning the history, the new owner searched desperately for the statue's head but never found it. From then on, deaths occurred sporadically, first guests, then exorcists and investigators who came searching for truth. Thus spread the legend that all who entered the villa were cursed by the headhunter demon. As rumors grew, visitors stopped coming, Staff resigned, and the owner finally closed the villa, only to attract thrill-seekers undaunted by death. Did you see those bodies yourself? Suhwa touched his own neck. Truly headless? The woodchopper glared darkly. Not just headless, some missing body parts too. How horrifying. Du Lanlan hugged her arms, telling Huang Junjie, "You're so lucky." The players shared knowing looks. This story filled in the missing background about the Headhunter Demon Dungeon from the game introduction. Since the events began 50 years ago, human involvement seemed unlikely. Supernatural forces must be at play. As for the woodchopper, though elderly, he'd have been just a child 50 years ago. Even living here all his life, he couldn't be the Headhunter demon. His inexplicable resurrection actually proved supernatural existence. If unrelated to the demon, killing him became unnecessary. The players exchanged glances, preparing to leave. "I saw you hanged yesterday," Suhwa suddenly added. Everyone, including the woodchopper, turned to stare. Suhwa grinned as he stubbed out his cigarette. "Aren't you curious how you got locked in that shack? A dead man coming back to life. How'd you manage that?" The players simultaneously admired his boldness, while watching the woodchopper intently. Perhaps this NPC's resurrection held the key to defeating the Headhunter demon. "Lies," the woodchopper suddenly roared. "No dead man returning. So it was you scoundrels who locked me in while I slept. Get out." "Easy there, patient man," Suhwa stood lazily. "No point dying from anger." The woodchopper raised his axe. "Get out. Why did you deliberately provoke that NPC?" Huang Junjie asked as they returned to their accommodations. "Pure curiosity," Suhwa replied. "He didn't seem mentally confused. I thought we might actually get some useful information from him. Instead, we got nothing and made an enemy," Wan Jikong said with a disdainful glance. "Can't even play a game with some basic intelligence. We're going to search the mountain villa and look for some food. Want to come with us?" Du Lanlan extended the invitation, mainly to Huang Junjie. Suhwa had no intention of joining them and left first with Yuan Yao. The mountain villa was large, but there were only a few places they could search: rooms, the dining hall, and the storage warehouse. Beyond these areas, dense greenery surrounded the entire property, making it difficult to move through smoothly. Suhwa roughly estimated the distance between the mountain villa and the wooden cabin, then went to inspect the area outside Huang Junjie's courtyard. Aside from fresh footprints left by players who had come to investigate earlier, there were no other traces. Returning to the front hall, he picked up a handwritten guest register from behind the counter and flipped through it from beginning to end. "Brother Su, what's the point of looking through that register? It's just full of names we don't recognize," Yuan Yao said, disappointed after failing to power up an old computer. "I was hoping to check if there was any news on the computer. If we could bring our phones in, maybe we could find some information." Even if phones were allowed, there'd be no signal. "The game won't let players exploit loopholes like that," Suhwa said, putting down the register and heading toward the storage warehouse. Earlier, Wang Wei had mentioned that it was filled with trash left behind by guests. Specifically, clothes, shoes, and other worthless belongings of deceased guests. Due to the peculiar nature of the cases, some personal items had no one to claim them and were simply piled in the warehouse. The warehouse had been thoroughly ransacked. Books, notebooks, and any other written materials that might contain useful information had already been flipped through by players and were now scattered messily across the floor. In one corner was a pile of moldy newspapers. Suhwa headed straight for them and began sifting through. Yuan Yao joined him for a while but couldn't stand the smell and soon moved on to sorting through the leftovers from other players' searches. "Hey, there's a diary here," Yuan Yao said, holding up a green notebook. After flipping through a few pages, he was about to toss it aside. "It's all incoherent rambling. No idea what any of it means." "Let me see," Suhwa said, looking up. Yuan Yao quickly handed it over. The diary started off normally enough. Its writer was a relative of the mountain villa's current owner and had just started working there, full of ambition and eager to make a name for themselves. But as the headhunter demon began appearing, those aspirations were completely shattered. The following entries mostly described the gruesome aftermath of each murder and the writer's growing fear that they, too, would eventually fall victim to the curse. Later pages were filled with chaotic, frantic writing, curses, killings, death, clearly indicating the writer's deteriorating mental state. Find me any newspapers with reports about the headhunter demon, Suwa said. That's like 50 years worth of newspapers. How are we supposed to go through all of Yuan Yao paused, surprised. Huh. There really aren't that many about the headhunter demon. The mountain villa was renovated after a fire a few years ago. The newspapers here are all from after that, Suwa explained. The bundled newspapers had been delivered but never read, simply left to pile up here. While the newspaper articles couldn't provide detailed descriptions, some of the information matched what was written in the diary. Brother Su, what exactly are you looking for? Yuan Yao couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Su Hua replied, some of the headhunter demon's victims were only missing their heads, while others had their limbs torn off. There seems to be a pattern based on the timeline. What does that mean? Yuan Yao's expression suddenly changed. Slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, the headhunter demon doesn't eat people, does it? Su Hua glanced at him. Yuan Yao chuckled awkwardly. Right. You keep working. Su Hua picked up a pen and, imitating the diary writer's handwriting, added a few lines between the entries. Anyone who touches the statue will die. Yuan Yao watched him write the additional words, puzzled. Why are you doing that? Double insurance, Su Hua said, tucking the diary under his arm. Come on, let's go find the headhunter demon statue. In the dining hall, the other players were taking a break. They had spent half the day combing through every possible hiding spot inside and outside the mountain villa, even checking mirrors and wardrobes in the rooms to confirm there were no secret passages or hidden chambers. Thankfully, there's a small supermarket in the dining area, otherwise we'd have nothing to eat, Lu Yuanyuan said, slurping up noodles. We think the headhunter demon is probably hiding in the woods outside. I agree, Abel said, gripping a cross. We'll head into the woods later. You go ahead. I'm not going, Wang Jikong said, patting his full stomach. The headhunter demons killed so many people without getting caught, there's no way an ordinary person can deal with it. The game just asks us to survive 5 days. Why take unnecessary risks? That's true, Wang Wei said, pointing outside at the fog. Even in broad daylight, it looks like night out there. What if we run into the headhunter demon? What's there to be afraid of? Zheng Xiang slammed the table. There are over a dozen of us. You think we can't take down one headhunter demon? Evolution is one thing, but you saw it yourself. This headhunter demon scenario involves supernatural forces. If it were really that easy to fight the headhunter demon, the game wouldn't have given us a survival mission, Wang Wei countered, then turned to Du Lanlan and Xiaogua. It's not safe for you two female players to stay alone. Don't mind Wan Jikong, tonight. It's better if we all stay together. Who are you calling out? Wan Jikong sat up abruptly. I'm not the one who has to babysit 2 women. You think you can walk all over me? I don't have time to drag dead weight around. Isn't there some elite guy here? Let him handle it. Huang Junjia's expression darkened. We're all in the same boat. Do you have to make things so difficult? Bullshit. Wan Jikong's anger flared. Who's in the same boat as you? The headhunter demon's coming for you first. Must be some curse you triggered. You and those 2 bitches, stay the hell away from me. Just as tensions were about to boil over, the dining hall doors suddenly swung open. Su Hua walked in, carrying a large bluish-gray stone. What are you doing, bringing rocks in here for no reason? Wan Jikong, already in a foul mood, lashed out immediately. That's no ordinary rock, Xiaogua said as soon as the stone was set down. She wiped away some moss. Looks like a statue. A statue. The players gathered around. Though headless, the clothing patterns were visible on the front, and an axe hung at its feet. A heavy silence fell over the group. Then Wan Jikong burst out, Is this that cursed headless statue? Where did you find it? Why the hell did you bring it here? Su Hua, who had just lit a cigarette, exhaled slowly. It was at the entrance we came through yesterday. At first glance, it just looked like a stone block. Oh, and I found this diary too, he added, flipping it open. It says anyone who touches the statue will die. The group stared at him in horror. Then why did you bring it here? Su Hua grinned. These things only have power if you believe in them. Let me see that diary, Huang Junjie began, but Wan Jikong snatched it from Su Hua's hands first. I already looked through this diary earlier. I didn't see anything like that written in it. He flipped through the pages haphazardly before scoffing, nothing but nonsense. Not a single useful piece of information. Zheng Xiang grabbed the diary and handed it to Huang Junjie. You're the smart one here. Take a look, maybe you'll spot something we missed. Under the group's watchful eyes, Huang Junjie skimmed through the diary, his expression soon mirroring Wan Jikong's. The diary's owner wasn't mentally stable. The later entries are disjointed, with many sections scribbled out. I didn't notice any hidden message when I read it earlier. Aside from mentioning that people die periodically at the villa, there's very little concrete information about the headhunter demon. However, the description of the headhunter demon matches what I saw, wearing a black mask, unusually tall, and wielding a sharp axe. Several players had already flipped through this diary, but most dismissed it as unimportant. Compared to its incoherent ramblings and lack of valuable clues, the brief notes and records left by previous victims seemed far more useful. Some players had specifically come here to hunt the headhunter demon and had done prior research. But to the players, these details were trivial. The descriptions of the demon's massive size, immense strength, and incredible speed were already obvious at a glance. For evolvers like them, these traits weren't particularly threatening. If the headhunter demon were just another evolver, it would actually be easier to deal with. Doesn't the headhunter demon only decapitate people? Wang Wei, now holding the diary, was approached by the quiet college student who had barely spoken since arriving at the villa. Then why do some victims lose limbs? Maybe they fought back before being killed, Du Lanlan said, her face pale. The headhunter demon isn't invincible. He ran away yesterday after failing to kill Mr. Huang, didn't he? But why would the headhunter demon target Mr. Huang first? Abel struggled to read the diary's messy handwriting. Mr. Huang never touched the statue, right? If so, the diary's claim isn't accurate. I did touch it, Huang Junjie admitted grimly. When we first arrived at the villa yesterday, I accidentally brushed against the stone marker at the entrance. Does that mean the headhunter demon kills in a specific order? Du Lanlan glanced nervously at Su Hua and Xiaogua. Su Hua, chewing on a piece of bread, said to the trembling Xiaogua, "Don't worry. I'm ahead of you in line." Xiaogua glared at him with red-rimmed eyes. "It's just a coincidence. I refuse to believe the headhunter demon could know I touched its statue." "You never know," Wan Jikong interjected. "The headhunter demon is a supernatural entity. Maybe it's watching us right now and we just can't see it." "Stop it," Wang Wei said, rubbing his arms. "You're giving me goosebumps in broad daylight." "Actually, I think this is good news," the rich kid drawled, propping his feet on the dining table. "Whether the headhunter demon kills in order or not, at least we know one thing: those who touch the statue will die first. So it's simple. If the ones who touch the statue can hold out longer, the rest of us can survive the remaining days safely." "How can you say something so heartless?" Xiaogua snapped. "What good does our death do for you?" "No harm either," Lu Yuanyuan giggled. "If the three of you are in more danger, the rest of us get to be safer." By now, Zheng Xiang had already distanced himself from Huang Junjie, and the others tacitly followed suit. The brief gathering ended in discord, with players leaving the dining room one after another. Only Su Hua and Yuan Yao remained, still eating. "Brother Su, I was really worried someone would notice earlier," Yuan Yao whispered. "If they'd realized you added those lines to the diary, they might have beaten us to death on the spot. With so many documents in the warehouse, even if they'd read them all, no one could remember every detail." "They'll just assume they overlooked it," Su Hua replied calmly. "But how did you know touching the statue would trigger the curse? Did you see Huang Junjie touch it?" Su Hua paused mid-sip of water, his gaze lingering on the headhunter demon's statue on the floor before answering, "Just a coincidence." After finishing their meal, Su Hua sent Yuan Yao to discreetly ask if any other players had touched the statues while he returned to his room to rest. He woke near dusk to find thick fog blanketing the villa, making the dimming daylight almost indistinguishable from night. Most players had retreated indoors. After reuniting with Yuan Yao, he learned what had happened that afternoon. Huang Junjie, Wang Wei, and the college student had spent the entire afternoon in the warehouse. Du Lanlan and Xiaogua had visited briefly before heading to the woodcutter's cabin. Zheng Xiang and Wan Jikong had gone there too, but to steal the woodchopper's axe. The woodchopper had nearly fought them in retaliation until Abel intervened by offering prayers for his deceased relatives. Su Hua borrowed a rubber band from Du Lanlan to tie back his hair and motioned for Yuan Yao to follow him outside. "Brother Su, where are we going?" Yuan Yao hesitated. "It's almost dark. Isn't it dangerous to go out now?" The diary might have been faked, but the headhunter demon was very real. "I can go alone," Su Hua said, already walking away. Yuan Yao glanced back at the other players in the lobby, wiped his face with both hands, and hurried after him. Outside, they ran into Huang Junjie, who was also heading toward the woodcutter's cabin. The three exchanged nods in silent greeting. After walking for a while, Huang Junjie suddenly braced himself against a tree, unable to continue. Are you okay? Yuan Yao moved closer. Your shoulder wound is bleeding again. Aren't there any first aid supplies in the villa? Couldn't find any, Huang Junjie gritted out. Then, to Su Hua standing a few meters away, he said, the line about the headhunter demon statue curse. You added that to the diary, didn't you? Su Hua raised an eyebrow. You figured it out. Huang Junjie pointed to his eyes. It's my special trait. I can see details most people miss. Your forgery was excellent, but the handwriting wasn't from the same period as the rest of the diary. And you deliberately moved the statue into the dining room. You suspect the headhunter demon's true identity. Su Hua lit a cigarette, unsurprised. No wonder the timing was so perfect. You played along well. Yuan Yao looked between them, struggling to keep up. Wait, so you never actually touched the statue? No, Huang Junjie admitted bluntly. I noticed that stone carving yesterday but didn't touch it or mention it to anyone. The reason I helped sell the curse story today is the same as Mr. Su's. I suspect a player is impersonating the headhunter demon. Reason? Su Hua didn't rush to dismiss his words. I've read all reports and investigations about the headhunter demon. Its methods are extremely practiced. Most victims die instantly with only neck wounds. The person who attacked me yesterday was panicked and didn't even choose the right moment to strike. Huang Junjie appeared confident. In most cases, the victims died silently, only discovered afterward. But in a minority of cases, victims had missing limbs or showed signs of struggle before death. That contradicts your description, Su Hua questioned after listening. Copycat killings, Huang Junjie asserted. Such cases are extremely rare. If what you say is true, why target you first? Su Hua continued. I think Du Lanlan would have been an easier target. Huang Junjie showed regret. I shouldn't have confronted Wan Jikong yesterday. If a player wanted to kill others under the headhunter demon's identity, female players or white players would indeed be easier targets, unless someone absolutely had to die first. Precisely because he'd shown his capability, he became a target. If my attacker fell for the diary's trap, tonight's target will be among you, me, or Xiaogua, Huang Junjie proposed. Why don't we team up to catch them red-handed? Su Hua chewed his cigarette. By your logic, there's still the headhunter demon in the villa. Maybe it'll kill tonight too. Depends who's unlucky, Huang Junjie shrugged. As they talked, the trio continued toward the wooden hut. I'm going to the hut first to lure out my attacker, second to distance myself from other players. If we don't catch anyone, we can still deduce their identity through process of elimination. After explaining, Huang Junjie asked, Why are you two going? Yuan Yao shook his head, looking at Su Hua. Su Hua stopped walking and jerked his chin toward the woodchopper, who'd already tied a noose and stood on the firewood pile. I came to see if he'd hang himself yet. Huang Junjie and Yuan Yao paled, immediately moving to intervene, but Su Hua blocked them. He hangs himself every night, probably possessed. What if the ghost switches targets to you too? You're not villa NPCs. You won't respawn after dying. Fair point. The trio circled around to face the woodchopper instead of approaching. Su Hua stood on a tree stump and waved. Hey, hanging yourself? The woodchopper's eyes twitched. His neck jerked forward as he hanged from the tree. Su Hua watched calmly until the man's limbs went limp. Get him down. It's getting dark, I'll check the hut for light sources. Later, with candles lit in the hut, the woodchopper's corpse was laid back on the bed. Gazing at the villa's bright lights, Huang Junjie muttered, Not time yet. Behind him, Su Hua thoroughly examined the corpse before fetching hemp rope from a cabinet to truss it up like a package, then grabbed a shovel. Exubro, what are you doing? Yuan Yao stammered, eyeing the woodchopper's half-pulled-down pants. Digging a grave. Su Hua spun the shovel while staring at the corpse. Testing if he revives when buried too. Yuan Yao forced a smile. Huang Junjie looked conflicted, baffled why Su Hua fixated on tormenting an NPC. Su Hua actually went outside to dig, incidentally unearthing a fresh grave. The woodchopper's alleged daughter, a shriveled female corpse, lay exposed in dirt without even cloth wrapping. Rope marks circled her neck from strangulation. Flipping her over revealed white serial numbers on her unrotted back. After reburying her, Suhua excavated 2 adjacent graves, one headless corpse, another strangled victim, an eater player and a black player. Killed quite a few. Instead of reburying them, Suhua dropped the shovel, sat down, and smoked while watching the villa. Drizzling mist thickened, dimming the villa's lights, still visible at night until they suddenly extinguished, noticed by all 3 at the hut. As Suhua walked from the graves, a piercing shriek echoed. Something happened there. Huang Junjie sprinted out. I'm going. Yuan Yao goes with you. Suhua stayed put. I'll remain here. Huang Junjie gave him a suspicious look but left without questioning. Su bro, maybe I should stay with you? Yuan Yao hastily suggested, not wanting to face either the headhunter demon or its impersonator after hearing that scream. Suhua glared coldly. Yuan Yao gulped and chased after Huang Junjie without another word. Only after confirming his departure did Suhua re-enter the hut. Stepping on the bed frame, he retrieved his phone from the rafters, stopped the video recording, and reviewed earlier footage. Suddenly laughing, he addressed the corpse. Stop pretending. I know you revived. No movement. Suhua pocketed his phone, grabbed the woodchopper's collar, and dragged him outside. I said I'd bury you if you died. The grave's ready, since you won't wake up. I'll do the honors early. He mercilessly dumped the corpse into the pit, the same one containing other bodies, and began shoveling dirt. When foul soil hit its face, the corpse finally stirred, blinking confusedly before assessing its situation and screaming, "Help! Murder!" Quiet. Suhua stuffed grass and dirt into its mouth. You know everyone's at the villa. No one's coming. Now that we have time, let's discuss something else. Are you the headhunter demon? The woodchopper smirked derisively until Suhua's next words wiped it clean off. If not the headhunter demon, then just a player stranded from the last game. Performing hanging tricks before players, you wanted them to think you're part of the villa's original setting. The corpses you killed decomposed differently. You've encountered at least 3 player groups here, but the grave count doesn't match. I'm guessing the game didn't clean up players you killed, forcing you to bury them here. The villa's small. Instead of hiding burials and risking exposure, you opted for brazen displays. But the villa had a major fire years ago. After renovations, it closed for half a year. Even this hut was built later. Claiming you've always lived here is ridiculous. And your daughter? Add a few years, she could be your aunt. Didn't consider someone might dig her up. After removing the grass gag, Suhua gestured for him to speak. I have nothing to say, the woodchopper said with a dark expression. I don't know anything about players or being stranded. I've lived here my whole life. Suhua made a disapproving sound, his face unreadable in the shadows. But the next second, the sharp edge of his shovel pressed against the man's neck as he spoke coldly. Players have some peculiar traits. Let's test whether you can still come back to life after having your neck cut off. Only then did the woodchopper panic, hurriedly saying, You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll never complete the game. Oh? I thought you didn't know anything. The woodchopper forced a smile. I can give you hints to complete the game, on the condition that you don't tell other players about this. The shovel pressed down mercilessly. Blood flowed down the man's neck as he made incoherent choking sounds, his eyes glaring fiercely at Suhua. After struggling for a moment, he finally yielded. I'll talk. Suhua released his grip and stuffed the unfinished cigarette butt into the man's mouth. Talk. The woodchopper took a deep drag of the cigarette before beginning his story. He had entered Hot Springs Mountain City Station 2.5 months ago, having already cleared 2 E-level dungeons before this, making him somewhat experienced. However, he never expected the players in this 3rd dungeon to all be abnormal. Aside from those killed by the headhunter demon, nearly all other players died from infighting. He'd only survived by surrendering all his items. Though he survived, when the dungeon ended, he received neither a ticket nor a return ticket and couldn't leave, forcing him to remain stranded at the villa. To obtain tickets from subsequent players, he disguised himself and lived in this wooden cabin. With an evolver's normal physical condition, taking advantage of his early arrival made killing players to steal their tickets easy. But after staying at the villa for half a month, green pustules began appearing on his body, followed by rapid weight loss until his physical abilities nearly regressed to ordinary human levels. Dozens of players came and went, but he only dared target those who appeared weakest. Yet these people were even worse off than him. Forget tickets, they had no items or potions to speak of. Moreover, their corpses didn't disappear when the dungeon refreshed, forcing him to bury them near the cabin. Your condition is from missing dungeons? Su Hua asked after listening. How should I know? The woodchopper said angrily. The first time I didn't participate, the game notified me I'd be forcibly transported to a random B-level dungeon after 3 months. The more dungeons you miss, the higher the danger level. I barely survived A-level dungeons. A B-level would be certain death. But without tickets, there's nothing I can do. Do you think I want to kill people? Everyone was a decent person before entering this game. What was your game mission? Su Hua interrupted impassively. The woodchopper gritted his teeth. Protect our heads. Su Hua frowned slightly. Since their dungeon missions were identical, and the woodchopper survived until the end yet received no return ticket, it meant he hadn't actually cleared the dungeon. Merely surviving until mission completion didn't count as clearing. How long since you last took evolution serum? He asked next. 3 months. The woodchopper suddenly understood. So it's because of the serum. Not taking it causes this strange disease. Ignoring the man's wails, Su Hua considered another matter. Based on when the woodchopper entered the dungeon, symptoms appeared after at least 1 month without serum. Players with evolution rates below 10% must take 1 bottle monthly. Was this a side effect of low-grade serum or a weakness inherent to evolution itself? If it was just a serum issue, finding higher-grade versions could solve it. But if evolution itself created dependence on serum, players might never escape its control. This game really digs pitfalls for evolvers everywhere. But this matter could wait. Completing the dungeon mission took priority. Without clearing to obtain a return ticket, his only options were remaining stranded or proceeding directly to the next dungeon. After extracting every useful detail about the dungeon until the woodchopper had nothing left to offer, Su Hua efficiently ended him. Congratulations, Player Extra, for killing a black player. You may inherit the deceased player's assets, items, and tickets. Please receive the deceased's belongings. The moment the woodchopper died, the game's announcement sounded in Su Hua's mind. Opening his personal panel, he saw the woodchopper's player information listed. Player nickname, professional talent. Player type, black player. Occupation, morning actor. Player level, E. ID, 285,471. Evolution rate, 8%. Assets, none. Traits, back from the dead. Items, weather belt floating balloon. Ticket folder, empty. The player information was simplified, with all sections except assets, items, and ticket folder grayed out and unselectable. Though Su Hua was most interested in the traits section, without detailed explanations or means to acquire them, they weren't particularly important. Retrieving the items, his inventory immediately displayed 2 realistic images. Weather belt, note, more accurate than weather forecasts. Pay attention to the belt buckle smile. A big smile means big sunshine. Floating balloon, note, a sky-loving balloon that can't stray more than 100 meters from its blower. A perfect item combining passion, dreams, and loyalty. One was an imprecise weather belt, the other a short-range tracking balloon. Truly 2 mediocre items with limited combat use. But even small things had their niche applications. Storing the items, Su Hua buried the body properly before returning to the villa. According to the woodchopper, before players arrived after the dungeon started, the headhunter demon had never appeared. Though he was also a player, after several dungeon resets, the headhunter demon seemed to ignore him as an outsider, never attacking him proactively. He assumed this was because he didn't belong to the current dungeon's player group, allowing him to kill outside the rules. But in reality, this merely proved the headhunter demon must be among each batch of players. Most villa deaths involved decapitation, with some victims missing limbs. Huang Junjie believed these were imitation killings by players, with hunters and prey being evenly matched, hence signs of struggle. While this reasoning had merit, Su Hua had a different theory. The missing limbs were just another way to conceal identity. Beyond white and black players, there were cannibal players. The player acting as headhunter demon likely belonged to this group, hiding eaten body parts to cover their tracks. This explained both the cluster of dismembered corpses and why it followed dungeon timing patterns. He looked toward the villa. The lights there had gone out once, then relit after Huang Junjie and Yuan Yao returned. If the headhunter demon had appeared, there should be signs by now. However, the situation inside the villa wasn't as Su Hua had imagined. The first power outage was caused by a tripped circuit breaker. Except for Su Hua, all players had emerged, with that scream coming from Lu Yuanyu and when Wang Jikong accidentally left some nails scattered while rummaging through cabinets, which Lu Yuanyu stepped on in the dark. The two sides nearly came to blows over this incident. Huang Junjie had initially thought at least one of the headhunter demon or disguised players would appear, but all players remained unharmed with no attacks occurring. Stop being paranoid. This place hasn't been maintained for a long time. Aging circuits are completely normal, someone said. After power was restored, the players gradually returned to their original rooms. Zhang Xiang had stopped cooperating with Huang Junjie since afternoon, going instead to Wang Jikong and Abel's room, while Huang Junjie returned to yesterday's room with Yuan Yao. Why is this happening? Huang Junjie expressed disappointment. Such a perfect opportunity during the blackout with fewer players in the villa, yet they didn't make a move. Yuan Yao maintained a safe distance from him, waiting until he finished muttering to himself before saying, "Let's go find Brother Su." You knew each other before this? Huang Junjie looked up at him. No. Then why do you trust him so much? Huang Junjie found it hard to believe. Many of Su Hua's actions seemed inexplicable. Truth be told, the man himself seemed abnormal with his short sleeves, baggy shorts, and that ridiculously long hair. Yuan Yao was momentarily speechless. It's not safe outside now. I don't plan to go out again, Huang Junjie said directly as he lay down to rest. Yuan Yao paced around the room several times before finally sitting down as well. Just as the two were growing drowsy, the lights suddenly began flickering with a buzzing sound before completely cutting out after 2 flashes. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiang from the opposite room came out cursing and slamming the door. Circuit breaker again. Could you turn off a few damn lights at night instead of looking for trouble? There were successive sounds of doors opening and footsteps, but after waiting a while with no lights coming back on, Huang Junjie abruptly sat up. Not good. The circuit breaker box was in a small storage room near the warehouse area. When Huang Junjie and Yuan Yao ran over, they found Zhang Xiang and the rich kid standing before the box with grim expressions. What happened? Abel asked as he arrived later. More people gradually approached. Huang Junjie stared intently at them. The wires were cut. Who came out just now? What are you implying? Suspecting us? Wang Jikong retorted. You should check yourself first. How do you prove you didn't do this? A vein throbbed on Huang Junjie's forehead. Zhang Xiang and the others saw me coming from the room area. There was enough time between the power outage for you to run out and back while playing innocent, Wang Jikong sneered with folded arms. Could it be the headhunter demon? The college student asked. Why would players cut the wires? If it's the headhunter demon, this method seems too amateurish, Lu Yuanyu remarked with a pout. Huang Junjie suddenly realized something. Who's missing? Everyone looked around. After several seconds, Wang Wei said, Du Lanlan and Xiaogua haven't come out. Holy shit. Did the headhunter demon get them? Yuan Yao exclaimed. As his words faded, footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Heavier than a woman's footsteps approached the storage room, accompanied by the sound of something being dragged across the ground. As the noise grew closer, the players gulped nervously. The rich kid and Wang Wei each grabbed a mop and moved to flank the doorway. Holding their breath for 3 seconds as the sounds neared the entrance, they prepared to strike when a blinding beam of light suddenly shone in, nearly dazzling everyone inside as a voice asked, Why are you all here? Where are Du Lanlan and Xiaogua? Recognizing Su Hua's voice, everyone first sighed in relief, but then furniture crashing sounds came from Du and Xia's room direction. The flashlight beam swung rapidly outward as players hurried to follow, nearly tripping at the doorway. Raising a lighter, they saw it was a plum branch with fruits clustered like grapes that stuck to their shoes when kicked. Psychos. Several players cursed simultaneously. Su Hua ahead had already forced the door open violently. The room's floor-to-ceiling windows stood wide open, releasing a thick wave of blood scent when air circulated. Finding no one inside, the group rushed to the courtyard outside. The flashlight beams illuminated 2 figures lying by the pool, identifiable by clothing as Du Lanlan and Xiaogua, face down at the edge with their shoulders and above obscured by stones, blood streaming from their bodies into the hot spring. Huang Junjie and several others approached, but immediately averted their eyes after one glance, expressions crumbling. Knowing about the headhunter demon was one thing. Seeing two headless corpses with blood gushing from the wounds was entirely different. They lacked even the courage to move closer. It's the headhunter demon. It must be. The college student stared at the blood-reddened spring water while backing away fearfully. Killing two players in the blink of an eye, we're no match for it. We're all going to die. Huang Junjie turned and slapped him. Calm down. The demon only dares strike during blackouts, meaning it can't handle all of us at once. His words pulled other shocked players back to reality. Wan Jikong said with forced composure, right, we just heard Du Lanlan and the others earlier. If it wasn't afraid of us, the demon wouldn't have fled. Su Hua glanced at him. Not necessarily the demon's work. All players turned to stare. Huang Junjie signaled with his eyes not to continue, but Su Hua ignored him. Besides the headhunter demon, there are others in this villa. Right? Zhang Xiang suddenly remembered. Wasn't there someone staying in the wooden cabin? Didn't Huang Junjie say that guy hanged himself again tonight? Wang Wei hesitated. Did he come back to life? Not him. Su Hua squatted on a stone by the corpses, lighting a cigarette. Through the smoke, he observed all players' faces. I killed him. Their expressions changed drastically. Before they could question, Su Hua explained, when he revived and saw only me, he tried attacking. I sent him on his way. Pointing at the mud on his shoes, he added, buried him properly, absolutely no chance of reviving again. Perhaps his matter-of-fact tone didn't match having survived a life-or-death struggle, making other players uncomfortable. Their previous dismissive gazes toward him had noticeably changed. Besides the woodchopper and headhunter demon, aren't there still many players in this villa? Su Hua took a deep drag. What were you all doing before and after the blackout? What do you mean by that? Rich Kid frowned at him. When the power went out, everyone was near the circuit breaker. You yourself only came over after hearing the noise. Who could possibly be in two places at once to commit murder? I've checked, Su Hua said. What fell just now was probably the shelf next to the hot spring pool. Du Lanlan and Xia Guo were both killed without even making a sound for help. The most likely explanation is that their killer was far stronger than them. There aren't many signs of struggle around either. You think the shelf fell on its own? Wan Jikong gave him a look that said, don't treat us like idiots. It could have been accidentally knocked over or maybe blown down by wind. With so many uncertain factors, how can you be sure someone was here when the shelf fell? Su Hua said meaningfully. Game items can also create alibis. Everyone froze momentarily before realizing his point. From the blackout to discovering Du and Xia's deaths, several minutes had passed. Since the two were killed without even crying for help or signs of struggle, the shelf suddenly falling seemed highly suspicious, almost like it was staged for the players' benefit. Maybe it was just coincidence, Sable said. The furnishings here are old and soaked in moisture. It's not strange for them to be unstable. Coincidences are another matter, Huang Junjie interjected. At the very least, we need to confirm none of the players are murder suspects first. Otherwise, how can we work together against the headhunter demon? That's fair, Rich Kid started first. Before the blackout, I was with Lu Yuanyu and the whole time. When we went to check the circuit breaker afterward, I ran into Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang nodded. I saw him just coming out when I passed through the hallway. I also saw Lu Yuanyuan smoking. Lu Yuanyuan corroborated. Zhang Xiang did walk past the door. Zhang Xiang had already come out when Yuan Yao and I heard the noise, Huang Junjie added. Before that, Zhang Xiang had been sharing a room with Wan Jikong and Abel, so the three could vouch for each other. Wang Wei had arrived at the storage room with the college student, though he hesitated before saying, but before the blackout, he went out for a while. The college student's face visibly paled with panic. It wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. I was already back in the room before the blackout. Right when the power went out, I even called out to you. You were still in the bathroom then. People might not have died after the blackout. Huang Junjie eyed him warily. You could have killed them first, then cut the power to lure everyone out before pretending to come with Wang Wei. It wasn't me, the college student suddenly shouted. Before he could explain further, Zhang Xiang punched him hard in the stomach. He crumpled to his knees, tears of pain and resentment in his eyes. I told you it wasn't me. If Du Lanlan and the others died before the blackout, then all of you were in your rooms too. None of you can prove your innocence either. Zhang Xiang yanked him up by the collar. Are you saying we conspired to kill them? If it wasn't the headhunter demon, then who could kill so quietly unless multiple people worked together? The college student struggled, and a fruit knife suddenly fell from his back. Wang Jikong picked it up, furious. What's this? Before the college student could speak, he was punched twice more. Zhang Xiang looked ready to beat him to death, but Su Hua stopped him. The murder weapon wasn't a fruit knife. Both Du and Xia had clear signs of violent chopping at their necks, something a fruit knife couldn't possibly achieve. So what? Wang Jikong snapped. Unless he can explain where he was before the blackout, he's the prime suspect. By now, the college student's face was bruised and swollen. He glared at Zhang and Wan through slitted eyes. You two are the only ones in the villa with an axe. I hid the fruit knife to protect myself. I found it in the dining area during the day, but didn't take it then because I didn't want others to see. I only went out at night to retrieve it. How could a fruit knife cut off heads? Nearly all the players had arrived empty-handed. To commit murder, they'd need tools, and among them, only Wang Jikong had an axe he'd taken earlier. You're framing me. Wang Jikong lunged at him, but was held back by Rich Kid and Wang Wei. The former said coldly, "You've had it out for those two for a while, haven't you?" The color drained from Wang Jikong's plump face. You suspect me? The others silently stared at him, clearly siding with the college student. Wan, along with his roommates Zhang Xiang and Abel, were now under suspicion. Bullshit. Zhang Xiang roared. I've never laid a hand on women. Absolutely not. Abel added frantically. I follow Buddhism, I don't kill. Rich Kid scoffed. What would a foreigner know about Buddhism? You're the only ones with an axe, and they were killed by an axe. If not you, then who? Sweat poured down Wang Jikong's face as his eyes started wildly. In his panic, he suddenly pointed at Su Hua. What about him? He's the one who wasn't even in the villa earlier. He came back from outside. He's the most suspicious one here. Zhang Xiong, Abel, and I only met after entering the game. Even if I had issues with those women, how could I convince them to help me kill? What good would dead players do me? I'm no match for the headhunter demon either. He's right. You disappeared after the first blackout. You were the only one outside. Zhang Xiang immediately redirected the accusation. The others turned to Su Hua. Huang Junjie eyed him skeptically. Why did you stay alone in the cabin? Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly isolate themselves in such a dangerous place. Yet Su Hua had chosen to remain behind even when he could have returned to the villa with the others, which was suspicious in itself. I already explained. I was curious whether that person would revive again. Su Hua remained unruffled, speaking calmly. Besides, I'd just been in a life-or-death fight and had to dig a grave. Even if I moved fast, there's no way I could have traveled between both locations and killed 3 people in such a short time. Oh, and I plucked those loquat branches from the woods. There are quite a few fruit trees here, by the way. The players were now thoroughly confused. The college student was pathetically weak. He couldn't even take one punch from Zhang Xiong. It was a stretch to think he could have silently decapitated 2 people alone. Convincing others to collaborate in murder wasn't easy either. Just having an axe wasn't enough evidence, because by that logic, players from other rooms could also be suspects. There was no way to tell if they'd already formed alliances. As for Su Hua, his timeline didn't add up. He hadn't returned with Huang Junjie and Yuan Yao after the first blackout and had supposedly fought and buried a body at the cabin. The interval between the 2 blackouts wasn't long enough for all that. For a moment, it seemed like every player was both suspicious and innocent at the same time. Are you overthinking this? Lu Yuan, who'd been sitting quietly, finally spoke up. There's a headhunter demon in the villa, and instead of suspecting it, you're trying to pin this on one of us? How could anyone here have made Du Lanlan and Xiagua die so horribly? I think the headhunter demon is so unpredictable that he might be deliberately using misdirection to confuse us, making us kill each other first. Have you forgotten? Anyone who touched the headhunter demon statue would be cursed. Xiagua just happened to die tonight, doesn't that prove it? Huang Junjie and Yuan Yao instinctively glanced at Su Hua, who merely said, Du Lanlan didn't seem to have touched it. So what? The headhunter demon just killed them both on a whim. Lu Yuan fiddled with her nails, speaking carelessly. Trying to apply logic to a murderous demon, you men really have too much time on your hands. Did any of you notice Du Lanlin's movements? The rich kid scanned the group, his gaze finally settling on Wang Jikong. Wang Jikong wiped his sweat, his face darkening when he saw everyone staring at him again. Why are you looking at me? I'm not some creep, how would I know what she was doing? The others all shook their heads, and the courtyard fell silent. In that case, let's split up. Some of us will handle Du Lanlan and Xiaoguo's bodies, while the rest fix the wiring. Huang Junjie ended the mutual suspicion by volunteering to deal with the corpses. The other players exchanged glances, their expressions neutral but their minds calculating. In the end, Zhang Xiang and two others, along with Wang Wei, went to repair the wiring. Su Hua and Yuan Yao stayed behind to help, while the rich kid and Lu Yuanyuan left. The college student remained crouched in place, unmoving. Since Du and Xiao's bodies were missing their heads, they couldn't be buried directly, nor could they be left by the hot spring. Su Hua and Yuan Yao lifted the mattresses, placed the bodies on wooden boards, and covered them with sheets. Noticing the college student sitting on the doorstep wiping his tears, Su Hua frowned. What are you crying for? Why is everyone targeting me? Am I that easy to bully? The college student said bitterly. I just hid a knife to survive, I didn't kill or harm anyone. Why does everyone treat me like this? Yuan Yao sympathetically patted his shoulder. It's because we're weak. The game is brutal, one wrong move and you're dead. It's normal for others to be cautious. The college student glanced fearfully at the bloodstained sheet on the bed and fell silent. Huang Junjie called Su Hua into the courtyard and asked bluntly, how can you be sure it wasn't the headhunter demon? Su Hua stared at him without answering. His prolonged silence drew the attention of Yuan Yao and the college student, who then turned to look at Huang Junjie. Huang Junjie suddenly realized. You suspect me and Yuan Yao? Brother Su. Yuan Yao exclaimed. Relax. Su Hua took out a lighter but didn't retrieve a cigarette. I trust Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao exhaled in relief and immediately stood behind Su Hua, glaring at Huang Junjie as if they were allies against a common enemy. Huang Junjie gritted his teeth. Then if you ask him, you'll know I didn't have time to kill anyone. Su Hua grinned and reached out to pat Huang Junjie's shoulder right on his wound. Huang Junjie recoiled in pain, his face pale with tension. Just kidding. Su Hua confirmed the injury was real and hadn't been treated with special medicine before asking, how strong do you think the headhunter demon is? Of course he's powerful, Huang Junjie said. He knows this villa better than anyone, moves like a ghost, kills without a sound. His voice trailed off as he looked at Su Hua with dawning realization. So that's it. Yuan Yao scratched his head impatiently. Brother Su, what does that mean? The headhunter demon is strong, so what? If it were the headhunter demon, there'd be no need to touch the circuit breaker, Huang Junjie explained. The first blackout wasn't an accident either. Everyone reacted strongly and immediately gathered in the hall. During the second blackout, we first assumed it was another trip. We waited a while before someone came out, then regrouped near the storage room until the noise led us here. Exactly, Su Hua nodded. The greatest danger in this dungeon is the headhunter demon. Dying by his hand isn't strange, there's no need to prove his existence. The blackout and toppled shelf were just to prove that a certain player was with the others. That's like adding legs to a snake. Yuan Yao smacked his forehead. Who do you suspect? Huang Junjie pressed. Su Hua turned to the college student, who had been listening intently but jumped when their eyes met. It really wasn't me. I came back with the knife before the power went out. Ask Wang Wei, I left while he was showering, and he must have heard me return. We even left the room together. Did anyone see you hiding the knife earlier? Su Hua asked. The college student hesitated. I'm not sure. Everyone was looking for food at the time. If someone saw, would they have let me take the knife? You suspect Wang Wei? Huang Junjie found the timing unlikely. The college student had already returned to his room by the time of the blackout, and Wang Wei was also in his room then. Not sure. Su Hua changed tack. But someone is killing in the headhunter demon's name while deliberately gathering all players together, just to divert suspicion, making others think the danger is external rather than from a player. This method would have worked. Given the dungeon's premise, players would assume the headhunter demon was responsible upon seeing the bodies. Even if suspicions later turned to others, the shared experience of witnessing the corpses would temporarily patch the logical gap. Players wouldn't easily turn on each other, and by the time someone figured it out, several might already be dead. Further mutual suspicion could leave no survivors. But if the premise shifted to the headhunter demon being among the players, everyone became a suspect. Players who could alibi each other would form groups, making it hard to isolate and attack anyone. Thus, the next move would either involve the headhunter demon appearing with others or taking on multiple players alone. Either way, the situation would become clearer, making covert kills much harder. There's another issue, Suwa said. Someone might guess the headhunter demon is among us. Why is that a problem? Huang Junjie paused. Wait, are you saying there is no headhunter demon? That can't be, Yuan Yao said. The dungeon intro said the headhunter demon's been here for decades. The college student clutched his head, confused. What are you talking about? The headhunter demon is most likely a player. Su Hua flicked his lighter. If you knew that, how would you complete the dungeon mission? Huang Junjie opened his mouth but stayed silent. Exactly. The lighter clicked open with a sharp sound, casting light across Su Hua's face, dividing it into light and shadow. I'd kill every other player. Why? Yuan Yao blurted out. If the headhunter demon is among the players, as long as we stay together these 5 days, the killer won't have any opportunity to strike. That way we can all clear the trial safely. You're too naive, Huang Junjie shook his head. Striking first is always better, take the initiative yourself. Besides, since the headhunter demon is a player like us, it can be killed. Killing it would definitely grant extra rewards from the game. Just for that. Yuan Yao and the college student asked simultaneously, the former sounding dejected while the latter seemed utterly lost. Noticing the college student's unstable mental state, Huang Junjie exchanged a look with Su Hua. With such poor psychological resilience, it was a miracle he'd survived the preliminary trial train. If he blabbed what he'd heard, the players might start killing each other prematurely. Though distracted, the college student was sharp-eyed. Spotting Huang Junjie's meaningful glance, he scrambled up and began backing away hurriedly. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone what I heard. Yuan Yao moved to stop him, but Su Hua called him back. Let him go. Whether other players know or not doesn't matter. Killing all other players to clear the trial, as if it'd be that easy. Su Hua's ambiguous laugh sent chills down both Yuan Yao and Huang Junjie's spines. Then let's get out of here, Huang Junjie said. Staying in this room won't help. The three had just returned to the lobby when the resort's lights suddenly turned on. The college student had curled up in a corner of the sofa, while the other players deliberately avoided him, sitting on other couches instead. The axe and confiscated dagger lay on the coffee table. Players sat around it in silence. Su Hua glanced at the darkening sky outside before sitting down to rest with closed eyes. Dawn brought palpable relief to all players. Let's find some food first, said Huang Junjie, who seemed in better condition than yesterday. After eating, we'll search for Du Lanlan and Xiaogua's heads. Lu Yuanyuan approached arm in arm with the rich kid. You should be careful. Both of you touched the headhunter demon statue. With Xiaogua already dead, you're next on the list. She then winked at Yuan Yao, flashing white teeth. Scared, handsome? You can stick with us. My hubby can protect you. Yuan Yao stood firmly by Su Hua's side without responding, only muttering after they left. Yesterday it was bro, today it's hubby. Su Hua watched the pair before turning to Huang Junjie. Be careful later. Players gradually gathered in the dining hall. The freezers and fridges had been ransacked yesterday with no edible finds, so today they returned to the supermarket area for instant food. Bro Su, bro Huang. Instant noodles. Let's have instant noodles. Yuan Yao carried several cups of noodles and bottled water, plus an electric kettle. Other players trickled back. Abel brought a box of instant vermicelli to borrow hot water. As they waited, the college student suddenly came stumbling out of the supermarket entrance, dropping bread and drinks everywhere. Without looking back at who'd kicked him, he scrambled to gather the fallen items into a plastic bag. Zhang Xiang stood behind him, face dark. There's plenty in the supermarket. Why grab so much at once? Planning something shady. Clutching his bag, the college student scanned the dining hall warily before mumbling, "Can't I be hungry?" and hurrying out. What's his problem? Wan Jikong slipped on a drink bottle by the door, irritated. Who knows? Wang Wei answered absently, watching where the college student had disappeared. After their makeshift breakfast, players prepared to split up. Su's group would search for the heads while Wang Wei's team headed for the wooden cabins. What about the axe and dagger? Abel asked worriedly. No one trusted anyone else with the weapons, yet couldn't bear to destroy them. I don't care who takes them. Not my problem, the rich kid said airily, arms crossed as he watched the others. Since we're splitting into groups, having weapons makes sense for self-defense. Huang Junjie reached for the dagger. With Su Hua and Yuan Yao not objecting, Zhang Xiang took the axe. The three groups separated. Returning to their rooms from the dining hall, Zhang Xiong, Wan Jikong, and Wang Wei left the resort for the cabins while the rich kid and Lu Yuanyu went straight to their room, leaving Abel standing alone. Not going with Zhang Xiong? Su Hua asked. I want to pray for those two girls, Abel hesitated. Since you're looking for their heads, may I join you? He seemed sincere. Do you actually believe in Buddhism? Su Hua asked curiously. No conflicts between faiths? Of course there are. Abel pulled out a necklace from his collar. But I'm an omnist. I respect all beliefs. Yuan Yao finally burst out. If you believe in every god, aren't you afraid they'll pass the buck when you need help? Abel smiled tolerantly. If gods exist, they must be supreme beings. How could supreme beings resent their believers? Su Hua chuckled at this atheist logic and stopped engaging, heading straight for the room with the bodies. They'd actually searched all resort rooms yesterday without finding secret passages or compartments, but today they looked more thoroughly, even moving beds and cabinets. Finding nothing, they expanded their search to the surrounding woods. Returning empty-handed to the resort, Su Hua washed the plums they'd picked yesterday, arranged them on a plate, and began eating in the lobby. Bro, you're still eating those? Yuan Yao gulped. Aren't you afraid those trees are fertilized with corpses? Su Hua lifted his eyelids. Did you see any freshly turned earth earlier? No, Yuan Yao answered quickly. If we'd found fresh soil, we'd have found the heads. Who knows where the headhunter demon hid them? Su Hua's gaze grew distant as he stared at the round solid wood decoration behind the front desk. If not outside, then inside. Just then Huang Junjie emerged from the hallway. Have you seen that college student Jia Xuyang? He's missing. Su Hua sat up straight. Was the food he took still in his room? Gone. All gone. Huang Junjie had specifically gone looking for Jia Xuyang after noticing his absence during their room search earlier, assuming he'd gone out. People don't just vanish into thin air, Yuan Yao said. Running through his memory since arriving at the resort and recalling the college student's strange behavior this morning, Su Hua suddenly declared, there must be a hidden room here. Search the lobby. The few of them rummaged through the main hall, searching every possible place, yet still found no clues. Where exactly is it? Yuan Yao punched the wall in frustration. This lousy place isn't that big. I even checked the decorations, and there's no secret mechanism or hidden passage. Indeed, the building's layout was shaped like the Chinese character Hui. The central mouth area occupied a decent amount of space. Compared to other parts, this was the easiest place to tamper with, but the walls on all sides, except for some decorations behind the counter, had no paintings hung, and tapping on them revealed solid walls. There couldn't possibly be any secret rooms or passages. This decoration is off. Huang Junjie circled behind the counter and pressed hard on a protruding circular solid wood piece. A click sounded as the round wooden panel popped open, revealing a space of about 1 or 2 square meters inside. On the floor was a movable wooden plank, which, when pulled open, revealed a staircase leading underground. So it was a pressure door. All that time we were poking around the decoration above for nothing, Yuan Yao said, flushing with embarrassment. Huang Junjie turned to Su Hua and asked, "Want to go down and check it out?" The three of them went down the tunnel one after another. Just as the wooden door outside was pulled shut, the rich kid and Lu Yuanyuan emerged from one side. I knew Huang Junjie and that Su guy were whispering about something. They probably figured out the trick, the rich kid muttered quietly. After a while, he pressed the door open. After they left, Abel came out from the side and followed them down the tunnel. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiong and 2 others returned from the wooden house. After searching all around, they found no one who should have been there and started smashing things in a rage. There's a sound coming from back here. Wang Wei pressed his ear against a wooden beam decoration to listen carefully. Zhang Xiong rushed over and kicked it hard. The round door immediately popped open. He jumped in first, excitedly saying, "No wonder we couldn't find the headhunter demon anywhere." Turns out it was hiding in here. If we kill the headhunter demon, maybe there'll be a reward. Let's go. The three of them crawled inside as well. Asterisk. The tunnel was more spacious than expected. Two people could walk side by side comfortably. After descending the stone steps, the path branched into three directions. Su Hua and the others chose one branch. They found no trace of the college student, but discovered that the branch itself split again. The exit of a small branch was beneath a stone near the hot spring in a room on the left. It seems the headhunter demon uses these tunnels to move around, Huang Junjie said. Jia Shuyang brought so much food, he probably hid it all here. Was he really behind yesterday's incident? Let's find him first and talk later. Su Hua quickly turned back into the tunnel. As he landed, he suddenly heard the sharp sound of a blade striking a stone wall. Following the sound, he ran around a corner and collided with Abel. What are you doing here? Huang Junjie drew his knife. Don't misunderstand. Abel hurriedly waved his hands. I followed Miss Liu and the others down here. I didn't know the tunnels connected through these branches and got lost. I only came over because I heard a noise. Su Hua ignored him and went into the next branch. When his flashlight beam reached the other side, he first saw a tall shadow flash by, then spotted the college student's corpse leaning against the wall, his head already severed. There's blood here. Abel glanced sideways into the tunnel. Two distinct blood trails led off in another direction underground. Hurry and follow. Huang Junjie took the lead. The group followed the blood traces, turning two corners. Unexpectedly, something rolled underfoot in the dark, a spherical object bouncing forward. Huang Junjie's hair stood on end. Not just him, Yuan Yao also kicked something. No, it can't be. The flashlight beam shone on the ground, revealing three scattered human heads lying there. The bloodstains were both fresh and dried. Because of the recent kick, one of the heads struck the wall, leaving a bloody imprint. Looking at the severed heads, Su Hua frowned and asked, "When you came down just now, did Wang Wei and the other two come back?" Before the question finished, he felt someone approaching from behind. Before he could react, a thin wire tightened around his throat, and he was lifted off the ground. Abel, who was about to answer, turned his head but saw the flashlight fall. Su Hua's feet dangled as a tall shadow carried him backward. He tore the cross pendant from his necklace and shot it forward, but it was deflected by an axe. Huang Junjie picked up the flashlight and illuminated the entire tunnel. He doesn't have feet. Yuan Yao clutched a human head and tried to roll on the ground, hoping the headhunter demon would slip, but when he looked down, he saw emptiness beneath the black cloak. Just as Su Hua was about to be carried out of the tunnel, he suddenly kicked off the wall with both feet. His head smashed backward into the headhunter demon's mask. The plastic mask clattered to the ground, and Su Hua broke free from the demon's grasp. He touched the blood on his neck and turned to face the black cloak figure floating in midair, now missing its head. Huang Junjie and the other two caught up, staring at the black cloak holding the deadly axe motionless. Their scalps tingled. No head and no feet. The headhunter demon really isn't human. God, heavens above, ghosts really do exist. What do we do now? The four faced off against the headhunter demon. Suddenly, the mask that had fallen to the ground flew back into the demon's hands, and he put it on again. Just as he raised his hand, Su Hua pulled out a dagger and threw it. The metal clashed and sparked before bouncing apart. A lit lighter flew through the tunnel, immediately followed by Su Hua flicking open a second one. Light it! The lighter skidded across the black cloak to the ground, but not a single spark ignited. Watch this. Abel pushed Su Hua aside. A huge cross appeared in his hands. His arm muscles bulged as he threw the cross at the headhunter demon. The cross smashed against the axe, pushing the cloak backward a good distance. The demon's hands holding the axe were pressed to the ground. It worked. The other three brightened and moved forward, but the heavy cross suddenly turned into a bubble and lost all weight. The headhunter demon easily flew toward another branch. The four hesitated only a moment before chasing after it, but when they reached the branch entrance, the black cloak figure was gone. At the same time, a firelight approached from the other side. "It's you." Zhang Xiang hurriedly retreated. "I saw Jia Shuyang's corpse." "Did you guys do this?" "No," Abel said. "We were attacked by the headhunter demon too, and we're chasing it." The chase team grew from 4 to 5, then winding through the tunnels, expanded to 7, then 9, but they still never saw the headhunter demon again. I think we should stop searching, Huang Junjie panted. That thing is so elusive and the tunnels are so dark. We don't even know how many there are. Searching like this isn't effective. Let's haul the bodies up first, Suwa said, deciding to stop the futile search. The group carried Jia Shuyang's body and the 2 other heads back to the surface. They placed the 3 together, managing to piece together a complete corpse. Poor Xiao Jia died so miserably, Wang Wei said, looking at Jia Shuyang's body with pity. He added, you guys were too careless. You knew the headhunter demon was tough to deal with. Even if you found its trail, you should have waited until everyone was together before making a move. We were looking for Jia Shuyang, Huang Junjie sighed. Who knew we'd run into the headhunter demon instead? What was that idiot thinking crawling into tunnels anyway? Wan Jikong grumbled, rubbing his forehead where he'd bumped into walls twice underground. He was probably hiding from the headhunter demon, Suwa said. Trying to wait out the game somewhere safe. No wonder he took so much food this morning. He already knew about the secret passages, Zhang Xiang sneered. Served him right for going alone. Did you really see the headhunter demon just now? Wang Wei eyed Su was grouped skeptically. Don't take this personally, but you're the only ones claiming to have encountered it while everyone else just heard rumors. You think we're lying? Yuan Yao exploded. Look at Brother Su's neck. Nearly got strangled to death, still bleeding. It's true, absolutely true. Abel stammered in his excitement. No head. No legs. Floating. Strong. Couldn't hold it down. The livid bruises on Su Hua's neck were visible to all. While Wan Jikong and Zhang Xiong muttered about countermeasures, the rich kid and Lu Yuanyuan exchanged glances without speaking. For safety, Huang Junjie proposed everyone remain in the main hall, which met no objections. They settled in to wait for nightfall. Su Hua, his neck injury barely helped by the healing potion, stayed apart from the headhunter demon discussions, leaning against the doorway while smoking and flicking his lighter. In the tunnels, he'd deliberately thrown the lighter once before using the arsonist's tools. As expected, the black cloak was a special item that couldn't be ignited. The headhunter demon appeared tall, but removing the floating head and invisible legs revealed a normal male height. Though unable to touch its body during the strangling, Su Hua confirmed someone was inside that cloak, later proven when Abel pinned it with the large cross. The unaccounted players during the attack were the rich kid, Lu Yuanyuan, Zhang Xiong, Wan Jikong, and Wang Wei, meaning the headhunter demon's player was among them. Su's gaze swept over the 5 until Lu Yuanyuan suddenly gasped, leaping up to point at the entrance, headhunter demon. Su was spun to see a black shadow lunging through the doorway, smashing the chandelier. Glass rained down as players scattered. Amid the chaos, Zhang Xiong roared, "Bring it on, bastard!" The headhunter demon crashed to the floor before slithering into the right corridor like a snake. Seeing Zhang Xiong land a punch, Huang Junjie rallied the group. Quick! Don't let it escape. Several gave chase. Su Hua followed, watching Zhang Xiong sprint toward the storage room before cutting off Abel, who was hefting his cross. Stop chasing. Why? Abel asked as his cross dissolved into foam again. Under everyone's deadpan stares, he scratched his head awkwardly. It's my prop false cross, duration's unpredictable. But the headhunter demon isn't that strong. We cramped in tunnels, but here dash. Forget it. Back to the hall. Su Hua turned without a glance toward where Zhang Xiong vanished. Yuan Yao and Abel looked baffled, but Huang Junjie suddenly realized, why didn't the others come out? Maybe circling around. Yuan Yao began when Lu Yuanyuan came running, face bloodied, screaming, headhunter demons in the hall. What? The group sprinted back. The hall lights were dead, corridor illumination barely revealing the sprawled bodies and expanding blood pools. Su's flashlight showed Wan Jikong and the rich kid in gruesome repose, necks nearly severed by a single cut, connected only by flaps of skin, eyes wide with dying horror. How? Huang Junjie's voice shook. If the demon was here, who were we chasing? Where's Wang Wei? Su was light pinned Lu Yuanyuan's face. Sobbing into her hands, she whimpered, I don't know. Didn't he go with you? My fault. If I'd stayed to help. But I panicked when Zheng told me to run. Su Hua cut off her weeping coldly. Dead men don't need tears. Find Wang Wei and Zhang Xiong. Here. Wang Wei called from outside, entering to gape at the carnage. What happened? Ignoring the question, Su Hua demanded, why were you outside? When you all chased it, I tried flanking through the courtyard, then realized I was alone. Wang Wei forced a laugh. Got scared by myself. Su Hua's expression hardened. Find Zhang Xiong. Huang Junjia's group hesitated. Given this, Zhang Xiong's probably dead too. Wait till dawn. And if we meet the headhunter demon. Lu Yuanyuan shrank back fearfully. Su Hua gave her an icy look. Stay if you want. Her face froze as she sought support from others. Yuan Yao stayed silent. Huang Junjie wavered, but Su Hua's determination and the mysterious deaths decided him. With 4 of 6 going, Lu Yuanyuan and Wang Wei had to follow. They found Zhang Xiong quickly in the storage room, same death as the college student, slumped against the wall, head missing. Impossible. Yuan Yao gasped. Does it clone itself? Killing Zhang Xiong while murdering the others. Huang Junjie eyed Lu and Wang suspiciously. Unless there's multiple headhunter demons? What are you implying? Wang Wei scowled. That I killed them? You claim you went to flank it, yet returned alone after Zhang Xiong died. The tunnel attack shock had distracted Su Hua earlier. All players were underground, but not together. Someone could have killed Jia Shuyang first, then ambushed them. Think about the game mission. Protect our heads. Our doesn't mean individual players, it's factions. If there's ordinary players, there must be a headhunter demon faction. Meaning you and Lu Yuanyuan are on the demon side. Baseless accusations. Wang Wei shouted furiously. If we're going that route, I could just as easily say you killed Zhang Xiong. With 4 people, killing someone would be child's play for you. Are you out of your mind? If we were working with a headhunter demon, would Brother Su have gotten injured? Yuan Yao retorted. Who's to say you're not putting on an act? Wang Wei moved closer to Lu Yuanyuan. Now that the 2 of us are being isolated, who do you believe, them or me? Lu Yuanyuan looked back and forth between them before stepping back to distance herself from everyone. I don't know who's telling the truth, I just want to survive until the mission ends. A cruel glint flashed in Wang Wei's eyes, but when he turned his head, his face showed only indignation. I won't stay with you murderers. As he turned to leave, Su Hua, who had been crouching beside Zhang Xiong's body, straightened up with difficulty and said hoarsely, if you think you can clear the mission by letting others do the dirty work, you're sorely mistaken. Those 2 who died in the lobby, you killed them, didn't you, Lu Yuanyuan? Everyone immediately turned to look at Lu Yuanyuan. With tears welling up pitifully in her eyes, Lu Yuanyuan said, what do you mean? I don't understand. While everyone was distracted by the headhunter demon, you and that rich kid Li Zheng worked together to kill Wan Jikong. Conveniently, Wang Wei wasn't present. After Wan Jikong died, you ambushed Li Zheng, then came to find us, pretending the headhunter demon did it. Su Hua walked up to her, looking down at her with scrutiny. You played your part well. Player eater. The tears in Lu Yuanyuan's eyes vanished instantly. She flipped her hair and smiled sweetly. Li Zheng was right, you're much sharper than that half-baked Huang Junjie. Yesterday, when Du Lanlan and Xiaogua died, Li Zheng said you suspected someone among us. That you weren't just suspecting players killing each other, but that the headhunter demon was among the players. I didn't believe it at first, but you really are something. You're the headhunter demon? Wang Wei hastily backed away as she approached him. Lu Yuanyuan scoffed, shedding her previous spoiled demeanor. With a sway of her slender waist, she spun around coquettishly, blew everyone a kiss, then slowly began closing the warehouse door. Honestly, when Li Zheng told me yesterday the headhunter demon was a player, we planned to kill all the other players. Since the headhunter demon is among us anyway, why bother guessing who it is? But I thought, why share the dungeon rewards when I can have them all to myself? So you're saying you're neither the headhunter demon nor an accomplice? Huang Junjie's pride in his judgment took another hit. How can you prove it? Why should I prove anything? Lu Yuanyuan looked at Su Hua as if this was a joke. If you don't believe me, ask him. Wait. Yuan Yao made a timeout gesture. What are you all talking about? Didn't we see the headhunter demon with our own eyes? Why are we going in circles about the headhunter demon being a player? There's only one headhunter demon. The clearest proof is that he's never appeared simultaneously with all players present. Su Hua lit a cigarette but stubbed it out immediately after one puff due to a sore throat. That's not right. He appeared just now when we were all here. Yuan Yao's eyes widened. Was someone pretending to be dead? Huang Junjie slapped his forehead. The headhunter demon was missing something when he appeared just now. Yuan Yao looked confused, but Abel suddenly understood. The axe. Exactly. Su Hua nodded. There should have been someone under the headhunter demon's cloak, but after Zhang Xiang hit him and based on his movements, it was more like an empty cloak. That cloak used some prop to enter, turn off the lights, then leave, all to scatter the players. As for the prop, he pointed to the bloodstain on his neck. It was probably something like thin steel wire or piano wire. Not flexible enough to move like a real person. Huang Junjie used the same prop to retrieve the axe after being attacked. This might prove the headhunter demon is a player, but it doesn't rule out other players being accomplices. Huang Junjie frowned deeply. No need to identify other players' roles, Su Hua said with a faint smile. According to the game background, the villa owner has offered a reward for catching the headhunter demon. Catching him would let us end the mission early. So who is the headhunter demon? Yuan Yao swallowed nervously. Just as Su Hua was about to speak, Lu Yuan interrupted him. Wait, first tell me, what did you mean earlier? I don't know how you concluded I killed Wan Jikong and Li Zheng, but why wouldn't killing all players let me clear the mission? If all players die, that means the headhunter demon is dead too. I should be able to clear it. The woodcutter in the cabin is a player, Su Hua said calmly. Huang Junjie looked thunderstruck. He's a player? He's a player who failed to clear previous dungeon games and got stuck here. Su Hua summarized the information he gathered. He survived until the game ended but didn't clear it. In later games he played, some players survived alone until the end but still failed. I see. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed. So you're certain that even killing all other players won't let you clear the mission? She suddenly burst into laughter. And here I thought you were some kind of saint. If killing could clear the mission, you'd have done it long ago. Su Hua looked at her coldly. You kill because you're not smart enough to think of anything better. Lu Yuan's laughter stopped abruptly, her face turning icy. Oh, you're so clever. Then tell us, who is the headhunter demon? After I kill him, you're next. Su Hua turned to Huang Junjie and the other two. See? She can prove herself. Huang Junjie gave Lu Yuan, who was trembling with rage, a complicated look. Though she'd confessed without being pressed, you really didn't need to provoke her so blatantly. Huh. Wang Wei, silent until now, suddenly laughed, his gaze icy as he stared at them. After all this talk, you suspect me. Correct. Su Hua looked at him, then asked after a pause, you'd already been in the villa before the other players arrived, hadn't you? Huang Junjie and the others looked confused, but Wang Wei narrowed his eyes. I was indeed the first to arrive at Hot Springs Villa. The first player to arrive gets a changed mission. The headhunter demon's props were placed at the main entrance. If you could even guess that, I should have killed you first instead of Huang Junjie. Huang Junjie's face darkened at being named, old and new grudges surfacing. A bamboo knife appeared in his hand. Why waste more words on this psychopath? Let's just finish him. Wang Wei sneered. Du Lanlan, Xiagua, Jia Xuyang, Zhang Xiang, I've already taken 4 players' special abilities and props. Do you really think you can beat me? Players can't obtain the traits of killed players, Lu Yuan declared first. You're bluffing. As a player eater, you naturally don't have traits to begin with, so of course you can't obtain other players' traits. We all just got off the preliminary trial train. I doubt any of you have many tools yet. Ignoring Lu Yuan's furious glare, Wang Wei kept his gaze fixed on Su Hua's face. No one can complete the dungeon mission alone. There are 5 of you now. Rather than increasing casualties unnecessarily, wouldn't it be better if we leave each other alone and quietly wait until the 5th day? Huang Junjie, who prioritized weighing pros and cons, showed signs of wavering. He instinctively looked toward Su Hua. No need to test me, Su Hua said. Even if you kill a player, you can't obtain their traits. The only inheritable assets are things like money and tools. Being alone indeed makes it impossible to clear the dungeon. The simplest method is indeed ensuring multiple players survive until the dungeon ends. But as you said, we just got off the train. Maybe the few players you killed didn't have any tools to begin with. He smiled. The hardest part is already over. With the grand prize package right before us, taking some risks is worth it. Wang Wei had expected Su Hua wouldn't be so easily fooled. He turned to Yuan Yao and the other 2. Do you all think the same? The 3 remained silent. Wang Wei sneered before addressing Lu Yuanyuan again. Killing me won't benefit you either. You'll be their next target. Lu Yuanyuan shrugged. I don't care. The dungeon reward is more tempting to me. Talking this much, could it be you're scared? As soon as she finished speaking, she pounced at Wang Wei like a beast unleashed from its cage. Wang Wei dodged sideways, but his face was still raked with 3 bloody gashes. The searing pain made his muscles twitch as he retreated several steps to avoid further attacks. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a black cloak materialized, swirling around to cover him. But before he could fully conceal himself within the cloak, Su was suddenly ambushed from the side, sweeping Wang Wei off his feet with a leg sweep. Grab him. Abel and Yuan Yao, following closely, each seized one of Wang Wei's legs and forcibly dragged him out from under the cloak. Though they pulled him out, one of Wang Wei's hands still tightly gripped the cloak, resulting in a 3-way tug-of-war. Huang Junjie, waiting for his chance, raised his bamboo blade with both hands to stab Wang Wei's abdomen. But just as he lifted his arms, an extremely thin silver-black wire looped around his neck and yanked him upward. The bamboo blade clattered to the ground as Huang Junjie struggled to pry the wire loose. However, the ends of the wire weren't attached to anything, it seemed to grow from thin air. As Wang Wei crossed his index and middle fingers, the wire suddenly twisted and tightened on its own, leaving a bleeding line on Huang Junjie's neck. Su Hua glanced at the man who was now rolling his eyes from strangulation. Keeping his foot firmly on the cloak, he took out the arsonist's tools, flipped it open, and commanded, "Burn, burn, burn." Without the black cloak as cover, 3 flames instantly ignited on Wang Wei's clothes, rapidly spreading. The inexplicable fire threw Wang Wei into panic. He stopped controlling the wire and instead kicked Abel and Yuan Yao away before turning to strike at Su Hua. There had been distance between them, but suddenly a black baton appeared in Wang Wei's hand. Electric currents surged from it, engulfing his entire arm. The crackling sparks were blinding, making it impossible to approach. Su Hua narrowed his eyes, hesitating whether to let go, when Lu Yuanyuan suddenly lunged from the side. Wearing insulated gloves, she grabbed Wang Wei's left arm and twisted, crack. The baton clattered to the ground. She snatched the baton and ran while Su Hua and Huang Junjie, who had just gotten up, simultaneously struck, one aiming for Wang Wei's wrist, the other his calf. By now, flames had engulfed Wang Wei's entire body, surpassing his tolerance. Forced to abandon the black cloak, he swung the headhunter demon's axe to drive them back before rolling away to create distance. No sooner had he gotten up than Abel charged with a large cross. Wang Wei barely blocked with his axe, but was still sent flying into the wall. After crashing down and coughing blood, he frantically tore at his burning clothes. Thanks to his evolver physique, though his skin was burned, it wasn't fatal yet. However, the melted fabric had fused to his flesh, ripping it off would only worsen the damage. He could only let it cool naturally. The scent of cooked meat filled the warehouse. Gulp. Lu Yuanyuan swallowed hard. The risk was worth it, Su Hua said, lifting the black cloak in his hand. In just these few dozen seconds of combat, Wang Wei, the self-proclaimed headhunter demon, had not only failed to gain any advantage, but lost his greatest reliance, the black cloak. He'd also lost another tool, and his axe now had a chip from clashing with Abel's cross. Meanwhile, their side had suffered negligible damage. Panting heavily, Wang Wei glared venomously at Su Hua, his hatred almost tangible. How could you be so certain the headhunter demon had to be a player? Hot Springs Villa has always had rumors about the headhunter demon. Any normal person would assume there was always one here, especially with the evidence I planted. Why wouldn't you believe it? Because you outsmarted yourself. Yuan Yao blurted eagerly. Would the real headhunter demon need to resort to such petty tricks? That's your reasoning? Wang Wei raised his voice. Not just him, even Huang Junjie and the others didn't fully understand. Huang Junjie in particular had only suspected a player was impersonating the headhunter demon to kill, never imagining the headhunter demon was a player all along. Pay attention to the mission briefing. The dungeon background states people have died frequently here over the past 3 years, but the materials we found in the warehouse show the headhunter demon legend spans decades. Su Hua flicked the lighter. Wang Wei's eyelid twitched. What does that prove? The key lies in these records. Looking just at the past 3 years, the victims follow a pattern, either consecutive decapitations or consecutive dismemberments. Su Hua glanced at Huang Junjie. Setting aside copycat crimes, this fits a player's profile, mostly ordinary players, with the minority being player eaters. So that's why some were missing limbs. If the bodies showed signs of being eaten, the headhunter demon's identity would be exposed too easily, Yuan Yao muttered. Past records and cases appeared in newspapers, meaning the villa wasn't closed due to the headhunter demon before, at least newspapers were still delivered. Plus, the game mentioned this place was once popular among players and non-players alike. So it's highly likely this was a dungeon back then too. If the visitors were players and this was a dungeon, combined with the body patterns, the headhunter demon being a player makes more sense. So this dungeon started decades ago? Abel exclaimed. But we're all first-timers here. How's that possible? It's possible, Huang Junjie said, his face paling as he realized something. Isn't the woodchopper a stranded player? We were all first-time participants in this dungeon, so we naturally overlooked the background details, Yuanyo said. We simply treated the headhunter demon as a fixed boss, completely missing the hidden information within. They had assumed they were among the game's earliest players, thinking the 3-year backstory was just setting. Just like how they'd mistaken the woodchopper for an NPC, who would have guessed this place had been a dungeon for decades, and an open-world one at that? Who could have predicted this place has been a dungeon site for decades, with random players stranded here? Lu Yuanyuan's usual arrogance had noticeably diminished. We should thank that woodchopper, Yuanyao added. Otherwise we'd never have known the last person can't clear the dungeon. His eyes suddenly lit up as he pounced on Su Hua. Bro Su. We're good friends, right? Let's exchange numbers. Or at least add each other on social media. Su Hua pushed him away with a hand to his face and turned to Wang Wei. Considering your little tricks, the headhunter demon was definitely a player. Then why don't you suspect her? Wang Wei pointed angrily at Lu Yuanyuan. Of course I did, Su Hua replied calmly. Didn't we just eliminate possibilities? Wang Wei trembled with rage before suddenly grinning ominously. Meeting you was my bad luck, but don't think you'll finish this dungeon so easily. He flicked his fingers, and an almost invisible thread materialized beside Su Hua. This filament differed slightly from before. It seemed capable of blending with surroundings, though its metallic glint remained detectable. Again? Su Hua grabbed at the thread, but it slipped through his fingers like oil, darting toward Yuanyao instead. Not targeting him after all. Su Hua kicked Yuanyao aside, but the thread bypassed Huang Junjie entirely, shooting past his ear toward Abel in the rear. Abel scrambled backward, summoning his massive cross again. He swung wildly, accomplishing nothing except creating distracting foam bubbles before the thread hoisted him into the air. Huang Junjie and Yuanyao rushed to help, attempting to lift him free, but the thread seemed fused to Abel's neck, rising whenever they lifted him higher. This is my tool, omnipresent string. It grows anywhere. Nothing you do matters, just watch him choke. Wang Wei laughed maniacally. Don't worry, I'll kill you all one by one. The other players' expressions darkened. Wang Wei possessed far too many bizarre tools. His tools can't target the same person twice. Huang Junjie, you go. Su Hua shouted, then tapped his heel twice, vanishing instantly. His speed created afterimages. Wang Wei's triumphant expression shattered before he could even finish smiling, finding Su Hua already before him. Wang Wei screamed, staring at his severed left hand, 4 fingers, and half his palm gone. With the controller incapacitated, Abel dropped free. Huang Junjie tried coiling the thread with his bamboo blade, but failed, watching helplessly as it zipped back toward Wang Wei. Su Hua, the thread's returning, Huang Junjie warned. Without turning, Su Hua blocked an axe swing and kicked Wang Wei into the wall. Snatching his brass lighter, he caught the airborne thread between his teeth, tied multiple knots around the lighter, and tossed it to Huang Junjie. Seeing his tool stolen, Wang Wei roared and charged recklessly with his axe. But injured and without his black cloak's enhancement, his wild swings couldn't touch Su Hua. Su Hua signaled Yuanyao, who sidled away unnoticed. Die! 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 Wang Wei's screams echoed through the warehouse. Su Hua remained composed, avoiding direct confrontation while backing away until Yuanyao crept behind Wang Wei. Want to know how I identified your tool's weakness? Su Hua asked suddenly. Wang Wei hesitated, just as Yuan Yao seized his arms, yelling, "Now, Su Hua." Realizing the trap too late, Wang Wei gaped at the knife plunging into his chest. Su Hua calmly met his bulging eyes, removed the axe, and stepped back as he collapsed. Wang Wei's death triggered a system announcement all players heard. Congratulations on clearing the Headhunter Demon Dungeon. As the dungeon concluded early with collaborative elimination of the demon, all players receive standard rewards based on performance, plus the villa owner's 100,000 bounty and one special tool. Note: the Headhunter Demon's tools are dungeon-locked. Players may choose either one trait development authorization or one tool. Important: recipient will be determined by player vote. Performance ratings. Player Extra, B grade. Player Drunken Sword Gazer, D grade. Player Code Monkey, D grade. Player God's Faith, E grade. Player Fair Maiden, E grade. D grade. Yuan Yao leaped up first. I got D. The preliminary trial train didn't even rate me. First dungeon and already D. Haha, congratulations. Huang Junjie relaxed slightly. His D grade meant personal rewards and train tickets were secure. With both at D, Extra's B grade clearly belonged to Su Hua. Why am I lowest? Lu Yuan complained. I helped capture the demon. Me too, Abel scratched his head. Probably because we stumbled around blindly the whole time. And you nearly made us fight each other. Lu Yuan scoffed, eyeing Huang Junjie's lighter-bound thread. Let me see that tool. Huang Junjie retreated warily. For against one, you'd lose. She snorted, turning to Su Hua lingering by the wall. What are you doing? Time to vote. Don't tell me you want the exchange reward for yourself. Su Hua kept searching until finding a reflective fragment in the corner. Pocketing it, he finally rejoined them. Post-announcement, Su Hua's black cloak and axe in his inventory had grayed out, revealing only the voting interface. Before voting, we decide who gets the exchange reward, he stated. Of course, it goes to you. Yuan Yao was the first to speak up. If it weren't for you, forget about catching the Headhunter Demon. We might not even have cleared the level. Plus, we got extra rewards thanks to you. I have absolutely no objections about you taking it. Huang Junjie and Abel nodded in agreement, while Lu Yuan looked visibly reluctant. This vote will be public. Every player can see who others voted for and majority rules. Su Hua extended his hand, signaling Huang Junjie to return the lighter. Without hesitation, Huang Junjie handed it over along with Wang Wei's item. Since Wang Wei had died by Su Hua's hand, his belongings naturally passed to him. In anyone else's possession, that string would just be an unusually tough musical wire. What Su Hua tossed back to Huang Junjie wasn't the arsonist's tools, but the tattooed man's lighter. After pocketing the wire, he lit a cigarette and said, "No need to rush. We'll vote one by one. Even if we're missing one or two people, the voting system still works." Lu Yuan frowned. How tyrannical. You'd kill anyone who doesn't vote for you. Just a friendly reminder, Su Hua replied. It's part of the game rules. Who knows how many more votes we'll have in the future. Huang Junjie and the others shook their heads. Opportunities to kill a dungeon boss and obtain their items didn't come around often. Brother Su, ignore her. She's no saint anyway. We'll all vote for you, Yuan Yao said. In the end, all 5 voted for Su Hua, granting him the right to choose the replacement reward. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yuan stated bluntly, I have no problem voting for you, but that stun baton belongs to me. You already took Li Zheng and Wan Jikong's items, and now you want Wang Wei's too? You didn't even kill him. Yuan Yao protested angrily. I contributed my share, Lu Yuan retorted, crossing her arms. I deserve at least one item. Huang Junjie and Abel also looked displeased, but Su Hua said, you can have it, but you get no share of the villa owner's extra reward. Out of the 100,000 white bills, you only get 10,000. Lu Yuan's eyes darted before she gritted her teeth. Fine. After their discussion, several stacks of white bills and a skull-engraved seal appeared on the ground. Su Hua picked up the seal. Curse seal, note, a curse that can greet anyone's immediate family. Find the right moment to imprint the pattern, and at least 3 people, including the target, will have one aspect of their power weakened. The curse remains until the mark disappears. Warning: curse direction and intensity vary by circumstance. Avoid using on stronger players, or it may become your curse instead. What a truly cursed seal. After reading, Suhua smiled and passed it to Huang Junjie and the others. This item's practically useless. Not even as good as that stun baton earlier. Though Lu Yuanyuan hadn't seen it, their expressions told her enough. I'm not trading, she declared immediately. From Wang Wei's belongings, Suhua took out the Queen's Mirror and Fast Talk notebook. These 2 items plus the seal. Each of you pick one. The Queen's Mirror was a palm-sized compact. By telling it you're the most beautiful or you're the most handsome, anyone seeing you for the next 3 minutes would automatically view you through a filter. Fast Talk Notebook was a shorthand pad that automatically recorded everything said within 10 meters for 5 minutes after opening. You're being too generous, Huang Junjie said, feeling indebted. We didn't contribute much and already owe you. Now taking your items. At least let me give you my share of the money. Yuan Yao nodded eagerly, having chosen the mirror. Then I'll take 5,000. Suhua didn't refuse, accepting the white bills from the 3. The cursed seal was unclaimed, so Abel could directly store it in his item slot. The other 3 items still belonged to Suhua, though held by different people, only he could discard them for others to claim. Lu Yuanyuan, having secured her item, immediately produced her return ticket and vanished before their eyes. Is it wise to let her go? Huang Junjie asked. She's a player eater. The game's over, Suhua said. Relax. Huang Junjie exhaled deeply. Right. Players have no obligation to deal with player eaters. Suhua, hope we meet again. He shook Suhua's hand solemnly before leaving the instance. Abel approached with the seal, smiling. Let me test this. Suhua raised an eyebrow and extended his hand. I curse you to have less bad luck. Abel stamped the back of his hand and disappeared. Brother Su, you must remember me, Yuan Yao pleaded earnestly, gripping his hand. I'm Code Monkey. Don't forget. Suhua nodded with a smile. After Yuan Yao departed, he examined his return ticket closely. Though made of the same material as train tickets, this only bore a serial number, E27-014, A07. Finding no immediate clues, he pocketed it. Flashlight in hand, he went to the small cabin downhill, dug up the previously buried woman, used her own nails to carve words inside her jacket, then reburied her. Brushing dirt off his pants, he broke off a plum branch from the orchard ahead and slung it over his shoulder before using the return ticket. Beep beep. After momentary blankness, car horns greeted Suhua's ears. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a familiar back alley behind the hotel he'd stayed at before, neon lights illuminating the streets. He'd returned. His phone showed 10:30 p.m., prime time for nightlife. As he moved to leave, his foot stepped on something firm yet yielding. Picking it up revealed a bulging wallet. So that's how the curse works? Glancing at the black skull mark on his hand, Suhua pocketed the wallet and entered the hotel. Used to actors coming and going, the receptionist didn't bat an eye at his attire. You should know, lots of creepy stuff's been happening lately. Many people died, and when you disappeared suddenly, we had to call the police. They took all your wallets and IDs. You'll need to collect them from the station. You were filming, right? So awkward about this. Want to stay the night here? On the house. Thanking them, Suhua left and checked into another hotel. After washing up, he finally opened his game panel. Congratulations, Player Extra, for successfully clearing the Headhunter Demon instance. Your performance has been rated B-level excellence. You have one reward replacement option, either one characteristic development authorization or one item. Would you like to choose now? Suhua chose the trait development privilege. Based on Player Extra's occupational characteristics, you have obtained the new trait, a sad thing. The following data has been updated. Player nickname, Extra. Player type, Black player. Occupation, Extra. Note, as someone forever on the move, his chance of becoming a protagonist is only 1 in 10,000. Player level, E. ID, 556,688. Evolution rate, 10%. Assets, 39,500 white bills. Primary traits, legs that never tire. Informer's perspective, extended trait. Super memory, a sad thing. Note 1. Congratulations on developing a new trait. Extra always plays important yet unimportant roles in different scenarios at different times. People always quickly forget his appearance. This is a sad thing. Of course, if acquaintances also forget, that becomes a tragic thing. Note 2. Congratulations on developing a new extended trait. Only by remembering what you've seen does it count. Items: Arsonist's Tools Super Running Shoes Weather Belt Floating Balloon. Omnipresent String. Note: it can hang anywhere, including air, and lift objects 100,000 times its own volume and weight. However, it can only extend up to 3 meters and can only be used once on any object. Dual Color Magic Cube. Note: it can open in any form with a 10% chance of producing something you currently lack. The more times you open it, the less surprising the contents. Nevertheless, it's still called the surprise box. Potions. For bottles of P0 Evolution Serum, 2 bottles of P1 Evolution Serum. Note: congratulations on obtaining P1 Evolution Serum, usable below 30% evolution rate. E-Grade Healing Potion. 2 bottles of D-Grade Healing Potion. Note: it truly can heal wounds. 1 bottle of D-Grade Hair Growth Serum. 1 bottle of D-Grade Hair Removal Serum. Note: considering player needs, the game specially provides these. With them, you'll never need to worry about body hair. 1 bottle of D-Grade Lye Potion. Note: just 1 capful can make anyone spout lies for 30 minutes, even if they want to tell the truth. Writing doesn't count. Ticket Folder. Building Block Fairy Tale City Station. E. Clown City Station. E. Garden Castle Station. D. Deep Blue Laboratory. D. Tip: complete 2 more A-level dungeons with B rank or higher ratings, or complete 1 D-level dungeon with A rank rating to upgrade to D-level player. Higher player level will help obtain traits, items, and other resources. Keep up the good work. Next game countdown: 37 days. Besides the trait exchanged from the Headhunter Demon's item and 3 items obtained from players, Su Hua received 1 extended trait, 1 item, 9 potions, 1 A-level dungeon ticket, and 1 D-level dungeon ticket as rewards for clearing this A-level dungeon. Overall, the harvest was plentiful. Especially the primary trait, a sad thing since most players encountered in dungeons are strangers. Not being easily remembered in appearance is convenient and safe, greatly reducing potential future troubles. The extended trait goes without saying, it enhances memory. How much it enhances remains to be tested. Su Hua sat cross-legged on the bed, stretching his itchy hand where wounds had rapidly healed thanks to the healing potion, then placed the omnipresent string and dual-color magic cube before him. First was the string, which looked more like fishing line, elastic and stretchable. From Wang Wei's usage earlier, he had roughly guessed this item's range and method of use. Extending 2 fingers could make the string hang in a U-shaped midair. Crossing his fingers made the string's ends cross too. It could go up, down, forward, or backward. But when Su Hua reached to grab the string, it naturally drooped into a straight line. Cannot be used twice on the same object. After some thought, Su Hua wrapped the bedsheet around his hand. The string successfully lifted him. He then tried clothes, paper bags, leaves, even tissue paper. As long as there was no direct skin contact, the string worked. Its operational range extended 50 meters, working seamlessly on walls, floors, and glass. Wang Wei had wasted its potential just using it to kill. There were drawbacks though. Movement speed wasn't fast enough, weight limit was 2 adult males, and once knotted it couldn't untie itself. But for Su Hua's intended purposes, it was practical enough. Pleased with this unexpected gain, Su Hua called for a bottle of wine before fiddling with the magic cube. The black and white cube could open when arranged in checkerboard, striped, or square patterns. The first opening produced a bottle opener, the second and third were empty. Before the 4th attempt, he poured water, added a capful of lye potion, then sat on the sofa watching the door while opening the cube. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked just as the cube opened. Putting away the cube, he opened the door to find the hotel attendant and another person outside. "We meet again so soon, Mr. Su." Nia Xian politely extended his hand. Su Hua shook it. "I expected you'd come." "Oh, sorry, sir. I forgot the bottle opener." The attendant suddenly apologized. "I'll have someone bring it up." "No need, I brought my own." Su Hua took the wine bottle and invited Nia Xian inside. "Poured you some water in advance." He pointed at the table while opening the wine. After sitting, Nia Xian said, "After your disappearance, the case was transferred to me. Your belongings need to go through procedures. They'll be delivered tomorrow morning. You've been through your first dungeon, right? Your research institute has many informants." Su Hua drank directly from the bottle, standing opposite him. "The hotel front desk called you?" Cooperating with government actions is citizens' duty. Nia Xian smiled. Su Hua didn't comment. You came to ask for my cooperation? The outside situation is more chaotic than you know. Evolver incidents are causing uproar. Violent crimes are frequent nationwide, but overall control remains with the government. And we know far more than any player. Cooperating benefits you too. Nia Xian explained methodically. From our understanding, the Dimensional Rift game currently lacks internal player communication. Exchanging information between players is extremely difficult. However, the government has established an online platform. Every cooperating player gets access. Whether trading information, items, or potions, all can be conducted there. But selling to anyone else isn't as secure as selling to the government, don't you agree? That's not a bad approach. Su Hua appeared thoughtful. This platform wasn't just for information exchange, more importantly it tracked player data. As long as Dimensional Rift hasn't spread to the entire population, player eaters remain the biggest issue, especially those who've completed dungeons. I can provide a player eater's identity information. What will you trade for it? Cooperate with the arrest, and you can choose one item from her possessions, or just provide information, and I'll give you a bottle of P0 Evolution Serum, Nia Xian said immediately. The serum, but I want P1 Evolution Serum, Su Hua replied. Nia Xian's expression showed disappointment. Su Hua smiled and said, this isn't a bad deal for you at all. If you catch that player eater, not only will you gain another test subject, but you'll also obtain information about other players and dungeon situations. Nia Xian raised an eyebrow, realizing Su Hua wouldn't reveal any dungeon details himself. Though disappointed, he found this acceptable. Given the unstable situation, most players were wary of outsiders. Someone like Su Hua who appeared voluntarily and could calmly negotiate terms was already considered cooperative. Previously, Nia Xian had encountered players who were either mentally unstable from shock, attacking indiscriminately after 2 sentences, or those so inflated with self-importance they thought they could challenge national authority. Others simply tried to escape and refused cooperation even when caught. They underestimated a nation's tolerance and courage in facing disasters. The government wouldn't strip them of their abilities or resources. Instead, it would actively cultivate them. After all, players were few and the entire nation needed them. The Special Affairs Department has just been established. The government is recruiting with excellent conditions. If you're interested, you can contact me anytime. I'll consider it. Su Hua took paper and pen to describe Lu Yuanyuan's appearance, accent, and other details. Seeing him sketch a simple portrait, Nia Xian felt he might still be persuaded. This is a good start. I hope we can cooperate more in the future, and I'll secure the best benefits for you. Su Hua pushed the paper over and raised his bottle. Pleasure doing business. How much do you know about the game dungeons? Nia Xian took a sip of water. We've gathered considerable information. You can trust us. Do you understand the evolutionary principles of evolvers? Su Hua set down his bottle. Of course. Expert teams are already conducting experiments and should soon suppress evolvers' feeding urges, Nia Xian answered without hesitation. Are there any side effects from prolonged lack of serum consumption? None. The serum perfectly resolves all defects in evolvers. Nia Xian suddenly stopped mid-sentence, frowned, and pressed his lips together. He first looked at Su Hua, then at the glass of water. Didn't expect you to notice so quickly. Su Hua smiled apologetically. Sorry, I just wanted to test the serum's effects. Convenient that you volunteered. Nia Xian snorted coldly and left abruptly. Downstairs, he entered a van parked on the street. How did it go? Asked the secretary who had previously questioned Su Hua with him. Nia Xian opened his mouth but closed it again, producing a Hello Kitty hand puppet instead. The puppet's mouth moved as an electronic child's voice spoke. He tricked me. I can't speak right now. The childish voice and cuddly toy contrasted sharply with Nia Xian's image. The secretary suppressed a laugh. Should we arrest him? No. The puppet continued. He's not a player eater, and he's clever, a player with potential. The nation needs people like him now. Give this to the tech team to identify this person. She's a dangerous player eater. Exercise caution during capture. The secretary tucked the note into his planner. Should we maintain surveillance? Nia Xian considered briefly. Withdraw the snipers and special operatives. Just set up a monitoring post near his rental. No need for 24/7 close watch. Just confirm he remains in Ting City. Recent nationwide cases of mass disappearances and dismemberments involve victims of all ages, mostly without evolver traits. Ting City has 2 cases already. I suspect dungeon connections. Prioritize personnel for dungeon searches. Understood. The secretary nodded. Deliver the serum and his documents to him. Try to get a sample of that glass of water. Nia Xian retrieved a blue vial from an aluminum case at his feet. The secretary departed but returned minutes later, looking awkward. The glass was already washed when I arrived. He said he's moving and invited you to a housewarming dinner at his new place. Nia Xian's eyelid twitched, but he suppressed his anger instantly. Forget it. Draw my blood. Back in the hotel room, having dismissed Nia Xian and his men, Su Hua examined the P1 evolution serum. It was genuine, but he wouldn't take it yet. Players' dependence on the serum and its side effects made it a ticking time bomb. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't ingest it. After storing the serum, he checked his vibrating phone. It hadn't stopped since exiting the game. Besides dozens of friend requests, mostly from Yuan Yao, there were texts and missed calls. Most could be ignored, except one number, Lu Jia's. Only 3 days had passed from the preliminary trial train to Su Hua's first dungeon completion, yet Lu Jia had sent nearly 50 messages. Some requested a meeting to thank him in person. Others described Professor Han's worsening condition after disembarking, green pustules appearing, hospitalization, then being taken away by specialists. She herself had joined a local government agency. She disclosed most details about the preliminary trial train, but concealed other players' identities, facing no repercussions. If anything happens with Professor Han, you can contact me, he replied. Mr. Su, you're back. Professor Han said you must have entered a dungeon. I knew you'd return safely. Lu Jia responded instantly, followed by a flurry of messages. Both she and Professor Han were from a neighboring city. Su Hua declined to meet, but inquired about Professor Han's symptoms. Professor Han had initially improved after disembarking, but later developed symptoms similar to that stranded player: pustules, weakness, and signs of muscle atrophy. Toxin or pathogen? Did this mean all evolvers carried some unknown toxin or pathogen that strengthened them while creating hidden dangers? The serum suppressed it, so prolonged absence might allow accumulation until it overwhelmed the body. Would ordinary players eventually become monsters like on the train without regular serum? Unfortunately, authorities lacked solutions. Su Hua's frown deepened when his phone rang. Rubbing his temples, he answered. Su Hua, you have 5 minutes. If you're not here by then, you'll never see your beautiful, adorable cousin again. Yu Qingqing, I'm not your cousin. Su Hua hung up after saying this, but the phone rang again immediately. Su Hua, even if distant relatives are barely family, you're being too heartless. Hang up. Another call. Can you let me finish speaking? All men are trash. Hang up again. After several rounds, Su Hua finally said into the phone, speak properly or I'll turn it off. There was silence for a few seconds before a subdued voice said, someone bullied me. My agent tricked me into entertaining a client. Where? Su Hua grabbed his keycard and headed out. Ruishi Hotel, 9th floor. Su Hua paused mid-step, turned around and went upstairs instead. After climbing 2 floors, he spotted a slender figure sitting on the stairwell landing, her eyeliner and foundation smeared across her face as she sent voice messages while wiping tears. That fat bastard dared to grope me. I kicked his family jewels so hard they'll never work again. My agent's no good either. I should have listened to my cousin and gone home to inherit the family fortune. After all, we're loaded. Good that you realize that. Su Hua pulled her up by the arm and examined her. Though her makeup was ruined, she seemed fine otherwise. Yu Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Cousin, you're amazing, actually arriving within 5 minutes. I'm staying here tonight. Hearing footsteps in the hallway, his expression turned stern. Why didn't you leave immediately after something happened? Didn't you consider retaliation after hitting someone? Just as Yu Qingqing was about to respond, the stairwell door was kicked open. A portly middle-aged man stormed in with her agent and 2 bodyguards. Spotting her, the man roared and reached out to grab her. You bitch. Su Hua blocked his arm and shoved him back, making the man stumble into his bodyguards. Who the hell are you? Dare interfere with my business? He's Yu Qingqing's cousin, just an extra, the agent sneered, completely dismissing Su Hua before turning to Yu Qingqing. What are you standing there for? Come apologize to President Zhu. Apologies can wait, President Zhu pointed at Suhua. You. Clean her up and deliver her to my bed tonight. If I'm satisfied, we'll let this slide. Otherwise, neither of you will survive in Ting City. Suhua backhanded him away. With a sickening crack, President Zhu screamed while clutching his wrist, retreating as he howled, beat them to death. The bodyguards charged, but Suhua effortlessly grabbed one's arm and flung him down the stairs. Before the man finished tumbling, he slammed the other's head into the wall. Two wails echoed in succession, yet Suhua hadn't moved from his original spot. Please don't come closer. The agent stammered as Suhua approached him. Assault is illegal. Suhua casually backhanded him, sending the agent crashing to his knees, spitting out blood and teeth. Dragging President Zhu over, Suhua sat on the steps, smoking leisurely as he stared at the two kneeling men without speaking. The agent, more perceptive than President Zhu, trembled as he pleaded, "Brother Su, let's talk this out. It's not worth getting arrested over scum like me." Suhua smiled. Ever heard of evolvers? Most evolvers don't eat people, but some prefer human flesh. While you were committing crimes, they've been starving in some corner of the city, desperate for a meal. Though evolvers weren't publicly acknowledged, rumors spread quickly online nowadays. Despite never having seen one, President Zhu's group had heard the whispers. Evolvers possessed superhuman strength and speed, making them nearly impossible to catch after committing crimes. President Zhu's bodyguards, paid 20 to 30,000 monthly, were no pushovers, yet against Suhua they were like children, unable to even fight back. And he knew so much about evolvers, he must be one. Evolvers eat people. Their legs turned to jelly at the realization. What do you want? There are cameras everywhere in this hotel. You won't get away. President Zhu's teeth chattered, terrified Suhua might pounce and devour him alive. Don't worry, I'll burn the surveillance room later. Suhua flicked his cigarette ash. Now even the bodyguards trembled. Brother Su. Brother Su. The agent clung to his leg. This wasn't my idea. Zhu here took a liking to Qingqing and pressured our VP. Threatened to fire me if I didn't bring her. My wife's pregnant, I can't lose this job. Who'd do such a despicable thing otherwise? President Zhu glared daggers at the agent's back, but survival took priority. He shoved Yu Qingqing towards Suhua and bolted for the stairwell door. The bodyguards hesitated, but before they could move, the door reopened. President Zhu staggered back in, hands clutching his throat as if being strangled by an invisible force. His obese body lifted until only his toes barely touched the ground, preventing his own weight from immediately strangling him. Help! He stared at the bodyguards, but they cowered in the corner like they'd seen a ghost, not daring to even glance at Suhua. President Zhu's face turned purple, pants soaked with urine, tears and snot flowing as he managed two wheezing words towards Suhua. Mare. Sigh. Only then did Suhua release him. Watching the man collapse like a dead pig, he remarked, "Do less evil. Times have changed." Turning to the agent, he asked, "Yu Qingqing terminates her contract tomorrow. Any problems?" Snapping out of it, the agent immediately responded, "No problem. I'll prepare the paperwork immediately, convince the company to waive penalties." Suhua nodded and motioned for Yu Qingqing to follow him downstairs. Back in his room, Yu Qingqing stood cautiously by the door. "Cousin, you're not hungry right now, are you?" Suhua turned with an amused expression. "True. Girls smell much better than middle-aged men." Yu Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. "We're family. Blood is thicker than water. You know why zombies in movies always go after relatives first after rising? Why? Because blood is thicker than water, tastes better." Yu Qingqing sighed in relief, patting her chest. "Thank goodness we're not blood-related. Go wash up. Cancel the contract tomorrow and fly home." Suhua smiled faintly. "No way." Yu Qingqing ran over and clung to his arm playfully. "Even if I quit acting, I can stay to take care of you. When you're hungry, I'll lure bad guys for you to eat. How's that? Pretty loyal for a cousin, right?" Suhua's expression changed abruptly. He grabbed her shoulders, spun her around, and roughly pulled down her collar. "Cousin, what are you doing? We're family. Although I admire you a lot, if you treat me like this, I won't cooperate." "Shut up." Suhua checked her shoulders, no numbers. He made her face him, then used a small knife to cut his palm and squeezed out a string of fresh blood right before her eyes. Yu Qingqing stared at him in shock. Cousin, you haven't been around for days, and suddenly you picked up a self-harm hobby. Suhua breathed out slightly, feeling relieved. Good. You're not afraid I'll eat you? Yu Qingqing replied carelessly, I believe you won't hurt me. Besides, there are so many people outside, you wouldn't just go after relatives to cause trouble, right? As long as I'm fine, whether others live or die has nothing to do with me. Suhua felt a headache coming. Yu Qingqing was his stepmother's niece. Nominally, they were cousins, but in reality, they had no blood relation. His relationship with his stepmother was cold, and he rarely saw her relatives. Yu Qingqing was an exception since high school. She liked to cling to him. Later, when he settled in Ting City, this girl dropped out of college halfway through to become an actress and refused to leave no matter what. You are not allowed to say things like that anymore. He warned, unless you want to visit a psychiatrist. Yu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and complained, humans are naturally selfish. What's wrong with that? I don't understand what my parents are thinking, making me see a doctor when I haven't even committed a crime. It'll be too late once you commit a crime. Suhua said, watch fewer gloomy movies and TV shows. If you dare make a mistake, I'll personally send you to the police station. Yu Qingqing shrank her neck. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to sleep. After speaking, she hurried into the bathroom. Suhua sat down at the computer and logged into the forum using the URL and number Nia Xian had given him. The forum was called Vanguard Players. There were already many popular science posts about evolvers and players. The content was mostly what he already knew, but the dangers of stopping the evolver drug had not been officially disclosed. Obviously, Nia Xian knew about this. Suhua understood the officials' purpose. They were worried that the evolver drug would become the next resource players would crazily compete for after the tickets. However, if players knew that missing 3 months of dungeons would result in being sent to a random dungeon, few would rush to grab the evolver drug first. Players without tickets being sent to the station still had a chance to fight back. If they didn't get the ticket by the end of the dungeon, they were very likely to be stranded inside. Whether they could meet other players afterward and snatch tickets again was uncertain. The start time of the Dimensional Rift game couldn't be measured by current time. It claimed to shuttle between 3 and 5 dimensions, maybe other time spaces and times existed. The Headhunter Demon Dungeon was an example. It was now a closed dungeon but wasn't always so. There were 2 possibilities. 1. The dungeon's location was actually in the real world. If the dungeon wasn't closed, not only players but non-players could enter. This meant the dungeon venue might appear in any country or city in this world. Non-players could also become targets of slaughter. 2. The dungeon had a separate, specific game space, so the station connected the game's internal venues. If these internal venues were open, then non-player would mean non-current dungeon players. This implied the game's internal world was open, and players should be able to travel to any dungeon city via the train. Either way, if a player was stranded in a dungeon city, finding other players smoothly would be very difficult. Suhua had a premonition that closed dungeons like Hot Springs Villa wouldn't be many. Missing just 1 dungeon would trigger the game to notify the player to prepare for a random dungeon 3 months later, starting at B level, essentially a death sentence. He wasn't sure if the officials knew this, as he didn't know when evolvers first appeared in the world he lived in now. But it was only a matter of time before they found out. Suhua didn't dwell on this and instead looked up the official player rankings. Currently, only players who had experienced 1 dungeon were rated. The highest was a player nicknamed Golden Crow, an official staff member who safely escorted 8 players out of the game and received a B-level rating. The officials also announced rewards. Besides family benefits in all aspects, he was given an item. Most players below him were rated E, ordinary, and D, good, with a few at C, excellent. This was very good for those just entering the game and confused. They also shared a common code name, Vanguard Players. Dare to be the Vanguard, willing to be the Vanguard. The post was completely boiling over. Many players became unstable after joining, worried about losing their lives and family care. But once enlisted officially, as long as they did well, the state would provide resources and money. Even if they died, their families would receive compensation, freeing them from worries. It was clear many players were tempted. The post heated up, suppressing those trying to trade tickets or sell items and potions at high prices below. Some tried to sell tickets and items, but any clear-eyed person could tell they were fishing for scams. Cousin, What are you looking at? Yu Qingqing, with moisture in her eyes, came behind him. Su Hua closed the page and glanced at her bare legs. You should know that right now, you look no different from a chunk of pork to me. Yu Qingqing wore the big short-sleeve shirt he had taken out of his bag, pouted, and said, My clothes are dirty. How else am I supposed to wear? By the way, why do you have a razor blade in your pocket? She held up a small silver shard the size of half a fingernail. You almost cut my hand just now. You're not seriously going to kill someone, are you? That was a fragment broken off from the headhunter demon's axe. Although the game had taken the axe, the fragments hadn't disappeared. Su Hua reached out to take it and then opened the ticket booking interface. If you have no clothes, I'll have the assistant send some to you. Stop rummaging through my stuff. The ticket is booked for you. Go back early. Breaking the contract isn't that easy. I might even have to sue the company. Yu Qingqing tried to struggle. You can't sue. You don't even have to sign. I'll handle it. You go home and study. Don't wander around when there's nothing to do. Su Hua said coldly. Su Hua, you're so unreasonable. Yu Qingqing glared angrily. My parents didn't say anything. Tomorrow, walk back yourself or go by wheelchair. Pick one. Su Hua stood up and looked at her expressionlessly. Yu Qingqing's angry yet pitiful expression instantly disappeared. Her pupils coldly stared at him for a few seconds, then she jumped onto the bed, pulled the quilt over herself, and muttered gloomily, I curse you to have no girlfriend for 2 years. Su Hua turned off the lights and lay down on the sofa. The next morning, the assistant delivered clean clothes. While sorting Yu Qingqing's dirty clothes, he was cut on the finger by the razor blade sewn into the collar and edges of her skirt. I'll do it. Su Hua told her to treat the wound and removed the 3 razor blades sewn into the skirt, throwing them into the trash. After sending Yu Qingqing to the airport and seeing her board the plane with his own eyes, he returned to the city and went to the entertainment company she had signed with. While taking a taxi back to the city, Su Hua found himself stuck in a residential area. The road was packed with people, car horns blaring incessantly, yet the crowd kept growing. Some who had pushed through from the front were vividly recounting something to others. Rolling down the window, he caught fragments like corpses and dismemberment drifting through the air. These are troubled times, the taxi driver sighed. People just living their lives, bothering no one, ending up dead with their bodies in pieces. There were deaths inside? Several households wiped out overnight, the driver said. 5 families, 14 people, killed without a sound. Only heads, limbs, and guts left behind, everything else gone. What kind of deranged killer could do something so monstrous? And all in one night. Nobody noticed anything, and no one knows how the bodies were taken. As the driver continued, Su Hua considered a far more disturbing possibility. After evolvers and players, game dungeons were now manifesting in reality, indiscriminately killing. From this moment on, ordinary people would face the same risks as players. And it's not just this one case. The driver lowered his voice. 3 or 4 similar incidents just in the Southern District. Even the big shots came down to investigate. The whole neighborhood's emptied out like a ghost town now. Su Hua had spotted familiar uniforms in the crowd, the same outfits worn by the special operatives he'd seen with Nia Xian outside the hotel. Do you know which neighborhoods were affected, driver? The man rattled off several names, even providing approximate times. Su Hua mentally mapped the locations, no discernible pattern in geography or timing. Checking his phone, he browsed local news and trending posts. Most blamed evolvers, as the crime's timing and methods exceeded human capability. Others viciously attacked government officials, venting their fury. Finding little useful information, he logged into the forum. As expected, the government was recruiting players to handle the situation in Ting City, releasing some case details. Victims included men, women, and children, adults typically missing everything but heads, limbs, and organs. Children only feet remaining. The most chilling detail, all remains had been returned in bags, deposited exactly where they'd vanished from. Targets weren't exclusively players. These random occurrences required no tickets, showed no warning signs, and appeared nationwide in varied forms. Authorities termed this phenomenon random dungeons. Despite exhaustive searches for dungeon triggers, officials had found nothing, hence the player recruitment. Over just a few days, disappearances had surpassed 100, with all locations thoroughly investigated yielding 0 clues. Their only hope was that any player accidentally entering a dungeon might retrieve the missing. Closing his phone, Su Hua shook his head. Under these circumstances, not only would no players come, but local ones would likely flee. Young man, we're here. The taxi stopped. After paying, Su Hua exited to find Yu Qingqing's agent waiting anxiously at the building entrance. Spotting him, the man hurried over with an ingratiating smile. Brother Su, you're here. Please, come upstairs. They took the elevator to the 20th floor. A secretary politely ushered Su Hua into a meeting room. President Zheng is in a meeting that should wrap up shortly. Please make yourself comfortable with some tea. Noticing the agent nervously wiping sweat, Su Hua said, 5 minutes. The secretary quickly excused herself. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the Zheng brothers, major and minor executives of the entertainment company, observed Su Hua through surveillance cameras alongside special operatives. Is this the man? Asked a red-haired young man with cold arrogance. That's him. President Zhu, his neck bandaged, exclaimed. He nearly strangled me yesterday. Definitely an evolver, probably a cannibal too. Arrest him now. The redhead frowned at the documents before him. He's killed 3 people? Yes, but investigations confirmed all 3 were murderous evolvers, interjected Zhao Biao, who'd previously dealt with Su Hua. And the bodies were intact. It's in the file. No need for commentary, the redhead cut him off. Regardless of who he is, disrupting social order warrants arrest. Turning to his team, he ordered, exercise extreme caution. This man's experienced, adept at disguise, and possesses special items. Prevent hostage situations during apprehension. He's standing up, shouted Vice President Zheng. Move out. A dozen special operatives stormed the meeting room armed with anti-evolver electric nets and tranquilizer guns. But as they breached the door, the lead operative vanished mid-stride. His stunned teammates raised their weapons toward the figure across the table, only for another to disappear before firing, his gun clattering to the floor. What's happening? People are vanishing. Though trained to handle players' abilities, the operatives had never encountered instant disappearance powers. How could they counter this? As they retreated warily, Su Hua, who should have been confidently in control, suddenly paled and sprinted toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. Don't let him escape. The redhead's shout mingled with shattering glass as Su Hua leaped through the window, but pursuers found no trace of him outside. He got away? President Zhu burst in, immediately assessing their failure. Useless. All that gear, all those men, and you can't catch one guy. The redhead's icy glare silenced him, reinforced by a fist smashing the solid wood table in half. Search floor by floor. This is the 20th story. He couldn't have jumped all the way down. He's still in the building. Thud. Crash. Before the words fully left his mouth, 2 more operatives disappeared amid heavy impact sounds. How is? President Zheng stumbled backward mid-sentence, then vanished before their eyes. It's Su Hua. He's doing this. He'll kill us all. Zhu shrieked, bolting for the door only to disappear at the threshold like his colleague. Not Su Hua's ability, a random dungeon, the redhead realized with horror. Evacuate the building. Now. Pandemonium erupted as people stampeded for exits, vanishing one after another, operatives, company staff, assisting police officers. None made it off the 20th floor. The redhead's phone slipped from his fingers mid-call to the research institute. What's the situation now? Nia Xian hurried back to the research institute and asked the others about the situation. Although the redhead didn't say a word after answering the phone, it was enough to alert the institute staff. They immediately sent people to lock down the building. Currently, 46 people have gone missing. The entire 28th floor was wiped out, half of the 27th floor's personnel disappeared, and the dungeon entrance is now closed. Team leader Wu, the person in charge, explained the situation to him. Our player, Xiao Er, who was originally on the 20th floor, was the only one who entered. I remember Sima Xiao Er was supposed to go to Happiness Residential Area today. How did he end up in Golden Light Building? Nia Xian said while looking through the missing persons' profiles. Before team leader Wu could answer, he looked up and asked, "Are they going to capture people?" Team leader Wu nodded and pulled up a photo. We received a report this morning. Zhu Tao, general manager of Karen Building Materials Company, reported a player-eater evolver. Xiao Er led 12 people and cooperated with the criminal investigation team to capture him. This is the person they caught. Nia Xian stood up as soon as he saw the photo. Suhua? He's a player, and he's the one I'm trying to recruit. Of course I know. Team leader Wu gestured for him to calm down. There have been so many disappearances recently, and with the dungeon entrance inspection going on, the matter of capturing evolvers was never reported to me. So I had no idea until now. But this is good news. Look at this. He handed over a document. Freshly released. Over in Luo City, based on clues provided by Suhua, they captured a player-eater named Lu Mei. Lu Yuanyuan was her alias. Nia Xian flipped through it and exclaimed in surprise, rated B class, and she even obtained an item from the dungeon boss? That's not all. According to Lu Mei's confession, Suhua was the first to find stranded players, and it's speculated that Hot Springs Villa used to be a non-closed dungeon, which aligns with the documents sent by Jing City, team leader Wu said. In other words, the Dimensional Rift game really existed long before the Evolvers appeared. Nia Xian slowly sat down. The Headhunter Demon Dungeon is evidence of that, team leader Wu said, feeling heavy but somewhat relieved. So Suhua accidentally entering the game is an opportunity for us and for those who disappeared. On your 301st preliminary trial train, only one player survived in the third-class seats and is still in intensive care. 2 people came out from the first-class seats, including you. The special-class seats were completely wiped out. Only the second-class seats not only had 4 survivors, but also saved a third-class player. Although Han Ming, Lu Jia, and Wang Xiaowei are reluctant to say more, since you were on that train, it's easy to identify Suhua. Based on his performance on the trial train, if conditions allowed, he would save people. Nia Xian frowned tightly. What worries me now is that troublemaker Sima Xiaoer. He bribed the chef to get through the trial train, has no dungeon experience, and is young and reckless. I'm afraid he'll cause trouble. Team leader Wu patted his shoulder. All we can do now is wait. Asterisk. Darkness engulfed him. When the special operatives disappeared, Suhua knew he had encountered a dungeon. The moment he jumped from the window, his vision dimmed. Then, his body felt wrapped in an airtight layer of fur, and he rolled down a sloping ramp. His nasal cavity was filled with the stench of animal fur. His hands stiffened, legs bent backward, and all 4 limbs were bound, unable to move. His mouth and eyes were also sealed shut. Without any sense of light, he rolled for several minutes before stopping. After he landed, more than a dozen heavy objects continuously fell on top of him. They were crowded in a narrow space, struggling to emit muffled whimpering sounds. Unable to open their eyes or mouths and cramped in such a small space, Suhua ignored the kicks around him and listened carefully to the surrounding noises. About 15 minutes later, footsteps approached. Then someone opened the door and let out a hoarse laugh. This batch is pretty fresh. Let me count. 46 in total. Can't finish them in one day. Better raise them first. Then came dragging sounds. Amid overlapping whimpers, the sound of knives cutting leather rang out rhythmically, 3 cuts per group. Each time a cut sounded, a clearer tone of crying, anger, or pleas emerged. These no longer sounded muffled, but high-pitched and bright, more like animal howls than human voices. There was one interruption when the person took away all the previous victims. After a wait, he returned to continue the process. Finally, it was Suhua's turn. A hand lifted him up. With 3 sharp snips, his eyes and mouth suddenly felt cold. He could open his eyes. Before him was a tall, muscular, red-nosed foreign man. He shook Suhua by one hand, muttered "mute," and threw him aside. With his legs tied behind his back, Suhua had no choice but to bend his knees and land. His vision dropped to the man's waist. The man grabbed a fat pig, swiftly sliced around its eyes and mouth, and the pig immediately opened its eyes and cried out, then was thrown back down. Only then did Suhua clearly see that he was in a warehouse-like place. The area where they landed had a square pipe exit. Everyone must have fallen from there. Everyone who fell was wrapped in pigskin and enclosed within a fence, their eyes and mouths tightly shut. Only when the red-nosed man cut open their eyes and mouths could they see and make sounds again, but not normal speech, only howls like pigs. Wrapping them in pigskin actually turned them into pigs? Suhua noticed the black apron on the red-nosed man bore the words, "Delicious Fresh Meat Supply Factory," which made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Not only were they turned into pigs, but they were about to be slaughtered. At that moment, the red-nosed man finished his task and drove everyone outside. Suhua followed the panicked crowd moving forward. As soon as they stepped out, two people tried to escape, but wrapped in skin, they lay flat on the ground, unable to stand, let alone run past a healthy person. Spirited bunch, the red-nosed man laughed loudly, caught up, and punched a pig's head into a pulp. Before the red and white liquid could flow out, he grabbed it and hung it on a hook. Fresh brains tonight to spice up the menu. Two people in the group vomited. The red-nosed man frowned. Don't tell me they're sick pigs. Nobody buys sick pork. Everyone was shocked, and even those vomiting held their breath. Just then, a pig beside Suhua collapsed and wailed pitifully, looking as if it was dying from illness. The voice was that of the former Zhu Tao. Following that, two others imitated and lay down. The eyes beneath the pigskin of the others shone brightly, seemingly hopeful. Sick pork doesn't sell, so maybe they could escape death? But before they could act, the red-nosed man dragged the three of them away. You're getting slaughtered today to avoid dying of disease and becoming inedible. Chapter 43. Skinning. Along with President Zhu, the three men were dragged into a side room. During the brief moments when the door opened and closed, a thick metallic scent of blood wafted out. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of chopping blades rang out repeatedly, and soon the voices of those three men vanished completely. The red-nosed man stepped out again, smiling with satisfaction at the herd of trembling pigs huddled together before continuing to drive them forward. Several minutes later, everyone had been locked inside pig pens, coming face to face with other pig-like figures in neighboring enclosures. The red-nosed man dumped a bucket of slop while cheerfully muttering to himself, "Eat well, grow fat. The better you grow, the tastier your meat will be. Pity there are no piglets. The old hogs will have to be sorted out too. Stringy meat can be minced for dumplings." The pigs pressed together in terror, the stench of bodily fluids permeating the air. The red-nosed man wrinkled his nose and burst into laughter. Suddenly, as if hearing something, he glanced sharply to his left before slamming the gate shut and stomping away cursing. Suhua overheard him grumbling, "Not again," and "How annoying," before violently smashing an empty pig pen, his unhinged brutality on full display. Once the footsteps faded, Suhua assessed his surroundings. The neighboring pen likely contained those taken earlier. The numbers matched, totaling 41 including his group. Beyond them, several piglets lay motionless in distant nursery pens. The sow pens weren't empty either, containing 3 heavily pregnant sows. Unlike the panicked newcomers, the piglets and sows lay deathly still, utterly indifferent to the arrivals. Undoubtedly, they were also humans. Suhua's gaze darkened as he retreated into the center of the pig crowd. Every human turned pig bore a stitched seam along their abdomen. The crude stitching on those around him looked like hastily pinned together skin, but the piglets' seams had fully fused with their hides, as if grown into the flesh. Since cutting open his eye slit, Suhua had felt his pigskin tightening against his body. Given time, it might become impossible to remove. Flexing his fingers, he manipulated the omnipresent string to retrieve fragments of the headhunter demon's axe from his pocket. With the metal shard in hand, he sliced the wrist seam open, reached through to sever the abdominal stitches, and tore the pigskin free in one motion. As the hide came off, game notifications flashed. Player Extra has entered Good Taste Fresh Meat Supply Plant. Default participation in this D-Class random dungeon activated. Background: where there's demand, there's harm. With customer needs ever increasing, underground meat suppliers proliferate across worlds to ensure steady inventory. Good Taste Fresh Meat Supply Plant is one such establishment. As a supplier favored by underground restaurants, owner Red-Nosed Carl not only provides premium red meat, but enables diners to serve it openly. His nickname carries weight in these circles. Once a premier skinner, Carl has flayed between 99 to 100,000 hides. Behind his crude exterior lies surprising sensitivity. He can smell pregnancy or illness through animal hides with masterful precision. But booming business has overwhelmed Carl, forcing him to post help-wanted ads seeking efficient workers. Several applicants have already arrived. Dungeon tasks. The more precious something is, the easier it's lost. Steal a treasure from Skinner Carl. Pigs fly free, rescue 3 or more children. Diligent worker, complete tasks assigned by factory owner Carl. Time limit, none. Completing any single task permits dungeon exit. The dungeon was contained within the factory. Applicants were either players or included players among them. Though time unlimited, all 3 tasks posed challenges. Oink! Oink! Nearby pigs frantically nudged him while neighboring pen occupants tried jumping over, eyes pleading. One particularly persistent jumper caught Suwa's attention, but he averted his gaze after a glance. Tossing the discarded pigskin into a corner, he whispered, "I'll find an exit. If you can hide my escape from that man, I'll return to help you." The pigs nodded vigorously. 2 immediately flopped onto the hide while others piled atop, forming a living mound that completely concealed it. Neighboring pigs mimicked the maneuver, except one that kept squealing angrily until Suwa shoved it down before slipping out. Approaching the piglet pen, he found 6 motionless shotes whose eyes brightened at his approach but didn't approach or vocalize. When he beckoned, they retreated fearfully. A pregnant sow waddled over and tapped her fully fused abdominal seam with a hoof. "Can't just cut this open? You fused with the hides? Would forced removal kill you?" Each question received a nod. "How long until complete fusion? 3 hours? 5. The sow indicated 5. "Any way to free you?" This time, she shook her head. With the second task stymied, Suwa turned to the others. Skinner Carl should still be interviewing applicants. Moving past the pens toward Carl's departure route, he noted the pens occupied the factory's rear, decently lit with forest views through windows. Ahead lay the main facility, slaughter, scalding, and processing lines. This area contrasted sharply with the pens, ankle-deep in filthy slurry, machines caked with gore, teeming with vermin. A mop in the corner had dried into a pancake shape, not overwork but utter neglect. Picking dry footholds, Suwa passed 2 rooms. One contained the pipe they'd fallen through, its gaping mouth welded to the wall. He lingered briefly before eyeing 2 decapitated hogs on nearby hooks and entering the other reeking room. The shock factor of this room far surpassed the outside. The stone platform work table was piled high with chunks of meat, a sea of crimson where the original animal parts were unrecognizable. The thick, coagulating stench of blood was indistinguishable from breathing solid air for those with sensitive noses, the suffocating sensation shooting straight to the crown of one's skull. Suwa walked in without batting an eye, rummaging through the meat piles until he surprisingly uncovered a piece with visible numbering. Though the skin had been stripped away, these digits seemed embedded within the muscle tissue, clear as day. Bang! The sound of a door being violently thrown open came from outside, followed by the Skinner Carl's voice. 5-day probation period. Only those who meet my standards get to stay. What about wages? Wages during probation? Carl roared irritably. Clean this place spotless. If I see a single cockroach when I return in 3 hours, you're all fired. Another door slam followed, then the sound of a car engine fading into the distance outside the factory. After a pause, voices emerged in the workshop. Yongkin was taken by the Skinner. Will he be okay? The Skinner's just going fishing. Yongkin should be fine for now, another voice reasoned. We've got 3 hours. This is our chance. Qin En's right, a female voice chimed in. Stick to the plan, we split up. Qin and I will search for the collection room. Xian Daji, Zhou Weichong, you 2 handle cleanup. We'll return within an hour, can't give the Skinner excuses to kick us out. Fine, whatever you say, a 4th voice grumbled impatiently. Just go already. 2 sets of footsteps departed the workshop, leaving the remaining pair. The first speaker urged, we should get started. You buying their bullshit? Actual cleaning duty? The impatient voice scoffed. They're hunting treasures while we do grunt work. Can't be helped. Didn't Peng Fingyan say the Skinner's collection would be well hidden? Our traits aren't suited for searching. Easy for him to say. This dump's tiny, how hard can finding a cellar or secret room be? But Peng Fingyan said this Skinner dungeon has almost 0 survivors. Surely it's not that simple. The other man snorted coldly, footsteps moving from the front workshop toward the rear. Zhou Weichong, where you going? Pigpen, Zhou Weichong replied with a creepy chuckle. With luck, we might find piglets skinned less than 6 hours ago. Peng Fingyan said that's impossible. Special supply piglets require long-term rearing. Peng Fingyan this, Peng Fingyan that, use your damn brain. Wait. The moving footsteps halted. There are side rooms, wanna check first. Ignoring Xian Daji, Zhou Weichong marched straight into the pigpen, forcing Xian Daji to hurry after him. Silence reclaimed the workshop. Su Hua remained in the room unhurried. These applicants differed from him. All were ticket-holding players who'd strategized beforehand. Identified individuals: Qinan, Zhou Weichong, Xian Daji, Yang Can, and Ping Fingnian. Yang Can was taken fishing by the Skinner. Zhou Weicheng and Xian Daji were in the pigpen. Qinan and a female player searched for the collection room. Unclear if the woman was Peng Fingnian, or if some players hadn't entered the Good Taste fresh meat supply plant. From their conversation, ticket-holding players shared his mission objectives. 1. Steal the Skinner's treasured collection. 2. Rescue 3 children. Or 3. Complete assigned work. Choose one. Option 3 seemed lowest risk, but wasn't. The Skinner likely knew applicants were players, only permitting entry out of necessity, hence his hostility. The filthy workshop was probably left intentionally messy. Under these conditions, completing his tasks was near impossible. Getting fired would be lucky. Most players probably ended as mincemeat in the slaughter room. The second task involved rescuing 3 children. Dungeon clearance or return tickets were single-use. Success required extracting the children from pigskin, nearly impossible without special items unless the Skinner released them. The first task was most feasible, hence players abandoning the latter two. Su Hua's brow furrowed as he bagged several rats, used cleaning solution to remove bloodstains from his shoes, then exited through the window back to the pigpen's exterior. Inside, kindly-faced Xian Daji patted a piglet's belly and shook his head at Zhou Weicheng. Stitches are nearly invisible. Even freed, they'd live as pigs forever. Zhou Weicheng, unsurprised, lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke, murmuring dreamily, expected as much. Xian Daji lamented, just little kids. So tragic. Tragedy? That's fate, blame their bad luck. Zhou Weicheng crushed his cigarette, turning toward the workshop. We're no better, might die before them even. Xian Daji followed when suddenly a large pig pressed its front hooves against the pen rails, viciously tugging Zhou Weicheng's sleeve. Rabid hog. Zhou Weicheng kicked it away without a second thought. I'm human. A player. Sima Xiao'er was sent sprawling, screaming desperately, only producing loud oinks. Glaring furiously, he charged again only to be kicked down once more. They're salvageable. Xian Daji intervened. Zhou Weicheng shoved him off. So what? Could they escape? This is a game world, even players live day to day. Normals would die instantly out there. Don't drag me into your pity party. If the Skinner catches us freeing them, we're dead. Xian Daji had no rebuttal, turning away from the pen. Pigs might live longer anyway. Zhou Weicheng left. Oink! Oink! Sima Xiao'er pressed against the rails desperately, but the departing figures never glanced back. He slumped down, eyes more desolate than the others. Su Hua vaulted into the pen, tapping the rails. Red? Sima Xiao'er sprang up, charging headfirst. Su Hua stopped the pig's advance. Don't want to leave? Oink! Sima Xiao'er glared, confused yet furious. Those two weren't wrong. Freedom means death. Too many missing would draw attention. Cutting 2 belly stitches? Su Hua asked. Get the game prompt? The red-haired pig, Sima Xiao'er, first shook his head, then frantically tried to bite Su Hua. This man clearly knew he was a player yet pretended nothing was wrong, not even planning to release him. Su Hua firmly grasped the pig's snout and said coldly, keep making noise if you want the Skinner to find you. The man who just slaughtered pigs was the Skinner. Want to know how he earned that title? Sima Xiao'er froze, then began scribbling wildly on the ground with his front hooves. Without looking, Su Hua knew what he wanted to say. I can't let you out yet. The incomplete stitching might slow the fusion with the pigskin. Those people outside are all ticket-holding players who won't care about anyone in the pigpen. If you want to save the others, listen to me. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Sima Xiao'er nodded. You too. Su Hua glanced at the pigs gathering around. If you want to live, you'll have to follow my lead. A group of pig heads bobbed up and down frantically. The longer I remain undiscovered, the better our chances of rescuing everyone. He patted the red-haired pig's head. You stay here and cooperate with me. I'm leaving now. I'll return tonight. With that, he silently slipped out of the pig pen into the orchard outside. The Good Taste fresh meat supply plant stood on a high slope surrounded by fruit trees. Below the slope, to the left of the factory, flowed a river. The riverbanks formed an open area, while the orchard extended into a dense forest. After a glance in that direction, Suhwa circled past the warehouse and slaughterhouse to reach the front office. The office contained a desk with a bookshelf behind it, one side holding philosophy and anatomy books, the other filled with gossip magazines and photo collections of scantily clad women. He randomly pulled out 2 books, flipped through them, then returned them to their places before examining the desk. Neatly stacked account books occupied the left side, with stationary items like pens and knives arranged precisely. The right side held a radio, a water cup, and a landline phone scattered casually. Before the desk stood 2 high-quality leather sofas flanking a fragrant solid wood coffee table with exquisite tea set, the teapot empty, cups arranged equidistantly around it. Opposite hung an oil portrait of the Skinner, with a vase of fresh flowers on the shelf below. The office was unervingly tidy and meticulous. Short on time, Suhwa didn't linger. He turned on the radio at minimal volume while reviewing the account books. The order records covered over 20 restaurants and shops, spanning 3 months. The earliest order, due in 3 days, came from Violet Restaurant, requesting 6 six-month-old piglets. The Skinner was to skin them alive while keeping the hide wrapped around their bodies, ensuring it wouldn't affect customers' appetites. Suhwa's gaze lingered on the circled word appetite before closing the book. The radio had finished weather reports and moved to news. The district's highest administrative official recently stepped down. The successor is Carlin Fielder, grandson of the renowned Fielder Morning Star, Carmen Fielder, who arrived at 1 p.m. today with his 7 wives. Miss Jean Schwer, soon to become his 8th wife and descendant of the prestigious Jean family, personally welcomed Carlin Fielder and his wives, expressing warm hospitality. Carlin Fielder's arrival has triggered numerous personnel changes. Suhwa's expression shifted repeatedly as he listened. Indeed, the Dimensional Rift game not only invaded reality through instances, but had constructed its own societal system, complete with governance, currency, and consumption. Game administrators, players, and even ordinary people formed part of this structure. Now he almost believed Professor Han's words on the preliminary trial train. Perhaps the game originated from an advanced civilization. Thud. A noise came from the inner room, followed by a woman's muffled voice. "Stop searching, work first." Suhwa immediately stood, restored everything he'd touched, and exited the office the way he came. Passing the slaughterhouse, he saw the other 2 players had returned. All 4 were now cleaning. Checking the sky, he grabbed a sack and headed beyond the orchard, concealing himself in a hidden spot. The Skinner soon returned with Yang Kan, whose face was so swollen he could barely open his eyes. The players didn't dare ask questions as the Skinner raged. "Useless trash. Can't even sweep properly. Who'd hire incompetents like you? Only brain-dead morons would. No dinner tonight. Work through the night." He stormed out, locking the workshop's front door. "You okay?" Xian Daji asked Yang Kan. Yang Kan pointed inside, mouthing, "Knocked out 2 teeth. Just because my bait wasn't threaded right." The others fell silent until Chinan finally said, "If we don't finish cleaning tonight, we'll all get slapped tomorrow." They winced at the thought. Yang Kan asked, "Find anything?" Asked Tang Pei. Zhou Weiqing nodded toward the female player. "Right side of the front corridor has a freezer and office. Left leads to a massive fur room, all rare animal pelts, some glossy and well-maintained, probably the Skinner's collection. The bedroom's innermost." Chinan and I measured, it's only half the fur room's length. There must be a secret room on one side. The real collection pieces are probably there, not with those pelts outside, Tang Pei explained. "Get in." "What's inside?" Xian Daji pressed. Tang Pei shook her head. "Couldn't open it. We tried every mechanism, nothing worked." "Don't you have a universal lockpick?" She exhaled. Chinan used X-ray vision. "That vault's nearly bank level, half-meter thick door, no keyhole. Can't pick what doesn't exist." Disappointment flooded the others' faces. Yang Kan mumbled through swollen lips, thought this be the easiest task. Didn't expect this. Vault-like walls ruled out brute force. Though D-level players, they lacked high-damage tools. "We must find another way in," Chinan said. "Even if we force it, the Skinner would finish us before we touch the collection." "Ask Ping Fingyan." Tang Pei nodded, placing a paper phone to her ear. Before explaining, her face changed. After a moment, she told the others, "Peng Fingyan says there's another player here. Most likely a random player. It's unclear whether his mission is the same as ours, or if we need to guard against him attacking us. Ping Fingnian, lying in the grass, kept an eye on the factory's movements. With a quick glance, he noticed Su Hua, who was just within sight moments ago, had disappeared. His pupils twitched in alarm before he could get up, and a sharp force gripped his throat, lifting him off the ground. That paper phone of yours looks pretty good. Can I borrow it for a bit? Ping Fingnian looked at the young man standing before him, face flushed and disbelief written all over it. When did you find out? Earlier than you think. Su Hua crossed his arms, staring at him. If I were you, the first thing to worry about is whether I'm a friend or foe. Ping Fingnian glared at him fiercely. His right hand, gripping the omnipresent string, suddenly shot forward in midair. Dozens of throwing darts inexplicably appeared around him, flying from all directions towards Su Hua. Su Hua spun and caught 3 darts on his left, swiftly and cleanly dodging the rest. Seeing the green liquid on the dart tips, he raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to speak, Peng Fingnian suddenly yanked the string's head backward. Su Hua smoothly escaped, while the once flexible string stiffened like a hanging ring and only responded to Su Hua's control after 2 seconds. Controlling the string to return, Su Hua stepped back to avoid the opponent's dart attack. As the distance between them grew, Su Hua suddenly surged forward, charging straight at Peng Fingnian. Startled, Ping Fingnian could only recall the darts that barely reached Su Hua's heels, then poured a bottle of liquid onto the ground. The red liquid spread spontaneously across the ground, radiating a distance of several feet. Su Hua slipped with a kick and fell face first. Taking advantage of the moment, Peng Fingnian conjured a pitch-black stone and smashed it down on the back of his head. At that moment, the omnipresent string slipped under Su Hua's armpit and pulled him forcefully to the side. Su Hua rose with the momentum, grabbed the string through his clothes, and was lifted into the air. But the black stone flew after him, circling from the front to the back, persistently trying to hit his head. Su Hua sent it flying away with a flying kick. Turning his head, he kicked Ping Fingnian, who was already running away, knocking him down. Ping Fingnian fell into the puddle of liquid he had spilled, his limbs slippery like they were coated in oil. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. Catching the darts flying straight at him, Su Hua watched Peng Fingnian struggle for several minutes until he was exhausted. What exactly do you want? Kill me if you want. Ping Fingnian, unable to get up, lay flat on the ground. Middle-aged men get hot-tempered and go bald easily. Su Hua threw the darts back at him. I'm a random player, weak on my own. I want to talk about cooperation. Ping Fingnian craned his neck. You don't sound like someone who wants to cooperate. Testing the waters can't hurt. Besides, you're watching me too. Su Hua raised his chin. Want me to pull you in? No need. Ping Fingnian immediately replied. The potion effect will wear off in 2 minutes. Su Hua smiled. Then I'll wait. He went to pick up the black stone. When he returned, Peng Fingnian had just gotten up. Brushing grass off himself, his momentum undiminished, he said, You have to prove you're a random player. What's your dungeon mission? Rare items, piglet, labor. Su Hua answered succinctly. Ping Fingnian breathed a sigh of relief. Our missions are the same. But the paper phone is my item. If it comes to force, it's a fight to the death. If I only wanted to steal the item, I could have killed you earlier. Su Hua toned down his sharpness and said amicably, I'm sincere. Your combat power isn't up to par, so you're hiding alone here giving orders to avoid dragging the team down. But several of your teammates have already entered the factory. The Skinner's 3 missions stealing collections isn't that hard to accomplish. We all want to get out alive. Our goals don't conflict. It was true. Ping Fingnian hesitated before asking, Have you come up with a plan? Su Hua didn't deny it. There's some risk. Ping Fingnian's expression grew serious. The Skinner Dungeon's survival rate is almost 0. Even C-rank players can hardly pass easily, let alone we are all D-rank players this time. The mission is difficult, so we must use brains over brawn. We have no intention of throwing our lives away for this dungeon. So they were D-rank players. Su Hua nodded. You can outsmart it from outside. Ping Fingnian's face instantly flushed red as if defending himself, raising his voice, My specialty suits this better and is more advantageous for us. Every dungeon has risks. Without risk, there's no clearing it. Su Hua glanced at him. Did you investigate the Skinner before coming? How much do you know about him? There are multiple dungeons in one station city. Only those who survive can know which exactly. The information that circulates is limited and hard to verify. Even less is known about the dungeon boss. I spent 50,000 white bills to buy a reliable piece of info that the Skinner's skinning knife cannot be used during the day. Seeing Suhua watching him, Peng Fingyan explained, the other 5 players also know this. Since your mission is the same as ours, it's fine to tell you. Apparently, when the Skinner holds the knife, he can dissect a person along muscle lines without leaving marks, even skinning them alive completely. If his knife can't be used during the day, it's relatively safer for us to operate then. Normally, everyone thought it better to act late at night when it's quiet, because the Skinner is active in the factory during the day, leaving little time and opportunity. But that's a death trap. When holding the skinning knife, the Skinner's danger doubles. If caught, the outcome is grim. Do you really have a way? Peng Fingyan pressed. Honestly, after hearing Tang Pei's feedback, he still didn't have a good countermeasure. Suhua thoughtfully rubbed his chin, not answering but instead reached out. Let me borrow your phone. Peng Fingyan gritted his teeth. Return my item first. Suhua handed him back the black stone, and only then did Peng Fingyan take out the paper phone. This phone can only contact the paired paper phone. It can't send texts and only works when held to the ear. Suhua weighed the paper phone shaped like a button phone in his hand. It felt as light as if it had no weight. Is there a distance limit? No. Peng Fingyan said, as long as it's the paired phone, no matter the location, even if not in the same station or space, you can call. But it's limited to voice calls only. He mentioned the same space, so is the game train really traveling through different time and spaces? Suhua didn't pursue that detail, putting the phone to his ear to try it. It beeped, and a few seconds later, a female player's voice asked immediately, Peng Fingyan. He chuckled, coincidentally, no. What did you do to Peng Fingyan? Tang Pei immediately demanded. Without him, we can't possibly clear this dungeon. If you're also a player, you'd better release him. Given how dangerous this Skinner dungeon is, as long as one person completes the mission, everyone can clear it. Calm down, he's not dead. Suhua glanced at the man beside him before continuing. We've already decided to cooperate. He wants you to bring the paper phone over, just you alone. Peng Fingyan's expression changed abruptly as he frantically reached to snatch the phone back. However, Tang Pei on the other end automatically interpreted Suhua's words as a threat. After saying, I'll be right there, she proactively ended the call. What exactly are you trying to do by tricking Tang Pei into coming here? Peng Fingyan asked warily. She won't actually come. This paper phone can only be heard by the person holding it? No third party can listen in. Suhua paused before asking. Of course, Peng Fingyan replied. This is a grade B item. I spent a fortune and went through hell to get it. How could it lack such basic confidentiality features? But don't get any funny ideas, Peng Fingyan warned. With just a thought from me, the paper phone will self-destruct. Even if you get both phones, it'll be useless. Suhua remained expressionless as his gaze settled on Peng Fingyan. That's a nice suit you're wearing. Lend it to me. Peng Fingyan's facial muscles twitched. Just as he was about to speak, Suhua cut him off. How about trading your suit and one phone for a chance to clear the dungeon tonight? Peng Fingyan stared at him in disbelief, his mouth opening and closing several times without managing to utter a word. He wanted to say Suhua was spouting nonsense. Even grade C players wouldn't dare claim they could clear the Skinner dungeon in one day. But seeing Suhua's confident demeanor, it almost seemed like he could actually pull it off. Where was this confidence coming from? Suddenly struck by a thought, Peng Fingyan cautiously asked, Are you a grade B player? Ticket-holding players usually only enter dungeons matching their grade. Few would voluntarily challenge higher-level dungeons, and high-grade players rarely accompany low-grade ones unless randomly dragged in. Gus, Suhua sidestepped the question. Peng Fingyan reconsidered and dismissed the idea. If Suhua were a grade B player, how could he not have heard of the famous grade A player Paper Artisan's creations? You're a grade C player, right? He asserted. I can tell you're skilled, but the Skinner isn't so easy to deal with. If you're planning to brute force it, you definitely won't succeed. Suhua's proficiency with items and combat didn't resemble a newcomer's at all, so Peng Fingyan never considered he might be lower grade. If anything, he assumed Suhua was stronger. Suhua stayed silent, tacitly agreeing. Peng Fingyan made his decision. I'll trust you this once. Asterisk. When When Tang Pei arrived with the paper phone, Su Hua was already gone, leaving only Peng Fingnian sitting on the ground in an oversized t-shirt and shorts. What happened to you? Tang Pei cautiously remained at a distance. Peng Fingnian waved her over. Come here first. Seeing he didn't seem coerced and detecting no one else nearby, Tang Pei hurried over. What's going on? Did something happen? Qinan and the others are covering for me. I don't have much time, I need to get back before the Skinner notices. Peng Fingnian quickly explained about Su Hua. Tang Pei frowned. You gave him the paper phone without even hearing his plan? What if he ditches us and clears it alone? Random players and ticket holders share the same mission, but his success doesn't guarantee ours. I don't have any better ideas right now, Peng Fingnian said. You know the collection room situation better than I do. Our original plan won't work. Su Hua might be a grade C player. He's worth the gamble. Fine, I trust you. Tang Pei handed over her paper phone. Did he say what he wants us to do? No. Peng Fingnian shook his head. He said he'd contact us when needed. Tang Pei's frown deepened. I need to get back. You're the one who agreed to cooperate with him. While I trust you, the others might not. If Su Hua's plan falls through, I won't be the only one taking action. Peng Fingnian nodded. Absolute trust doesn't exist between players. Do what you must. After urging him to be careful, Tang Pei returned to the factory. Slipping back in through the pig pen, she sighed in relief upon seeing Qinan and the others still cleaning the workshop. What happened with Peng Fingnian? Yang Kan hurried over. We're cooperating with that random player, Tang Pei said. Peng Fingnian gave him the paper phone and wants us to assist him. Is Peng Fingnian insane? Zhou Weicheng said irritably. We made him leader because his brother's a grade C player and he knows more than us. Some random player, what qualifies him? That random player might also be grade C, Tang Pei countered. The Skinner told us to feed 41 adult pigs, but when I went to count earlier, there were only 40. If he has a special item, it's possible for pigskin to shed prematurely before fully growing. Qinan mused before asking, what did Peng Fingnian say about the collection room? He doesn't have a solution yet, Tang Pei admitted. That's why he wants us to wait and see if Su Hua can make a breakthrough. Zhou Weicheng scoffed. He can afford to wait, I can't. Peng Fingnian can give his items away if he wants, but I'm not stupid enough to blindly follow orders. As long as our missions align, we have a chance. Qinan urged him to lower his voice before asking, when does he plan to enter? If it's after dark, we might be able to stall the Skinner. Before Tang Pei could answer, Zhou Weicheng interjected, I refuse. I won't risk my life as someone else's stepping stone. If you insist on this, we go our separate ways. Qian's expression darkened. Do you have what it takes to handle the Skinner alone? Maybe not, but I could probably survive until the time limit. Ticket-holding players had a 15-day limit. Even if they failed to clear the dungeon, surviving until the end would let them proceed to the next one with their tickets. Random players must complete their mission to escape. Their mortality rate exceeds 99%. That random player Su has far more at stake than us, of course, he wants our help. Who knows when the next dungeon will open after this one? Dying by the Skinner's hand is inevitable sooner or later. Qinan started to argue when Xian Daji, who'd been keeping watch at the front, hissed, stop fighting. He's coming in through the front door. The group rushed over just in time to see a tall, handsome man with long hair standing at the entrance. Dressed in Peng Fingnian's suit with a small wildflower tucked in his pocket square, he looked up at the Skinner, who towered a full head taller, and declared, Tax inspection. Call your boss out here. The Skinner, his hair a complete mess, held his deboning knife tightly, his fierce expression freezing the moment he heard Su Hua's words. What did you say? Su Hua gave a disdainful glance at his blood-stained apron. Call the boss out. I'm the boss. The Skinner stared at him. Who are you? So you're the boss. Su Hua sneered, giving him a contemptuous look before walking straight into the office. He flopped down on the sofa, stretching his legs onto the tea table. Bring out the accounts. Let's check the books. The Skinner was momentarily taken aback by his boldness and followed him inside. I've paid the taxes here according to the number of people. Su Hua sneered, cutting him off. Don't you have any idea what kind of business you're running here? You think that little money can fool anyone? The Skinner's expression flickered uncertainly. It's always been paid like this before. Before is before. Since I arrived, the rules have changed. Su Hua shot him a sidelong glance, tapping his index finger on the sofa. The paper phone in his pocket vibrated silently, but it was enough for the Skinner to notice. Su Hua instinctively reached into his pocket, but stopped halfway. He didn't answer the call and instead said harshly, "Stubborn, huh?" With that, he abruptly stood up and strode toward the hallway, ignoring the stunned players. He pushed open the front door of the workshop, covering his nose in disgust as he walked in. The smell? Not even 3 months of stinking socks can compare. Is this ground even meant for walking? Stepping on it would ruin my shoes. And these machines? TSK, are you selling meat or worm eggs? Rats too? Is this factory a stinking sewer? I can't believe anyone would dare buy stuff coming out of here. Just breathing this air means you'll need to cleanse your lungs after you leave. Those 2 pigs died in such a disgusting way. Would meat with such a tragic death really taste good? Covered in stinky sweat, stay away from me. From the workshop all the way to the pigsty, Su Hua found fault with everything, the floor tiles, machines, even down to the knives and aprons. Besides calling a few players filthy and stinky like pigs, he described the piglets in the sty as looking melancholy, saying anyone who had eaten this kind of meat would definitely be in a bad mood. Tang Pei and the others were stunned by his performance. They had witnessed the Skinners' slaps firsthand. How could Su Hua not fear getting beaten to death here? But Su Hua wasn't afraid at all. After tearing the factory apart with words, he turned back to the Skinner and sneered coldly. The Health Bureau must love places like this. I wonder how many inspections your place can survive. The knife in the Skinner's hand had long been discarded after Su Hua accused him of not washing it for 3 days. His facial muscles twitched, and after a while, he forced out a twisted smile. Let's talk it out. Come to the front. After saying this, he first invited Su Hua out, then shouted at the players, "Did you hear everything just now? Get back to work." The players saw his bulging veins and eyes like bells. Some grabbed brooms, others water guns, and hurried back to their tasks. Glancing sideways, they caught the Skinner turning his face away and smiling at Su Hua. They immediately doubted their own sanity. That was the Skinner. Could he really be so easily intimidated by a few words? Of course, those few words didn't scare the Skinner. He was notorious for his ferocity, with an intimidating height and aura. Most players would naturally show fear when they saw him. The game also assigned a task to complete his work, which effectively shackled the players in situations where the other 2 tasks couldn't be completed. Working for the Skinner at least guaranteed survival. So, the relationship between the players and the Skinner was unequal. It was hard for employees to stand up to their boss. Su Hua put on a show, opening his mouth about checking accounts and closing it on inspections, creating the illusion of an outsider. Even if the Skinner demanded proof, it would take time. The game world had a complete social system, which wasn't entirely bad for the players. Glancing at the tea the Skinner had poured, Su Hua didn't even bother reaching for it. Seeing this, the Skinner turned and took some rolls of money from the desk drawer, placing them in front of him. I don't know what to call you. I'm new here and have only raised pigs in the countryside. I know little about the outside world, so please forgive any poor hospitality. Su Hua didn't even look at the money. He tapped his index finger, and the paper phone in his pocket vibrated again. This time, he still ignored it, coldly staring at the Skinner. Playing me for a fool? I don't care whose connections you're using. The people upstairs have changed, so the people downstairs have to change too. I'm not interested in these things. Seeing that Su Hua truly wasn't interested in the white bills, the Skinner took out a box of cigars from a nearby cabinet. The cigars wrapped in gold foil were neatly arranged in a pure gold box, looking tacky and gaudy. But Su Hua actually smiled. The Skinner lit one for him, and the 2 smoked together, finally easing the atmosphere. My surname is Wang. You can call me Mr. Wang. Su Hua exhaled smoke. Money is an external thing. Compared to some good things, it's no different from paper. I never take it seriously. But some things can't be bought with money. The Skinner nodded along while studying him, his expression shifting several times. Su Hua pretended not to notice and only tapped his finger when the timing was right, signaling Ping Fingnian to call again. This was the prearranged code. This time the call connected, and Su Hua no longer ignored it but nodded to the Skinner and went outside to answer. As soon as he stepped out, the Skinner's expression darkened. He picked up the landline and dialed a number. Half a minute later, he put down the phone and walked to the window. Be careful, the Skinner is eavesdropping. Ping Fingnian, hiding far away and watching the factory, had sweaty palms. After Su Hua went in, he wiped his hands several times, afraid of missing the code and not daring to blink. I know. Su Hua's expression remained unchanged, but the next second he spoke angrily. Sis, you're following him without a name or status, not for money or profit, just to get me a good place. And he sends me off to such a small spot. It's inconvenient now. It's precisely the time to arrange for our own people. Anyway, I won't go back unless I'm satisfied. Our family isn't penniless, and he has the nerve. After some muttering, he put away the paper phone and returned to the office as if nothing had happened. The Skinners smiled broadly and handed over a cigar. I heard the top official at E27 Wormhole Point has changed. Mr. Wang, are you transferred here too? At E27, Su Hua immediately recalled the code on his return ticket. The game world was divided by wormhole points. His starting point was at E27 Wormhole Point, and the Good Taste Fresh Meat Supply plant instance invaded the real world, so it was also located in the same area. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Why are you asking so many questions? Whenever you come as a guest, you should greet the host properly." The Skinner cautiously said, "Mr. Wang, you used to work at the tax bureau, right?" Su Hua didn't answer his question. Instead, he sized him up with disdain. "Do you think you have the standing to greet my brother-in-law?" Without waiting for a reply, he added, "No point asking so many questions. How many days do you think you can stay here? Is cramming at the last minute going to help?" That's true. The Skinner was big and burly, and after relaxing his expression, he laughed with a bit of a goofy charm. For people like us who move between different stations, we definitely can't compare to the super players stationed permanently. Su Hua paused for a moment, then said calmly, "People need to have ambitions." The Skinner laughed heartily. "When I get back from the E27 Wormhole Point, my dungeon level will have a chance to rise again. Then my slaughterhouse can turn into a big processing factory. My canned meat skills are top-notch. There's so much pork no one orders, it's such a waste." Speaking of food, Su Hua said after hearing him out, "When are you eating?" The Skinner was excited. "We just slaughtered a few pigs today. The meat is still fresh." Su Hua said with disgust, "How can you eat when it's dirty and smelly?" "I just saw some live fish, freshly caught and ready to eat." The Skinner seemed disappointed that he couldn't show off his knife skills and cooking talent. He raised his voice to call over some players. Tang Pei came over. The Skinner glanced at her, then at Su Hua. Seeing that Su Hua only glanced briefly at the woman's chest before losing interest and looking away, he immediately brightened and ordered, "You guys handle the fish." After that, he ignored Tang Pei and invited Su Hua to taste his stash of hidden liquor. Tang Pei lingered, hoping to get a hint from Su Hua, but he didn't even look her way. Reluctantly, she followed the Skinner's orders. By the time the fried fish was served, Su Hua and the Skinner had finished a bottle of strong liquor. They were chatting about women. "Women from E27 just don't measure up." "No real touch," the Skinner said, making a grabbing motion with his fingers. Su Hua loosened his collar, his face flushed from the alcohol. Leaning on the sofa and sipping his drink, he said, "Nothing beats raising your own. Using the best potions and food from the start, you can shape her however you want." The Skinner listened, entranced. He tilted his head back and gulped down a big mouthful of liquor, wiping his messy beard. Then he grabbed a piece of fried fish and chewed it with bone and all. "I've heard of people raising animals to eat them, but I didn't expect some to be raised for use. Must taste pretty good." Su Hua smiled knowingly, a meaning that couldn't be put into words. The Skinner's boisterous laughter echoed from the conference room turned temporary dining hall. 3 players entered the bedroom one after another and came out again. Including Tang Pei, who was on lookout duty, all of them had sweat running down their backs after returning to the workshop. "Still no luck," Chinan complained. "We don't have mechanical or luck tools on hand. Searching by manpower alone just wastes the precious time we fought for. Maybe unlocking the secret room requires a special item," Tang Pei guessed. "That's why we can't find it. What should we do then?" Xian Daji looked at them helplessly. "I'm dumb and uneducated. I can help as a fighter, but I'm no good with thinking." Zhou Weicheng, annoyed, said, "If all else fails, let's follow my plan. Don't anger the Skinner for these 15 days, and leave with a ticket when the game time ends." Chinan also considered this idea, but Tang Pei gritted her teeth and said, "I don't have a ticket anymore." Can any of you sell me one? The group fell silent. At that moment, the Skinner's voice came closer. Brother Wang, didn't expect you to like fishing too. I've collected quite a few fishing tools. You'll definitely be interested. True interest means going with the flow. Anyone can catch fish with tools. Skill and eyesight make the difference. Suhua's voice was a bit airy, clearly drunk. That's right. The Skinner slapped Suhua's shoulder with his big palm. Brother Wang, we're like-minded. You have to stay a few more days. Suhua slapped his shoulder back, playing the good buddies act. No problem. Next time you come, I'll arrange a fishing trip with you. The two linked arms and entered the bedroom. Despite Suhua being 2 sizes smaller than the Skinner, his momentum didn't lose out at all. He was just going into the Skinner's bedroom? Judging by the Skinner's tone, he wanted to show him his collection. There were no tools in the bedroom, so he could openly enter the secret room? The players held their breath, only exchanging glances, afraid that speaking might give Suhua away. When the door to the Skinner's den closed, they finally exhaled and quietly hoped that maybe Suhua could directly steal the collection. Meanwhile, inside the den, Suhua was startled by the various animal pelts hanging vertically around the room. Outside, night had fallen. Dozens or even hundreds of shadows dangled from the barbs, at first glance looking like dozens of people hanging. He slowed down his speech and began to speak, but the enthusiastic Skinner cut him off. What's so special about these? They're just furs or human skins. The real treasures are in my collection. Human skins? Suhua quickly scanned the den, his expression darkening slightly. Then he feigned indifference and followed the Skinner into the bedroom. Once inside, the Skinner swung his arm, placing both palms against the wall beside the bed. Using brute force, he pushed the entire wall horizontally back more than a meter, revealing 2 unusually tall passages. Suhua stepped in first. After the Skinner followed, he briefly scanned the secret room. The secret room was slightly larger than the bedroom outside. 2 single sofas faced each other with a table in between holding fish hooks, knives, some unfinished liquor, and cups. 3 walls had shelves with seemingly ordinary and inconspicuous items, such as matches, fishing rods, bottle openers, and more than a dozen objects stored in compartments. It was unclear if these were tools. Piles of tobacco, liquor, white bills, and adult magazines were scattered in the corners, mixed with some moldy fruit pits. One wall had a fireplace, but oddly, although a log was burning inside, the flame gave off no heat. Above the fireplace hung a painting of a woman with large breasts and hips. When Suhua looked at it, the woman in the painting winked at him. The Skinner clapped his hands. The naked woman jumped out of the painting and hugged him, beginning to kiss him. She had a human form but no human mind. The Skinner massaged her and said to Suhua, "Brother Wang, what do you think?" "Always ready. Give a photo and it can turn into any woman's appearance, any style. You don't have this kind of treasure, right?" "Definitely not," Suhua said, staring at the woman slowly. Suhua, who was almost forced to watch the entire live reality show, was finally freed close to the game time of midnight. The Skinner had given up the bedroom to him and went to sleep on the sofa. After it became quiet outside, Suhua sat up, wiped away his earlier drunkenness, contacted Peng Fingyan to confirm the Skinner had indeed gone to the office, and then quietly slipped out of the bedroom. He went to the skin and fur room outside, put on the Skinner's gloves, and began inspecting every single hide. During the day, Tang Pei and the others had also checked here, and it was the same as what he saw. All the hanging hides were animal skins, but the Skinner insisted there was human skin here. If the human skin wasn't hanging outside, then it had to be hidden among these animal hides. Why would the Skinner hide human skin among the animal hides? The answer was obvious. He inspected every hide thoroughly. At least 3 had hidden layers inside. Unsure whether they contained human skin, he didn't open them but simply memorized their locations and the distinguishing features of the hides before leaving. In the small room next to the workshop, several players were anxiously waiting. Hearing the sound of a window latch, they hurriedly opened it. Suhua jumped inside and nodded at them as a greeting. "Remember to call me Mr. Wang when outside." "Then, Mr. Wang, what did you find?" Zhou Weicheng crossed his arms, watching him intently. Suhua pressed the paper phone to his ear, allowing Peng Fingyan to hear everything he said. "The way to open the secret room is by pushing the entire wall backward," he said. "It's not difficult. 2 players can do it. The expressions of the others changed slightly. Qingnan blurted out, "You really got into the secret room? How did you manage that? How did the Skinner believe you?" Suhua glanced at him calmly and said, "There's a radio on the office desk. The Skinner's dungeon has had major personnel changes recently. I pretended to be an administrative staff member about to be transferred here through connections. At least for the next day or two, I'm safe. I heard Peng Fingyan mention that every station is connected to a much larger place. The dungeons inside are independent, but the areas between them should be connected. It's just that our levels are too low. We can only enter closed or semi-closed dungeons and can't leave the dungeon range," Qingnan said. "We can only speculate that each station city has managers, but how exactly it operates is completely unknown." He stared at Suhua as he spoke. Since Suhua could bluff the Skinner with this trick, he should know quite a bit of inside information. "Is Mr. Su a B-level player?" he probed cautiously. "No." Suhua lit a cigarette but didn't put the lighter away. Peng Fingyan knows the details. He didn't explain clearly, only revealing the impersonation to coax more information out of them. "You're really brave. What if the Skinner didn't believe you and took action?" Yang Kan said admiringly, his face still showing the imprint of 5 fingers. Though he was a D-level player, after getting slapped, he now felt intimidated by the Skinner. "There's no way to avoid all risks," Suhua repeated what he had said before. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly find the Skinner's rare items," Zhou Weiqing said, his eyes burning. "There must be a lot of good stuff in the secret room. Just taking one should let us clear the dungeon." Qingnan frowned and glanced at him but said nothing. Instead, he looked towards Suhua. "What counts as a rare item must at least be something the Skinner considers important. If there are too many targets, it'll be harder to find anything," Tang Pei added. "Do you have any clues?" "Peng Fingyan told you something about the Skinner before," Suhua said, flicking ash into a cup of water. "The Skinner's knives can't be used during the day. Is this related?" "The Skinner's rare items probably aren't in the secret room," Suhua said. "The factory owner Carl and the Skinner Carl are 2 different identities. The first mission corresponds to Skinner Carl, and his rare items are those hides in the skin and fur room. When I came over just now, I found a few hides that might be rare items, but I don't recommend you take them now." "Skinner Carl and factory owner Carl, what's the difference? Aren't they the same person?" Xian Daji gripped his hair in frustration. Qingnan responded quickly, "That makes sense. The game description also mentions the Skinner's identity. He used to be the Skinner, but his main identity now is the factory owner. Since the 3rd mission targets the factory owner, it's logical that the 1st mission corresponds to the Skinner identity. What if we get it wrong?" Tang Pei worried. "The time we have to access those things is already limited." "I'll arrange to go fishing with the Skinner tomorrow," Suhua said. "Then you can take action. The daytime risk is relatively low." "But I still think the key to the 1st mission lies in those hides," he said, naming the locations of the 3 hides before adding, "I have a request. If you can leave the dungeon by taking the hides, you must get the other 2 hides and hand them over to me before leaving." "You don't want to leave?" Tang Pei asked in surprise. "As long as the ticket-holding players clear the dungeon, the random players from the same period can also leave the dungeon. There's no need to take more risks. You want to save the people in the pig pen, right?" Xian Daji immediately said. "Count me in." "You're crazy. Acting like a hero," Zhou Weiqing said with a dark face. "How do you plan to save them? Unless you can make the Skinner release them voluntarily. Do you really think holding 2 hides will make that killer compromise?" The others thought that possibility was slim. Xian Daji muttered softly, "We have to try." Suhua didn't have a better way to save the people. To act, he had to rely on these players' help. He didn't try to persuade them further but said, "There's an order in 2 days. The Skinner must skin the entire hide from those 6 piglets while they are still alive and deliver it fresh to the dining table." Tang Pei and the others' faces immediately darkened. They all knew those 6 piglets were actually 6 children. "I'm in," Xian Daji said. "We can't let those beasts eat children alive." "I agree too," Qingnan said. "Once we get the return tickets, we can take a chance and maybe really save the people. If not, at least we tried." Tang Pei and Yang Kan nodded simultaneously. "Of course, I'm fine with it. The operation is scheduled for tomorrow." In the paper phone, Peng Fingyan's voice paused, then suddenly said, "The factory looks a bit strange." "What's strange?" Suhua immediately became alert. "Suddenly it's getting closer. Ping Fingnian's voice cut off before finishing. What happened? Tang Pei and the others hurriedly asked. I don't know either. Remember, the agreed time is tomorrow. I'm leaving now. Su Hui finished quickly and climbed out the window. Looking up, the tree shadows that were faintly visible moments ago had completely merged into the darkness. That darkness felt tangible, as if some solid substance was surrounding the factory from all four directions. This was exactly what Su Hui had been unable to figure out. The Skinner dungeon was not a closed instance. If players could just hide outside the factory and not go in, it wouldn't count as forced participation at all. But everything happening in front of him made him realize that even if players hid outside during the day, at night they would definitely be driven into the factory. If Ping Fingnian's information was true, the Skinner at night was far more dangerous than during the day. Opportunistic players hiding outside might even become the first targets, making it all the more perilous. Hesitating between the pigpen and the Skinner's bedroom, Su Hui chose the former. Before the darkness fully closed in on the factory, he caught the rat that had been hiding outside during the day, tied it with strips of meat to the electrical wires on the workshop ceiling, then slipped into the pigpen. After signaling Sima Xiao'er and the others to stay quiet, he draped the removed pigskin back over himself and crawled into a corner. The others were a bit bewildered by his actions when suddenly footsteps approached the pigpen's front door, causing everyone to hurriedly crowd into the corner, naturally covering him. The heavy, slow footsteps didn't belong to any player. Su Hui was certain it was the Skinner, but this was different from the Skinner he had seen during the day. Creak. The front door slowly opened. With a click, the electric light flicked on. A silhouette gradually appeared in front of the pigpen. This person had the same face as the Skinner, the same red nose and tall stature, but the messy brown hair was neatly combed and slicked with hair oil, sticking tightly to the scalp. The thick beard was smoothly braided into a small ponytail with trimmed ends. The blood-stained dirty coat was replaced by a clean white lab coat, over which was tied a leather apron. Two thin black blades shaped like crescent moons, about 2 fingers wide, hung on the apron's edge. The patterns on the blades reflected faint light, resembling a pair of butterfly wings echoing each other. Those were the skinning knives. Through a narrow gap, Su Hui watched this version of the Skinner, whose mental state was completely different from the butcher he'd seen before. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. He absolutely could not be discovered. As if sensing something, the Skinner turned his head. His calm and cold eyes looked toward the pigpen. In that instant, Su Hui's limbs involuntarily stiffened. The Skinner's figure grew larger in his vision, reaching toward him with a hand. He even felt an overwhelming despair, certain he could never escape. The fear of death gripped his entire being. Thoughts of resistance, escape, or a desperate gamble faded away, replaced by a single cognition rapidly invading his brain: he would die here. Hachi! At that moment, a few meters away in the pigpen, a piglet screamed wildly, trampling over the other piglets as it fled from the pen, rushing crazily toward the dormitory behind. The Skinner shifted his gaze and strode after the piglet. From a distance of over 10 meters, he extended his right hand toward it. The once frenzied piglet immediately calmed down, trembling as it lay helpless on the ground. The Skinner walked over and gently picked up the piglet, stroking its head softly. Running around recklessly will damage the skin, and uneven color after skinning doesn't look good. So disobedient. He paused, then grabbed the tag hanging from the pig's ear. So a customer ordered it. Regretfully, the Skinner tossed the piglet back into the pen and looked toward the larger pigpen. There's still a strange smell here. Before he finished speaking, the lights inside the pigpen suddenly went out. The darkness from outside stopped at the windowsill. In the pitch black, the Skinner took a deep breath, then said with a pleasant tone, "A new smell. So there's a disobedient piglet hiding outside." His footsteps quickly left the pigpen, even sounding somewhat eager. In the darkness, the pigpen door had long been shut, but Su Hui still couldn't calm down. His reaction when the Skinner had stared at him just now was abnormal. A person's aura and presence were limited. Without external deterrence, no one should feel so terrified as to be unable to resist. Was this the Skinner's characteristic? After catching his breath, Su Hui wrapped himself in the pigskin and climbed onto the windowsill, jumping out. Yet after passing through the darkness, he would fall back into the pigpen. This happened repeatedly. The night outside seemed like a barrier surrounding the factory. It appeared the factory wouldn't return to daytime conditions for some time. The one who drew the Skinner away had to be the recently arrived Peng Fingnian. If he didn't last until the darkness receded, the Skinner would very likely turn back. If possible, Su Hua wanted to avoid direct confrontation, hoping Peng Fingnian could hold on a little longer. As he pinned his hopes on Peng Fingnian, who was hiding atop the wall at the workshop's front door, also hoped Su Hua would do something to attract the Skinner's attention. Hiding outside and not entering the factory was a dead end. Violating the game's rules and trying to cheat would only cause the dungeon to backfire. He was certain the Skinner would list him as the first target. He knew his own level. In a fight, he was just prey. Thinking of all the rumors about the Skinner, his body trembled uncontrollably. Inside the factory, besides the pigpen at the back, the Skinner's bedroom and secret room, the slaughterhouse and the warehouse next to it occupied a full wall from floor to ceiling. The other room's ceilings, aside from the beams carrying wiring, were mostly hollow. So as long as the angle was high enough, one could glimpse the situation inside other parts of the factory. He had been thrown onto this wall as soon as he entered. After immediately hiding his presence, he didn't plan to move. Whether it was the bedroom, office, or the fur room ahead, entering meant being trapped like a fish in a barrel. It was better to hide on the wall and wait until the Skinner passed before sneaking into Tang Pei and the others' resting room. Just then, the factory lost power again. He used all his traits and tools that could conceal traces, hoping to deceive the Skinner. Less than half a minute after the lights went out, the pigpen's back door opened. The Skinner's figure entered. Although his face was unclear, the footsteps indicated he went to the nearby warehouse. Peng Fingnian's tense heart relaxed slightly. At this distance, if the Skinner had discovered him, he would have attacked first. The fact that he went to the warehouse meant Peng Fingnian hadn't been found. While he anxiously waited for the Skinner to reappear, a figure suddenly climbed out of bed inside the player's rest room opposite the warehouse. Without anyone noticing, he silently left the room. At such a close distance and with everyone on alert, it was impossible not to be noticed unless he used a trait or tool. Before their alliance, each of the six had briefly introduced their traits. Peng Fingnian knew this was Zhou Weichang's darkness under the light. What was he coming out for? Zhou Weichang, immersed in darkness, didn't notice there was another person on the wall. He stealthily passed through the workshop, just avoiding the Skinner inside the warehouse, and exited the front door to enter the fur room. According to the location given by Su Hua, Zhou Weichang precisely found a leopard skin. After feeling it for a long time, he cursed under his breath, then turned to another rhinoceros skin. After touching it for a while, he suddenly tore the hide off and slammed it harshly onto the ground. "You bastard!" he cursed viciously and directly barged into the Skinner's bedroom. As the bedroom door opened and closed, Peng Fingnian, who was crouching against the wall, silently cursed the idiot inside his mind. His peripheral vision, however, was fixed on the Skinner who had just come out of the warehouse. The Skinner held a candle in one hand and a rusty thick iron chain in the other. He casually threw the chain up onto the crossbeam, hung it up, tested its height, and then lit an alcohol lamp below. The flame illuminated the metal hook dangling from the tip of the iron chain. Unlike the rusty iron chain, this hook shone like a mirror surface. Under the burning flame, it gradually glowed red, the radiating red light spreading realistically and soon engulfed the entire workshop. Sweat oozed from Peng Fingnian's forehead. His nose was pressed against the wall, eyes staring fixedly at the dust mere inches away. Even his peripheral vision dared not shift toward the Skinner. He was 100% certain that the glowing metal hook was a special tool. He didn't know its exact function, but could only pray it wasn't related to searching. Meanwhile, his own item, "You Can't See Me," would lose effectiveness whether he stared at the Skinner or was under light. Two little piglets. The Skinner shifted position, whispering, "One's very naughty, broke my beloved hide, the other disobedient, still hiding outside during game time. Which one should be dealt with first?" When he spoke the first sentence, he was still in the center of the workshop, but by the second sentence, his voice seemed to be right next to Peng Fingnian's ear. Peng Fingnian's cold sweat poured down. His eyes trembled uncontrollably. He didn't dare focus on the Skinner who suddenly appeared in his sight. At the same time, a half-finger-long syringe appeared in his left hand. As he clenched his fingers, The black liquid was injected into his palm. A black vein bulged from the skin, swiftly crawling up his arm toward his chest. The instant it reached his heart, he collapsed against the wall, completely silent. Dead? The Skinner stood beneath the wall, raised the candle, and tilted his head to look at the person hanging above. He shook his head regretfully, then walked out the front door and entered the fur room. Inside the Skinner's bedroom, after jumping out the window for the third time only to land back in the same spot, Zhou Weicheng finally realized something was wrong. He had originally intended to secretly grab the hides and clear the dungeon ahead of others. But according to the location Suhua gave, he hadn't received any completion notification after taking 2 hides, obviously meaning the information was false. All talk about working together to save someone was just an excuse to buy time and monopolize the good stuff inside the Skinner's secret room. Those fools trusted him unconditionally, but Zhou Weicheng wasn't that stupid. What's grabbed by one should be shared. If Suhua got some, then he wanted a share too. So he immediately entered the Skinner's bedroom. Sure enough, the bed was empty. Needless to say, the Skinner had gone into the secret room. Several attempts to negotiate met no response. Trying to push open the wall failed. He planned to go back and wake Qinan and the others, but he found he couldn't get out at all. The dungeon had changed. Suddenly, Zhou Weicheng recalled how Suhua and Peng Fingnian's expressions had dramatically changed during their earlier call. It seemed they had already discovered the dungeon's problem then. Regretting his own carelessness, he immediately turned toward the bedroom door. But when he reached the door, a beam of bright light arrived, and a pair of shadows stopped face to face outside. Knock knock. The person outside knocked on the door, singing in a light tone, "Little piglet, be good, open the door, open it gently, don't break anything." The somewhat awkward, unrefined tune sent shivers down the spine. Even the dull-witted Zhou Weicheng could feel the Skinner outside was different from the one during the day. No wonder he had shouted for Suhua for so long in the bedroom without any response. The Skinner had long since escaped. "Little piglet, be good, open the door. If you don't open it soon, I'll come in." The Skinner's tone changed again as he twisted the door handle. Desperate, Zhou Weicheng steeled his heart and threw out a skateboard. The bedroom door collapsed with a sound. As the skateboard flew out, Zhou Weicheng leapt onto it and jumped over the Skinner, exiting the bedroom in one bound. The candle flame flickered not at all. The Skinner stood beside the door, first glancing at the fallen door, then looking up at Zhou Weicheng. His bloodshot eyes slightly rolled, like a dead man staring at another dead man. Zhou Weicheng shuddered in horror, cold sweat pouring down. He didn't care anymore and dashed straight through the fur room to escape. Just as he was about to exit, he looked back and saw the Skinner still standing in the same posture. But the candlelight cut across half his face, gradually pulling up a sinister smile. Zhou Weicheng's heart sank deeply. He immediately sped up, but the next second, his whole body crashed into the hanging furs. The furs, like living creatures, wrapped tightly around his body. Hands were hands, heads were heads, the fur fit completely against his body. When he rolled off the skateboard, he had already turned into a 4-legged tiger with closed eyes. Unable to see, unable to speak, Zhou Weicheng stumbled blindly toward the door by a sense of direction. But after a few steps, another force stopped him. The fur wrapped tightly around his limbs forced him to kneel and lie prone on the ground. Whether it was the fur or him, both trembled. The Skinner came over, grabbed his hind leg, and dragged him toward the workshop. Zhou Weicheng screamed loudly for help, but what came out was an incoherent low growl. His hands scratched the ground, leaving faint marks that were barely noticeable. However, the Skinner turned back, saw this, walked over, and stomped on his hands, coldly saying, "Disobedient piglets must be punished." Zhou Weicheng screamed in agony as he was hung on the metal hook already heated red by the alcohol lamp. Then the Skinner pulled away the tiger hide outside, picked up his broken hands to look at them, and said regretfully, "Too green. This skin won't look good once peeled off." The metal hook pierced through the back of his neck. Hung long and high, Zhou Weicheng's eyes and lips twitched simultaneously. He couldn't speak or move, drenched in sweat all over. The Skinner opened a leather box and took out tweezers, a file, over 10 small blades of various shapes, and a fish hook tied to fishing line. He burned these tools one by one, then checked the metal hook at the back of Zhou Weicheng's neck. Only then did he circle back to the front and take the skinning knives from his apron to wipe them carefully. Some mammals, due to memories from infancy, won't struggle when their neck is pinched. Whether it's a just-weaned kitten or an adult tiger or leopard, they have the same nerve reflex. You don't need to exert much effort to capture them. They'll obey quietly, be gentle and compliant. They won't move when skinned, which preserves the beauty of the fur. Humans are the same. Hooking the skin on the back of the neck near the spine relaxes the muscles. Although it causes pain, the nerves won't cause the skin and flesh to tighten. This way, the peeled skin is even and smooth. I call it the Fates back of the neck skin. Right now, it's hanging on the awake iron hook with 2 hours left. The skinner looked up at Zhou Weichang, his features arranging into a smile. Let's begin. Su Hua hid in the pig pen for 4 hours until the darkness outside finally receded. After securing the pigskin, he first went to check on the piglets, then circled around to the rooms of several players. Tang Pei and the others sat silently in the darkness. The air, heavy with the smell of blood, was permeated by a deathly stillness. Who died? He asked. Go see for yourself, Qinan said, rubbing his face with both hands, then bending down to look at the ground. Su Hua opened the door. The candle on the control desk hadn't gone out yet. The first thing he saw was Peng Fingyan on the wall, eyes wide open in death. Then he noticed the figure hanging in the middle of the workshop, a person no longer worthy of being called human. He was hung by the back of his neck, but there was still a faint rise and fall of his chest. In front of him, a whole human skin hung in midair, its edges pierced with fish hooks and stretched flat like a painting, so thin that the candlelight could shine through it. The skinned person was Zhou Weichang. Though not yet dead, at this stage death was only a matter of time. Looking around, Su Hua didn't find any sign of the skinner. He was about to take Peng Fingyan down when, unexpectedly, the corpse's eyeballs suddenly moved. The veins on his face were dark and swollen with rage as he jumped off the wall, swinging his fists furiously at Su Hua's face. Su Hua dodged the punches, grabbed his arm as he sidestepped, and lowered his voice. Where did the skinner go? Peng Fingyan was panting heavily, his eyes full of a terrifying mixture of anger, hatred, and fear. His mouth opened, but it was unclear if he couldn't speak or was too afraid to say anything. Seeing his abnormal state, Su Hua immediately pulled him into the player's room. As soon as the door shut, Peng Fingyan went berserk, attacking wildly. Even Qinan and the others got caught in the crossfire. Yang Can and Xian Daji worked together to hold him down. The former, with a face full of shock, said, "Could it be that the skinner injected him with some kind of madness virus?" Tang Pei grit his teeth and stepped forward to slap Peng Fingyan. "If you're not dead, then sober up. Do you want the rest of us to end up like Zhou Weichang?" Peng Fingyan's eyes were bloodshot, and he no longer listened to anyone. His gaze locked on Su Hua, his expression completely shattered. "You faked death on the wall and just happened to see the skinner skin Zhou Weichang alive," Su Hua said, looking at him. Qinan and the others were stunned. Although the noise in the workshop wasn't loud, it was enough to draw their attention. After noticing Zhou Weichang was missing, Qinan immediately used his vision ability to scan the workshop. At that time, Zhou Weichang's scalp had already been torn off. Qinan could not describe the shock he felt then. Just one glance was enough for him to acquire the trait and never dare to look a second time. Alive, he was skinned alive. Peng Fingyan's voice was hoarse and trembling. Even after it was done, he was still alive. From the moment Zhou Weichang was hung up, the skinner was no longer just a character in the game's description to Peng Fingyan. He was a real, bloodthirsty madman who could smile while skinning a person alive, operating for hours without his hands trembling once. And because Peng Fingyan had used the fake death potion, he couldn't even close his eyes, forced to witness everything from start to finish. "Why did you give us false information?" Peng Fingyan stared fiercely at Su Hua. "Zhou Weichang sneaked out to get beast hides. It's because of you that he died so miserably." The 4 people, including Qin, exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Qinan said, "What do you mean? Isn't the key to clearing the level the hides?" "No." Peng Fingyan spat harshly. Zhou Weichang failed and was blocked by the skinner. "What exactly do you want to do? What good does it do you to get other players killed?" Su Hua glanced at the 5, who were all on guard and ready to fight. His shadowed face showed no expression, but his voice turned cold. "Think carefully. Zhou Weichang died because of me? I clearly told you that collecting hides during the day is safer, and the agreed time was tomorrow daytime. Why did Zhou Weicheng go to get them on his own? Even if Zhou Weicheng had selfish reasons, you're the one who gave false information first. Qin held a long whip tightly. If you don't explain everything clearly today, don't expect to leave. I already told you how to open the secret room. I deduced the key to clearing the level and warned you all to act during the day. We're all players. I told you everything I should. If I feed you the meal on a silver platter, do you still want to blame me for not blowing cold air on it? Burn your mouth and then turn around to blame me. Su Hu chuckled softly. I really wonder how you even got to D-level playing like this. Qin and the others' faces flickered uneasily. Xian Daji hesitated before saying, it's true no one else can be blamed here. It's all our first time, and he was just guessing. Even if he was wrong, it's not his fault. Ping Fingnian understood that Su Hu made sense. Indeed, Zhou Weicheng was at fault first, but the price was just too tragic. I want to know one thing. Did you know the dungeon would change at night? He asked. No, Su Hu said honestly. You just didn't take the message. The Skinner's knives can't be used during the day seriously. If you were more careful, you'd notice the Skinner actually has a split personality. During the day, he's the irritable factory owner, red-nosed Carl. At night, he's the mad Skinner. His office is neat and tidy. The stationery and bookshelf are well arranged. His knowledge ranges from anatomy to philosophy, matching the game's description of a delicate inner mind. But personally, he's sloppy, drinks heavily, is lustful, and doesn't clean his bedroom for a long time. Isn't that a huge contradiction? If the personality wielding the skinning knives is the Skinner, then it's obvious who red-nosed Carl is at night. Knowing this important information, sneaking out at night means you're playing with your lives. Ping Fingnian vaguely sensed the huge personality difference in the Skinner, but before he could think it through, witnessing the live skinning had left him mentally shattered. Looking again at the man standing at the door, still fiddling with his lighter, Ping Fingnian felt both resentful and helpless. He couldn't ignore Su Hu's coldness when he saw the corpse, as if human lives were nothing to him. Our cooperation ends here. Su Hu returned the paper phone to him and walked straight out of the room. Is that it? Yang Ken looked at his back and whispered, actually, I don't think he's wrong. He didn't know Zhou Weicheng would act behind everyone's back, and just now, we didn't dare go out to save him either. To put it bluntly, there was a bit of helpless resentment here. Ping Fingnian covered his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, let's rest first. When it's daylight, we'll go to the secret room while the Skinner is out. No matter what they thought, after Su Hu left, he returned to the pig pen and pulled out the red-haired man who had been picking at the stitches on his abdomen. I'll let you out if you promise to behave. Actually, among the 3 pieces of animal skins Su Hu told Ping Fingnian and the others about, only one had a lining layer. Concealing the other 2 was just a backup plan to prevent ticket holders from turning hostile after clearing the level. But Zhou Weicheng obtained that piece of skin without clearing the level, which proved his assumption wrong. Human skin was not the key to clearing the level. Of course, it might not have been that piece of skin, but there was no time to verify the rare items to complete the first task, so they had to risk trying the second task. He cut all the stitches on the red-haired pig's abdomen. Although the pigskin underneath was completely filled with mucus and some parts had fused with the skin, the incomplete stitches indeed extended the time for the pigskin to merge. Even after nearly 12 hours, the pigskin could still be removed. Sima Xiao'er painfully peeled off the skin, wincing from over a dozen wounds of varying sizes all over his body. He quickly drank a bottle of healing potion and only relaxed when he saw the cracked wounds slowly start to heal. I've seen the game task. What do I need to do? Su Hu briefly explained the situation with the Skinner. Sima Xiao'er's anger flared up. Those bastards are unbelievable. They're even fighting among themselves now? I'm going back to check their connections. Good luck with that, Su Hu said non-committally, then asked, what handy items do you have? Sima Xiao'er immediately became guarded. What do you want to do? Su Hu didn't waste time arguing and directly said, tomorrow during the day, I'll lure the Skinner out. I'll entrust you with 2 tasks. Do what you can handle. He lowered his voice and added, do you have any ideas? Ideas? Sima Xiao'er had none. Before the twisted version of the Skinner appeared, he still had some thoughts. Now he had absolutely none. His sense of smell was exceptionally sharp. When Zhou Weicheng was captured, he smelled a strong metallic blood scent, the kind that only comes from fresh blood flowing continuously. After hearing from Su Hua that someone had been skinned alive, he immediately gave up on bribing the skinner. "Won't I be discovered if I leave?" He hesitated. "I'm afraid the skinner will take it out on others. Ticket holders will actively help us cover for you," Su Hua said. "Before clearing the level, we're still on the same side as them." After finalizing their plan, Sima Xiao'er hid outside the factory, and Su Hua returned to the skinner's bedroom. Day broke quickly. Su Hua walked out of the bedroom. The skinner had just sat up from the sofa and ruffled his neatly combed hair into a mess again, reverting to the oily look from yesterday. He tilted his head back and gulped down several mouthfuls of alcohol before speaking. "Brother Wang, up so early?" Su Hua looked tired and pointed behind him. "Still have that nighttime wandering problem?" The skinner paused, immediately got up, and headed to the workshop. When he saw the bodies hanging, his anger surged. He stormed over and kicked open the door to the player rest area, shouting, "Get up and clean this mess." Ping Fingyan had already left. Tang Pei and the others came out of the room, and seeing Zhou Weichang's state, they were all horrified and instinctively turned their heads away. The skinner kicked Xian Daji, who was closest. "Why are you just standing there?" "Well, where should I put it?" Xian Daji said with difficulty. "Throw everything into the slaughterhouse. Someone will come to collect loose goods tomorrow. Cut the meat into pieces and pack it." "No heads, no entrails," the skinner said, then paused and looked at them menacingly. "If I catch you stealing food." Tang Pei and the others almost vomited and quickly promised they wouldn't steal. After breakfast, Su Hua left with the skinner and also took Yang Qin along. Tang Pei and the others had already planned to act during the day. They carried Zhou Weicheng to the slaughterhouse, and Xian Daji's hands trembled like he had epilepsy holding the skin. Why did the skinner peel the skin and then reject it? Maybe he wasn't satisfied with this piece of skin, Jinan said as he covered Zhou Weicheng's face with a piece of cloth. "Hurry up. Let's go to the secret room." The two left the slaughterhouse. Tang Pei happened to come from the pig pen behind. Ping Fingyan was right. Su Hua really has companions. One fewer person in the pig pen. "Don't worry about him for now," Jinan waved his hand. "Su Hua is smart. Even if he doesn't cooperate, he won't make trouble with us." The three entered the skinner's bedroom and found the wall had already been pushed aside. They hurried inside and saw an unfamiliar red-haired young man climbing the fireplace to take down the painting above. Jinan exchanged a look with the other two, and the three surrounded him, spreading out. Hearing voices behind him, Sima Xiao'er immediately hugged the painting. "What are you doing?" "Trying to steal the painting." Jinan looked at Tang Pei, who shook her head, and the three relaxed their posture. Since there was no notification about someone clearing the level, it proved that the painting was not the skinner's rare item. "Why did Su Hua let you take that painting?" Jinan couldn't help but ask. Sima Xiao'er snorted coldly, grabbed a burning stick from the fireplace, and left. "Could they still be trying to save someone?" Tang Pei said in disbelief. Since it wasn't a clearance item, it could only be to save someone. All these items belonged to the skinner. Unless the skinner was dead, even if they got their hands on them, they'd be useless. Could it be that Su Hua has his own way to clear the level? Xian Daji looked at the other two. Jinan scanned the secret room, suddenly recalling what Peng Fingyan said last night. He turned and walked out, entering the first storage room. Following Su Hua's description of the 3 pieces of skin, he checked them one by one. He stopped at the third piece, pinching the skin with one hand and grabbing the fur with the other, then pulled it apart. With a shhhh sound, a thin layer of human skin appeared in the lining. Congratulations to all players for completing the task. The more precious something is, the easier it is to lose, and successfully clearing the Good Taste Fresh Meat Supply Plant dungeon. This dungeon is a group dungeon with a shared rating of D. Congratulations to ticket holders for completing the task. The more precious something is, the easier it is to lose, and successfully clearing the Good Taste Fresh Meat Supply Plant dungeon. This dungeon is a group dungeon with a shared rating of D. Since Player Extra was a random participant in this dungeon and does not participate in the rating, the ticket holders have cleared the dungeon. You may choose whether to exit the dungeon now. Yes. No. When Jinan and the others received the game notification, Su Hua also received it. Noticing the subtle change in body language between Yang Can and the skinner beside him, his expression suddenly darkened, and his muscles tensed uncontrollably. The Skinner, who had been lazily lying in the chair, slowly sat upright, focusing intently on the float bobbing on the water. Suddenly, he sighed, if only there was a temporary pass, so I wouldn't have to move everything around. He abruptly turned his head, his eyes reflecting Suhua's figure. The scent on you is a bit like that little piglet that escaped yesterday. The bucket in Yang Kan's hand crashed loudly onto the ground. Suhua moved his fingers slightly and suddenly smiled. He lifted his fishing rod, and a fat fish struggled on the hook. The moment the Skinner saw the fish, his expression instantly shifted. He stomped into the shallow water, grabbed the fishing line, weighed it in his hand, and said, well, over half a pound. In the nearly half a month I've been here, I haven't caught a fish this big. Yang Kan was suspicious, watching the Skinner switch expressions and personalities so seamlessly. Just as he hesitated whether to leave the dungeon, Suhua suddenly stood up and pointed towards the factory. That side is on fire. The Skinner leapt out of the river like a mountain crashing down and stormed over to Yang Kan. He grabbed Yang Kan's head and slapped him twice before dragging him back, growling, today, I'm going to slaughter these bastards. The Skinner's 5 fingers seemed to be stuck in Yang Kan's head. Yang Kan couldn't resist at all and was dragged back to the factory. The 3 entered through the front door. The Skinner checked the pelts and found nothing wrong, then saw thick smoke billowing from the pigpen side, with people shouting to put out the fire. He casually grabbed an empty bucket and rushed into the workshop. Bang! As soon as he entered, he immediately slipped and fell flat on his back. A flying cable came from the side, wrapped around his ankle, and dragged him up to the beam. Yang Kan recognized the whip as Qin En's tool and realized they had made the move. He dashed into the workshop, a 3-meter-long thin white bone appearing in his hand. One edge of the bone was sharpened into a blade, which he swung with a whistle toward the Skinner's neck. However, the expected scene of decapitation never happened. The Skinner, hanging upside down, bent his arm to shield his head. The bone knife hit like steel, not only failing to cut through, but also causing 2 cracks to form. At the same time, Yang Kan's expression shattered. He cried out in pain, my tool. Forget that. Tang Pei flashed past him like the wind. Disable his left leg. Poison darts darted around the Skinner, drawing fire while smearing toxin on his skin. The Skinner's violent thrashing put Qin En under great pressure. Gritting his teeth, he held on. Hurry up, I can't hold much longer. Almost there. Tang Pei and Xian Daji had already climbed onto the beam. Xian Daji pinned the Skinner's leg, while Tang Pei grabbed his ankle with both hands, shouting, you're not you, I'm not me, you are me, I. Before Tang Pei could finish, the Skinner ignored Peng Fingnian's interfering darts, swung forcefully, grabbed a nearby hair removal machine with one hand, and smashed it against the beam. The beam collapsed with a roar. Tang Pei and Xian Daji had to retreat from the beam. The flying dust temporarily blocked their vision, but Qin En was pulled forward by his own whip. His face changed drastically as he was about to retract it when one end suddenly loosened, and a broken whip tail was thrown out. In the dust, a tall shadow stood up. The players' expressions all darkened. Bang! Bang! The Skinner swung his steel-like arms, wildly throwing stones in all directions, roaring furiously, I'm going to twist all your heads off. The players retreated continuously, but unexpectedly, the Skinner slipped, crashed to the ground with a thud, and his left foot seemed to be dragged into the rubble pile caused by the beam's collapse. Attack! Peng Fingnian jumped through the window and lunged at the Skinner. Immediately, Xian Daji, Qin En, and Yang Kan surged forward, using all their strength to hold down the Skinner's hands. Tang Pei took the opportunity to grab the Skinner's leg. You're not you, I'm not me. You are me, I am you. After shouting these 2 sentences, her expression visibly relaxed. The next second, she lifted a stone and smashed her own left leg. Crunch! Crunch! 1, maybe 2 cracking sounds echoed through the workshop. The next second, the Skinner screamed in pain, kicked Tang Pei away, abruptly straightened his upper body, and with a swing of his arms, threw the 4 players out. The players hadn't intended to fight to the death and retreated accordingly. Xian Daji even carried Tang Pei away. The players opened up distance. Suhua retracted the string that had tripped the Skinner and stared at the Skinner's left leg. When Tang Pei broke her own left leg earlier, the Skinner's left leg must have broken too. This is that female player's special ability. Sima Xiao-er came up behind him. The guy surnamed Peng said he wanted to cooperate with us to save people, so I let them help. He told you to hurry. This ability only lasts 5 minutes. Su Wu turned to look at him. They cleared the dungeon using human skin? Sima Xiao-er nodded. You're right. The human skin used to clear the dungeon was hidden in those animal pelts. If human skin could clear the dungeon, then Zhou Weichang's death was just bad luck. The human skin was indeed one of the Skinner's rare items. Thinking of how the Skinner's other personality briefly awakened when the players cleared the dungeon, Su Hua's mind moved and he lowered his voice. You make the move. Sima Xiao-er nodded and turned to go outside. Inside the workshop, the Skinner discovered his left leg was broken and went mad, smashing the thick cement floor with punches. Each punch left a deep pit. He kept hitting more than a dozen times, his ferocity exposing a beast-like madness. This made the few players who wanted to take advantage of his injury to finish him freeze on the spot, completely afraid to approach. At that moment, the front door of the workshop opened. Su Hua walked in, smiling as he looked at the scene. Mr. Carl, your skills aren't that great either. Need me to give you a hand? Ping Fingnian and the others were stunned. What was he playing at? The Skinner's face reddened. He stiffened his neck and said, Brother Wang, you make me laugh. Losing a leg is nothing. Even with just 2 hands, I can handle these small fry. Don't move. Sima Xiao-er jumped through the window holding a woman's painting and burning wood. Let the people in the pig pen out, or I'll burn her to death. The woman in the painting was trapped inside the frame by a layer of tape. She seemed to feel the outside temperature, silently suffering while trying to avoid it, reaching out to the Skinner as if begging for help. The Skinner's teeth ground fiercely as he jumped up on 1 foot, lunging towards Sima Xiao-er. Not just Sima Xiao-er, even Su Hua was taken aback, but fortunately, Peng Fingnian and the others reacted quickly and immediately trapped the Skinner with whips, pulling him down. Sima Xiao-er managed to escape, his face pale as he ran towards Su Hua, but was stopped by a sharp look. He immediately turned and headed toward Peng Fingnian. Xian Daji and Qin and each grabbed one end of a whip, choking the Skinner's neck and barely holding him still. It seemed they were about to lose control of the berserk Skinner when Su Hua spoke again. She's just a woman. Why delay business for her? Hurry up and deal with these people. Besides, it's just an item. It looks like a person but isn't a real person. Are you really going to let her go for that? Several players glared at Su Hua angrily, but the Skinner stared straight at the woman in the painting, her face tearful and miserable. He looked reluctant. As the flames nearly reached the edge of the painting, he gritted his teeth and said through clenched teeth, Fine, I agree. There was only thick smoke placed in the pig pen. Yang Kan went in and warned everyone not to speak after coming out, then led them into the workshop. The Skinner took out a skinning knife and sliced each person's back once. Within seconds, the pigskin lost its moisture and naturally peeled off. We're saved. The group burst into tears of joy, especially the pregnant women, who trembled as they kept thanking everyone else. Brother. A child ran towards Su Hua. Sima Xiao-er was holding something in both hands and couldn't move easily, so he quickly crouched down. The child jumped into his arms and he whispered, Be good and stand over there by sister. Don't talk, understand? This child was the little pig that had jumped out of the pig pen earlier. He nodded and squeezed over to the pregnant women. Sima Xiao-er breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to the Skinner. Release all these people and I'll return the painting to you. The Skinner huffed and puffed. The others can be released, but those 6 little ones cannot. No matter what, they have to be released. Sima Xiao-er brought the flame closer. The painting's frame blackened and burned, while the woman inside reacted more violently, desperately trying to jump out. A pair of arms squeezed under the tape. Think carefully. You only want the little pigs. You can catch more any time, but where would you get a second set of these props? Sima Xiao-er threatened, while mentally calculating the time. Even if the Skinner was reluctant to part with this prop, if his left leg recovered, nothing would be guaranteed anymore. Release them quickly. Qin tightened his whip. Time was running out. At that moment, the Skinner raised his right hand holding the knife. Several players watched him tensely. Suddenly, a cold sneer rang out, instantly like a bucket of cold water splashed over everyone. The other Skinner is out, Qin shouted. Before his subordinates could act, a few flashes of cold light streaked by, breaking his whip into several pieces that fell to the ground. The Skinner slowly stood up. I don't like this factory, but business is business. Once a deal is made, it can't be broken. That's a rule in any industry. He looked at the terrified and trembling people behind the players, his mouth curling into a smile. Dead pigs or alive pigs, it's all the same. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved through the workshop at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, several figures slammed against the walls one after another. Short gasps abruptly stopped mid-sound, and clouds of blood mist splattered everywhere. Everything happened too fast for anyone to fight back. At the other end of the workshop, Suhwa saw that gray shadow appear right before his eyes, his pupils involuntarily widening. Boom! He only had time to dodge to the side before a tremendous force slammed him through the wall behind him, sending him rolling into the first storage area. The hanging furs suddenly seemed to come alive, wildly surging toward him. Each one tried to stick to his skin. Suhwa reacted quickly, rolling to the window on the opposite side upon landing. He swiftly tore off the beast's skin covering him and pulled out a lighter. But before he could light it, the Skinner chased up and kicked him sideways into the bedroom wall. Cough. Suhwa spat blood, his vision darkening. Less than 10 seconds passed. Ping Fingnian and the others were severely injured. Among the ordinary people, 7 or 8 had their throats slit, their bodies still standing in place. The remaining were spiritless, still in shock. In less than 10 seconds, the Skinner had turned the tide. You're the one hiding in the pig pen, the Skinner said, staring at him. Suhwa wiped the blood from his mouth and stood against the wall. The Skinner and Red-Nosed Carl shared one body, but they couldn't share vision. So the Skinner didn't know that Red-Nosed Carl had a visitor, and Red-Nosed Carl didn't know the Skinner had discovered an anomaly in the pig pen and flayed a player alive. However, they were aware of each other's existence. Red-Nosed Carl maintained the office's cleanliness, and the Skinner left places in the cabinets for magazines and photo albums. So when Red-Nosed Carl couldn't handle a situation, the Skinner would appear. Failing to end things quickly and get Red-Nosed Carl to release the prisoners meant their plan failed. Facing the Skinner's personality, they absolutely couldn't rescue anyone. His gaze flickered between the Skinner and the 2 furs pinned with human skin, to leave or not to leave. At that moment, Sima Xiao'er suddenly stood up, holding 2 children and running toward the warehouse, shouting, "If we came from there, we can definitely get out." Everyone seemed to be awakened from a dream. The once-still workshop began to move. Tang Pei's injuries also healed when the Skinner's left leg self-recovered. After hesitating briefly, she imitated Sima Xiao'er and held a child in each arm. Unfortunately, she was not as lucky as him. Before she could enter the warehouse, a flying skinning knife slashed her throat. "The little pigs must be kept alive," the Skinner said, emerging from among the furs. "Tang Pei!" Xian Daji shouted and grabbed a fur remover machine, smashing it at the Skinner. This bought Ping Fingnian and Qinan some time. The 2 rushed to the warehouse, wanting to save the children and pregnant women before leaving. But the others had realized the situation and were frantically running toward the warehouse, blocking the entrance so tightly that Peng Fingnian and Qinan couldn't get in. One at a time, Sima Xiao'er shouted from inside. "Stop them! Get the children and pregnant women inside first." The people outside exchanged sharp glances. Ping Fingnian gritted his teeth, turned to face the Skinner, and suddenly a white light ball emitting a strong glow appeared in his hand. He shouted to Xian Daji, "Come quickly." Xian Daji responded and looked over. Before he could move, a spray of blood burst from the side of his neck. This honest player collapsed at the Skinner's feet. The Skinner hooked his hand in the air, and a long needle threaded with string pierced out from the other side of Xian Daji's neck, returning to the Skinner's hand. Ping Fingnian and Qinan, both engulfed in strong light, saw this and shivered. The former forced himself to stay calm. Players seen by the Eye of the Strong lose item effectiveness for 3 minutes. At least for those 3 minutes, we are safe. But before he finished speaking, a piece of skin suddenly fell from the sky, covering Qinan beside him. The originally upright man's limbs bent, his waist sagged, and within 2 seconds he turned into a Shar-Pei dog, then was dragged out of safety by the string tied to its tail. Impossible. Ping Fingnian's pupils trembled. The Eye of the Strong should affect every player. The Skinner shouldn't even be able to see them clearly, let alone use items. The sharp chin and stiff body was dragged in front of the Skinner. The Skinner stepped on his head, about to cut his throat, but suddenly sensed something and turned around. Suhua held burning firewood stolen from the secret room, pointing the flaming end at a suspended wolf skin, staring directly at him. The Skinner's expression suddenly changed drastically. Before this, he had appeared as an emotionless killing machine, with features and emotions seeming like fake skin embedded on a flesh body. The fear he inspired was the fear of a different species. He looked human, but was not human, without human emotions, fearless, without preferences, flawless, making it impossible to find a weakness. But now his calm face twisted, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, instantly turning from an invincible killing god into a vulnerable mortal. Fair trade. Yang Kan, who had been hiding in the distance, suddenly shouted. Chenin, who was being stepped on by the Skinner, immediately turned into a heavy stone, and Chenin was swapped over to Yang Kan's side. Freed, Chenin crawled out from the dog skin and hurriedly said, "Everyone be careful, that is the Skinner's trait. Once wrapped in the skin, neither traits nor items can be used." Suhua had also experienced the Skinner's trait in the pigpen. Once you wore the skin, besides losing the use of traits and items, you would develop an absolutely uncontrollable fear toward the Skinner. After all, the Skinner had peeled 99,000 skins. This was probably an instinctive fear animals had toward him. "Skinner, you've killed so many people. Have you ever killed someone you shouldn't have?" Suhua moved closer with his torch, kicking aside another burning tiger skin by his feet. Both animal skins had human skin sandwiched inside, one burning, one held in his hand. The Skinner didn't even glance at the one on the ground, but fixed his eyes on the flickering flames. "Too many people killed to remember?" Suhua sneered coldly. "Dungeon upgraded? Got the pass? As long as the Field family is in E27, don't even think about it." He wrapped the torch with the wolf skin, and then the Skinner disappeared from where he stood. The Skinner howled as he charged at the burning wolf skin. Ping Fingyan, still at the warehouse entrance, didn't know the reason but clearly saw the air around the wolf skin crack into vertical stripes. When the Skinner embraced it, the paper-like fragments peeled off and scattered. The dungeon collapsed. Ping Fingyan was stunned. Seeing the paper pieces swirl and spread in all directions, he rushed to the warehouse entrance and threw a wooden box to Sima Xiao'er, shouting, "Give this to him." Sima Xiao'er was being jostled by panicked people trying to escape, and when he suddenly received the box, he just opened his mouth when Peng Fingyan vanished on the spot. Instead, a swarm of mottled fragments flooded into the warehouse, and everyone was engulfed in darkness. Ting City. In the temporary command room, the now empty Golden Light building's every room on every floor, including the bathrooms, was displayed on the screens. With a flicker, as if a frame had been cut, a figure appeared out of thin air on the long-abandoned 20th floor. Suhua grabbed the ground and leapt up, luckily reacting fast enough. Otherwise, he would have fallen from the 20th floor. Sure enough, he returned to the place he came from. Just as he was about to leave, a game notification popped up. Due to the collapse of the D-grade dungeon, Good Taste Fresh Meat Supply Plant, all players and non-players in this dungeon are forcibly removed from the dungeon. Rewards for cleared players remain unchanged. His steps paused. The dungeon had actually collapsed. Before he could think further, people began to appear one after another on the 28th floor, the agent of Yu Qingqing, staff from the entertainment company, special operatives from the research institute. Just as the game said, everyone inside was forcibly removed after the dungeon collapse. Suhua walked over to Sima Xiao'er, who was holding the box with a dazed expression. For me. He had seen that box before. It was the one Ping Fingyan used to carry the paper phone. Sima Xiao'er nodded blankly. Suhua thanked him and took the box, then left. "Hey, you can't leave." Sima Xiao'er tried to stop him but was pulled back by an injured colleague. "This person can still be saved." Seeing the person had disappeared at the door, Sima Xiao'er gritted his teeth and stayed to help. A large number of special operatives and medical personnel poured into the Golden Light building. Hearing the voices of those crying tears of joy, Suhua grabbed the omnipresent string and jumped out the window, sliding down the wall to the 20th floor, then left the building by stairs. Needless to say, the items he left in the hotel had been taken over by the research institute. He didn't rush to get them, but returned to his previous rented room. The room had been cleaned, broken furniture was moved away, including the new refrigerator he bought. He opened the old, barely cooling refrigerator, took a bottle of water, and quickly finished the unexpired biscuits and bread to quell his hunger. Only then did Suhwa clutch his chest and down a bottle of D-grade healing potion. The effect of the D-grade healing potion was obvious. Within minutes, the pain in his chest completely disappeared. He gently moved his arm, but the pain surged back again. Standing in front of the mirror, he saw his entire shoulder bruised and swollen. Apparently, the shoulder bone was fractured. Not knowing if the D-grade healing potion could shorten the bone healing time, Suhwa didn't touch the wound further but sat on the sofa and opened the game interface. The notification about the dungeon collapse was still scrolling on the screen, with bright red text accompanied by fireworks effects. Congratulations, Player Extra! You destroyed an underground factory in this random dungeon. For maintaining game order, you have made an outstanding contribution. The game considers you to have completed 3 tasks. In addition to the clearance rewards, you will receive the Gentleman of Light, medal, and a special item. Also, since this is a random dungeon, player level ranking is not applicable. He raised an eyebrow slightly. The dungeon was recognized by the game, and causing the dungeon to collapse not only gave full clearance credit, but also extra rewards? This game world really was sound in its thinking. Leaning back on the sofa, Suhwa's thoughts raced before settling on the last skin that was burned. At first, he intended to set fire to the 2 human skins to buy time, but didn't expect that the wolf skin couldn't be ignited with ordinary flames. The thing inside the wolf skin was even more important than the skinner's rare items and was even protected by an item. He originally wanted to use it to trap the skinner, but the dungeon collapse was completely unexpected. However, it was a happy accident, just like when he only wanted to scrape for another bottle and ended up winning first prize. The thing inside the wolf skin must be crucial to the dungeon. If it was damaged or missing, the dungeon would collapse. Hidden inside the wolf skin and hung in the factory, it meant it couldn't be collected into the item bag during the dungeon's open time, or rather, it was part of the dungeon itself, unable to be collected, only hidden. Let's call it the dungeon core. Once the core is destroyed, all players and non-players are forcibly removed. Does this mean that once this D-grade dungeon collapses, it can never be reopened? Suhwa stroked his chin. Judging from the skinner's behavior, even if it didn't reach that extent, it wouldn't be much better. Maybe Peng Fingyan knew some inside information. He took the paper phone out of the box and pressed it to his ear. Mr. Su, is that you? The paper phone quickly transmitted Peng Fingyan's excited voice. I'm about to leave District 014. If we can't contact each other before I go, I don't know when we'll talk next. 014? That number had appeared on Suhwa's return ticket. Yes, I'm a player from Subdistrict 009 of E27 Wormhole Point, Peng Fingyan explained. Once you advance to D-level player, every ticket will have a station address. This time, the Skinner's Dungeon is in District 014. The paper phone only works within the same district. Mr. Su, you're not a local player of E27. I am, Suhwa replied, then asked, are there other wormhole points besides E27 Wormhole Point? Peng Fingyan paused for 2 seconds before answering, there should be. My older brother once met a player from D13 Wormhole Point inside a sea-level dungeon, but that's extremely rare. Basically, players from a specific wormhole point will run dungeons only within their own wormhole point. I've done several dungeons myself and never met players from other wormhole points. Have you heard of a temporary pass? Suhwa asked. This was a term the Skinner had mentioned, saying, if only I had a temporary pass, it would be great, no need to move back and forth so much. This hinted that the Skinner's random dungeon roamed around without being tied to one station, and players couldn't freely travel between wormhole points. The temporary pass seemed to grant permission for free movement. Since Peng Fingyan's older brother encountered players from other wormhole points in a sea-level dungeon, it indicated that communication between wormhole points wasn't a privilege exclusive to high-level players. Peng Fingyan's voice was no longer as excited as before. He said, temporary pass? I've never heard anyone mention it. The dungeons have appeared in District 009 for over 5 years. Currently, fewer than 10 B-level players exist here. It's probably some kind of special item. What do you mean by permanent super players stationed at locations? Suhwa asked next. Some dungeon bosses were originally players. There are roaming dungeons like the Skinners, but there are also fixed dungeons opened at one station. Players like those aren't comparable to random dungeon bosses. The paper artisan who makes the paper phones is a super player of E27 Wormhole Point. He's very famous in the game world, and some dungeons offer items crafted by him as rewards. E27 Wormhole Point has many subdistricts, which are like multiple separate worlds. Some subdistricts, including 009, have the game and players publicly visible within that world, including basic information. Although there is no communication platform among players, once non-closed dungeons start appearing, players can move within the station world. If you go to areas where the game appeared earlier, a lot of information can be found online. Mr. Su, you're not a sea-level player, are you? The information Peng Fingnian shared was common knowledge after entering non-closed dungeons. If Su Hua didn't know this, it meant he hadn't touched non-closed dungeons at all. In other words, he was a newbie. I'm an E-level player, Su Hua said calmly. In my world, evolvers have appeared in large numbers for only about a month. Based on what you said, District 014 should be a newly developed game zone in the Dimensional Rift. So far, I've only been through one dungeon. The Skinner's dungeon is the first random dungeon I've done. Peng Fingnian raised his voice in disbelief. Then how did you cause a D-level dungeon to collapse? I guess it had something to do with the dungeon core, just by accident, Su Hua said, a little disappointed by his ignorance. However, dungeon collapses involve a lot of luck. It's unknown whether every dungeon has a dungeon core or something similar. Even if such an item exists, not to mention the difficulty in finding it, destroying it would definitely be difficult. There's too little information and too many variables. You're really impressive. With your mindset and method, I thought your level would at least be above mine. Peng Fingnian hadn't expected this result, but Su Hua's quality was very good. He might soon advance to D-level. You said your world's dungeons have appeared for 5 years. Besides the earliest batch of evolvers, is there any other way to become an evolver? Su Hua thought for a moment and asked. Actually, after the game world connected to reality, people have continuously turned into evolvers, though fewer than at the start. If someone wants to forcibly enter the game, they can transform by injecting the blood of an evolver who hasn't taken the evolution agent. Peng Fingnian paused and asked, you know about the genetic defect of evolvers, right? If you don't take the evolution agent for over a month, your whole body will rot, and you'll weaken and die, Su Hua answered. That's right. This defect is irreversible. Even player-eater evolvers are the same. They must take it regularly. That's why evolution agents are very expensive in the game world, Peng Fingnian said firmly. Su Hua pressed the back of his hand against his forehead. Is there no other way to improve this? I don't know about that, Peng Fingnian hesitated before saying, because when evolution values rise, the agent's grade also improves. P0 targets below 10%, P1 is 10% to 30%, P2 is 30% to 50%, and there are also P3 and P4 evolution agents. As long as you take them, you can keep evolving, and the higher the evolution rate, the stronger you get. Player level usually rises with it. Since there are P3 and P4 agents, it means high-level players also need evolution agents. But even if they're dependent on the agent, once their level increases, getting evolution agents won't be hard, right? Su Hua didn't comment. This feeling of having one's throat choked made him very uncomfortable. Mr. Su, what did you mean by the last thing you said to the Skinner? Peng Fingnian couldn't help but ask, do you know there's bad blood between the Skinner and the Fielder family? It was just a bluff, Su Hua returned the favor. I had previously heard on the radio that E27's highest administrator was replaced by someone named Carlin Fielder. I pretended to be a relative by marriage. Even if the Skinner appeared, there was no evidence to expose me. The Skinner's nature is very special. He might not even know if any of the people he killed were important. I didn't know the dungeon would collapse. Given the situation at the time, the best outcome was a few players escaping. The other ordinary people couldn't be saved. So I told a lie to trick the Skinner, making him think he offended the Fielder family or related powers. This matter is very hard to verify. If the Skinner believed it, the most likely result is that he would leave E27, or at least leave the dungeon location. This way, the dungeon probably won't continue devouring people where I live. But if he saw through it, that's another matter. Peng Fingnian let out a short breath. See through it? Now that the dungeon has collapsed, the Skinner would probably think someone is deliberately targeting him and wouldn't be fooled easily. Ordinary players struggle to clear dungeons and level up. It's unimaginable that Su Hua, a rookie new to the game, could use the game itself to trap the boss despite having no information and even benefit the real world. Indeed, players are not all the same. Next, Su Hua asked several more questions about the dungeon, forcing Ping Fingnian to cut off communication and leave. After the dungeon collapsed, he returned to the departure station. The station was a very dangerous place, so gaining even a few minutes of time was not easy for him. He had to hurry back to Zone 009. That box is fireproof and waterproof. You can store it in your inventory along with the paper phone. Ping Fingnian paused and said, "Mr. Su, thank you very much this time. I hope we have more opportunities to cooperate in the future." Su Hua placed the box into his inventory, and information about the paper phone immediately appeared. Origin: Grade B item from the mysterious paper artisan player at E27 Wormhole Point. A unique feature exclusive to E27. Distributed as a dungeon prize, usually appearing in pairs. Players are encouraged to explore the usage and range on their own. E27 Wormhole Point. According to Ping Fingnian, a wormhole point was essentially equivalent to a small universe. This universe contained many independent spaces, each forming a world that the game divided into regions. However, such a small universe did not exist in isolation. Judging from the numbering of the regions and the emergence time of evolvers, the game's range was continuously expanding. If there was AD13, there might also be a C12. Therefore, there could be many wormhole points like E27. In the world where he lived, the existence of a multiverse was only theoretical. But the game Dimensional Rift confirmed the existence of multiple universes. Moreover, the game connected these universes and established a new order within the game world. Evolvers were both dungeon participants and could also become game administrators. The dungeon boss of E27 Wormhole Point could possibly be a player from another Wormhole Point. Given Ping Fingnian's level and the progress of players in his world, perhaps he only had access to some low-level information. Their failure to discover it did not mean there was no cross-penetration between wormhole points, just like the temporary pass mentioned by the Skinner. This realization relaxed Su Hua slightly. The game world was far more vast than he had imagined. Not being able to find a method to fix the evolution serum's flaws now did not mean it would be impossible later. Opening the game interface, he began checking the dungeon rewards. Random dungeons, true to their name, had no fixed level, spawn location, or appearance method. Nor did they consistently recruit players or regular people. In short, wherever they appeared, whoever got dragged in was unlucky. Even high-level players could not avoid these traps. Unlike dungeons that required a ticket to enter, random dungeons had rewards but no rating. Therefore, no matter how many random dungeons a player completed, their level would not rise. Additionally, these dungeons were generally harsher on random players. Ticket holders could survive until the game time limit ended, but random players had to complete the clearance task to exit. The upside was that if ticket holders cleared it simultaneously, random players could ride on their success. By default, after completing 3 tasks, the game awarded an extended trait from Tireless Legs. Stampeding Buffalo. The stampeding buffalo herd is an invincible force on the grasslands. Their agile bodies make even the grassland overlords retreat. They are the perfect combination of speed and power. Note: do not kick others randomly while running. After all, humans are not buffalo. Legal responsibility will be assumed. The words legal responsibility made Su Hua's expression turn peculiar. So the game world had laws? However, at least on the surface, the game did not approve of people like the Skinner. Otherwise, it would not have issued rewards for dungeon collapse. That was quite an interesting matter. This thought flashed through his mind as Su Hua stood up and tested his legs. He originally had a speed buff and had never tried whether tireless legs really meant no fatigue. Now his legs seemed stronger. With a light twist of his toes on the ground, the floor tiles instantly shattered, and even the concrete beneath cracked. Potions can improve evolution rate and increase physical fitness. Traits can do the same. He pondered for a while and decided to delay taking the potion. He had recently used a potion, so without considering dungeon factors, he could last another month before his body had problems. The second item was an extended trait of a sad thing. Good friend rating. Being easily forgotten is a sad thing. Extras want to know if anyone will remember them, so this trait came into being. When the score above someone's head is below 5, it means the extra is just a generic face in that person's eyes, perhaps familiar, but not enough to remember or recall specific traits. If shown a photo, the other person would think this is not an important person. When the score is above 5, it means the person has seriously remembered the extra and considers them a worthy contact. However, be careful. When the score reaches 9 or 10, the other party either wants to be your stepmother or your wife, or could be an enemy. Extras must be cautious. Since this trait is an extension of a sad thing, it lacks accuracy for people with strong memory or logic abilities. In other words, for those with strong memory and logic, forgetting someone is difficult. Even if the other party remembered clearly, the score might mean nothing because they remembered everyone and everything. Suhwa did not expect the extra profession to have such an interesting trait. He took out his phone and made a video call to Yuan Yao. The person on the other side was wearing headphones, nodding along while staring at the phone for a few seconds before reacting. "Who are you?" "Brother Su." "Your brother Su." Suhwa watched the number above his head jump from 4 to 5 and casually said, "I'm back in Ting City. Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a meal? Let's meet tomorrow." "Okay." Yuan Yao was overjoyed and quickly agreed on the place and time. Suhwa hung up and thought about this main trait. Although he and Yuan Yao had just met, if the memory was relatively deep, it was hard to be forgotten. Once reminded, they would remember quickly. From this perspective, this trait distinguished between merely having seen someone, which was easy to forget, and knowing someone, where even fuzzy memories could be quickly recalled after a reminder. Having a clear understanding, he looked at the other rewards. This time there were no item rewards, but 5,000 white bills, 2 bottles of P1 Evolution Serum, 3 bottles of Grade D Healing Potion, and 1 bottle of Grade E Dream Fulfillment Serum, to be taken before sleep to induce pleasant dreams. Not only the traits, but also the potions were strange and varied. The ticket folder remained unchanged. The countdown to the next dungeon was 34 days. After checking the clearance rewards, Suhwa took out the highlights from this reward: a Gentleman of Light Metal and a white mask. Gentleman of Light Metal, congratulations to the player. This medal represents your glorious history. Players who own this medal are more highly recognized in the game because you stand on the side of light. Distorted Mask. Although it looks like a simple piece of paper, once worn, anyone who sees it, including high-level players, will experience dizziness. For 3 minutes, no one can see the face beneath the mask clearly. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Suhwa tossed the medal aside, put on the mask, and stood in front of the mirror. The mask that seemed unremarkable just moments ago now appeared like a slowly rotating black vortex, revealing only a pair of exposed eyes. This is a special item. Ordinary items' effects depend on the user's ability, but this special item seemed indifferent to who used it, applying its blinding effect uniformly. However, its duration was short. Putting the mask back into his inventory, Suhwa cut off his long hair, washed his head again, and stepped out of the bathroom. Unexpectedly, he saw a woman silently resting in the living room, her nearly naked body sprawled across the sofa, clutching the discarded Gentleman of Light Metal pressed against her chest. Her familiar face was flushed, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. "You Ching Ching." Suhwa frowned. Suddenly, she ran at him naked and kicked him back onto the sofa. The woman floated like a paper doll, a strange crack appearing on her abdomen but instantly healing. She knelt on the sofa, looking wronged and tearful. Where the tears ran, her skin developed abnormal folds. "That painting by the Skinner, you're the person in the picture. How did you come out?" The woman in the painting above the fireplace in the Skinner's secret room could take on anyone's appearance. Although she looked human, she was essentially just a piece of paper. She should be the Skinner's tool and, even if the dungeon collapsed, she shouldn't exist outside the game. The woman pitifully pointed to his pants pocket, implying she had hidden inside and followed him out. Suhwa didn't see any stats above her head, so he asked, "Since you're an item, can you be put into the inventory?" The woman hesitated. Suhwa scowled and threw her a piece of clothing. "Then leave." She started crying again, but Suhwa stared at her without flinching until her face was swollen from tears. Wiping away her tears, her features smoothed out, and she coquettishly winked at him. Suhwa expressionlessly lit a cigarette and pulled over a chair to sit down. After an awkward performance, the woman pitifully grabbed a broom and rag and started cleaning. Suhwa snorted coldly. The woman knelt with the rag in hand, looking humble and gesturing that she could clean, cook, and do laundry. She was good at housework. The man with an iron heart finally relented. "Can you move things?" The woman jumped up and lifted the three-seat sofa with her hands. Suhwa smiled in satisfaction, grabbed his tablet, and casually searched for a photo of a passerby. "Change into this appearance. Don't keep showing this face. Where did you get this face from?" The woman immediately searched under the coffee table, in the sofa seams, inside the TV cabinet, and some unexpected places to find photos of Yu Qingqing. Suhwa ordered, "Find all her photos in this house and burn them." He then held out his hand, metal. The woman twisted her hands reluctantly and handed over the metal, her watery eyes full of longing. Unfortunately, Suhwa felt no pity for this face. He put on running shoes and left the rented apartment. An item that looked like a person and even had some thinking ability, although he didn't know why it followed him, was not a bad thing in his eyes. He accepted anything that could help him understand the game. The house he rented was in a rather remote area, but a large natural park was a few miles away. Suhwa set his timer and planned to run straight there. He ran several miles at a good pace and, upon reaching the park, barely changed his breathing. Though sweating, he felt no fatigue, especially in his legs, which felt like perfect machinery without the usual tiredness after long-distance running. Stopping to check, he ran a few more laps around the park. After several laps, he felt tired, but if he didn't consider the heart's burden, he believed he could keep up this speed. The tireless legs trait didn't mean he truly didn't get tired, but that his endurance had multiplied. It was like a machine with some parts replaced by the latest and best components. Correspondingly, other parts needed upgrading to keep the machine running better and faster. To reach the limit of his legs now, his body had to continue evolving. Thus, the evolution agent was indispensable again. Wiping sweat from his raised shirt, Suhwa took off his soaked top, left the park, and hailed a car. Returning to the residential complex, he saw Nia Xian's car downstairs again. Going upstairs, he found his small rented apartment packed with people. Besides Nia Xian and some special operatives, there was a middle-aged man with a kind face. The middle-aged man came forward and shook his hand as soon as he saw him. "You must be Suhwa. I am the team leader of the Ting City First Research Institute investigation team. I came specially to thank you for saving nearly 40 innocent victims. On behalf of the state and those dozens of families, I thank you. I also brought some of the Institute's latest research results, hoping they help you." Suhwa glanced at the dejected red-haired man beside him, expression calm. "Just lucky. I was trying to save myself too. At that time, I was already ready to give up on those dozens of people." Sima Xiao'er immediately looked up at him. After counting the rescued people, Suhwa realized the 2 children he first sent into the warehouse passage, as well as several employees of Golden Light Tower who forced their way in, were missing, no bodies or signs. It was clear his judgment had been wrong. That passage he entered was a dead end. He had personally caused the deaths of those 2 kids. If he had waited a little longer, maybe everyone could have been saved. Now, Suhwa's words gave Sima Xiao'er huge psychological relief. "No matter what, it was you who saved those people. Our research staff were also rescued. We owe you one. There was some misunderstanding earlier over a minor issue. I asked Sima Xiao'er to apologize to you." Team leader Wu smiled and pushed the red-haired man forward. Sima Xiao'er's face turned red as he finally managed to say sorry. Team leader Wu explained that someone had given false information, causing the arrest incident. Now the matter was settled and people had died, so the previous issue should be considered never to have happened. There are 5 P1 evolution serums here, 3 muscle enhancers, and 1 detoxifier. Team leader Wu produced 3 aluminum cases. Detoxifier. Suhwa's gaze paused. Team leader Wu nodded. Research found that all evolvers carry a toxin in their bodies. Without regular use of evolution agents, the toxin destroys the evolver's body. The detoxifier can't eliminate the toxin but can delay its onset. Is it effective? Any side effects? Su-hwa asked bluntly. Experiments on 20 evolvers showed it can at least double the time from onset to death. Su-hwa thought of Professor Han. Does it work against the toxin carried by the mutants on the preliminary trial train? Unfortunately, that's another type of mutant toxin. The current antidote has limited effectiveness. Team leader Wu shook his head. Did Professor Han survive or not? Su-hwa thought he'd ask Lu Jia next time. Mr. Su, besides bringing these items, I came to formally invite you to join us. The country has established Vanguard player squads in various cities, and we're precisely lacking talents like you. If you join, you'll receive first-hand information about the latest research on dimensional rifts, and you can apply for high-level props when necessary. Your family can be relocated to safety zones established by the state, eliminating the risk of being drawn into random dungeons. Last time Nia Xian said they could strive for the best conditions. This time team leader Wu directly laid out the terms. Su-hwa wasn't interested in the other offers, but was very curious about the method to avoid random dungeons. Actually, just within our country's borders, over 20 random dungeons have already appeared, not including those suspected but unconfirmed locations. Through international communication, we've grasped some patterns of dungeon appearances. With current technological means, we can only build avoidance facilities in some key areas. This already represents our nation's maximum effort. Team leader Wu's gaze sharpened as he said solemnly, this isn't about insufficient manpower, but rather the lack of existing rare materials. So having your family members enter safety zones is already the maximum benefit the Research Institute can secure for you. I hope you understand. Su-hwa understood perfectly. If the country was experimenting with player-eater evolvers, these safety zone tests had probably cost numerous lives. But to truly master the patterns of dungeon appearances and completely avoid them? Impossible. Their understanding of the game remained superficial, far from comprehending its underlying principles. However, since team leader Wu had shown sincerity, he needed to respond in kind. I can cooperate with you, but I won't accept assignments from the Research Institute. Su-hwa looked at the two men across from him. I can exchange information I know for whatever data you need. Additionally, if I discover any special metallic substances in the game, I can find ways to bring them out and hand them over to you. Team leader Wu's expression turned complex. Actually, Vanguard players had another mission when entering the game, collecting soil, plants, metals, and fossils, especially metallic materials. Many props contained traces of them. Of course, special materials alone couldn't explain the prop's peculiar nature, but since players couldn't bring thermal weapons into the game, these became indispensable for creating defensive tools. That the game world connected to an advanced civilization was already an accepted fact. That the country lacked information and materials in all aspects was also fact. If that's the case, then relocating family members to safety zones might not be possible, he said. Su-hwa nodded. The so-called safety zones weren't actually that safe. With super players emerging from other game zones and wormhole points not completely isolated, there was no guarantee other players wouldn't enter. The country's true core could be hidden, but ordinary people absolutely couldn't enter those places. Other safety zones would stand out like lighthouses on the sea. Having failed to persuade, team leader Wu didn't linger long, leaving the items behind before departing. The moment the door closed, the painting pasted in the hallway slid down. The thin sheet of paper landed and transformed into a person, still wearing Su-hwa's short-sleeved shirt, smiling at him with an unfamiliar face. Clothes worn could also become paperized. Su-hwa quickly made this judgment internally, then pretended not to see it, turning to store the antidotes. Antidotes could also be stored in the medicine slot, though without specific usage instructions. Only the words "unknown potion" appeared. Previously, he'd tried storing weapons and tools in the prop slot, but nothing succeeded. It seemed except for game-given rewards, other items couldn't be stored. The antidotes might be improved game potions, but this also proved items from outside the game could be stored. Su-hwa glanced at the woman, then stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. The game didn't display her information. You don't belong to anyone? The woman nodded. An ownerless prop, neither displaying information nor able to be forcibly stored. Could it be that after developing consciousness, props were no longer simple inanimate objects, but could decide their own comings and goings like people? Looking at the woman pouting and leaning against him, Su-hwa showed a friendly smile. Want the medal? The woman nodded vigorously. Get in the prop slot, and I'll let you play with it. The woman shook her head vigorously again. Suhwa pushed her away and turned into the bathroom, saying as he closed the door, "There's change in the drawer. Buy soybean milk and fried dough sticks at 7 tomorrow morning, and wash my clothes while you're at it." The woman returned to the wall with an angry huff. Early next morning, Suhwa looked at the large bag of fried dough sticks on the table and paused. "You want to eat too?" The woman hanging clothes with bare legs ran over excitedly to claim credit, pulling out 2 1 yuan bills and pointing at the things on the table. "You bought this much with 2 yuan." Suhwa glanced at the shape of her chest and the shirt hem that barely covered her bottom. "Go get some pants to wear. I'll take you out to buy clothes later." The woman gave him a flying kiss with a radiant smile, immediately rummaged through his backpack for shorts to put on, then sat opposite him, cheeks propped in hands, staring directly at him. Eyes meeting, Suhwa ate the fried dough sticks leisurely and took a sip of soybean milk. "Do you have a name?" The woman nodded, lifted her foot, and spread her toes apart. Next to her big toe were written several very small characters. "Female, painted on spring begins." The painting woman pointed at the first 2 characters, mouthing, "Painting woman, painting woman." A painting had become a prop. If players could turn paper into props, a painted picture becoming a prop wasn't surprising either. Painting woman sounds strange. "I'll call you Spring Begins." Suhwa decided directly. The painting woman reluctantly accepted. Seeing he'd finished eating, she efficiently put the leftovers in the refrigerator, then linked arms with him preparing to go out. Pressing the back of her neck to pull her half a meter away, Suhwa locked the door and went downstairs. He first went to the police station to turn in the wallet he'd found earlier. At the entrance, he encountered Zhao Biao seeing off several police family members. "Suhwa." Zhao Biao waved to him, said a few words to the people beside him, then walked over. "Is this your girlfriend?" "Distant relative." Suhwa paused. "Were any of your colleagues among those sacrificed this time?" "They weren't as lucky as me." Zhao Biao sighed and patted his shoulder. "I heard from the Research Institute people that we owe you thanks this time. You're a capable person. Good luck to you." After leaving the police station, Suhwa grew somewhat silent. The people coming and going here were either identifying bodies or reporting cases. The prosperous and stable Ting City from a month ago had completely vanished. The painting woman suddenly tugged his sleeve, pointing at a women's clothing store by the street, mouthing, "I want a dress." Suhwa coldly pulled out his balance text message, "You only have a 500 yuan budget." Even though painting woman was unhappy, she ended up only buying 2 sets of the simplest short-sleeved shirts with pants and women's tank tops, earning Suhwa strange looks from both the shop assistant and customers in the store. "If anyone else wants to buy you clothes, you can go with them," Suhwa said calmly. The next second, painting woman, who had been pouting unwillingly, immediately changed her expression and tried to affectionately link arms with him, but was stopped halfway by his cold glare. She immediately switched to clutching the hem of his clothes instead, making the onlookers sigh in disappointment. Suhwa maintained his composure and left the crowded street to enter a small alley. Turning at an intersection, he suddenly stopped, glanced at the shadow approaching on the ground, and lightning fast, reached out to grab the person's throat and lifted them into the air. "Why are you following me?" The man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses grabbed at his hand, struggling. "Brother Su. It's me, Yuan Yao." Suhwa only released him after pulling off his cap. "Why are you sneaking around following me?" Yuan Yao coughed for a while before saying, "I just arrived too early and was wandering around nearby when I happened to see you shopping with your wife." He didn't forget to greet painting woman, "Hello, sister-in-law." Painting woman responded with a shy smile. The otaku Yuan Yao blushed slightly, then suddenly felt stung by a cold gaze. He quickly averted his eyes and said, "Brother Su, you're really amazing. Last time at Hot Springs Villa, you didn't notice me even though I was so close, but this time you caught me even though I was hiding in the crowd. After 3 days apart, one must look at you with new eyes. I have just one word for you, impressed." Yuan Yao's trait was indeed impressive. Suhwa hadn't detected being followed at all, but when the good friend, values above people's heads were blank or 1 to 2, a 5 mixed in stood out clearly, especially when that 5 kept following him. This was actually a good method for detecting enemies. Suhwa studied Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao felt the back of his neck go cold under the scrutiny and hugged his arms. Brother Su, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that. Is your trait about concealing your traces? Su Hua asked. You don't need to be too detailed. Roughly, how well can you hide? No problem, Yuan Yao said, seeing that he was asking in front of Painting Woman and figuring she should be in the know or might be a player herself. He spoke openly. My profession is otaku. I've currently developed one trait called hide and seek. The basic ability is just being good at hiding. If I stay still in places others can't see, I won't be discovered. It works in crowded places too, because pedestrians essentially become cover. Basically, unless face-to-face, it's normally hard to detect being followed by me. He lowered his voice. I've followed 2 celebrities and 3 government officials. None of them noticed. Su Hua glanced at him. Aren't you afraid of running into other players? Yuan Yao wagged a finger proudly. Being good with the internet is one of the essential skills of an otaku. Before following anyone, I investigate the people around them. No one taking unexplained leave or going for medical treatment. I even check what takeout they order daily. Only then did Su Hua look seriously at this ordinary-looking young man. Can you find information about other players? Yuan Yao quickly shook his head. My skills aren't that good. How would I dare to attack official backends? But while lurking on forums, I saw someone inviting players to gather, supposedly to do something big. Not sure if it's true though. Online information was hard to verify as true or false. Su Hua noticed one frequently appearing account in the mix. Besides commenting under that player gathering post, this account had left traces on some trading posts too. They'd even posted looking to purchase bus tickets, with the address listed surprisingly near the hotel where he had stayed. Can you find this account's address? Not difficult, but I need a computer, Yuan Yao said. I rented a place in Ting City. How about coming to my place after we eat? You're not from Ting City, are you? Su Hua asked. I live in the neighboring city, Yuan Yao said with a grin. I figured we'd probably have plenty of chances to meet in the future, so I just went ahead and rented a place. Why don't you move in with me, Brother Su? I have extra rooms. We'll talk about it later, Su Hua said, turning to walk out. Weren't we going to eat? Let's go. Let's have hot pot. Yuan Yao quickly caught up. According to online reviews, there's a great hot pot place nearby. The 3 entered the hot pot restaurant, where Yuan Yao ordered a large table full of dishes and thoughtfully asked Su Hua and Painting Woman about any dietary restrictions. Watching Painting Woman, who looked like she was about to drool, Su Hua took a sip of tea and asked, Can you even eat hot pot? Painting Woman already had her chopsticks in hand and nodded like a chick pecking at rice, directing Yuan Yao, who was mixing dipping sauces, to add extra chili for her. Sister-in-law can't speak? Yuan Yao asked cautiously, noticing she only ever smiled. She's not your sister-in-law, just a distant relative staying with me temporarily. Her name is Li Chuan. Born mute with some intellectual challenges, Su Hua supplemented Painting Woman's backstory. Yuan Yao looked regretful, then said, My parents know some famous doctors. Should I have them examine Li Chuan? No money, Su Hua stated bluntly. Come on, would I ask you for money? Yuan Yao patted his chest. My family has money, I'll cover the medical fees. Su Hua didn't respond, but Painting Woman across the table brightened up, pointing at Su Hua's phone and clasping her hands together in a pleading gesture. You want a phone? Yuan Yao quietly glanced at Su Hua. He felt like someone of Brother Su's caliber could make money in minutes. How could he not afford a phone? But maybe the big shot preferred a frugal lifestyle. Can we buy one? He asked carefully. Whatever, Su Hua said, dipping a strand of food into the broth. Great. We'll pick out a phone after we finish eating, Yuan Yao said cheerfully. Painting Woman's eyes curved happily as she pulled up pictures on the phone, pointing at clothes and dresses inside. Yuan Yao felt dazzled by her smile and agreed to buy everything, the very essence of otaku nature shining through. After the meal, the 3 went to a phone store first, then to the commercial street, shopping until dark. Time's about right, Su Hua said, standing up from the rest area and calling to Yuan Yao and Painting Woman. Let's go. Painting Woman had already familiarized herself with the phone's basic functions. She opened the memo app, quickly typed a line, and showed it to Su Hua. Someone is following us. I know, Su Hua nodded, helping Yuan Yao with some bags. Let's go to your place first. They left the mall and got into a taxi. Another taxi parked by the roadside slowly followed them. The thin man driving dialed a number. Sister Ning, I detected someone carrying Ah Xiao's scent. He must be the one who tricked Ah Xiao into going out. I'm following them now. I'll contact you when I arrive. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Wow. So many rooms. The taxi stopped in front of a villa, and painting woman exclaimed with astonished text at the rows of windows. Houses are meant to be lived in large to be comfortable, Yuan Yao said with a smile. Later you can pick whichever room you want to stay in. They had agreed in the car that they would stay at his place tonight. As soon as they entered, painting woman rushed into the bathroom to try on her newly bought clothes, while Yuan Yao poured Su Hua a cup of tea and then brought over his computer to start working. This account address is still encrypted? After fiddling with it for a moment, he became interested too. Usually in situations like this person is definitely not simple. Seeing his fingers flying across the keyboard, Su Hua estimated it would take some time to get results, so he got up and thoroughly checked the 3-story villa from bottom to top. Standing at the 3rd-floor window, he spotted a number 5 floating on an old tree dozens of meters away, continuously rising until it reached 9 in the blink of an eye. Full of killing intent. Su Hua closed the window and went downstairs. Done. Yuan Yao called out from the living room. This guy is definitely a novice. The firewall was probably done by someone else, but everything in his computer isn't encrypted. I found something interesting. Holy Sword Society? Su Hua looked at the triangular pattern formed by 3 swords on the computer screen. A cult? Yuan Yao scrolled through the chat records on the computer. Seems like a player organization. This guy has been trying to join, and recently he submitted some kind of proof of loyalty. Now he's an official member. What kind of proof? Seems like items, tickets, or something similar. You have to hand over something the Holy Sword Society recognizes to join. Yuan Yao paused. This guy actually posted a phishing thread. Is this Holy Sword Society hunting players? Su Hua glanced out the window. It's getting late. We'll talk about it tomorrow. The two returned to their respective rooms, and soon the lights in the villa went out one by one, plunging the entire building into darkness. An hour later, a cat-like figure silently flipped into the villa. With both palms touching the ground and his back arched high, he climbed along the wall like a real cat to the window outside Su Hua's room. Pushing the window open, he landed silently and bared his sharp claws at the shadowy bulge on the bed. Just as he was about to strike, a black shadow suddenly peeled off from the wall, wrapping around his head like a gust of wind. The shadow was startled, realizing upon touch that it was just a piece of paper. Assuming he had already been discovered, he tore through it with one claw and pounced toward the large bed. At that moment, the quilt on the bed flew open, enveloping him head-on. The shadow abruptly halted his momentum, about to retreat, when a leg suddenly shot out from the floating quilt, hitting him squarely in the abdomen. The kick made blood spurt from his nose and mouth, sending him crashing hard against the opposite wall. Before he could hit the floor, a thin thread shot across the room, pinning his right wrist to the wall. The shadow extended his nails, but failed to cut through the thread. Just then, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. Squinting, he realized there was more than just Su Hua in the room. Aside from a woman in tattered clothes standing in the corner, another person crawled out from under the bed. Yuan Yao, covered in dust, coughed while complaining that the landlord didn't clean properly. Glancing at the wall, he immediately cheered. We got him. Is this the person who's been following us from the mall? I don't know him either. Why was he following us? There must be a reason. Su Hua got off the bed, examining the small, thin man. So you have animal characteristics. Are you from the Holy Sword Society? The thin man kept his mouth shut, his eyes darting among the 3 people. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed vertically, and then his entire body flipped backward with cat-like flexibility. As he freed his hand from the thread, he hung upside down on the wall, the long nails growing from his hands and feet digging deep into the wall like sharp claws. Holy shit! He turned into an animal. Yuan Yao shouted, stepping back. The thin man let out a low growl like a wild beast from his throat and pounced fiercely toward him. Never learns. Su Hua leaped forward, pulling Yuan Yao aside. He caught the man's hand midair and yanked him forward, making him crash to the ground. Then he raised his foot and stomped down hard. Boom! The floor was stamped with a footprint deep enough to fit a foot. The thin man, who had flipped away just in time, jumped onto the bed. Seeing the footprint, he couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Looking up into those icy eyes, his beastly instincts screamed at him to run. But Su Hua, who had been waiting for him in the villa, wouldn't let him escape so easily. With a sweeping kick, he knocked the man onto the bed, grabbed his left arm, and yanked hard. With a crack, the entire arm went limp. Ugh! The thin man grunted in pain, swiping back with his claw towards Su Hua's face. However, his wrist was caught mid-swing. Arching his upper body, he kicked out with both feet to push his opponent away and leaped toward the window without looking back. Just then, Yuan Yao, appearing out of nowhere, swiftly propped up a stool. The thin man slammed straight into the stool, his head stuck outside the window. "Brother Su, quick! I got him!" Su Hua rushed to the window, about to pull the man back, when several black snakes suddenly slithered out from the window gap, biting down hard on the back of his hand. The sharp pain made him quickly retract his hand. Looking down, he saw no wound on his hand. In that brief moment, the thin man was dragged out of the room by several overly long black snakes coiling around him. Trying to leave? Su Hua drew his dagger and leaped out after them. With a flash of cold light, he severed several black snakes midair. He pinned the thin man to the ground as they landed, only to discover that the black snakes on the ground had turned into several strands of hair. "Elderly Medusa," a female voice rang out ahead. He looked up sharply, unexpectedly meeting a pair of lantern-like crimson eyes as a giant python opened its massive mouth to bite down on him. Su Hua narrowed his eyes, catching sight of the person hidden within the snake shadow approaching him. He kicked the man beneath him aside and flung his dagger. Two small snakes intercepted the dagger midair, hissing threateningly at him. Su Hua grabbed the two small snakes, ignoring the giant python biting down from above. With a fierce yank, he pulled the person opposite toward him. As he seized her by the throat, the python's illusion enveloped them both, but dissolved into dust-like ashes upon touching the ground, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Here." Su Hua casually tossed aside the two strands of black hair, watching the woman struggle in his grip. "I'll ask one more time. Are you from the Holy Sword Society? How did you find out I'm a player?" "What Holy Sword Society? I've never heard of it." The woman with a long black braid reaching her ankles gasped with difficulty. She desperately clawed at Su Hua's hand, her eyes filled with hatred. "It was you who captured my brother. Where did you take him? If you killed him, I won't let you get away with this." Su Hua used his other hand to grip her jaws, preventing her from speaking. "You're already in my hands. How exactly are you going to not let me get away with it? Speak honestly to avoid getting beaten." Zhou Ning, her face gripped, showed an expression of humiliation as she glared hatefully at her. "Let Sister Ning go." The thin man beside her lunged forward. "Take one more step, and I'll crush her," Su Hua said, lifting her off the ground with one hand. The thin man looked at him with apprehension. "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you. We've never heard of this Holy Sword Society you mentioned. We came looking for Sister Ning's younger brother. I followed you because you carried Zhao's scent." "Scent?" Su Hua thought of that wallet. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" "I'm not lying." The thin man pulled out his phone, scrolled through it, and tossed it to Su Hua's feet. "I have backup chat records." Shao arranged to meet someone to trade train tickets, then he disappeared. Su Hua glanced down. The address shown was near that hotel in the old city district. "I picked up a wallet there a couple days ago. Turned it in to the police station today." "WH what?" Zhou Ning's face flushed red as she struggled to speak. Su Hua released her, and after landing, she quickly pulled up a picture. "Was it like this?" "Same style, brown color." Seeing how foolish these two looked, Su Hua raised an eyebrow. "You dared to ambush me without even clarifying the situation? Come inside." Yuan Yao and Painting Woman had been watching the excitement from the doorway. When they saw the fight was over, they immediately rushed out to surround Su Hua. "Brother Su, you're amazing. How did you know that snake was fake?" "It scared me to death when it first appeared. The image had no physical form, and there were no marks on the ground," Su Hua said calmly. "The scent, wind direction, everything was wrong. I even spotted someone inside. How could it possibly be a real snake?" Zhou Ning, who had been holding her phone and still doubting Su Hua's words, stared in shock at his retreating back. Her special ability was more realistic than 3D movies. Yet he had detected so many flaws at first glance. A player with such skills, would he really kill someone for just one bottle of P0 evolution serum? Sister Ning, the thin man called to her. Let's go. Zhou Ning gritted her teeth and followed. The hall lights were turned back on, bright and clear. Zhou Ning and the thin man, who had already reattached his arm, sat on the sofa. Painting Woman served them tea and snacks, acting as warmly as if entertaining guests. Noticing the thin man's eyes unconsciously scanning Painting Woman's torn top, Su Hua pointed his chin at her. Change your clothes and come out. They're prisoners, no need for special treatment. Painting Woman immediately pulled a long face, taking away all the tea and snacks and giving them to Yuan Yao instead. Yuan Yao took a bite of pastry and glared at the thin man. If you're going to fight, fight properly. Why tear clothes? And if you're going to tear clothes, why tear a woman's clothes? Are you here to kill or to assault? The thin man's face flushed red then pale. He had no idea when he'd torn Painting Woman's clothes. Painting Woman instantly got into character, wiping away tears as she went to change. The thin man squirmed uncomfortably. I didn't mean to. Enough, Su would cut them off. If your brother is also a player, he might have entered a dungeon. There are random dungeons that don't require train tickets. Didn't you know? Zhou Ning remained silent for 2 seconds. With how fast news spreads online, of course we know. But I still believe he was tricked. About 5 or 6 days ago, he went to the old city district and never returned. His phone's been unreachable. It doesn't make sense that he just arranged to meet someone for a ticket trade and then immediately entered a random dungeon. What's his account name on Forum X? Su Hua asked. Zhou Ning looked surprised as she gave the account name, then added, How did you know he has a forum account? Have you seen him? Seeing the two looking at Su Hua with suspicion, Yuan Yao said disdainfully, You haven't seen my brother Su displaying his mighty power in a dungeon. With his skills, does he look like someone short on potions? He turned his laptop around. See? It was this player who just joined the Holy Sword Society who lured your brother out. His last post before joining had your brother's reply. Probably used your brother as his proof of loyalty. Zhou Ning immediately rushed to the computer, carefully examining the chat records. Her fists slowly clenched, especially when she saw the final reply from the Holy Sword Society, accepting the potion and approving membership. Stimulated to the point of red-eyed fury, she gritted her teeth. Holy Sword Society? What kind of organization is this? The thin man exclaimed urgently. Daring to target Ah Shao? I'll slaughter these inhuman bastards. With what ability? Yuan Yao rolled his eyes. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and looked calmly at Su Hua. Mr. Su, thank you for telling us this clue. Today's incident was our mistake. We can compensate for any damages. You're also looking for the Holy Sword Society, right? We can cooperate. Su Hua raised his hand to stop her. I only accidentally discovered that the Holy Sword Society is hunting players. I thought I was being targeted by them. Since we're not interfering with each other, I have no need to provoke them. But if this Holy Sword Society is active in Ting City, they'll eventually threaten you too, the thin man said, puzzled. If we wait until they collect enough potions and items to cultivate high-level players, won't we ordinary players be in even greater danger? That kind of thing should be the government's concern, Su was said with a smile. You. The thin man wanted to say more, but Zhou Ning cut him off. Who's he? He glanced at her, then stepped back in frustration. Mr. Su, since you are willing to tell us about the Holy Sword Society, there must be a reason, Zhou Ning said with certainty. If it's just a simple transaction, Holy Sword Society members might not show up. But if I reveal intentions to rescue someone, the Holy Sword Society will definitely try to capture me and Hu Zi. At that time, many players will definitely appear. I can serve as bait. As long as we rescue my brother, all the items and potions we obtain will go to you. How about that? Su Hua gave her an appreciative look. You're a smart person. Zhou Ning slightly relaxed. How many people do you have on your side? Su Hua asked. Zhou Ning hesitated briefly. Including me and Hu Zi, 4 people total. Su Hua nodded. Your special ability is quite interesting. Zhou Ning smiled bitterly. As you saw, my ability isn't very useful in actual combat. It might scare someone encountering it for the first time, but it can't cause substantive harm. The giant python was just an illusion. The small snakes could move but couldn't injure anyone. Medusa should have the ability to turn people to stone, Su Hua remarked with raised eyebrow. Unfortunately, my ability is called Elderly Medusa. If there's any connection to Medusa, at most my hair can turn into snakes. Zhou Ning touched her long braid. Su Hua thought for a moment, then took out the hair growth potion and tossed it to her. Go back and find a spacious place to test it. For today, you should head back first. Don't contact the person from the fishing thread for now. I'll find some people to help. I'll notify you with specifics tomorrow. Zhou Ning looked surprised, but when she saw the potion description, her almond eyes widened. You're really giving this to me? Aren't afraid I'll take it and run. If I dared to give it to you, I'm not afraid you'll run. Su Hua casually told her the police station's location. You'll know I'm telling the truth when you go there. Pleasant cooperation. Zhou Ning shook his hand, then left the villa in a daze. Brother Su, do you really trust them? Yuan Yao followed Su Hua upstairs. Although what they said doesn't sound like lies, they don't seem very capable. Cooperating with them feels a bit disadvantageous. And you even gave them potions. What if they turn around and come after us? This initial investment is necessary. Su Hua didn't seem worried. Find another place to stay tomorrow. Yuan Yao paused. Why? Isn't this place good? Nice environment and quiet. Exactly. If someone comes in and kills you, your body might not be discovered for 10 days or half a month. Su Hua said calmly. Yuan Yao shuddered, moving. Immediately moving. Early the next morning, Su Hua settled the rent with the landlord and moved to a residential area in the center of the old city district. This place had heavy foot traffic, relatively secure community security, convenient transportation in all directions, and made things easier to handle. Su Hua didn't have much to move, mostly handled by Yuan Yao and Painting Woman. Yuan Yao, who had hidden under the bed last night and hadn't seen Painting Woman turn into paper, gave Su Hua a thumbs up when he saw her effortlessly carrying luggage. The boss was truly different, a perfect example of using women like men. After settling in the newly rented place, Su Hua took Yuan Yao and Painting Woman to Zhou Ning's residence. Zhou Ning lived in a resettlement community. The old, small community had low, shabby buildings where every household had iron bars installed. Windows were either filled with potted plants or hanging clothes, blocking most of the view and making it difficult to see inside each home from outside. I'm here. Su Hua accurately detected people hiding in the buildings on both sides and spoke into the phone. Soon 2 young men came down, one with shifty eyes and a pointed face, his eyeballs constantly moving even while walking just a few steps, the other looking like a student but hunched over, wearing thick-soled elevator shoes, lacking energy. You're Su Hua. The pointed-faced man examined Su Hua's group of 3, tilting his chin up. Follow me. The 2 walked ahead with Su Hua following behind. The 5 entered a building inside the complex and stopped at a unit on the 4th floor. After knocking, the sound of unlocking soon followed. Hu Zi, who had visited the villa yesterday, opened the door. He let them enter first, sniffed the hallway before closing the door. Let me introduce you. This is Tian Yun, Yu Xiaoyu. Hu Zi said. Tian Yun used to drive a taxi. Xiaoyu dropped out of high school and was classmates with Ah Xiao. Su Hua nodded, glancing at the scattered cut hair on the floor. Where's Zhou Ning? Sister Ning is in the bathroom. As Hu Zi spoke, Zhou Ning emerged holding her freshly cut braid, looking tired but somewhat excited. Mr. Su, you're here. Su Hua didn't ask about the hair growth potion's effects, getting straight to the point. My friend has already found the person who posted the fishing thread and discovered someone suspected to be from the Holy Sword Society. We found that bastard. Where is he? Hu Zi slammed the table angrily. Listen to what Mr. Su has to say first. Zhou Ning stopped him, signaling Su Hua to continue. Both of them are players. I don't know their professions or characteristics, and I don't know yours either. Are you 4 confident you can capture them? Su Hua asked. The 4 of us can't handle 2 players? Hu Zi said, Mr. Su, you're looking down on us too much. You 2 combined couldn't beat Brother Su last night. Yuan Yao added fuel to the fire nearby. Hu Zi said awkwardly, that's different. Not different at all. Su Hua lit a cigarette. Evolvers enter the game at different times. You don't know how many dungeons your opponents have completed, whether they have powerful items, or if their profession characteristics are strong or weak. I don't have close combat items, but I could take down both of you just with my characteristics. Can you be sure the Holy Sword Society members' skills aren't better than mine? How do you plan to deal with it if the opponent has super powerful items? Have you ever encountered player eaters who survive dungeons? These questions made Zhou Ning's group, who had regained confidence, suddenly feel uncertain. The pointed-faced man Tianyun said, according to what you're saying, shouldn't we even bother fighting? Not exactly. Su Hua tapped his cigarette ash. Since we're going to war with a player organization, these issues should be considered beforehand to avoid accidents during the process. Do you have a method? Yu Xiaoyu said listlessly, something that can guarantee we rescue Zhou Xiao safely? There's no foolproof method. Su Hua paused, then asked, among you four, is Hu and Hu the only one skilled in close combat? The four looked at each other until Zhou Ning said, Tianyun, Xiaoyu, describe your characteristics. Characteristics, once in actual combat, become easily apparent. Giving a general direction shouldn't be a problem. My characteristic is just speed. My jumping power and strength are weaker than ordinary evolvers. Tianyun said, but my speed can reach twice that of regular evolvers. My body can become very light, able to walk on grass tips. Yu Xiaoyu said, somewhat like the lightness skill in martial arts novels, but after this characteristic appeared, I became very weak with easily broken bones in my hands and feet. That characteristic of yours isn't very useful. Yuan Yao clicked his tongue. Su Hua looked down at his shoes. Added something to the soles? Iron blocks. Yu Xiaoyu looked at him somewhat surprised. But I still walk normally. I just feel uncomfortable with my body being light, so I added weight. Tried walking on walls? Su Hua thought briefly before saying, seen parkour. Yu Xiaoyu nodded, but just being able to run isn't very useful. It is useful. Just as Su Hua was about to say more, his phone suddenly rang. He answered, it was Huang Junjie. Situation changed? No. Huang Junjie had rushed over from the neighboring city overnight after receiving Su Hua's call and had been monitoring the fishing player since morning. He was the one who discovered the fishing player's connection with another man bearing a triangular sword tattoo. The other one is a player eater. He said, that bastard just killed someone. Su Hua frowned. Has he left? No. I don't think he'll leave their residence anytime soon. What's your situation? When are you planning to move? Su Hua looked out the window. After dark. Have you seen Yan Jiayu? Besides Huang Junjie, he had also contacted Yan Jiayu and Lu Jia. Coincidentally, neither had entered a dungeon, and Lu Jia had already gone to the position he arranged earlier. She left a while ago. Probably reached the construction site on Sunshine Avenue by now. Good. We'll set out immediately once we're ready. Su Hua hung up and divided Zhou Ning's group into two teams based on their characteristics. Zhou Ning and Yuan Yao would join Huang Junjie, while Hu and Hu, Tianyun, and Yu Xiaoyu would go with him. As night deepened, the temperature became pleasantly cool. Normally, many people would have come out to enjoy the evening breeze, but with the recent security concerns, nobody dared to venture out after dark anymore. Even the shops closed earlier than usual. Inside the sixth-floor apartment of Jiayi Residential Complex, a sharp-featured, middle-aged man stared into the cooking pot, his cheeks repeatedly puffing out and deflating as he forced down the urge to vomit. Sitting across from him, a bearded man ate with savage intensity, tearing into his food with both hands, his ferocious expression making the simple act of eating look like a violent assault. Two large metal basins sat beside him, and whenever he finished what was on his plate, he would slice more directly from them. Tough to chew. The bearded man wiped grease from his mouth and glanced at the middle-aged man. Can't handle it already? That look on your face is fine with me, but make sure they never see you like this. The middle-aged man quickly agreed and poured more alcohol for the bearded man. Brother Zhao, when do you think I can meet the other members of our Holy Sword Society? I've not only contributed a potion but also brought in another player. That should qualify me, right? The fact that the Holy Sword Society sent me to contact you means they recognize your potential, Brother Zhao said with smug satisfaction. But our Holy Sword Society isn't some random organization. Although we've just established a branch in Ting City, we have advanced players at the top levels. You're lucky, once our numbers grow, someone like you probably wouldn't make the cut. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged man's face flushed with excitement. What kind of test do I need to pass? Just tell me, Brother Zhao. Can you kill? Brother Zhao scrutinized him. We hunt players. Half of any items and potions we obtain go to the Holy Sword Society, while we keep the other half. If you advance quickly, the Society will heavily invest in your development. You'll have access to any potions or items you want. Brother Zhao, I'll follow your instructions completely, the middle-aged man declared. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Finished eating. Brother Zhao smacked his lips. Can't sleep on a night like this anyway. Understanding the implication, the middle-aged man rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a small business card, about to make a call when suddenly there was a knock at the door. He called out in response. It was a young woman. "I live downstairs. Is your apartment leaking water?" The middle-aged man remembered that a family did indeed live below him. He was about to impatiently shoo her away when Brother Zhao said, "Perfect timing, she delivered herself to us. Let her in." Thrilled, the middle-aged man checked through the peephole and saw only a long-haired woman standing outside. He immediately turned the lock, but the moment the door opened, the woman's hair surged forward like seaweed, tightly wrapping around his head. Not only that, the cascading hair transformed into numerous black snakes that swiftly slithered toward Brother Zhao in the living room. Brother Zhao grabbed a meat-slicing knife and chopped off the snake heads lunging at him. Seeing them fall to the floor and revert to hair, he sneered coldly, grabbed several black snakes with one hand, wrapped them around his arm, and yanked hard. Zhou Ning gripped the doorframe, slicing off half her hair with a knife, but new hair quickly grew back. This time, twin snakes intertwined, forming black snakes 2 to 3 times larger than before, rapidly filling the living room. Fucking disgusting. Brother Zhao spat at the sight of the wriggling black masses filling the room. Instead of retreating, he spun his knife and leaped toward the doorway. Zhou Ning, startled, quickly manipulated the black snakes to entangle his legs while countless more swarmed over his body, wrapping him into a mummy-like cocoon in the blink of an eye. Seeing him immobilized, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking this player wasn't as difficult to deal with as rumored. Although this wasn't part of Siwa's plan, killing him probably wouldn't cause any issues. The hair tightened relentlessly until it could constrict no further, and the wrapped figure showed no movement. Zhou Ning cautiously approached, but then she felt a stinging sensation at the tips of her hair and immediately leaped back. Since her hair gained the ability to transform into snakes, it had developed a life of its own. Although it couldn't petrify people like a true Medusa, any sensation could be feedback to her. Almost simultaneously with her retreat, the hair cocoon was sliced open from bottom to top by a sharp blade, followed by a flash of cold steel as the knife originally in Brother Zhao's hand stabbed toward her face. Zhou Ning's heart raced as she whipped her hair around the door handle, pulling herself out from under the blade. Brother Zhao became entangled by the newly swarming black snakes. He continuously swung his knife, hacking at them, and upon realizing the hair couldn't actually harm him, he burst into maniacal laughter. "You ordinary players really think having a special ability makes you invincible. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." As his words faded, the muscles in his legs bulged like stones, leaving 3 or 4 deep footprints in the floor as he launched himself ferociously at Zhou Ning. Elderly Medusa. Zhou Ning's eyes glowed red as she lifted her head, her figure vanishing from sight and replaced by a giant gaping python that filled the narrow hallway, waiting for him to jump right into its mouth. Though unafraid of the hair snakes, the sudden appearance of a giant python right before his eyes made Brother Zhao instinctively halt his attack. He grabbed the open shoe cabinet door, kicked the still-stunned middle-aged man forward as a shield, and rapidly retreated. What the hell is this? While he was still shocked and confused, Yuan Yao, who had already entered the apartment and been waiting for an opportunity, lunged from behind and stabbed a knife into his lower back. Caught off guard and ambushed, Brother Zhao's eyes bulged wildly. Still stabbed, he turned and seized Yuan Yao by the throat. "Who are you people?" Black snakes surged from behind, entangling his limbs and waist, dragging him backward. Yet he refused to let go, determined to strangle Yuan Yao to death. Just as Zhou Ning moved to help, the middle-aged man, who had freed himself from the hair, rushed forward and grappled with her, shouting, "Brother Zhao, run. These people must be targeting the Holy Sword Society." Furious, Zhou Ning used her hair to lift him into the air, dangling him midair, while directing more black snakes to wrap around Brother Zhao's neck. However, Brother Zhao suddenly produced a half-arm-length cleaver and, with a casual swing, severed all the black snakes. "Don't think you're the only ones with items." Seeing him swing the cleaver at Yuan Yao, Zhou Ning's heart leaped into her throat. At the critical moment, Huang Junjie jumped through the window. He grabbed a potted plant and knocked the cleaver off course, while a bamboo sword flew from his sleeve and cleanly severed Brother Zhao's wrist tendon. Yuan Yao broke free as Brother Zhao stumbled back 2 steps. Seeing Huang Junjie's fierce approach, his expression changed. He kicked Huang Junjie aside and shattered the window to escape. Huang Junjie crashed into the sofa but wasn't seriously injured. Yuan Yao, however, had bruising around his throat from being choked. Coughing, he gasped, "That guy's not human." Took a horizontal slash to the kidney and acted like it was nothing. Zhou Ning helped him up while Huang Junjie examined the blood trail from the living room to the balcony. He then spoke into his earpiece, "He's out. Stabbed in the lower back, right wrist tendon probably severed. Not seriously injured though. He's armed with a blade weapon, be careful." Understood. Inside a taxi parked outside Jiayi residential complex, Su Hua responded briefly before speaking to Hu and the 2 others already lying in ambush outside the complex. "Move in." After receiving confirmation, he started the car and drove toward the construction site. Zhao Sheng leaped from the 6th floor, climbing over 2 external AC units before landing on the ground. Seeing no one chasing after him, he felt slightly relieved and was about to leave when a tall, thin shadow suddenly pounced from the darkness on the 2nd floor. He barely had time to see several inhumanly long, sharp nails flash before his eyes before 3 bloody scratches appeared on his face. Hu jumped onto a tree branch opposite, crouching like a cat, his vertical pupils fixed intently on the person below. Zhao Sheng cursed, pushed off with his feet, and sprinted fiercely toward the exit of the residential complex. As he ran, he pulled out a black potion and poured it into his mouth. Hu leaped between trees and building walls like a leopard, closely following behind him. The 2 exited the complex one after another. Tian Yun flashed into view from the other side of the apartment building, leaving a blur in the air as he collected the bottle Zhao Sheng had discarded before following them out. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu appeared on a nearby residential building, following Zhao Sheng's trajectory as he moved lightly between structures. This area was all residential buildings with dense housing complexes and numerous alleyways. Zhao Sheng had originally planned to find a place to hide, but even if he temporarily shook off his pursuers, they would quickly find him again. As he ran, another player suddenly appeared, flanking him from left and right. Damn it. The wounds on his lower back and wrist gradually healed, and his speed increased accordingly. After putting some distance between them, he pulled out his phone and made a call, shouting into it as soon as it connected, "Boss, someone's targeting our Holy Sword Society. I'm being followed." Before he could finish speaking, one of the 2 pursuers suddenly accelerated and charged from the left, slamming him into a roadside trash bin. Roar. Beast-like roars were getting closer. Zhao Sheng ignored his flying phone, kicked the trash bin to block the path, and then sprinted forward. Hearing 2 crashing sounds behind him, he was about to look back when a taxi suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Sharp braking sounds echoed through the street. Zhao Sheng barely avoided it by jumping onto the taxi's hood, denting the metal surface and shaking the entire vehicle. He turned his head and found himself locking eyes with the driver. Instinct made him pause for a moment, then he turned and dashed into the residential complex across the street without looking back. Beyond this complex was Sunshine Avenue, an area under construction. Since the frequent dismemberment killings began in Ting City, nighttime construction had stopped, and not even security guards remained at the work sites. "I want to play too," painting woman reached from the back seat to show him the words on her phone. Su Hua glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Besides photos, what else can you sense? If your range is big enough, I'll let you play." Painting woman hesitated for a moment, then quickly typed, "Photos, paintings, paper, within one building." Su Hua restarted the car. "No matter how big the place is, as long as it's contained within one building?" Painting woman nodded. "All right then," Su Hua said. "Go help Yan Jiayu." Painting woman happily floated out through the window, her small bag containing the phone still securely strapped to her paper body, making her look like a flying carpet. Parking the car outside the building complex opposite the construction site, Su Hua entered the work site and arrived at a building that hadn't yet had its exterior walls finished. Inside, Yan Jiayu had already knocked Zhao Sheng unconscious. She held a stone rod in one hand while casually dragging him out by his foot with the other. Painting woman floated beside her. Looking at Zhao Sheng's blood-covered head, Su Hua greeted her, "Thanks for coming to help." Yan Jiayu still had her somewhat messy hair, but she had changed into ordinary clothes. She smiled and said, "My master taught me to be a good person. Being good means eliminating threats to the people. This guy is too wicked, I didn't want to reason with him, so I hit him a bit hard. No problem, as long as he's still breathing." Player eaters are tough anyway, Suwa said as he placed a limp balloon over Zhao Sheng's nose and mouth. After one breath, the balloon spontaneously inflated to the size of a human head. He casually released it, and Lu Jia's voice came through his earpiece. "Mr. Su, I see the balloon floating above the building." "Good." Just then, Huang Junjie and the others arrived. Tian Yun handed Zhao Sheng's phone to Su Hua. "We went through so much trouble driving him here. Will it be useful?" "Of course it will be useful," Suwa said, taking the phone and dialing the number saved as boss. "Hello." The person on the other end paused before adding, "You captured Zhao Sheng? What do you want?" "I want to exchange him for someone," Suwa said, deepening his voice. "Did you capture a player named Zhou Shao a few days ago?" "There is such a person," the voice on the phone said without inflection. "But anything that comes into the hands of our Holy Sword Society has never been returned before. We don't need the potion. You bring the person to exchange for Zhao Sheng," Suwa said roughly. "If you don't care about Zhao Sheng's life, that's fine too. I have some brothers who won't have problems getting information out of him. As long as your Holy Sword Society remains in Ting City for one more day, we won't rest until this ends. Think about it." After a few seconds of silence, the person on the other end suddenly laughed coldly. "Then wait." Su Hui cheerfully provided the address and hung up. On the third floor of a shopping mall in the southern part of the city, almost the moment the call ended, a tall, dark, and muscular man threw his phone away, snarling, "What the hell does he think he is?" "Boss, what's wrong?" "Did something really happen to Zhao Sheng?" asked a young man who looked like a wealthy playboy, holding a pool cue. "I always said he'd cause trouble sooner or later," a stunningly beautiful woman said as she sank a ball, smiling as she added, "He kills without restraint. Players aren't out in the open yet. Can he withstand bullets or artillery? It's good that someone's dealing with him, so we don't get targeted by the Special Affairs Department because of him." "Is the boss really concerned about Zhao Sheng's life?" asked a long-haired young man sitting on a sofa several steps away, sipping wine with a gentle smile. "Although our branch hasn't been established long, no player has dared to openly challenge us yet. If we let this slide, where would that leave the bosses and the Holy Sword Society's reputation?" "That's true too." The beautiful woman threw a seductive glance at the tall, dark man everyone called boss. "Boss, how many people do they have? Should I go check it out?" The tall, dark man rested his fist against his chin in a thoughtful pose before saying after a moment, "Fine. Chao Yan, you and Ma Yu take 7 or 8 people and go. First, find out if they have backing. If not, eliminate all of them." "What a waste to just kill them," Chao Yan said, touching her red lips with a smile. "They're all players, why not bring them back for use?" Zhao Sheng's phone location shows he moved from Jiayi Residential Complex to Sunshine Avenue and then stopped moving. The call also came from there. Ma Yu flipped her hair. "What use are a bunch of simple-minded fools? Better to eat them and replenish our strength. For muscle, why do they need to be smart?" Chao Yan giggled. "But players do taste good, eating them works too. I'll go too." "Same as always, whoever kills them gets them," the playboy said with interest, licking his teeth. The group happily imagined the taste of players, the atmosphere quite harmonious. Half an hour later, several off-road vehicles drove into the construction site. The doors opened, and Zhou Shao, with his hands tied, was kicked out first. Then 3 men got out, pushing and shoving as they brought Zhou Shao to the front of the building. From a distance of over 10 meters, they shouted inside. The construction site had tower crane lights, providing decent visibility in the open area outside. However, the interior of the building remained unclear. Soon, a dark figure emerged from inside. Zhou Shao immediately recognized Zhou Ning and shouted, "Sis." Zhou Ning stepped forward, glaring hatefully at the people opposite her. "Let him go." "Where's Zhao Sheng?" The young master with shiny leather shoes got out of the car, looking Zhou Ning up and down. "Not bad looking. How about you come with me, and I'll let your brother go." Hu and Hu, hiding behind a pillar, came out carrying the unconscious Zhao Sheng, his nails digging into the neck flesh. "Enough nonsense. Release Zhou Shao." The young master looked at them with surprise. You don't actually think I care about the life of some thug, do you? I'll give you a chance, be obedient, and I'll let you live today. Stop wasting words with him. Hu and Hu threw Zhaoxing aside and suddenly pounced toward the young master. But at that moment, the tower crane lights went out, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. Ambush! Zhou Ning shouted. Fall back into the building first. Trying to run? The young master, relying on his memory from before the lights went out, accurately dashed toward Zhou Ning's position. However, as soon as he lunged forward, he became entangled in a web of flexible, prickly fine threads. It felt like plunging into water. These things not only bound his limbs, but also continuously wormed their way into his mouth and nose, dragging him toward the building. Meanwhile, Hu Wenhu and Tian Yun coordinated their efforts. One created confusion while the other used his speed to snatch Zhou Xiao away. Once they had rescued him, they didn't linger and retreated back into the building. Currently 3 players directly ahead, a woman in a dress on the tower crane, and 2 players entered the second floor from the construction site gate direction. In the darkness, Lu Jia reported everything she observed through her binoculars. I only see one on my side, but he's holding something very strange, dragon-shaped, probably an item. From another lit area, Yu Xiaoyu spotted Mayu. Long-haired man, also on the second floor. Tap. Painting woman, responsible for monitoring the building's rear, clicked once on her earpiece. At least 9 players have arrived so far, 1 on the tower crane, 3 on the second floor, 5 on the first floor. First priority is to keep the other players occupied on the first floor while we eliminate the 3 on the second floor. Su Hua said grimly. No problem. Zhou Ning said, what about the one I dragged in? He's not dead yet. Should we keep him for interrogation about the Holy Sword Society's whereabouts? Unnecessary. For players who enter, prioritize killing them if possible. Second priority is delay tactics. As soon as Su Hua finished speaking, a whistling sound shot toward his face. He raised his hand to catch it, and the omnipresent string pulled him backward, avoiding the attack. By now his eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and he could vaguely make out a human figure standing before him. He leaped into the air and kicked the opponent's temple. Bang! The opponent crashed heavily against the wall, the noise attracting the 2 other players on the same second floor. Hearing 2 sets of footsteps approaching, Su Hua acted decisively. Using the string, he hoisted the player up, grabbed his legs, and twisted. A crisp crack sounded, and the struggling immediately ceased. After putting the body down, he delivered another stab to the heart before standing up, then stepped on the string and hid in the corner. The thick smell of blood quickly drew the next player over. The moment the person stepped over the stone threshold, they looked up and aimed whatever they were holding towards Su Hua's hiding spot. A jet of flame shot out. Su Hua flipped to the ground, lighting a lighter with a ding. Burn, burn, burn. 3 small flames ignited on the opponent's body, but failed to catch fire. The man laughed. I use fire myself. Did you think my clothes wouldn't be fireproof? Su Hua narrowed his eyes. When the flames flared up just now, he barely made out the man's face. This was the long-haired man Yu Xiaoyu mentioned. He held a dragon-shaped toy gun, though the flames it emitted were very real. Since you play with fire too, want to join the Holy Sword Society? Ma, you patted the toy gun. They have plenty of good stuff. This thing came from the Holy Sword Society. Su Hua smiled slightly. What future does a second-rate player readers group have? Within 3 days, the Holy Sword Society will completely disappear from Ting City. Ma, you laughed heartily. I know you ordinary players have characteristics and think you're something special, looking down on player eaters. But characteristics need time to develop. Too bad for you, you ran into me. Is that so? Su Hua raised 2 fingers, and the string that had already slithered near Ma Yu suddenly jerked his neck straight, forcefully pulling him into the air. Ma Yu was shocked. Seeing the man opposite charging toward him, he immediately raised the toy gun. But before he could pull the trigger, Su Hua, whose speed was no less than a player reader's, kicked the gun away and stabbed toward his chest and abdomen. Shick! The sharp blade pierced through the fabric but failed to injure Ma Yu. He wore black tight-fitting clothing underneath, seemingly thin yet capable of resisting blade attacks. The failed strike gave Ma Yu a chance to catch his breath. He grabbed the string, threw his head back, scraping off a layer of skin to break free from the restraint. Kicking out to force Su Hua back, he followed up swiftly, throwing a series of fierce, crackling punches. Su Hua retreated step by step. Even with his arms crossed in front for defense, he couldn't withstand the opponent's assault. Finally, a punch sent him crashing through the brick wall behind. As soon as he stood up from the debris of bricks and fragments, Ma Yu was already upon him. At the same time, another Holy Sword Society player on the second floor closed in from behind. "I'll help." Huang Junjie, who had been on the same floor, arrived at the sound and deflected the other player's attack with a knife, drawing him away from Su Hua. Su Hua glanced that way, tore off his right glove, and was pulled up by the string. Hanging midair, he charged toward Ma Yu. Kicks met punches, both moving so fast they became blurs. After exchanging dozens of blows, Ma Yu couldn't endure any longer and retreated. Looking at his hands, the backs of his hands and arms were swollen badly, with a faint pain suggesting bone fractures. "You're a player eater too?" he asked doubtfully. "Then why oppose us?" Su Hua didn't stop, controlling the string to pursue him. He stomped Ma Yu through the brick wall, and, before he could get up, delivered another crushing step. Ma Yu rolled continuously across the ground, leaving one sunken pit after another until they reached the balcony. Seeing that Su Hua wouldn't speak and only pressed the attack fiercely, Ma Yu grew furious. "Who are you really? Are you with the Special Affairs Department?" "Guess." Su Hua intercepted him at the balcony window, sweeping his leg to force the man trying to jump from the second floor back inside. Ma Yu landed back inside the building, his eyes flashing as he suddenly lunged toward the dragon-shaped toy gun in the corner. Su Hua kicked away the hand that was about to touch the toy gun, controlling the piano wire to thread through the buttonhole and pulling the gun into his own hand. Although owned items couldn't be used directly, holding them in his own hand prevented others from using them. Ma Yu knelt on one knee, knowing the item couldn't be retrieved. If not for the protective item he was wearing, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. These players were smarter than he imagined. Going solo had been a serious miscalculation. Just as he was planning to escape, Huang Junjie, who had been fighting another Holy Sword Society member, suddenly came crashing through a wall opening. Ma Yu lunged toward Huang Junjie, his vein-bulging arm striking like a giant snake aiming for the throat. Huang Junjie, focused on the enemy before him, failed to notice the sneak attack until the last moment. He barely dodged the blow, but blood streaked across his throat from the glancing strike. Blocking the follow-up attack with his bamboo knife, he instinctively searched for Su Hua. This long-haired man was his opponent. If the other had broken free, did that mean he had failed? The thought flashed through his mind just as a shadow swiftly brushed past his side, bodily slamming the player who had been pursuing him into the distance. The two disappeared into an adjacent empty room, blocked from view, but he immediately heard a distinct crack sound followed by the thud of something heavy hitting the floor. Huang Junjie felt a slight relief. 2 against 2 had become 2 against 1. Ma Yu clearly heard it too, immediately putting distance between himself and Huang Junjie while pulling out a whistle and blowing it hard. A high-frequency sound beyond normal human hearing range pierced through the entire building, followed by Lu Jia's rapid voice in his earpiece. "The woman on the crane tower is coming down." Huang Junjie paused. The situation that had just improved was rapidly deteriorating again. "Kill him first." Su Hua brushed past him, the words barely out of his mouth before he was already closing in on Ma Yu, a faint glow shimmering in his hand. Seeing the dagger again, Ma Yu couldn't help but sneer. "Ordinary blades are useless against me." His unfinished words suddenly changed tone as the dagger originally aimed at his abdomen abruptly shifted upward at the last moment, thrusting toward his chin. Ma Yu desperately threw his head back, unavoidably taking a cut to the chin before a knee slammed into his abdomen, embedding his entire body into the wall. The man stuck in the wall spat blood, but Su Hua maintained pressure with both legs, pinning him firmly in place. Huang Junjie, arriving immediately after, seized Ma Yu's right hand while Su Hua pressed down his left hand, one clean slash across the throat. Even with evolution, even with protective items, the human body remained fragile, especially the throat. By the time blood sprayed out, Su Hua had already retreated to the ground. The game prompt to receive the player's remains confirmed the man was thoroughly dead. Tap. A crisp clicking sound echoed on the balcony as a woman in high heels landed gracefully, sweeping back her long hair and taking a deep breath. Such a strong scent of blood, looks like that effeminate Mayu is dead, isn't he? Asterisk. First floor. From the abrupt interruption in Su Hua's communication and the intermittent sounds from upstairs, Zhou Ning and the others knew the second-floor battle was intense. Huanhu and Tian Yun had retrieved Zhou Xiao. Although he had suffered some flesh wounds, his life wasn't in danger. Sis, I know I was wrong. I'll never disobey you again, Zhou Xiao said with a choked voice. Born with a weak constitution, he remained frail even after becoming a player. When he left the preliminary trial train, he had no ticket, no special abilities, no potions. Surviving at all had been pure luck. Zhou Ning had promised to find him a ticket and forbade him from contacting other players privately, but he didn't want to live under his sister's protection. That's why he went to trade for a ticket while Zhou Ning was in a dungeon. He never expected to be scammed immediately, losing his potions. If that female player Chao Yan hadn't wanted to brainwash him, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. We'll discuss this later. Zhou Ning suppressed her anger and said to Huanhu and the others, according to our earlier plan, we'll split up. Can we let the person inside out? Yan Jiayu, crouching nearby, pointed at the hair cocoon on the floor. I'm worried we won't be able to control him if he comes out. This man doesn't seem like an ordinary player, Zhou said. Drawing from her experience dealing with Zhao Sheng, she had woven 4 strands of hair into a snake-like bind, wrapping it 3 layers thick and stuffing his mouth and nose. If she could make him suffocate to death, that would be even better. No problem. Yan Jiayu shook her stone staff against her palm. If you don't mind getting dirty, I can finish him off first. These hairs can't be reused anyway, do as you please. Zhou Ning's original hair couldn't achieve this length and growth speed. This was thanks to that bottle of hair growth solution. However, the effect only lasted 2 to 3 hours. Once the time was up, the hair would automatically break off. Yan Jiayu nodded, her seemingly slender and thin arms swinging the stone staff to deliver a powerful blow to the lower part of the hair cocoon, where the young master's knee should be. With a series of cracking bone sounds, the cocoon actually dented inward while strange gurgling noises emerged. Zhou Ning nearly got knocked senseless by that strike. The feedback through the hair strands was faint, but when Yan Jiayu's staff came down, it felt like she'd taken a blunt force trauma to the head, her mind buzzing with dull pain. Seeing her raise the staff again, Zhou Ning quickly severed the hair and retreated. Without their previous binding power, the hair snake turned into ordinary strands. The young master trapped inside struggled and tore open the cocoon, revealing a mouth that roared, "I'll slice you all into 1,000 pieces." Before he could finish, the back of his head made a crisp cracking sound from a blow that sent him sprawling face-first to the ground, blood seeping through the hair strands. Is he dead? Huanhu and the others were stunned by Yan Jiayu's brutality. This young girl looked quite young, thin and small, rather cute actually, and spoke with straightforward honesty. Who would have thought she'd turn out to be such a fierce fighter? Not yet. Yan Jiayu swung her stone staff as she walked over, delivering another blow to the young master's head before saying, "Now he's really dead." She shook her head and sighed. Dishonest people must be punished. I hope he can repent for his sins after death. The group was momentarily speechless. Just then, faint voices came from the distance. What the hell is this thing? It's blocking the entire doorway. This building wasn't finished yet, with no sealed doors or windows. The interior was laid out in a grid pattern. Following Su Hua's earlier instructions, Zhou Ning had sealed some of the doorways and window openings with hair. If too many Holy Sword Society members came, they needed to find ways to separate them. Yan Jiayu tilted her head to listen, then said, "I'll take the 2 on this side." "I'll go too." Yuanya quickly added, then said to Painting Woman, "You stay right here and don't move." Painting Woman obediently nodded. Yan Jiayu and Yuan Yao then headed to the left side of the first floor, while Zhou Ning went to intercept the player coming from behind. Tian Yun and Huanhu went to find the remaining player. After the group dispersed, only Zhou Xiao and Painting Woman remained guarding the severely injured and unconscious Zhao Sheng, along with the young master's corpse. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you if anyone comes," Zhou Xiao whispered to Painting Woman. Painting Woman nodded. In the darkness, she began slowly rolling up from her shoes upward, like paper being turned, transforming within seconds into a tall woman wearing high heels and a red long dress. Second floor. The moment the woman appeared, Suhua raised the toy gun and unleashed a torrent of flames. As the fiery beam lit up the room, her red dress fluttered as she spun midair like a gecko clinging to the wall, moving effortlessly across the surface before suddenly pouncing toward Huang Junjie behind Suhua. Huang Junjie retreated rapidly, but seemed unable to create distance, wildly slashing his bamboo knife. Just as she was about to overpower him, he suddenly crouched low, letting her pass over his head. At that moment, Suhua moved in, directing the flamethrower straight at her face. The woman shrieked and scrambled up to the ceiling, darting toward the adjacent room. Suhua pursued her, raising 2 fingers as the omnipresent string instantly wrapped around her ankle, embedding deeply into the concrete. He flicked his lighter open, shouting "Burn!" repeatedly. Flames erupted across the woman's body from multiple points, quickly engulfing her entirely. "You bastard! I'll skin you alive." Qiao Yan hadn't expected to suffer such a devastating defeat so quickly. With her right foot trapped and her body burning with intense pain, she lost her grip on the ceiling and hung upside down. Huang Junjie immediately circled behind her, but before his bamboo knife could strike, Qiao Yan twisted her head around and spat something at him with a disgusting wet sound. The viscous liquid immediately began boiling into white foam upon contact with his skin. Huang Junjie screamed in agony, clutching his face, but the liquid proved even more vicious than expected. It began melting the skin on his hands too. He collapsed to the floor, and when his hands accidentally touched the ground, they became stuck. Click! Suhua used his lighter for illumination, the flame revealing Huang Junjie raising his hand. An entire layer of skin and flesh tore away from his palm. He quickly poured 2 bottles of healing potion into Huang Junjie's mouth, only relaxing slightly when he saw the corrosion slow down. Laughter came from behind him. He turned to see the woman's face twisted with malice. "Once touched by my poison, he's as good as dead." Suhua raised the dragon-shaped toy gun, his expression cold. "Then keeping you alive serves no purpose." Qiao Yan paused, then said coldly, "Release me first if you want the antidote." "I might consider it." Suhua stared at her for several seconds before shoving the toy gun into her mouth. He picked up Huang Junjie's bamboo knife and made an incision on her wrist. "Want to negotiate?" "Fine." After letting her bleed, he stepped back, his gaze fixed on her. "I have plenty of time. Waiting until your blood drains completely isn't a problem. Player eaters heal quickly, so a single cut might not make you feel threatened. But that's all right. 1 cut isn't enough? Make 2. 2 aren't enough? Make 3. If you heal and stop bleeding, I'll just cut again. If my companion dies, you'll join him in death." His emotionless voice carried a palpable chill. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure blurred as he circled Qiao Yan before returning to his original position. When he stood still, multiple streams of blood burst from various parts of Qiao Yan's body, quickly dripping down her charred form. He meant every word. Sensing his killing intent, Qiao Yan gritted her teeth. "You're just going to watch your friend die in agony?" Huang Junjie hadn't lost consciousness yet. His eyes were sealed shut by the corrosion, and the pain left him unable to speak. Hearing Qiao Yan's words, he instinctively turned his head towards Suhua. Of course, he hoped Suhua would prioritize saving his life, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Suhua didn't look at Huang Junjie, keeping his eyes on the woman's face. Since healing potion can slow this toxin, it means the poison isn't that difficult to counter. Coincidentally, I'm quite familiar with the Special Affairs Department. They might have an antidote. You're a player eater. The toxin isn't your inherent ability. Is it an item or poison? Watching her expression, he suddenly paused. It's not an item or poison. Could it be that you naturally produce toxins? Qiao Yan's violently constricted pupils and the fleeting shock when he guessed correctly confirmed he was almost certainly right. Suhua suddenly laughed. "I never thought someone could actually evolve to produce toxins." "What are you laughing at?" Qiao Yan shouted, interrupting him. "Since you've figured it out, you should understand only I can cure this poison. I've never heard of a cobra that can antidote its own venom after biting someone." Suhua gradually stopped smiling. But developing an antidote would indeed require the source of the problem. "How about this? I'll donate you to the Special Affairs Department free of charge. They're currently experimenting on player eaters. A rare specimen like you is 1 in 100. They'll be desperate to get their hands on you." I heard that to develop one antidote, the Special Affairs Department poisoned over 20 player eaters to death. Though it's somewhat cruel for them, a quick death might be considered a mercy. You're different though. They might use you as a specimen. From now on, whenever they encounter special evolvers, you as the first case will have research value. Whether it's drawing blood or slicing you up, the researchers will definitely value your life more than you do. They won't let you die easily. That final light laugh made Xiao Yan's heart sink to the depths. She actually felt afraid. This smiling man in the faint firelight was more terrifying than any player eater. What evolvers feared most was being treated as lab rats, and players like her would never be treated as ordinary players by the government. Compared to being endlessly experimented on, she'd rather be killed outright. I really can cure the poison. I can give you the antidote, but you have to promise to let me go. Weighing her options, she quickly made her choice. After this, I'll leave the Holy Sword Society. I can even leave Ting City and never oppose you again. If you want to know more about the Holy Sword Society, I can tell you that too. Su Hua raised an eyebrow. Betraying your organization so easily? Xiao Yan snorted coldly. I only joined the Holy Sword Society a few days ago. I haven't even received any items yet. Of course my life is more important. That Zhou Sha you're looking for, if I hadn't protected him, he would have been eaten the day he was captured. You owe me for that. Other matters can wait. First, the antidote, he said. Xiao Yan rolled her tongue in her mouth before suddenly biting the tip. What flowed out wasn't blood, but a drop of transparent liquid. Just as Su Hua moved to catch it with the toy gun, the droplet unexpectedly formed a water membrane upon exposure to air, condensing into a pill-sized bead the size of a soybean. If this isn't the antidote. I'm absolutely not lying, Xiao Yan said. I'm at your mercy. I wouldn't dare play tricks. But you have to keep your promise too. Willing to take the gamble? Su would turn to ask Huang Junjie. If I die, it's just my bad luck, Huang Junjie said hoarsely as he fumbled for the pill. Just remember to avenge me. No problem, Su Hua agreed. Xiao Yan indeed hadn't lied. The moment Huang Junjie swallowed the pill, the white foam on his face and hands rapidly solidified, forming a white membrane on his skin's surface like dried wax. The poison is neutralized. In 3 days, peel off the white shell. The flesh will regenerate, but it will leave scars, she said. The poison has been neutralized. Now you should release me, right? Xiao Yan stared at Su Hua with bloodshot eyes. Only after confirming Huang Junjie's condition had improved did Su Hua turn to her. Information about the Holy Sword Society. Could you let me down first? Su Hua remained silent as he watched her. Xiao Yan seethed with hidden resentment, but showed no outward expression. I only recently joined the Holy Sword Society. Don't expect me to reveal any major secrets. Start talking first. The Holy Sword Society has 16 players in Ting City. Most are player eaters. The boss is a man called Eagle. He recruited all the Holy Sword Society players and provided the items. Is he an advanced player? Su Hua asked. I'm not sure about that. I've never seen him fight. Everyone else follows his orders because he is backing. We're just a branch division. There must be bigger figures above him. Otherwise, where would he get so many items? Xiao Yan said with slight sarcasm. Maybe someone's cultivating him from behind the scenes. Through what channels does he find these players? If this were before, Su Hua might have suspected national forces behind this organization, but now his first suspicion was that Eagle had players from other worlds backing him. Online posts. Xiao Yan curled her lips. Hard to believe, right? He just made a post saying he had game items for sale and welcomed players to buy. So many people fell for it. Not fell for it, Su Hua interrupted her pretentious tone. They wanted to steal the items, just like how Zhou Sha got caught by the fishing thread. Besides player eaters, how many ordinary players are among you? Just a few. Xiao Yan said, some ordinary players are poorer than they look. Even if they come seeking us, they're just delivering themselves to death. At least 6 ordinary players have been eaten by them. Zhou Sha was supposed to die too, but I said the Holy Sword Society should cultivate some ordinary players. They have great future potential and are much more useful than those simple-minded, muscle-bound player eaters. That's why he survived. At least you have some small cleverness. Su Hua nodded slightly. But your brain isn't that sharp. Just as Xiao Yan was about to retort, she heard him continue. You only became a player eater on the preliminary trial train, right? The venom is your characteristic. Chao Yan immediately fell silent, pressing her lips tightly together, her eyes swirling with regret and hatred. She wasn't originally a player eater? Huang Junjie was more surprised than anyone. Then why would she eat people? Those who eat the trains provided food shouldn't want to eat humans anymore. And she didn't seem short on money. That's why I said her brain isn't sharp. Su said calmly, maybe she was tricked, or maybe she discovered how powerful player eaters are and wanted to gamble for survival. Whether he guessed correctly or not, Chao Yan said expressionlessly, I'm very strong now too. In terms of physical ability, ordinary players can't compare to player eaters. Once you enter the game, you'll understand those who survive the most are still player eaters. Su chuckled. What's so funny? Chao Yan became agitated. Don't think I didn't notice. You're a player eater too. Normal players should be like that guy behind you. Su looked at her with pity. Then why did you keep Zhou Shao alive? Chao Yan's voice cut off abruptly, her eyes almost bleeding with hatred. Don't get cocky. Ignoring her hostility, Su rubbed his chin. After you got off the preliminary trial train, did you try fasting? Chao Yan looked at him suspiciously. I want to see if someone like you can still be saved. Chao Yan swallowed hard. I tried, but couldn't last 3 days. Your first choice when capturing ordinary players is to eat them. Are players more nutritious for you than ordinary people? Yes. Chao Yan hesitated to say more. Have you tried other types of meat? Neither red meat nor white meat works. What about mutants? Su said, there's a type of monster on the preliminary trial train that mutated from player eaters. They've eaten humans, have stronger physical abilities than players, and still retain human characteristics. Logically, they're still human, just without reason or ability to think. Chao Yan paused. She had only heard rumors about monsters on the preliminary trial train, as most who witnessed them died. If what Su said was true, these mutants' evolution level even exceeded ordinary players. They would definitely be more beneficial for their evolution than regular players. It's just eating meat. Who cares if it has intelligence? And using them as substitutes for living humans, she wouldn't have to suffer that inner torment anymore. Seeing hope shining in her eyes, Su continued, I suspect player eaters supplement their evolution energy through consumption. Eating humans might be more effective than potions. Since ordinary players are superior to normal people, what player eaters need might be certain genetic elements produced by evolvers' bodies after evolution. Mutated humans and mutated animals in the game world should both possess them. As he spoke, he smiled slightly and moved 2 fingers. The piano wire restraining Chao Yan flew back to his hand and then disappeared. It seems heaven hasn't completely blocked player eater's path. Chao Yan half knelt on the ground, looking at Su with complex emotions. You're not a player eater. Su didn't speak but instead gave her his own clothes. The oversized short sleeve happened to be just the right size to cover important parts. Chao Yan slowly stood up, kicked off her high heels, and leaped lightly onto the balcony. She paused before turning back to say, Eagle is on the 3rd floor of Guangda Shopping Mall. He has a stealth characteristic. Leaving it at that, Chao Yan brushed her singed hair ends and slowly revealed a smile while pulling at the clothes on her body. Whether what you said is true or not, I'll come back to find you. As her lighter flame flickered, Su stared at her for 2 seconds before saying, Your face is black. Chao Yan's face fell as she flipped up to the 3rd floor. She's left. Lu Jia's voice came through the earpiece. Huang Junjie's face was covered in a layer of white frost. He walked to Su's side. If I remember correctly, mutants carry an unknown toxin. Aren't you afraid she'll come back for revenge after you tricked her like that? This is just one possibility. Success and failure each have 50% chance. What does that have to do with me? Su paused slightly before adding, she carries toxins herself. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Impressive. Huang Junjie genuinely admired him. Whether his reasoning logic held up or not, at least one player eater had been persuaded to leave. And, honestly, among the player eaters he'd seen, except for some extremely vicious ones, most were teetering on the edge of madness, physically craving but psychologically resisting. They would go crazy eventually. He clearly felt the woman's condition had improved significantly when she left. At least for a short time, she would be freed from that madness. Next, Su pressed his earpiece, Lu Jia. Where did that other player from the 2nd floor go? On the first floor corner, Zhou Ning's hair snakes were completely severed, and she was kicked flying. The person attacking her chased after her, stepping on her throat midair and pinning her to the ground. Zhou Ning's head filled with blood, her face flushed crimson as she pushed against his foot, but her strength couldn't match his. Her hair had been completely cut off during the past few minutes of fighting, and new hair couldn't grow fast enough. Without her hair's assistance, she had almost no means to fight back. Pretty but useless, the man said triumphantly as he ground his foot against her throat. You players can only scare people. That Zhou Xiao is your younger brother, right? Later I'll stew you siblings together in one pot. What are you laughing at? Struggling to breathe, Zhou Ning barely managed to raise her hand to point behind him. The man whirled around just as a black shadow smashed into his face, sending him flying backward. 2 streams of blood sprayed out, and before he even hit the ground, he was kicked back into the air, grabbed by one hand and one foot, and folded backward from the waist with a loud crack. Crunch! The sound of his spine breaking was crisp and clear. Yan Jiayu dropped him to the ground, clapped her hands, and asked Zhou Ning, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zhou Ning ignored the severe pain in her throat and quickly said, "He's not dead yet, be careful." She had suffered too many losses at the hands of player eaters today. Small matter. Yan Jiayu pulled out a flashlight from somewhere, shining the light on the man's face as she asked seriously, "Are you a player eater?" The man with the broken spine couldn't move. He spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and roared furiously, "I'm from the Holy Sword Society. Kill me and you'll never escape. I have thousands of brothers. If I call out, they'll come charging out." Yan Jiayu slapped him across the face. Young people should tell the truth. Does your Holy Sword Society really have thousands of members? The man glared at her without speaking. Repeated warnings, but no improvement. Yan Jiayu shook her head, lifted her stone staff, and thrust it downward, sinking an inch into the ground. The man glanced sideways, realized what was happening, and immediately said, "No, only 16. Half of them came tonight." "Then are you a player eater?" Yan Jiayu asked again. "Yes. But I didn't want to become a player eater either. I was forced into it. I've never killed anyone myself. Others did the killing. I just took what was readily available." "You're not being honest." Yan Jiayu sighed, moved her staff, and struck his temple. Within seconds, he stopped breathing. Hearing the familiar cracking sound, Zhou Ning couldn't help but ask, "What about the other 2 Holy Sword Society members?" "There." The flashlight beam shifted to reveal 2 badly disfigured corpses lying in the left corner. Their shattered heads oozed suspicious red and white fluid, and their limbs were bent at strange angles, as if violently dismantled. Zhou Ning turned away sadly. "What about Mr. Yuan? He's outside throwing up." Yan Jiayu walked over and helped her up. "Do you want me to carry you?" "No, no need," Zhou Ning said quickly. "All right then." Yan Jiayu returned to the corpses, tucked her stone staff into her waistband, and grabbed one body with each hand. "Let's go meet up with the others." Zhou Ning held her chest, just as Yuan Yao came in from outside. The 2 supported each other as they walked ahead of Yan Jiayu. Returning to where they had separated, Huan Hu and Tian Yun had already returned. Both were seriously injured, with Tian Yun even having lost an eye, but they had successfully killed the Holy Sword Society player they targeted. All 5 on the first floor are dead. Yan Jiayu counted heads. "Has Su Wen not come down yet?" As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly sharpened. She grabbed her stone staff and swung it backward, but stopped mid-motion. "Don't be nervous, it's me." Feeling the strong wind coming at him, Su Wen stepped aside slightly and looked around. "It seems you've already handled things." As he spoke, he tossed out 2 corpses. "It's all thanks to Miss Yan." Zhou Ning glanced at Huang Junjie, who was turning away to avoid looking at the ground, then shifted her gaze back to Su Hui's unchanged expression. "Have you checked the numbers?" Su Hui said as he went through the corpse's clothes. "I forgot about that." Yan Jiayu patted her head and went to help. All 5 killed on the first floor were player eaters. 1 person missing from the second floor. After confirming the numbers, Su Hui stood up and asked through his earpiece, "Found anyone?" "Something strange," Lu Jia said hesitantly. "It seems that woman from before came back, and there's a man with her, the one who should be on the second floor." Su Hui scanned the area and, not seeing Painting Woman, immediately tapped his earpiece. "Bring them in." The others didn't understand what he meant, but then footsteps sounded from behind. Yan Jiyu shone her flashlight. It was a middle-aged man. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and, seeing several figures in the darkness, couldn't help but laugh. So you're all hiding here. Good, saves me the trouble of searching one by one. The important backbone members of the Holy Sword Society's Ting City branch are all gathered. You're quite capable. Are these the backbone members you're talking about? Suhua took the flashlight from Yan Jiayu and shone it on the ground. 7 corpses lay together in miserable states. 2 so badly disfigured their original appearances were unrecognizable, but their clothes identified them as all being from their Holy Sword Society. The middle-aged man's knees went weak. They're nothing. Miss Chow is the most powerful player in our branch. Her body carries poison. Miss Chow? Miss Chow. The flashlight beam returned to the man. Following his shouts, someone shuffled out from behind a pillar, blue long dress with flat shoes, a small crossbody bag, looking pure and adorable. The middle-aged man froze. Who the hell is this? Painting woman, who had lured him outside, blinked innocently. She hadn't done anything, just walked out, and this man had eagerly followed her. Who are you? The middle-aged man roared. The person who came in with me was Chao Yan. Suhua glanced at Zhou Ning, who immediately controlled her hair snakes to drag the man over and tie him up. How should we handle this person? Turn him over to authorities, but first make him cough up his items. Suhua returned the flashlight to Yan Jiayu. Of the 9 Holy Sword Society members who came today, 1 escaped, 7 died, and 1 was captured alive. According to our previous agreement, Zhou Ning's group doesn't get to share items and potions. Zhou Ning nodded to Hu and Hu, who took out 1 item and 3 potions they had obtained. Aside from the fishing player, they had only managed to kill 1 person who came tonight, so this was all they gained. Yuan Yao took charge of them. Suhua said to Zhou Ning, "You can leave now." Whatever followed, whether distributing items or dealing with the Holy Sword Society members, had little to do with them. Hu and Hu and Tian Yun were seriously injured, while Zhou Ning, her brother, and Yu Xiaoyu weren't strong fighters and couldn't help if they stayed. Their cooperation with Suhua was temporary, and now that their goal was achieved, it was time to part ways. "Thank you for this time," Zhou Ning said. "If you ever need help in the future, feel free to contact me." Suhua nodded. After the 4 disappeared into the night, he turned to Yan Jiayu and the others. "I need to go out for a bit. We'll discuss dividing the items when I return." "We'll wait for you," Huang Junjie said. "Do you need help?" Yan Jiayu asked. "That Zhao Sheng person must have run back to the Holy Sword Society, right? Our goal this time was only to capture the Holy Sword Society members coming for the exchange. This concludes that part. What comes after isn't our business. I'm just going to check things out and return." Suhua walked out of the building and looked in the direction Lu Jia had mentioned. Sure enough, he saw a balloon slowly floating over the city. He took out his phone and dialed Niaxian's number. "Good things are coming your way." The streetlights cast a yellowish glow on the road. It was already late at night, with only an occasional car or 2 passing by at high speed. No one walked the streets, not even stray cats or dogs could be seen. Zhao Xing moved along the tall buildings toward Guangda Shopping Mall while staying alert to his surroundings. He took 2 detours along the way before finally feeling secure, completely unaware that what had been tracking him was a balloon floating in the sky. Guangda Shopping Mall had been built by the young master's family. As soon as he joined the Holy Sword Society, he offered his family's mall as a temporary base. The high-foot traffic made Holy Sword Society members blend in unnoticed, and the occasional disappearance of 1 or 2 people wouldn't raise any suspicions. He entered through a small door downstairs. The player opening the door looked surprised to see him. "You're alone. Where's the boss?" "I need to speak with him," Zhao Xing said with a dark expression. The Holy Sword Society only had about a dozen members total. With half gone, only 7 or 8 remained in the mall, all now gathered on the 3rd floor. There were at least 5 or 6 of them, specifically targeting the Holy Sword Society. "They might be from the Special Affairs Department," Zhao Sheng reported. "Boss, we can't just sit here waiting to be killed." "He's right," someone else chimed in. "I've been sick of those Special Affairs Department bastards. They wave chicken feathers as command arrows, arresting red players everywhere. We should teach them a lesson, show them who's really powerful. Only players can deal with players. Why should we evolved beings fear ordinary humans? Why not mess with those guys?" Special Affairs Department agents might be hard to catch, but they all have wives, children, parents. Kill a few families, make their department think twice before crossing us again. If we're going to cause trouble, let's make it big. Killing a few ordinary people won't make waves. Ting City has so many high officials and wealthy magnates. Just grab a couple and we'll have all the power and money we need. The group heatedly discussed their evil plans, practically itching to rush out and kill someone immediately. Zhao Xing turned to Eagle, who was sitting there making phone calls. Boss, I screwed up this time. I'm willing to atone by leading the charge. The phone kept ringing without answer, and Eagle's expression grew increasingly grim. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "How did you manage to escape?" Chao Yan, Ma Yu, none of them are answering their phones. Zhao Xing paused, caught off guard. Those guys knocked me out and left me there. I escaped while Ma Yu was fighting them. Boss, it's not that I didn't want to help, but I was seriously injured. Staying would have just made things worse. Eagle interrupted him with a frown. You idiot. If they were really targeting the Holy Sword Society, why wouldn't they finish you off first? Why give you a chance to escape? Zhao Xing still didn't understand. They could have used me as a hostage for exchange. But boss, I was really careful coming back. No one followed me. Before he could finish speaking, the third-floor windows shattered one after another as several metal canisters flew in, landing on the floor and releasing thick smoke. Tear gas, someone shouted, but immediately took a bullet to the leg and collapsed to the ground. Boss, what should we do? Zhao Xing instinctively turned to Eagle, only to discover the man was already fleeing faster than anyone else. All he saw was a retreating back disappearing down the stairwell. The ambitious player eaters who had been full of grand plans now felt like they'd been doused with cold water. Seeing Eagle run for himself, they no longer cared about anyone else. Some jumped through windows while others scrambled for hiding spots. Outside Guangda Shopping Mall, Special Affairs Department personnel had already surrounded the building. Fully equipped special operatives methodically advanced toward the mall. The player eaters who jumped from upstairs trying to fight their way out faced a hail of bullets first, followed by electronets and tranquilizer guns in succession. 2 were captured immediately, while one particularly ferocious player tore through an electronet with bare hands and broke through the encirclement, injuring several people through dragging and collisions. Soon it will be our world as players. You overestimating mortals are nothing but ants. With just 1 foot. 50 meters away, Nia Xian, responsible for perimeter surveillance, issued a command through his earpiece. Terminate. Pft. A bullet from an unknown origin pierced through the player reader's forehead. A spray of blood erupted as the body was swiftly dragged away by special operatives before it even hit the ground. With the exterior cleared, special operatives and Special Affairs Department personnel entered the mall. After several tear gas canisters were deployed, 2 people immediately emerged with raised hands, tears streaming down their faces. Don't shoot. We're not player eaters. The special operatives didn't let them approach, first restraining them with electronets before administering 2 large doses of tranquilizers. Only after they collapsed were they pulled from the mall using special drag poles kept several meters away. 8 players were reduced to 5 in moments. Zhao Xing and 2 others hiding on the second floor could only duck back down after witnessing this. What do we do? What do we do? The Special Affairs Department has us surrounded. How can we escape? A thin young man wailed while pulling at his hair. Stop screaming. You'll bring them right to us. Zhao Xing hissed in a low voice. You have the nerve to criticize me. If you hadn't led them here, would we be in this mess? The young man grabbed his collar. I'm not a player eater. Maybe if I hand you over, I can atone for my mistakes. Zhao Xing punched him away. You've got some nerve. Stop arguing, a burly man coldly interrupted them. He tore apart a metal rack with bare hands into iron bars, handing one to each of them. Only cowards turn their fists on their own. If the Special Affairs Department won't give us a way out, we don't need to hold back either. What are you planning? The young man asked timidly. Taking others down with us. The burly man gave a vicious grin, grabbed the railing, and leaped down from the second floor. A Special Affairs agent had just reached the stairs when he heard noise above. Looking up, he saw a dark figure descending from above. Before he could make a sound, a hard object pierced through his mouth and emerged from his lower abdomen. The agent's eyes bulged and mouth twisted as he instinctively grabbed the burly man's arm with both hands. But the burly man lifted him with one hand, the man hanging from the iron bar like a skewered kebab. Ugh, ugh. Large amounts of blood mixed with foam poured from his mouth. The faint sounds alerted nearby special operatives. As one turned toward the noise, he suddenly saw a body flying toward him. He instinctively dodged sideways, but in that moment of diverted attention, a figure silently appeared right in front of him. The special operative startled, raising his gun only to have it knocked away. The next second, his throat was bitten through. Blood splattered across the burly man's face. He wiped it off carelessly, pushed the corpse aside, and lunged toward his next target. Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed continuously through the mall. Nia Xian heard the sniper's report. Captain Nia, there's someone moving too fast for me to hit. Team 3, report your situation, he said into his earpiece. Captain Nia, there's a player eater on the first floor slaughtering our people, a special affairs agent reported frantically. We're already dead. Understood. Withdraw your team. I'll handle this one personally. Nia Xian handed over command to his assistant and got out of the vehicle to enter the mall. The special operatives and special forces personnel quickly withdrew from the shopping mall. Nia Xian looked at the casualties and the number of people reported, couldn't help but frown, and walked through the main entrance with a grim expression. The mall had no main lighting, but some emergency lights were still on, their faint glow barely illuminating people. The burly man was crouching over a special forces member, tearing at him with his teeth. He looked up at Nia Xian and sneered, what a pretentious act, wearing a suit in this sweltering heat. Really fucking annoying. Nia Xian took off his jacket, unbuttoned his shirt collar, and rolled up his sleeves before saying, what a coincidence, I find you annoying too. Enough talk, let's do this. The burly man stood up, pushed off with his feet, and shot forward like a cannonball. As he charged, he swung both arms, lifting 2 long benches and hurling them at Nia Xian. Justice's steel pipe. A white steel pipe the length of an arm appeared in Nia Xian's hand. He casually swung it left and right, effortlessly batting away the benches. Facing the burly man who followed behind the benches hoping to catch him off guard, Nia Xian raised the pipe and charged forward. Both sides accelerated, making this strike seem unavoidable. However, the burly man changed direction at a strange angle just as they were almost face to face, flying backward toward the left rear. Nia Xian glanced behind him. An item? The burly man retreated to a store entrance, proudly touched the black rope at his waist, then launched another attack by kicking off the wall. Nia Xian swung his pipe calmly to counter, but gradually, his expression turned grim. He had learned professional combat techniques in the military since childhood. In terms of fighting skill, 3 burly men couldn't match him. But every time he was about to succeed, the other would use the elastic rope to evade, repeatedly testing his patience and draining his stamina. Moreover, his elastic rope seemed able to attach to anything, door handles, chandeliers, counters. You couldn't see when it was attached, only when it activated to pull him away would its form become visible. Die. Seeing him distracted, the burly man launched a frog-like pounce from the side, mouth open to reveal yellow teeth, trying to tear open his throat like he had done to the Special Forces member. Unyielding nail. Nia Xian, who had been standing still, suddenly turned and reached out toward him. The burly man immediately tried to retreat, but his body abruptly froze midair, as if being pulled back and forth by something, left suspended in emptiness. What did you do? The burly man struggled. The elastic rope behind him was pulling, and though Nia Xian was right in front of him, he had only raised his hand without actually touching him. Nia Xian's expression remained cold and stern. Without engaging in conversation, he brought his index and middle fingers together and swiped them across the man's throat. Blood gushed out violently. The burly man clutched his throat in shock, then reached out to grab the person before him, only to have his arm broken by a swing of the steel pipe. The elastic rope lost its effect. As the burly man fell to the ground, Nia Xian stood beside him, watching as he bled profusely and gradually stopped breathing. Only after the man was completely dead did he step away from the spreading blood, bend down to pick up a translucent nail from the corpse's shoulder, and reattach it to his own index finger. Then he turned toward a certain direction on the 2nd floor. Will you come out yourselves, or shall I bring your corpses out? Cling. An iron bar hit the tile floor. A young man quickly showed himself, frantically raising his hands. "I surrender. Don't kill me." Zhao Sheng followed behind him. "Come in and arrest them." Niaxian spoke into his earpiece, then asked the young man, "How many people total are here?" "8, plus our boss, 9 people total," the young man said. Niaxian nodded, had someone lead them out for identification, then brought people to carry out his colleagues from the mall. Afterward, he systematically checked all the mall's rooms. Unexpectedly, they found several players chained with iron locks in a first-floor employee break room. All are white players. The special operatives checked their identification numbers. "Take them all back," Niaxian said, then asked, "Have the Holy Sword Society members been verified?" "Cross-checked," the assistant reported through the earpiece. "Aside from the 9 members who left 2 hours ago, the remaining 8 all match up. The one you just killed only found the Holy Sword Society tonight. There's an official warrant for him, the perpetrator of the mass family murders across 6 households in the neighboring city. However, the Holy Sword Society's boss, one nicknamed Eagle, isn't among these people." "Did anyone break through?" Niaxian paused to ask. "No," the assistant said. "He might have special items. I just asked around. Although joining the Holy Sword Society requires handing over items or potions, actually the powerful items all come from Eagle. He distributes them to other players." Niaxian surveyed the mall interior. If Eagle had escaped using items, there was naturally nothing he could do. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that the man was still hiding somewhere in the mall. "Have someone cut off the mall's water, electricity, and gas. Everyone with guns, except the snipers, come inside." Subsequently, over 40 Special Forces personnel and special operatives divided into 2 groups to remove any potentially dangerous items from the mall. They raised their guns and opened fire on everything inside the mall: storefront counters, displays, clothing, even signs and ceilings. In no time, the massive shopping mall, from first to third floor, was riddled with bullet holes, dust and debris flying everywhere. On a residential building near the mall, Su Hua watched the smoking mall through binoculars, a slight smile touching his lips. A ruthless character. What that female player said earlier was true. The Holy Sword Society's base was indeed at Guangda Shopping Mall. That player called Eagle probably did have some stealth ability. With such a convenient ability, he likely wouldn't risk escaping. Hiding nearby in the mall and waiting out the danger would be his first choice. But he probably didn't expect the Special Affairs Department to operate so brutally, directly dismantling the entire mall. After waiting another half-hour, he saw Niaxian leading his people to withdraw, though no extra people emerged. Barricade tape was set up around the mall. After leaving a few people behind, the convoy departed. Su Wen noticed the snipers in the adjacent building hadn't withdrawn. He retrieved the floating balloon, then waited patiently. Not until 3 a.m. did movement finally occur in the mall. A potted plant's branches shook slightly. Bang! A bullet shot a hole in the wall behind the plant. Immediately afterward, several figures swiftly moved through the darkness toward the mall. Needless to say, these were players arranged by Niaxian. Putting down his binoculars, Su Hua grabbed his piano wire and went downstairs, chasing in the direction Eagle had fled. Meanwhile, Eagle, who had taken 2 bullets, was struggling to evade pursuit by the Special Affairs Department's players. His wounds weren't fatal, but he lost considerable blood, leaving a trail behind him. Therefore, even though he periodically concealed his tracks, he couldn't completely shake off those players. Sensing those people getting closer, Eagle gritted his teeth. A golden pipe appeared in his hand. He put some white powder into it, blew into the pipe, and thick smoke came pouring out in a rush, instantly covering several nearby blocks in the blink of an eye. Standing outside the billowing smoke, he lowered his voice and said, "Counterfeit golden pipe. Its brief lifespan lasts only 1 hour." As soon as he finished speaking, the smoke underwent a change. It stopped churning and billowing, instead solidifying like fog throughout the area, eliminating all sound. Only then did Eagle relax. Pressing on his abdomen, he moved away from the smoke-covered area. Just as he emerged onto another street, someone suddenly greeted him from above. "Hey!" Eagle instinctively looked up, but immediately realized he had fallen for a trick. He raised both hands to block the air as a silver-gray metal shield appeared above his head. Boom! Under the force of gravity, the metal shield emitted a dull thud. Eagle stumbled backward from the impact, then immediately suffered several consecutive kicks. While holding the shield high, he drew a gem-encrusted longsword from his back. As he raised the sword, the ruby on its hilt emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire alley. Seeing that his ambusher wore an impenetrable black mask that upon closer inspection had a disorienting effect, he averted his gaze and swung his sword forward in a slash. Zing! A slender sound cut through the air. The residential building opposite him was sliced open from the 5th floor like a block of tofu. Though only a thin line appeared on the wall surface, all the internal steel reinforcements had been completely severed. The impact, comparable to a water jet cutter, penetrated straight through the entire building. The smell of blood soon drifted from the windows. Who knew how many people had been cut in half while sleeping? Su Hua, who had avoided this attack, hovered at the 3rd floor height, frowning at the crack in the wall. He had just witnessed Eagle using the golden pipe to trap the Special Affairs Department personnel. That pipe was likely a single-use item that shattered and dissipated after use. He had come out to intercept on a gamble, never expecting Eagle would remain formidable even with gunshot wounds. The ambush had failed. He had missed his only chance to kill this man. With so many items at his disposal, this opponent was likely a player from another district, probably of higher level than himself. Just as he hesitated whether to take another gamble, Eagle suddenly turned and fled. Su Hua leaped down from the air, his running shoes stomping heavily on the ground twice, gaining a 30% speed boost as he instantly closed in on the injured man. Zing! Eagle swung his sword again in a slash toward him. The sword light seemed to form a thin film in the air, sharp enough to cut through anything. Su Hua sidestepped the attack, but discovered this film's length exceeded the alley, extending outward to slice a nearby shop in half. When it had cut through the residential building earlier, the sword's slash length only penetrated the structure, estimated at no more than 20 meters. But this time it had suddenly extended several times longer. Get lost! Eagle shouted at him before charging toward the smoke-filled street district. Dodging his continuous slashes, the two rushed into the fog one after the other. The mist inside appeared less dense, allowing clear visibility. Su Hua stepped onto the wall surface to flip past Eagle, launching a flying kick while controlling the piano wire to pull at the metal shield. With no frontal protection, this kick landed squarely on his nose bridge. Eagle grunted in pain, staggering backward as he wildly swung his sword. Su Hua dodged swiftly. This time, the film-like plane narrowed and shortened, only cutting through a discarded wooden cabinet in the alley. The cabinet split apart with a sound, but the adjacent wall showed no trace of damage. Glancing back at the sword in Eagle's hand, he successively kicked wooden cabinet fragments toward him. 2 cabinet pieces flew close together, but the sword only cleaved through the first piece while the second was deflected by the metal shield. So that's how it works. The longsword's attack range depended on the target's size. Whether large as a building or small as a brick, the first target struck during a slash determined its maximum range. Regardless of object size, it could only hit the first target remotely. Understanding the ruby longsword's approximate attack range, Su Hua began continuously kicking alley debris toward Eagle. From large potted plants to small bricks and stones, each sword swing could only cut through one object. As more projectiles flew toward him, Eagle couldn't free his hands to swing frequently, forced to either parry with his sword or directly slice through with the blade. Hiding your head and concealing your tail. Who are you? Why intercept me? Eagle also realized his sword's method had been seen through. He stared at the figure opposite him. Brother, Special Affairs Department personnel are nearby. You don't want to be discovered by them either. Whatever you want, just name it. Su Hua's mask duration expired, gradually transforming from black to white, covering his face like a sheet of paper. He didn't remove the mask. Even without the disorientation effect, it could still function as an ordinary mask. And this opponent lacked the ability to see through masks to identify features. Special Affairs Department? Su Hua glanced at the surrounding fog. The earlier commotion should have alerted Special Affairs Department players, yet none had appeared. Even nearby residents hadn't come out to investigate. This resembled the fog outside Hot Springs Villa. It seemed to block sight and sound. In that case, let's finish this quickly. Shifting his right leg back, he suddenly accelerated forward. Facing this speed head-on felt more oppressive than being chased from behind. Startled, Eagle dodged the final brick, stored his item, and completely vanished from sight. Su's charging motion halted abruptly as he swiftly dodged onto an air conditioning unit on the wall, pulling out the lighter toward the empty alley. The item, Arsonist's Tools, could only ignite clothing worn by people, requiring two conditions: no obstacles between the item and the target needing to hear his words. He had never used it while completely unable to see the target before, but his gaze fell on that shadow on the ground. Burn. As the words left his mouth, flames inexplicably appeared in the air, flickering intermittently before settling on the ground. Uncertain whether the invisibility trait could cover items, Su didn't recklessly approach, but constantly adjusted his position, throwing everything he could get his hands on toward Eagle. The sound of pitter-patter continued incessantly until Eagle, unable to bear the harassment, drew his longsword to slash at him. Seizing this opportunity, Su charged forward, kicking with full force to break Eagle's right arm. The longsword clattered to the ground as he precisely grasped the man's throat, using piano wire to hoist him up and pull him at full speed toward high altitude. Eagle's right hand was broken and unusable. His left hand pressed against his neck, fingers spread wide to forcibly create a gap in the piano wire. Just as he was about to break free, a paper sheet blew over and covered his face. The rectangular paper's edge continuously wrapped around his head, instantly enveloping him completely airtight. Eagle struggled briefly before suddenly bursting through the paper with his metal shield, tearing through both Painting Woman and the piano wire simultaneously. Newly freed, Eagle leaped down from midair. The height above ground combined with his injuries caused him to land unsteadily. Painting Woman, having reformed into a sheet of paper, flew over to knock him down before Suhua raised the toy gun. Seeing his own item in someone else's hands, Eagle felt both shock and silent curses toward Ma Yu's foolishness. But when he moved to block, the metal shield was suddenly yanked away. He turned back, staring in astonishment at the paper painting that had suddenly transformed into a living person beside him. A super item? You actually have a super item. Just who are you? As he spoke, he turned towards Suhua's direction, but was met with a massive burst of flames. Eagle screamed in agony as he scrambled backward, only to have his knee shattered by Suhua, who closed in immediately. With one arm and one leg broken, plus 2 bullet wounds in his body, Eagle panicked as he felt the masked man approaching him again. Who exactly are you? He cried out. You have a super item, so why are you bothering with a low-level player like me? What do you think? Suhua countered. Eagle was too terrified to think clearly and blurted out, I haven't offended anyone before. Did those player eaters somehow provoke you? I don't know anything. I just arrived here recently. I only came to District 014 to recruit some people. Please spare me. I'll leave immediately and never come back. Too late for that. Hearing approaching footsteps in the distance, Suhua cleanly snapped his neck before melting into the darkness. Just as Eagle breathed his last, his items disappeared too. The Special Affairs Department players who arrived only found a corpse. Soon after, screams erupted from nearby residential buildings and police sirens approached from all directions. While the Special Affairs Department and local police station personnel continuously converged on the incident location, Suhua avoided surveillance cameras and found an unnoticed corner to open his game panel and examine Eagle's remains. Player nickname: Soaring Eagle. Player type: Black player. Occupation: Broker. Player level: D. ID: 33238715. Evolution rate: 18%. Assets: 23,050 white bills. Trait: Stealth. Items: Crimson Sword, Ox Shield, Noblewoman's Folding Fan, Mimicry Doll, Swordless Token. Ticket folder: Clay Station, D. There were also some potions among the remains. So he was just a D-level player after all. Though this D-level player didn't seem particularly wealthy. He had distributed quite a few items to others, so the ones he kept for himself should be decent. Suhua opened them one by one to examine. Crimson Sword. Rumor has it the artisan who forged it dripped cursed blood into the gem, granting it the ability to cleave any object in two. When the gem glows crimson, it will inevitably claim the life of the first person it touches. First object works too. Note: The maximum cutting area of its sword energy is a rectangle 50 meters long and 20 meters high. It can be reduced, but not enlarged. Ox Shield, crafted from the horn of a mutated rhinoceros, this nearly silver horn has gained popularity among players for possessing metallic hardness while being lighter than metal, especially with its metallic sheen. These numerous advantages have made this mutated rhinoceros an endangered species. Each shield contains the blood and tears of both adult and young rhinos. To commemorate their sacrifice, this shield is named Ox Shield. Noblewoman's Folding Fan, a fashionable silk folding fan highly sought after by high society, said to be the beloved possession of a high-ranking official's mistress. Mimicry Doll, a limited edition human skin doll brimming with living energy. It can imitate anyone's appearance. As long as that person has seen you, the moment they look away, you can use it to replace yourself. Absolutely no one will see through its disguise. Please note, its usage duration is only 30 minutes, requires 1 month cooldown between uses, and can only be used 3 times. Note: only 1 use remains now. Swordless Token, a blank token issued by the mysterious organization Holy Sword Society, indicating you are a prospective member. When the small groove on the token is inlaid with the holy sword provided by the Holy Sword Society, the token holder becomes an official member. Note: the Holy Sword Society doesn't have good relations with government organizations. Players should use with caution. Su-hwa took out the token. The palm-sized black token had a triangular groove pattern of 3 interconnected swords, matching the design he saw in online pictures. He had originally thought the Holy Sword Society was just a small temporary gathering of player eaters, but it turned out to have significant origins. Recognized by the game system with a selection mechanism, it appeared to be a player organization with considerable influence. But this was temporarily irrelevant to him. Putting away the token, he looked at Painting Woman and slowly revealed a smile. From what that person said earlier, it seems only high-level players have super items. Still not willing to say why you're following me? Painting Woman shyly approached him, wrapping her arms around his and rubbing against him, her slightly flushed cheeks and pouted lips seemingly conveying affection. Su-hwa pressed his hand against her forehead and mercilessly pushed her away. Painting Woman pouted with grievance. Su-hwa smiled and took out the Gentleman of Light Metal, tossing it to her. You helped a lot today. You can play with this. Painting Woman immediately clutched the item to her chest, looking utterly delighted and completely unconcerned about his earlier indifference. What exactly is this metal for? Su-hwa asked curiously. Painting Woman looked somewhat confused, thinking for a moment before typing, "Don't know. Feels comfortable to hold." Although Painting Woman was an item, she was clearly different from other items. She had intelligence and thoughts, just not fully developed. Perhaps this was the special nature of super items themselves. And since the medal was officially issued by the game system, it might have some indescribable benefits for intelligent items like Painting Woman. After some thought, Su-hwa said, "Later I'll make you a chain to wear the medal around your neck." Painting Woman happily jumped up, habitually trying to pounce on him. Su-hwa sidestepped and said, "Change this habit. Outsiders think you're a real person, so you need to act like one." What's acting like a real person? Painting Woman asked humbly. Su-hwa patted her head. First, you can't run around naked. Second, you can't pounce on people whenever you see them. Master these 2 rules and you'll be successful. But that's not how they act in the phone. Painting Woman pulled up a web pop-up, pointing at the moving people inside as she typed. They're real people too. Su-hwa reached out and took the phone. Confiscated. By the time they reached the hotel, dawn was approaching. Huang Junjie, Yan Jiayu, and the other 4 had gathered in one room, staying up all night waiting for him. "Did you take care of the Holy Sword Society?" Yuan Yao asked as he opened the door. They had let Zhao Sheng go precisely to follow the trail and eliminate the Holy Sword Society. Some captured, some dead. Su-hwa entered the room. Probably there will be an announcement on the forum today. This Holy Sword Society isn't very strong after all. Yuan Yao said disdainfully. All this fuss, and they were just a bunch of riffraff, wiped out in one night. Su-hwa didn't elaborate on Eagle's situation. At their current level, it wasn't yet time to deal with those high-level players. But these people were quite impressive, Huang Junjie said. In such a short time, they managed to gather so many player eaters. Fortunately, we discovered them early. The survival environment for us ordinary players is already harsh enough. If player eaters joined forces to target us, that would truly be fraught with danger. Suhwa nodded in agreement. Indeed. Those people even kept several ordinary players captive. Probably in a couple more days they would have become food too. Actually, it's not just Ting City. Player hunting incidents are happening all across the country. Lu Jia rubbed her arms. With the Holy Sword Society as an example, it should definitely deter other player eaters. Enough about the Holy Sword Society, Yan Jiayu said cheerfully. Let's divide the loot. Taking out 10 player eaters in one go and wiping out a small organization made this collaboration an enormous success with substantial rewards. Including Ma Yu's belongings, the total came to 17 potions, 6 items, 8 train tickets, 2,600 white bills, plus some jewelry and cash. These were all stolen from other players, and now we're getting them cheap, Yan Jiayu said, her eyes gleaming as she looked at the items on the table. Huang Junjie and the others also smiled. Many players went up and down the train and in and out of dungeons with empty pockets. While they had acquired so many game items at once, it could truly be called striking it rich. Suhwa didn't plan to take out Eagle's things, but he could make some concessions in the distribution. He picked out a short dagger item. I'll just take this. Aren't you taking the toy gun? Huang Junjie asked hesitantly. Among these items, the toy gun seems top tier. The other 4 items were all close combat weapons like knives and swords. Compared to the black bodysuit that could block blades and the dragon-shaped toy gun that could spit fire, they weren't as impressive. They probably guessed he might have taken advantage of the Special Affairs Department's situation, but they had agreed beforehand to just capture a few Holy Sword Society members and keep the risk within certain limits. They wouldn't participate in subsequent matters, so whatever happened when the Special Affairs Department raided the Holy Sword Society's hideout afterward had nothing to do with them and didn't require them to take risks. Since Suhwa had devised this plan and found Zhou Ning and the others, both emotionally and logically, he deserved the largest share. No need, Suhwa said. You divide the rest. I don't want weapons, Yan Jiayu said. I'm not used to knives. I'm more comfortable with staffs. Just give me a few more potions and 2 more train tickets. Lu Jia said somewhat embarrassed. I didn't really help much. Can I just have 1 train ticket? What are you talking about? Before Suhwa could say anything, Yuan Yao slapped the table, righteous and solemn. Brother Su must have had his reasons for inviting you. Every one of us here is indispensable, don't underestimate yourself. Look at me. I'm lying low beside a big shot and getting carried. Does my face look red? The big shot he referred to temporarily meant Yan Jiayu. Lu Jia and Yan Jiayu had been in contact, and both being young women, they easily grew close. She hadn't seen the gruesome state of the bodies and just felt that a cute girl like Yan Jiayu couldn't possibly be as deranged as Yuan Yao described, smashing people's brains out at the slightest disagreement. Yuan Yao, who had meant to comfort her but ended up getting stabbed instead, said awkwardly, well, there's always an adjustment period. Yan Jiayu patted his shoulder, her round oval face full of encouragement. Keep it up. I believe in you. Yuan Yao's face turned green. Then I'll take mine first, Yan Jiayu said, getting to work. She took 8 potions and 2 train tickets. Then Huang Junjie took the dragon-shaped toy gun, 2 train tickets, and 3 potions. Lu Jia took a long knife and a dagger, 1 train ticket and 1 potion. Yuan Yao took another knife, 1 potion, and 1 train ticket each. Although Suhwa had said he only wanted 1 knife, they left the bodysuit for him. Yuan Yao said, Brother Su, no need for lengthy words. If there are opportunities like this in the future, you must bring us along again. Suhwa looked at Yan Jiayu. You don't want the item? A pure smile on her face, Yan Jiayu patted the stone staff at her waist. Those of us who practice martial arts can take a beating. You look a bit weak. This clothing might save your life at a critical moment. Being called weak by a girl in her early 20s and seeing her utterly serious expression, Suhwa chuckled wryly and pushed the dagger on the table toward her. Unexpectedly, Yan Jiayu genuinely didn't care for these items and instead gave it to Huang Junjie. You've had it pretty rough, you take it. Huang Junjie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yuan Yao focused on Yan Jiayu's stone staff. Big shot, what kind of item is this? It has patterns on it, looks impressive. A demon-subduing pestle, Yan Jiayu said, pulling out the stone staff and standing it upright in front of her, her expression solemn and imposing. These carvings are Sanskrit. It's a Buddhist ritual instrument. From what I know, demon-subduing pestles don't look like this, Su Hua said mildly. Yan Jiayu instantly broke character, grinning cheerfully. All beings are formless. Why can't a demon-subduing pestle be a rolling pin? I even gave it a name. Stone rolling pin. Everyone present laughed. Yuan Yao said, "It's quite fitting, but why would a pretty girl like you get a demon-subduing pestle? You're not a monk." "My profession is monk," Yan Jiayu said happily. "Professional clergy." She was previously a monastic and has now returned to secular life, Su Hua added. Yan Jiayu nodded. "When I left the mountain, my master said my worldly ties weren't severed, so I had to return to secular life, but I think my connection to Buddha is still pretty deep." She waved the demon-subduing pestle. "If any of you need guidance, just ask anytime." Yuan Yao immediately withdrew his curiosity and said, "Since we pulled off a big job this time, we definitely need to celebrate properly. My treat. Order whatever you want. My time limit is almost up." "I need to enter a dungeon with someone else, so I have to leave soon," Lu Jia said. "Is the Special Affairs Department arranging for someone to take you?" Su Hua interjected. Lu Jia nodded. "My characteristic isn't very lethal, and I've just started learning combat skills. I can't make it through the first dungeon alone, so I need someone to guide me." Not every player relied on brains like Su Hua or combat skills like Yan Jiayu. Most players were just ordinary people. Lu Jia had met many white players these days and had already stabilized her mindset. "Then I wish you success. Let's eat together after you come out next time," Su Hua said. Lu Jia agreed with a smile. Besides her, Yan Jiayu also had to leave. She wasn't from Ting City and needed to catch the early bus. As for Huang Junjie, he planned to stay until the wounds on his face healed somewhat before leaving. Su Hua had rented a 3-bedroom apartment and offered one room to him. However, this upset Yuan Yao, who had originally intended to shamelessly move in. But in the afternoon, he moved into the apartment opposite Su Hua's, proudly knocking on the door. "I bought it." Huang Junjie was also an elite professional with a successful career, but buying a $1 or $2 million property wasn't something done as casually as buying cabbage. "Since becoming an evolver, I felt ordinary life was very distant from me, but your utterly unscrupulous wealth has brought me back to reality," he lamented. "This world still needs money." Yuan Yao, legs crossed, directed the delivery staff to set the food on the table and opened 2 bottles of red wine worth tens of thousands. Come, don't be shy. Everyone raise your glasses to celebrate our triumphant success." After the hearty meal, Huang Junjie went to rest. Yuan Yao returned to his own place to play games, and Painting Woman, unhappy about having her phone confiscated, refused to clean and stuck herself to the wall. With peace and quiet finally restored, Su Hua logged into the Vanguard Players Forum to browse the new information. One post about trading items caught his eye. Item: 7-color gloves. Can be removed 7 times daily, changing 7 colors, refreshes every 24 hours. Seeking to exchange for 1 train ticket. The post included a short video showing someone wearing a single red glove on one hand. Each time they removed it, the thin glove would change color like shedding skin: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, all 7 colors. It was unclear whether the glove still counted as the same item each time it was removed. The omnipresent string could only be used once on any object. Carrying around a stack of gloves was inconvenient, and sourcing materials locally wasn't cheap either. If there were an item that could refresh repeatedly, using the string would become much more convenient. Su Hua immediately sent a private message. After waiting a while with no response, he shut down the computer and went to catch up on sleep. He slept until midnight, half dreaming and half awake when he saw a shadow standing by his bed. Reacting on instinct, he kicked out but hit empty air. Sitting up and turning on the light, everything in the room remained exactly as it was before he slept. Getting up to check the window, from the 14th floor height, he could see the entire residential complex clearly. Knock knock. The door sounded. He pulled it open to find Painting Woman holding up a piece of paper. I heard a second person's voice. Su Hua raised an eyebrow slightly. If that was the case, then what just happened wasn't his imagination. "Go call Yuan Yao over." Painting Woman left and soon returned with Yuan Yao, who had dark circles under his eyes. "Brother Su, what's up in the middle of the night? Someone appeared in my room just now." Help me track an address. I suspect we're being targeted. Suhua opened the forum to that post. The private message still hadn't been answered. Who has such nerve? Yuan Yao immediately perked up. Brother Su, don't worry, I'll definitely find this person. He sat down at the computer and began working. What happened? Huang Junjie asked, drawn by the noise. Suhua pointed at the computer. Let's wait and see first. Soon Yuan Yao looked up with a strange expression. The other party's address is actually in a haunted house. Last year there was a massacre here. Everyone in the household registry died. The place has been sealed ever since. Why would someone be accessing the internet from there? Could it be haunted? Maybe someone's hiding there, said Huang Junjie, the rational type. What exactly happened just now? Someone entered my room, then vanished in the blink of an eye, Suhua pondered. Didn't look like a living person. Yuan Yao rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. Bro, please don't tell ghost stories in the middle of the night, okay? Huang Junjie gave him a complicated look. Not being living doesn't necessarily mean it's a ghost. Could be some strange item or characteristic. Are you sure it's this poster causing trouble? He asked Suhua. Just intuition. Suhua paused. Could this be a fake address? A post coming from an uninhabited haunted house was abnormal in itself. How about we check this place out tomorrow? Yuan Yao suggested tentatively. If the other party is really targeting us, we should strike first. Could be a trap, Huang Junjie said. I think it's best not to get involved. If the other party has some purpose, they'll definitely come again. Suhua shared this thought. Whatever that black shadow intended to do, having failed once, it would certainly try again. He just didn't expect the second attempt to come so quickly. As dawn approached, a black shadow slowly extended its head from the computer screen. In the darkness, Suhua watched through half-open eyes as the figure squeezed its body out of the narrow rectangular frame and crept stealthily toward his bed. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a person. It more closely resembled a training dummy, having human contours but lacking a face or facial features. It stopped by the bedside, then bent forcefully at the waist, stretching its head towards Suhua's face. Halfway there, it suddenly halted as if frightened, jerked backward violently, and then vanished into thin air. Suhua couldn't sleep at all after that, so he simply got up to go running and bought breakfast along the way. At the breakfast table, when he recounted what happened, Yuan Yao thought seriously for a moment before saying, "This ghost isn't some pervert, is it?" Suhua paused while drinking his soy milk. What led you to that conclusion? Yuan Yao chuckled. You said it yourself, it didn't do anything, just shoved itself toward your face. Maybe it's coveting your good looks. Never expected it to be a lustful ghost. Stop joking around, Huang Junjie said helplessly. Since we're being targeted, we need to be careful. I'm free today, I'll patrol the area. Brother Su, do you have plans today? Yuan Yao looked at Suhua. I'm going to the film studio, Suhua said. Why go to the film studio? Chasing celebrities. Yuan Yao asked, confused. Work. After breakfast, Suhua went to the film studio by himself. His extra work payment had been settled, but the casting director had asked him to help with a fight scene. They had some history, so he agreed. Taking a taxi to the film studio, he arrived at a xianxia drama set where Kai Ziyuan intercepted him from afar. Was just about to call you, didn't expect you to arrive before I got the chance. Today's shoot is cancelled. Something wrong? Suhua glanced toward the noisy soundstage where several young women were busily moving luggage and makeup cases into a luxury van. A woman's voice urged from inside the vehicle, hurry up. I can't stand this damn place for another minute. A moderately famous director stood beside the van, speaking quietly to whoever was inside. I'll pay the penalty fee in full, but I won't continue filming this series, the woman's voice stated firmly. The director, frustrated but helpless, could only turn and walk away. Big celebrities from the capital really are different, Kai Ziyuan tutade. If it were an ordinary actor, they wouldn't dare leave even if knives were falling, let alone because of some ghost rumors. Ghost rumors. Suhua expressed mild surprise. More rumors. The film studio had some rather ancient props, and certain crews would intentionally create fake news about these locations for publicity during filming. No, it's real. Kai Ziyuan pulled him aside and lowered his voice. During night filming 2 days ago, the big star encountered a ghost in the dressing room. She said a black shadow ran past behind her. Everyone thought she was seeing things, but then when she returned to her hotel, a shadow actually crawled onto her bed. A stalker. Kai Ziyuan shook his head mysteriously. No way. You think the big star's bodyguards are useless? Nobody entered her room at all. Once or twice might be excusable, but the next day while napping on set, the big star saw that shadow again. This time she wasn't the only one who saw it. Her assistant bringing water also spotted it. The lighting was dim, so they couldn't make out features, just saw a black shadow running from the window. But when they chased after it, guess what? There was absolutely nobody there. The cameras were running and happened to capture outside the window. Nobody came out at all. Don't you think that's strange? 2 people saw it, but the cameras captured nothing. That's why the big star refused to continue, even willing to pay compensation to leave. Suo's gaze swept over the computer bag in the assistant's hand before he turned back to Kai Ziyuan. Brother Kai, I'm planning to change jobs. Declining Kai Ziyuan's invitation for drinks, Suo called Huang Junjie, telling him to temporarily stay away from the haunted house, then contacted Niaxian to ask if there were any other random dungeons in Ting City. None discovered so far. Niaxian's voice sounded somewhat tired. After the Skinner dungeon collapsed, there haven't been any mass disappearances in Ting City for the time being. What's this? Addicted to random dungeons now. Laughter came through the phone. Although Sima Xiao'er had received the dungeon collapse notification, he didn't know exactly how the dungeon had collapsed. The Special Affairs Department speculated that other players might have done something, or perhaps the dungeon itself had encountered some issue, but they didn't investigate these possibilities thoroughly, including the box Sima Xiao'er had brought out. Evolvers had appeared suddenly, and before things could normalize, the game and dungeons emerged. With limited manpower, even though Niaxian thought highly of Su Hua, he couldn't focus on just one person. Did Eagle die by your hand? He shifted the topic to the Holy Sword Society matter. My people had been watching for ages, but I never expected you'd end up reaping the benefits. Counting the bodies, I've handed over more than 10 player eaters to the Special Affairs Department. Ting City will definitely be more peaceful than other places for some time. Isn't that a good thing for you? Niaxian didn't deny it. This incident had earned him merit, even boosting his rank. I owe you one for this. After exchanging a few more words, Su Hua hung up and turned back to find Huang Junjie. Huang Junjie hadn't gone directly into the haunted house, but had instead settled in a nearby coffee shop. Any problems? Su Hua sat down opposite him. Not for now, but earlier a man and woman were loitering around this area. Huang Junjie scratched his face through his mask. They were also observing that haunted house. He wasn't the only one who had been lured here. Su Hua glanced over there. Few people lived near the haunted house, making anyone walking in that vicinity during broad daylight quite conspicuous. After waiting a while without seeing the couple Huang Junjie mentioned reappear, Su Hua decided to head back. As they walked out of the cafe, they brushed past a woman wearing sunglasses and a wide-brimmed sun hat. The familiar fragrance drifting from her seemed recognizable. Su Hua looked back and saw the woman enter the cafe, choosing a window seat with her back to them. You know her? Huang Junjie asked. She's a female celebrity, Su Hua said. This woman happened to be the same big star who had left the film studio hours earlier. Given the same circumstances and her appearance near the haunted house, this could no longer be considered coincidence. Someone was deliberately luring players to this haunted house. Seems like someone's doing this on purpose. Huang Junjie also noticed the woman secretly examining the haunted house. Should we go in and check it out? Not necessary. Su Hua said if they could kill, they would have acted last night. Luring players here just means they lack certain conditions. Going in would be playing right into their hands. Huang Junjie thought it made sense, so they simply took a taxi and left. A surveillance camera across the street rotated slightly, pointing toward the direction the taxi had gone. Pity 2 got away. In a security room of a nearby residential complex, a middle-aged man in security uniform shook his head regretfully. Beside him, a young bespectacled man with his feet up on the desk said, "We still have 3, right? We're not taking any risks, just getting free items. Even one is profit." True enough, the middle-aged man nodded. That big star is really beautiful. If only we could get her to play with. The young man licked his lips. Don't go looking for trouble, the middle-aged man warned. Anyone coming here is a player. With your limited skills, you can't handle others. Just saying, the young man said sulkily. Have you seen those 2 who left just now? Where do they live? The middle-aged man clearly had no intention of letting Su Hua and Huang Junjie go, planning to track them first and then figure something out. Haven't seen them, the young man said impatiently. You know my trait makes me practically blind. I can only see clearly face to face. But I guess they're among those 2 or 3 people who privately messaged me wanting to trade items. Hey, the big star left. Guyu, wearing a floral maxi dress, settled her bill and left the cafe. Behind her sunglasses, her cool eyes held faint anger. She found an inconspicuous corner, vaulted over the haunted house's wall, pushed open the front door, and walked in. The original owner of this haunted house had been a wealthy man, with exquisite decoration and all furniture and flooring made of expensive materials. It could truly be called a mansion. However, Guyu completely disregarded the luxurious decorations and ornaments, frowning at the dust stirred up by the door's movement. As she walked through the living room, she suddenly noticed fresh footprints on the floor and called out clearly, "Stop hiding. Come out." Several seconds later, a young man and woman emerged from under the staircase and the adjacent bathroom, respectively. Guyu's gaze swept over both of them before settling on the man. "It's you, right? Using such disgusting things to harass me." The young man froze, but before he could speak, he saw a pistol appear in Guyu's hand, its dark muzzle pointed directly at him. The man's expression changed as he dodged sideways. A colored bullet grazed past his head, splattering blue liquid on the wall that immediately melted the entire brick into turquoise fluid that dripped down the surface. Bang! 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 Guyu fired 3 shots in rapid succession. A white bullet hit a lamp, turning the colored area into dried mud that suddenly cracked throughout before shattering into nail-sized hard fragments that clattered to the floor. A yellow bullet struck the sofa, causing the genuine leather backrest to instantly shrink into a small ball. The third black bullet hit a chair the young woman had raised. The chair itself seemed to turn into a burning firecracker, exploding on its own and sending wood chips flying everywhere. Missing all 3 shots, Guyu ripped off her sunglasses and said furiously, "You fucking coward, stop dodging. Watch me beat you to death, you pervert." "Wait." The young man pulled wood splinters from his arm and said urgently, "I don't even know you." Guyu laughed in extreme anger. "Look at this face, you don't know me? You're lying to ghosts." The young man looked completely bewildered and could only explain, "I really don't know you, and I've never harassed you. Can you calm down? Let's clarify things first." Guyu snorted coldly, too impatient for explanations, and continued firing at them relentlessly. The man also grew angry. "If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude. Then bring it on if you're a real man." The man waved his hand, and a leather whip materialized out of thin air, lashing toward Guyu. Guyu leaped backward while firing 2 more shots forward, casually flipping a coffee table toward him. The whip wrapped around the coffee table and threw it aside. The man turned and struck at Guyu again, saying, "I don't know if you've mistaken me for someone else. I came here to trade items." Guyu dodged his whip and jumped onto the dining table to stand firm. "Proof." The man laughed angrily. "Why should I prove anything to you? I just got here and you attacked me. I should be accusing you of posting to fish for players." "Huh." Guyu responded with a cold snort. "You have the nerve to talk about posts." Before she could finish, the man suddenly stared toward one side of the living room and shouted in alarm, "Shin Xian." Guyu turned her head, catching only a glimpse of a fruit knife falling to the ground in her peripheral vision. The young woman who had been standing there was gone. What happened? She looked back at the man, but found him missing too, his item whip falling through the air. Guyu's expression changed drastically. Just as she tried to run outside, an invisible force enveloped her the next second, and then her entire person vanished from the spot. "This guy has been tailing us for 2 days now." Huang Junjie stood at the KFC entrance, subtly eyeing the bespectacled young man who had pretended to be a passerby, circling them 3 or 4 times, saying with puzzlement, "What exactly does he want?" For these 2 days, that black shadow had been harassing Su Hua every night. Not doing anything else, it would disappear the moment it was touched. They hadn't taken the bait at the haunted house, thinking this matter was over, but unexpectedly this suspected mastermind hadn't planned to let them go. It crawled out of computers at night and loitered around the residential area during daytime, making it impossible not to notice. Yuan Yao came out carrying a bag and, seeing Huang Junjie about to remove his mask to eat, quickly said, "Eat when we get back." The white crust on his face was peeling off. When he entered the store earlier, people thought he had a skin disease and automatically kept their distance. Yuan Yao didn't even dare stand too close to him, afraid of being mistaken for a disease carrier. How long until that thing on your face gets better? It looks pretty creepy. Yuan Yao took a sip of his soda. Another couple days. Huang Junjie said vaguely, glancing toward the intersection across the street where the bespectacled young man who had been following them had disappeared. He paused, turned to scan Yuan Yao and Painting Woman, and asked, "Where's Su Hua?" Su Hua had already followed the bespectacled young man onto the subway, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters. At this distance, with his vision, he could still clearly see the words on the other's phone screen. Got a clear look at what they look like. One ugly freak, one big idiot, and a quite pretty woman. These three don't seem right. The remaining one should be him. After sending the message, he pocketed his phone and got off the subway. Su Hua followed behind, not bothering to hide his tracks, tailing him all the way to the outside of the haunted house they had visited 2 days ago. Seeing him climb over the wall and enter, Su Hua lit a cigarette and stopped by the roadside. Has he come in? Wang Chaoqing, the moment he entered the villa, hurriedly messaged the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, watching the person on the surveillance feed just standing by the roadside smoking with no intention of entering the haunted house, called him and said, "Make some noise and see." Wang Chaoqing deliberately shouted inside the house and smashed a few bowls and plates, but this didn't lure Su Hua inside. He checked the time on his phone and whispered, "Brother Nian, time's almost up. If I don't get out soon, I'll be in danger. Then come out first." Nian Hongyan said, "This guy is cunning and won't take the bait. Probably not easy to deal with. Hurry and leave from the other side, don't worry about him." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw the person on screen look up directly toward the camera's direction, making him jump. "What's wrong, Brother Nian?" Wang Chaoqing grew nervous too, then heard him say, "Nothing, come out." Wang Chaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. The moment he climbed over the wall from the other side, someone suddenly spoke behind him, in such a hurry to leave. Wang Chaoqing jumped in fright. Turning around, he saw the man they'd been tailing for 2 days standing at the corner staring at him. "What do you want?" Wang Chaoqing immediately cowardly retreated backward. "Weren't you the one who lured me here? Deliberately hanging around near my place these past 2 days, that shadow was your handiwork too, right?" Su Hua tossed his cigarette butt and crushed it underfoot. "Thanks to you, I haven't slept well these past few days. Too bad that shadow can't actually kill anyone. After thinking it over, if I can't solve the problem, then I'll just have to eliminate the person creating the problem." Seeing Su Hua's aggressive approach, Wang Chaoqing didn't say another word and immediately turned to run. As he ran, a black shadow of similar size separated from behind him, claws bared as it pounced towards Su Hua. Su Hua dodged the shadow, hooking the shadow's calf with his toe, making it tumble to the ground and vanish into nothingness. Just like the shadow that crawled out of the computer, it had no offensive capability whatsoever. He crossed his index and middle fingers, and the piano wire lingering around Wang Chaoqing moved forward to strangle his neck, dragging him back upside down by the neck. "Brother Nian, save me!" Wang Chaoqing screamed in terror. Su Hua lifted him into the air, took the phone from his pocket, found Brother Nian's number, and called, "You're the one hiding behind the surveillance, right? You come out, or I'll come find you." Nian Hongyan, seeing Wang Chaoqing hanging there, was terrified too. He stammered, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Killing is illegal." Nian Hongyan suddenly remembered he had replied to someone on the forum and immediately said, "It was us, it was us." "See, this is a misunderstanding. I wanted to trade an item for a train ticket, but was worried about being scammed, so I did some preliminary checking. Please don't take offense." Wang Chaoqing, hanging nearby, had good hearing. Upon hearing Nian Hongyan's words, he frantically kicked his legs. What trading for an item? This person was clearly here to kill someone. Mentioning a transaction was just to lure people out. Unfortunately, Nian Hongyan didn't grasp this hint. He hung up the phone and hurried out of the security room. Su Hua soon saw a middle-aged security guard running over from across the street. He lowered Wang Chaoqing to the ground a bit, giving him some space to breathe. Seeing he seemed willing to release the person, Nian Hongyan pulled out a corner of something red from his pocket. "This is it. How about we trade somewhere else? It's not safe being seen on the main road." Su Hua raised an eyebrow. Enter the haunted house? Of course not. With Wang Chaoqing in the other's hands, Nian Hongyan didn't dare try any tricks, just wanting to complete the trade quickly and be done with it. Anyway, this glove was useless, perfect for sending this plague god away. Su Hua pointed to a side alley. Talk over there? Nian Hongyan nodded repeatedly, and the three of them walked into the alley together. 3 minutes later, Nian Hongyan and Wang Chaoqing knelt on the ground, bruised and battered. Su Hua stood before them, toying with that colorful glove. Now let's talk. What exactly is inside the haunted house? Nian Hongyan, furious, but not daring to speak up, hemmed and hawed. Wang Chaoqing, however, was stubborn. What's inside what? Bro, I don't understand what you're talking about. Su Hua put away the glove, grabbed Wang Chaoqing's head, forcing him to bend down, and with his other hand, dislocated his jaw. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Tossing the person aside, he looked at Nian Hongyan. What do you say? Nian Hongyan trembled. I'll talk. This haunted house is very strange. People disappear a few minutes after entering, and a few days later, things inexplicably appear. What kind of things? Personal items like wallets, keys, and items. Nian Hongyan, feeling guilty, spoke softer and softer. We didn't do anything else, just picked up some things. The glove was obtained this way too? Yes, but only this one item is usable. The others can't be used. How many people have you tricked so far? Just a few. Nian Hongyan said anxiously. We just wanted to get some items. Didn't mean to harm anyone. They only lost things the people might have left safely. You believe that? Su Hua retorted, then added, what's the range? Have there been any special changes these past few days? Just this villa. Doesn't seem to have changed. Before Nian Hongyan finished, Wang Chaoqing started making urgent muffled noises, as if wanting to say something. Su Hua reset his jaw, and he hurriedly said, it got bigger. The range got bigger. At first it was only inside the villa, but these past 2 days, the front and backyards can swallow people too. Player Extra has entered Decibel Town and automatically participates in this E-grade random dungeon. Background introduction. If 20 decibels can immerse one in the warmth of lovers' whispers, then 40 decibels carry the cold hardness of strangers, while 60 decibels bring painful torment. Exceeding 80 decibels makes the human world become hell. The master watchmaker Nies once said this. He had many hobbies throughout his life, indulging in gaming and pleasure in his youth, obsessing over watchmaking in middle age, and passionately creating and solving puzzles in his later years. He pursued each to perfection. He held unique insights and obsessions about sound, which led him to build a fully equipped town after retirement and invite friends and relatives to settle there. Fellow enthusiasts of precise decibel levels, the town's residents built mechanical walls around the town to make it better, leaving only east and west gates for entry and exit. Additionally, they hired several unusual security guards at high prices to maintain order, punish those creating noise exceeding 60 or 80 decibels, and agreed to never have 3 people appear simultaneously in any public place to avoid disrupting the living environment. After Mayor Nies passed away, guests attending the memorial violated Decibel Town's rules, triggering violent retaliation from guards and residents. Eventually, the government had to order all residents to relocate and close the town. To this day, Decibel Town remains an isolated island cut off from the world. Dungeon task: leave Decibel Town. Dungeon time: unlimited. Standing before an old gas station, Su Hua closed the game screen and turned to stare coldly at the 2 men kneeling on the ground. Nian Hongyan hadn't yet regained his composure when he suddenly saw Su Hua's murderous expression and opened his mouth to shout. Su Hua swiftly covered his mouth and said in a low voice, if you want to live, don't make a sound. Nian Hongyan looked terrified and nodded frantically, while Wang Chaoqing beside him instinctively covered his own mouth. Su Hua withdrew his hand and scanned the surroundings. The gas station stood at the end of the street block, with recently trampled marks on the ground. The dust patterns on the fuel nozzles showed both old and new traces, suggesting someone had just used them. Both sides of the street featured British-style shops and buildings with bell-like objects hanging from doors and windows. The greenery in front, pedestrian areas, and the central railway track running through were all covered with plastic dolls of various sizes, looking as if a toy factory had been ransacked. However, these dolls were evenly distributed across every area, at least one within each step's distance, with only the railway track remaining relatively clean. As Wang Chaoqing cautiously tried to stand up beside him, Su Hua immediately stopped him. "Don't move." Wang Chaoqing froze, but anger showed on his face. "This damn place is a dungeon. Are we supposed to stand here waiting to die?" Su Hua didn't speak, instead making a shushing gesture before looking toward the front of the street. A bus was slowly approaching from that direction, with shadowy figures moving inside. A young woman held up a sign from afar that read, "Don't speak, don't move, don't step on things on the ground." Board one by one. As the bus drew near, Nian Hongyan and Wang Chaoqing scrambled to their feet and rushed forward. The young woman with the sign and others in the bus suddenly looked alarmed, but when they saw Su Hua remaining still, they gradually relaxed back into their seats. After the two men boarded the bus, the young woman nodded to Su Hua. Su Hua quickly followed, grabbing the door and stepping into the cabin. The young woman immediately closed the door behind him. "Why didn't you stop for us?" Seeing so many living people on the bus, Wang Chaoqing felt he had escaped danger and complained while sighing in relief. "Are you blind?" a woman wearing sunglasses in the back said weakly. "The game said no three people can act together. Do you realize you almost got us all killed just now?" "I didn't know." Wang Chaoqing slightly raised his voice, making everyone in the bus frown. The man driving pointed at the decibel meter on the window. "Keep your voice down." The last person who came in shouting was wiped out without leaving a trace. "But don't worry," the young woman with the sign pressed Wang Chaoqing's shoulder, pushing him into a seat. "We'll kill you before you attract any mutants. Starting now, no talking." Wang Chaoqing shrank back and sat still, while Nian Hongyan obediently found a seat. "Decibel Town has mutants?" Su Hua frowned momentarily, then asked, "The security guards hired by the town are mutants?" The other people in the bus looked at him with slight surprise. The young woman said, "You figured that out immediately?" "Correct. There's not a single person left in town, only several mutants." The sunglasses-wearing woman chuckled. "Your mind works pretty fast, unlike those two idiots." Su Hua scanned the 6 people in the bus. The sunglasses woman was the famous celebrity Guyu. The driver and the sign-holding woman were the couple he'd seen before. These 3 had all appeared near the haunted house. The other 3 had undoubtedly entered the haunted house as well. Everyone in this vehicle had been dragged into the dungeon by Nian and Wang. It was hard to say who were the real fools. "Lin Pei." A man near Su Hua stood up and shook his hand. "Let me introduce the others. The driver is Shen Yi, and this is his sister Shen Xian. The Scarface guy is Ke Liang. Don't let his fierce look fool you. He's actually very compassionate. The one in the front seat is Wu Qiui, and the one in the back you should recognize, the famous domestic movie star Guyu." Shen Yi and Wu Qiui merely nodded at him. Shen Xian smiled slightly. Ke Liang glanced at him, while Guyu in the back didn't acknowledge him at all. Su Hua looked at each of them in turn. Brother and sister Shen Yi and Shen Xian were in slightly better condition, while Wu Qiui, Ke Liang, and Lin Pei looked pale. Guyu appeared even weaker than the first 3. "How long have you been here?" His expression turned serious as he realized another serious problem. "There's no food here?" Lin Pei smiled bitterly. "This town has been abandoned for a long time and is isolated from the outside world. Even if there were food, it wouldn't be edible. We can only drink water. Ke Liang, Wu Qiui, and I have been here 5 days. Guyu and the others came 2 days ago. Have you searched every place in the town?" Su Hua asked. This town isn't small, and with no more than 3 people allowed to act together, 5 days shouldn't be enough to search every room. "Did you see those small dolls on the ground outside and the bells on the doors and walls? Every single one of them, whether touched or stepped on, will make noise exceeding 60 decibels. Forget about going door to door searching houses. Just clearing this track took us tremendous effort." Lin Pei explained, "You must have noticed something unusual about this vehicle too. Its engine runs very quietly, and people can move around inside without problems as long as they watch their volume. But it can't stop. If it stops, the vehicle's alarm system automatically activates, and the alarm sound exceeding 60 decibels will attract mutants." He paused for a moment. "When I first arrived, there were 8 people on this bus. 4 died in mutants' mouths and 1 starved to death. Someone actually starved to death. With mutants and no food, aren't we just waiting to die?" Wang Chaoqing finally couldn't help interrupting. Sue would turn to look at him. Dying to mutants is unavoidable, but certainly no one here will starve to death. If we really can't find food, we can use you two as sustenance.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.